We're hoping that we managed to resolve the few technical issues that we had, primarily the fact that there was no sound. I did read the first two chapters of Genesis, and then we aborted the stream, so apologies that this has taken us a while to get up and get going. I will email a new link to everybody. I was paused at Genesis chapter 2. I'd got to the end of that, so this is now Genesis chapter 3. Now the snake was more crafty than any of the wild animals the Lord God had made. He said to the woman, "Did God really say, 'You must not eat from any tree in the garden'?" The woman said to the snake, "We may eat fruit from the trees in the garden, but God did say, 'You must not eat fruit from the tree that is in the middle of the garden, and you must not touch it, or you will die.'" "You will certainly not die," the snake said to the woman, "for God knows that when you eat from it, your eyes will be opened, and you will be like God, knowing good and evil." When the woman saw that the fruit of the tree was good for food and pleasing to the eye, and also desirable for gaining wisdom, she took some, and she ate it. She also gave some to her husband who was with her, and he ate it. Then the eyes of both of them were opened, and they realized that they were naked. So they sewed fig leaves together and made coverings for themselves. Then the man and his wife heard the sound of the Lord God as he was walking in the garden in the cool of the day, and they hid from the Lord God among the trees of the garden. But the Lord God called to the man, "Where are you?" He answered, "I heard you in the garden, and I was afraid because I was naked, so I hid." And he said, "Who told you that you were naked? Have you eaten from the tree from which I commanded you not to eat?" The man said, "The woman you put here with me, she gave me some fruit from the tree, and I ate it." Then the Lord God said to the woman, "What is this you have done?" The woman said, "The snake deceived me, and I ate." So the Lord God said to the snake, "Because you have done this, cursed are you above all livestock and all wild animals. You will crawl on your belly, and you will eat dust all the days of your life. And I will put enmity between you and the woman, between your offspring and hers. He will crush your head, and you will strike his heel." To the woman he said, "I will make your pains in childbearing very severe. With painful labor you will give birth to children. Your desire will be for your husband, and he will rule over you." To Adam he said, "Because you listened to your wife and ate fruit from the tree about which I commanded you, you must not eat from it. Cursed is the ground because of you. Through painful toil you will eat food from it all the days of your life. It will produce thorns and thistles for you, and you will eat the plants of the field. By the sweat of your brow you will eat your food until you return to the ground, since from it you were taken, from dust you are, and to dust you will return." Adam named his wife Eve because she would become the mother of all the living. The Lord God made garments of skin for Adam and his wife, and clothed them. And the Lord God said, "The man has now become like one of us, knowing good and evil. He must not be allowed to reach out his hand, and take also from the tree of life, and eat and live forever." So the Lord God banished him from the Garden of Eden to work the ground from which he had been taken. After he drove the man out, he placed on the east side of the Garden of Eden cherubim, and a flaming sword flashing back and forth, to guard the way to the tree of life. Chapter 4. Adam made love to his wife Eve, and she became pregnant and gave birth to Cain. She said, "With the help of the Lord I have brought forth a man." Later she gave birth to his brother Abel. Now Abel kept flocks, and Cain worked the soil. In the course of time Cain brought some of the fruits of the soil as an offering to the Lord. But Abel also brought an offering, fat portions from some of the firstborn of his flock. The Lord looked with favor on Abel and his offering, but on Cain and his offering he did not look with favor. So Cain was very angry, and his face was downcast. Then the Lord said to Cain, "Why are you angry? Why is your face downcast? If you do what is right, will you not be accepted? But if you do not do what is right, sin is crouching at your door. It desires to have you, but you must rule over it." Now Cain said to his brother Abel, "Let's go out to the field." While they were in the field, Cain attacked his brother Abel and killed him. Then the Lord said to Cain, "Where is your brother Abel?" "I don't know," he replied. "Am I my brother's keeper?" The Lord said, "What have you done? Listen, your brother's blood cries out to me from the ground. Now you are under a curse and driven from the ground, which opened its mouth to receive your brother's blood from your hand. When you work the ground, it will no longer yield its crops for you. You will be a restless wanderer on the earth." Cain said to the Lord, "My punishment is more than I can bear. Today you are driving me from the land, and I will be hidden from your presence. I will be a restless wanderer on the earth, and whoever finds me will kill me." But the Lord said to him, "Not so. Anyone who kills Cain will suffer vengeance 7 times over." Then the Lord put a mark on Cain, so that no one who found him would kill him. So Cain went out from the Lord's presence and lived in the land of Nod, east of Eden. Cain made love to his wife, and she became pregnant and gave birth to Enoch. Cain was then building a city, and he named it after his son Enoch. To Enoch was born Irad, and Irad was the father of Methuselah, and Methuselah was the father of Methuselah, and Methuselah was the father of Lamech. Lamech married 2 women, one named Ada and the other Zillah. Ada gave birth to Jabal. He was the father of those who live in tents and raise livestock. His brother's name was Jabal. He was the father of all who play stringed instruments and pipes. Zillah also had a son, Tubal-Cain, who forged all kinds of tools out of bronze and iron. Tubal-Cain's sister was Naamah. Lamech said to his wives, "Ada and Zillah, listen to me. Wives of Lamech, hear my words. I have killed a man for wounding me, a young man for injuring me. If Cain is avenged 7 times, then Lamech 77 times." Adam made love to his wife again, and she gave birth to a son and named him Seth, saying, "God has granted me another child in place of Abel, since Cain killed him." Seth also had a son, and he named him Enosh. At that time people began to call on the name of the Lord. Genesis chapter 5. This is the written account of Adam's family line. When God created mankind, he made them in the likeness of God. He created them male and female, and blessed them, and he named them mankind when they were created. When Adam had lived 130 years, he had a son in his own likeness, in his own image, and he named him Seth. After Seth was born, Adam lived 800 years and had other sons and daughters. Altogether, Adam lived a total of 930 years, and then he died. When Seth had lived 105 years, he became the father of Enosh. After he became the father of Enosh, Seth lived 807 years and had other sons and daughters. Altogether, Seth lived a total of 912 years, and then he died. When Enosh had lived 90 years, he became the father of Kenan. After he became the father of Kenan, Enosh lived 815 years and had other sons and daughters. Altogether, Enosh lived a total of 905 years, and then he died. When Kenan had lived 70 years, he became the father of Mahalalel. After he became the father of Mahalalel, Kenan lived 840 years and had other sons and daughters. Altogether, Kenan lived in total of 910 years, and then he died. When Mahalalel had lived 65 years, he became the father of Jared. Mahalalel lived 830 years and had other sons and daughters. Altogether, Mahalalel lived a total of 895 years, and then he died. When Jared had lived 162 years, he became the father of Enoch. After he became the father of Enoch, Jared lived 800 years and had other sons and daughters. Altogether, Jared lived a total of 962 years, and then he died. When Enoch had lived 65 years, he became the father of Methuselah. After he became the father of Methuselah, Enoch walked faithfully with God 300 years and had other sons and daughters. Altogether, Enoch lived a total of 365 years. Enoch walked faithfully with God, then he was no more, because God took him away. When Methuselah had lived 187 years, he became the father of Lamech. After he became the father of Lamech, Methuselah Methuselah lived 782 years and had other sons and daughters. Altogether, Methuselah lived a total of 969 years, and then he died. When Lamech lived 182 years, he had a son. He named him Noah and said, He will comfort us in the labour and painful toil of our hands, caused by the ground the Lord has cursed. After Noah was born, Lamech lived 595 years and had other sons and daughters. Altogether, Lamech lived a total of 777 years. Then he died. After Noah was 500 years old, he became the father of Shem, Ham, and Japheth. Genesis chapter 6. When human beings began to increase in number on the earth, and daughters were born to them, the sons of God saw that the daughters of humans were beautiful, and they married any of them they chose. Then the Lord said, My spirit will not contend with humans forever, for they are mortal. Their days will be 120 years. The Nephilim were on the earth in those days, and also afterwards, when the sons of God went to the daughters of humans and had children by them. They were the heroes of old, men of renown. The Lord saw how great the wickedness of the human race had become on the earth, and that every inclination of the thoughts of the human heart was only evil all the time. The Lord regretted that he had made human beings on the earth, and his heart was deeply troubled. So the Lord said, I will wipe from the face of the earth the human race I have created, and with them the animals, the birds, and the creatures that move along the ground, for I regret that I have made them. But Noah found favour in the eyes of the Lord. This is the account of Noah and his family. Noah was a righteous man, blameless among the people of his time, and he walked faithfully with God. Noah had 3 sons, Shem, Ham, and Japheth. Now the earth was corrupt in God's sight, and was full of violence. God saw how corrupt the earth had become, for all the people on earth had corrupted their ways. So God said to Noah, I am going to put an end to all people, for the earth is filled with violence because of them. I am surely going to destroy both them and the earth. So make yourself an ark of cypress wood. Make rooms in it and coat it with pitch inside and out. This is how you are to build it. The ark is to be 300 cubits long, 50 cubits wide, and 30 cubits high. Make a roof for it, leaving below the roof an opening 1 cubit high all round. Put a door in the side of the ark, and make lower, middle, and upper decks. I am going to bring flood waters on the earth to destroy all life under the heavens, every creature that has the breath of life in it. Everything on earth will perish, but I will establish my covenant with you, and you will enter the ark, you and your sons and your wife and your sons' wives with you. You are to bring into the ark 2 of all living creatures. long as the earth endures, seed time and harvest, cold and heat, summer and winter, day and night will never cease. Genesis chapter 9. Then God blessed Noah and his sons, saying to them, Be fruitful and increase in number, and fill the earth. The fear and dread of you will fall on all the beasts of the earth, and on all the birds in the sky, on every creature that moves along the ground, on all the fish in the sea. They are given into your hands. Everything that lives and moves about will be food for you. Just as I gave you the green plants, I now give you everything. But you must not eat meat, that has its lifeblood still in it. And for your lifeblood I will surely demand an accounting. I will demand an accounting from every animal, and from each human being too I will demand an accounting for the life of another human being. Whoever sheds human blood, by humans shall their blood be shed. For in the image of God has God made mankind. As for you, be fruitful and increase in number, multiply the earth and increase upon it. Then God said to Noah and to his sons with him, I now establish my covenant with you and with your descendants after you, and with every living creature that was with you, the birds, the livestock, and all the wild animal, all those who came out of the ark with you, every living creature on earth. I will establish my covenant with you. Never again will all life be destroyed by the waters of a flood. Never again will there be a flood to destroy the earth. And God said, This is the sign of the covenant I am making between me and you and every living creature with you, a covenant for all generations to come. I have set my rainbow in the clouds, and it will be a sign of the covenant between me and the earth. Whenever I bring clouds over the earth and the rainbow appears in the clouds, I will remember my covenant between me and you and all living creatures of every kind. Never again will the waters become a flood to destroy all life. Whenever the rainbow appears in the clouds, I will see it and remember the everlasting covenant between God and all living creatures of every kind on the earth. So God said to Noah, This is the sign of the covenant I have established between me and all life on earth. The sons of Noah who came out of the ark were Shem, Ham, and Japheth. Ham was the father of Canaan. These were the 3 sons of Noah, and from them came the people who were scattered over the whole earth. Noah, a man of the soil, proceeded to plant a vineyard. When he drank some of its wine, he became drunk and lay uncovered inside his tent. Ham, the father of Canaan, saw his father naked and told his 2 brothers outside. But Shem and Japheth took a garment and laid it across their shoulders. Then they walked in backwards and covered their father's naked body. Their faces were turned the other way so that they would not see their father naked. When Noah awoke from his wine and found out what his youngest son had done to him, he said, Cursed be Canaan, the lowest of slaves, will he be to his brothers. He also said, Praise to the Lord, the God of Shem. May Canaan be the slaves of Shem. May God extend Japheth's territory. May Japheth live in the tents of Shem, and may Canaan be the slave of Japheth. After the flood, Noah lived 350 years. Noah lived a total of 950 years, and then he died. Genesis chapter 10. This is the account of Shem, Ham, and Japheth, Noah's sons, who themselves had sons after the floods. The sons of Japheth, Gomer, Magog, Madai, Javan, Tubal, Meshech, and Tiras. The sons of Gomer, Ashkenaz, Rivpah, Togarmah. The sons of Javan, Elisha, Tarshish, the Kittites, and the Rodanites. From these the maritime people spread out their territories by their clans, within their nations, each with its own language. The sons of Ham, Cush, Egypt, Put, and Canaan. The sons of Cush, Seba, Havilah, Sabbatar, Ramah, and Sabteka. The sons of Ramah, Sheba, and Dedan. Cush was the father of Nimrod, who became a mighty warrior on the earth. He was a mighty hunter before the Lord. That is why it is said, like Nimrod, a mighty hunter before the Lord. The first censors of his kingdom were Babylon, Urk, and Akkad, and Canaaniah in Shinar. From that land he went to Assyria, where he built Nineveh, Calah, and Rezin, which is between Nineveh and Calah, which is the great city. Egypt was the father of the Ludanites, Anamites, Lehabites, Naphtutites, Parathusites, Cassulites, from which the Philistines came, and Capharites. Canaan was the father of Sidon, his firstborn, and of the Hittites, Jebusites, Amorites, Girgashites, Hivites, Archites, Sittonites, Arvadites, Zemarites, and Hamathites. Later the Canaanite clans scattered, and the borders of Canaan reached from Sidon towards Ger as far as Gaza, and then towards Sodom, Gomorrah, Admah, and Zeboim as far as Lasha. These are the sons of Ham by their clans and languages, in their territories and nations. Sons were also born to Shem, whose elder brother was Japheth. Shem was the ancestor of all the sons of Eber. The sons of Shem, Elam, Ashur, Arphaxad, Lud, and Aram. The sons of Aram, Uz, Hul, Gether, and Meshka. Arphaxad was the father of Shelah, and Shelah was the father of Eber. 2 sons were born to Eber. One was named Peleg, because in his time the earth was divided. His brother's was named Joktan. Joktan was the father of Almodad, Shelapar, Hazarmeth, Jerar, Hadaram, Uzel, Dikla, Obam, Abimel, Sheba, Orpha, Havilah, and Jobab. All these were sons of Joktan. The region where they lived stretched from Misha towards Sephar in the eastern hill country. These are the sons of Shem by their clans and languages, in their territories and nations. These are the clans of Noah's sons according to the lines of descent, within their nation. From these the nations spread out over the earth after the flood.
Genesis chapter 11. The Tower of Babel. Now the whole world had one language and a common speech. As people moved eastward, they found a plain in Shinar and settled there. They said to each other, "Come, let's make bricks and bake them thoroughly." They used bricks instead of stone and bitumen for mortar. Then they said, "Come, let us build ourselves a city with a tower that reaches to the heavens, so that we may make a name for ourselves. Otherwise we will be scattered over the face of the whole earth." But the Lord came down to see the city and the tower the people were building. The Lord said, "If as one people speaking the same language they have begun to do this, then nothing they plan to do will be impossible for them. Come, let us go down and confuse their language so they will not understand each other." So the Lord scattered them from there all over the earth, and they stopped building the city. That is why it was called Babel, because there the Lord confused the language of the whole world. From there the Lord scattered them over the face of the whole earth. From Shem to Abram. This is the account of Shem's family line. 2 years after the flood, when Shem was 100 years old, he became the father of Arphaxad. And after he became the father of Arphaxad, Shem lived 500 years and had other sons and daughters. When Arphaxad had lived 35 years, he became the father of Shelah. And after he became the father of Shelah, Arphaxad lived 403 years and had other sons and daughters. When Shelah had lived 30 years, he became the father of Eber. And after he became the father of Eber, Shelah lived 403 years and had other sons and daughters. When Eber had lived 34 years, he became the father of Peleg. And after he became the father of Peleg, Eber lived 430 years and had other sons and daughters. When Peleg had lived 30 years, he became the father of Reu. And after he became the father of Reu, Peleg lived 209 years and had other sons and daughters. When Reu had lived 32 years, he became the father of Serug. And after he became the father of Serug, Reu lived 207 years and had other sons and daughters. When Serug had lived 30 years, he became the father of Nahor. And after he became the father of Nahor, Serug lived 200 years and had other sons and daughters. When Nahor had lived 29 years, he became the father of Terah. And after he became the father of Terah, Nahor lived 119 years and had other sons and daughters. After Terah had lived 70 years, he became the father of Abram, Nahor, and Haran. Abraham's family. This is the account of Terah's family line. Terah became father of Abraham, Nahor, and Haran became the father of Lot. While his father Terah was still alive, Haran died in Ur of the Chaldeans, in the land of his birth. Abram and Nahor both married. The name of Abram's wife was Sarah. The name of Nahor's wife was Milcah. She was the daughter of Haran, the father of both Milcah and Iscah. Now Sarah was childless because she was not able to conceive. Terah took his son Abraham, his grandson Lot, son of Haran, and his daughter-in-law Sarah, the wife of his son Abraham. And together they set out from Ur of the Chaldeans to go to Canaan. But when they came to Haran, they settled there. Terah lived 205 years, and he died in Haran. The call of Abraham. Genesis chapter 12. The Lord had said to Abram, "Go from your country, your people and your father's household to the land I will show you. I will make you into a great nation, and I will bless you. I will make your name great, and you will be a blessing. I will bless those who bless you, and whoever curses you, I will curse, and all peoples on earth will be blessed through you." So Abram went, as the Lord had told him, and Lot went with him. Abram was 75 years old when he set out from Haran. He took his wife Sarah, his nephew Lot, and all the possessions they had accumulated, and the people they had acquired in Haran, and they set out for the land of Canaan, and they arrived there. Abram travelled through the land as far as the site of the great tree of Moreh at Shechem. At that time the Canaanites were in the land. The Lord appeared to Abram and said, "To your offspring I will give this land." So he built an altar there to the Lord who had appeared to him. From there he went on towards the hills of Bethel and pitched his tent, with Bethel on the west and Ai on the east. There he built an altar to the Lord and called on the name of the Lord. Then Abram set out and continued towards the Negev. Abram in Egypt. Now there was a famine in the land, and Abram went down to Egypt to live there for a while, because the famine was severe. As he was about to enter Egypt, he said to his wife Sarah, "I know what a beautiful woman you are. When the Egyptians see you, they will say, 'This is his wife.' Then they will kill me, but will let you live. Say you are my sister, so that I will be treated well for your sake, and my life will be spared because of you." When Abram came to Egypt, the Egyptians saw that Sarah was a very beautiful woman. And when Pharaoh's officials saw her, they praised her to Pharaoh. And she was taken into his palace. He treated Abram well for her sake, and Abram acquired sheep and cattle, male and female donkeys, male and female servants, and camels. But the Lord inflicted serious disease on Pharaoh and his household because of Abram's wife Sarah. So Pharaoh summoned Abram. "What have you done to me?" he said. "Why didn't you tell me she was your wife? Why did you say, 'She is my sister,' so that I took her to be my wife? Now then, here is your wife. Take her and go." Then Pharaoh gave orders about Abram to his men, and they sent him on his way with his wife and everything he had. Genesis chapter 13. Abram and Lot separate. So Abram went up from Egypt to the Negev with his wife and everything he had, and Lot went with him. Abram had become very wealthy in livestock and in silver and gold. From the Negev he went from place to place until he came to Bethel, to the place between Bethel and Ai, where his tent had been earlier, and where he had first built an altar. There Abram called on the name of the Lord. Now Lot, who was moving about with Abram, also had flocks and herds and tents, but the land could not support them while they stayed together, for their possessions were so great that they were not able to stay together. And quarrelling arose between Abram's herdsmen and Lot's. The Canaanites and Perizzites were also living in the land at that time. Abram said to Lot, "Let's not have any quarrelling between you and me, or between your herdsmen and mine, for we are close relatives. Is not the whole land before you? Let's part company. If you go to the left, I'll go to the right. If you go to the right, I'll go to the left." Lot looked around and saw that the whole plain of the Jordan towards Zoar was well watered, like the garden of the Lord, like the land of Egypt. This was before the Lord destroyed Sodom and Gomorrah. So Lot chose for himself the whole plain of the Jordan and set out towards the east. The two men parted company. Abram lived in the land of Canaan, while Lot lived among the cities of the plain and pitched his tents near Sodom. Now the people of Sodom were wicked and were sinning greatly against the Lord. The Lord said to Abram after Lot had parted from him, "Look around from where you are to the north and the south, to the east and west. All the land that you see I will give to you and your offspring forever. I will make your offspring like the dust of the earth, so that if anyone could count the dust, then your offspring could be counted. Go, walk through the length and breadth of the land, for I am giving it to you." So Abram went to live near the great trees of Mamre at Hebron, where he pitched his tents. There he built an altar to the Lord. Genesis chapter 14. Abram rescues Lot. At the time when Amraphel was king of Shinar, Arioch king of Elasar, Kedorlaomer king of Elam, and Tidal king of Goyim, these kings went to war against Bera king of Sodom, Birsha king of Gomorrah, Shinab king of Admah, Shemeba king of Zebulun, and the king of Bela, that is Zoar. All these latter kings joined forces in the valley of Siddim, that is the Dead Sea Valley. For 12 years they had been subject to Kedorlaomer, but in the 13th year they rebelled. In the 14th year, Kedorlaomer and the kings allied with him went out and defeated the Rephaites in Ashtaroth, Carnam, and the Zuzites in Ham, the Emites in Shav, Kiritham, and the Horites in the hill country of Seir, as far as El Paran near the desert. Then they turned back and went to El Mishpah, that is Kadesh, and they conquered the whole territory of the Amalekites, as well as the Amorites who were living in Hazazon Tamar. Then the king of Sodom, the king of Gomorrah, the king of Admah, the king of Zeboim, and the king of Bela, that is Zoar, the battle lines in the valley of Sidon, against Kedorlaomer, king of Elam, Tidal king of Goyim, Amraphel king of Shinar, and Arioch king of Elasar, 4 kings against 5. Now the valley of Sidon was full of tar pits, and when the kings of Sodom and Gomorrah fled, some of the men fell into them, and the rest fled to the hills. The 4 kings seized all the goods of Sodom and Gomorrah, and all their food, then they went away. They also carried off Abraham's nephew Lot and his possessions, since he was living in Sodom. A man who had escaped came and reported this to Abram the Hebrew. Now Abram was living near the great trees of Mamre, the Amorite, a brother of Eshcol and Aner, all of whom were allied with Abram. When Abram heard that his relative had been taken captive, he called out the 318 trained men born in his household and went in pursuit as far as Dan. During the night, Abram divided his men to attack them, and he routed them, pursuing them as far as Hobah, north of Damascus. He recovered all the goods and brought back his relative Lot and his possessions, together with the women and the other people. After Abram returned from defeating Kedorlaomer and the kings allied with him, the king of Sodom came out to meet him in the valley of Shaveh, that is, the king's valley. Then Melchizedek, king of Salem, brought out bread and wine. He was priest of God Most High, and he blessed Abram, saying, "Blessed be Abram by God Most High, creator of heaven and earth, and praise be to God Most High, who delivered your enemies into your hand." Then Abram gave him 1/10 of everything. The king of Sodom said to Abram, "Give me the..." But Abram said to the king of Sodom, "With raised hand I have sworn an oath to the Lord, God Most High, creator of heaven and earth, that I will accept nothing belonging to you, not even a thread or a strap of a sandal, so that you will never be able to say, 'I made Abram rich.' I will accept nothing but what my men have eaten, and the share that belongs to the men who went with me, to Aner, Eshcol, and Mamre. Let them have their share." Genesis chapter 15. The Lord's covenant with Abram. After this, the word of the Lord came to Abram in a vision. "Do not be afraid, Abram. I am your shield, your very great reward." But Abram said, "Sovereign Lord, what can you give me, since I remain childless, and the one who will inherit my estate is Eliezer of Damascus?" And Abram said, "You children, so a servant in my household will be my heir." Then the word of the Lord came to him. "This man will not be your heir, but a son who is your own flesh and blood will be your heir." He took him outside and said, "Look up at the sky and count the stars, if indeed you can count them." Then he said to him, "So shall your offspring be." Abram believed the Lord, and he credited it to him as righteousness. He also said to him, "I am the Lord who brought you out of Ur of the Chaldeans to give you this land to take possession of it." But Abram said, "Sovereign Lord, how can I know that I shall gain possession of it?" So the Lord said to him, "Bring me a heifer, a goat, and a ram, each 3 years old, along with a dove and a young pigeon." Abram brought all these to him, cut them in two, and arranged the halves opposite each other. The birds, however, he did not cut in half. Then the birds of prey came down on the carcasses. But as the sun was setting, Abram fell into a deep sleep, and a thick and dreadful darkness came over him. Then the Lord said to him, "Know for certain that for 400 years your descendants will be strangers in a country not their own, and that they will be enslaved and ill-treated there. But I will punish the nation they serve as slaves, and afterwards they will come out with great possessions. You, however, will go to your ancestors in peace and be buried at a good old age. In the 4th generation, your descendants will come back here, for the sin of the Amorites has not yet reached its full measure." When the sun had set and darkness had fallen, a smoking brazier with a blazing torch appeared and passed between the pieces. On that day the Lord made a covenant with Abram and said, "To your descendants I give this land, from the Wadis of Egypt to the great river and the Euphrates, the land of the Kenites, Kenizzites, Cadmonites, Hittites, Perizzites, Rephaites, Amorites, Canaanites, Girgashites, and Jebusites." Genesis chapter 16. Hagar and Ishmael. Now Sarah, Abram's wife, had borne him no children, but she had an Egyptian slave named Hagar. So she said to Abram, "The Lord has kept me from having children. Go, sleep with my slave. Perhaps I can build a family through her." Abram agreed to what Sarah said. So after Abram had been living in Canaan 10 years, Sarah his wife took her Egyptian slave Hagar and gave her to her husband to be his wife. He slept with Hagar and she conceived. When she knew she was pregnant, she began to despise her mistress. Then Sarah said to Abram, "You are responsible for the wrong I am suffering. I put my slave in your arms, and now she knows she is pregnant. She despises me. May the Lord judge between you and me." "Your slave is in your hands," Abram said. "Do with her whatever you think best." Then Sarah ill-treated Hagar, so she fled from her. The angel of the Lord found Hagar near a spring in the desert. It was the spring that is beside the road to Shur. And he said, "Hagar, slave of Sarah, where have you come from and where are you going?" "I'm running away from my mistress Sarah." "My mistress Sarah," she answered. Then the angel of the Lord told her, "Go back to your mistress and submit to her." The angel added, "I will increase your descendants so much that they will be too numerous to count." The angel of the Lord also said to her, "You are now pregnant, and you will give birth to a son. You shall name him Ishmael, for the Lord has heard your misery. He will be a wild donkey of a man. His hand will be against everyone, and everyone's hand against him, and he will live in hostility towards all his brothers." She gave this name to the Lord who spoke to her. "You are the God who sees me," she said. "I have now seen the one who sees me." That is why the well was called Beer Lai Roi. It is still there between Kadesh and Bered. So Hagar bore Abram a son, and Abram gave the name Ishmael to the son she had born. Abram was 86 years old when Hagar bore him Ishmael. Genesis chapter 17, the covenant of circumcision. When Abram was 99 years old, the Lord appeared to him and said, "I am God Almighty. Walk before me faithfully and blameless. Then I will make my covenant between me and you and will greatly increase your numbers." Abram fell face down, and God said to him, "As for me, this is my covenant with you. You will be the father of many nations. No longer will you be called Abram. Your name will be Abraham, for I have made you a father of many nations. I will make you very fruitful. I will make nations of you, and kings will come from you. I will establish my covenant as an everlasting covenant between me and you and your descendants after you for the generations to come, to be your God and the God of your descendants after you. The whole land of Canaan, where you now reside as a foreigner, I will give as an everlasting possession to you and your descendants after you, and I will be their God." Then God said to Abraham, "As for you, you must keep my covenant, you and your descendants after you for the generations to come. This is my covenant with you and your descendants after you, the covenants you are to keep. Every male among you shall be circumcised. You are to undergo circumcision, and it will be the sign of the covenant between me and you. For the generations to come, every male among you who is 8 days old must be circumcised, including those born in your household and brought with money from a foreigner, those who are not of your offspring. Whether born in your household or brought with your money, they must be circumcised. My covenant in your flesh is to be an everlasting covenant. Any uncircumcised male who has not been circumcised in the flesh will be cut off from his people. He has broken my covenant." God also said to Abraham, "As for Sarah your wife, you are no longer to call her Sarah. Her name will be Sarah. I will bless her and will surely give you a son by her. I will bless her so she will be the mother of nations. Kings of people will come from her." Abraham fell face down. He laughed and said to himself, "Will a son be born to a man 100 years old? Will Sarah bear a child at the age of 90? And Abraham said to God, "If only Ishmael might live under your blessing." Then God said, "Yes, but your wife Sarah will bear you a son, and you will call him Isaac. I will establish my covenant with him as an everlasting covenant for his descendants after him. And as for Ishmael, I have heard you. I will surely bless him. I will make him fruitful and will greatly increase his numbers. He will be the father of 12 rulers, and I will make him into a great nation. But my covenant I will establish with Isaac, whom Sarah will bear to you by this time next year." When he had finished speaking with Abraham, God went up from him. On that very day, Abraham took his son Ishmael and all those born in his household or brought with his money, every male in his household, and circumcised them as God had told him. Abraham was 99 years old when he was circumcised, and his son Ishmael was 13. Abraham and his son Ishmael were both circumcised on that very day, and every male in Abraham's household, including those born in his household or bought from a foreigner, was circumcised with him. Genesis chapter 18. The three visitors. The Lord appeared to Abraham near the great trees of Mamre, while he was sitting at the entrance to his tent in the heat of the day. Abraham looked up and saw 3 men standing nearby. When he saw them, he hurried from the entrance of his tent to meet them and bowed low to the ground. He said, "If I have found favour in your eyes, my lord, do not pass your servant by. Let a little water be brought, and then you may all wash your feet and rest under this tree. Let me get you something to eat so that you can be refreshed, and then go on your way, now that you have come to your servant." "Very well," they answered. "Do as you say." So Abraham hurried into the tent to Sarah. "Quick," he said, "get 3 seahs of the finest flour, knead it and bake some bread." Then he ran to the herd and selected a choice tender calf and gave it to his servant, who hurried to prepare it. Then he brought some curds and milk and the calf that had been prepared and set these before them. While they ate, he stood near them under a tree. "Where is your wife Sarah?" they asked him. "There, in the tent," he said. Then one of them said, "I will surely return to you about this time next year, and Sarah, your wife, will have a son." Now Sarah was listening at the entrance to the tent which was behind him. Abraham and Sarah were already very old, and Sarah was past the age of childbearing. So Sarah laughed to herself as she thought, "After I am worn out and my Lord is old, will I now have this pleasure?" Then the Lord said to Abraham, "Why did Sarah laugh and say, 'Will I really have a child now that I am old?' Is anything too hard for the Lord? I will return to you at the appointed time next year, and Sarah will have a son." Sarah was afraid, so she lied and said, "I did not laugh." But he said, "Yes, you did laugh." Abraham pleads for Sodom. When the men got up to leave, they looked down towards Sodom, and Abraham walked along with them to see them on their way. Then the Lord said, "Shall I hide from Abraham what I am about to do? Abraham will surely become a great and powerful nation, and all nations on earth will be. I have chosen him so that he will direct his children and his household after him, to keep the way of the Lord by doing what is right and just, so that the Lord will bring about for Abraham what he has promised him." Then the Lord said, "The outcry against Sodom and Gomorrah is so great, and their sin so grievous, that I will go down and see if what they have done is as bad as the outcry that has reached me. If not, I will know." The men turned away and went towards Sodom, but Abraham remained standing before the Lord. Then Abraham approached him and said, "Will you sweep away the righteous with the wicked? What if there are 50 righteous people in the city? Will you really sweep it away and not spare a place for the sake of the 50 righteous people in it? Far be it from you to do such a thing, to kill the righteous with the wicked, treating the righteous and the wicked alike. Far be it from you. Will not the judge of all the earth do right?" The Lord said, "If I find 50 righteous people in the city of Sodom, I will spare the whole place for their sake." Then Abraham spoke up again. "Now that I have been so bold as to speak to the Lord, though I am nothing but dust and ashes, what if the number of the righteous is 5 less than 50? Will you destroy the whole city for the lack of 5 people? If I find 45 there, he said, I will not destroy it. Once again he spoke to him. What if only 40 are found there? He said, for the sake of 40, I will not do it. Then he said, may the Lord not be angry, but let me speak. What if only 30 can be found there? He answered, I will not do it if I find 30 there. Abraham said, now that I have been so bold as to speak to the Lord, what if only 20 can be found there? He said, for the sake of 20, I will not destroy it. Then he said, may the Lord not be angry, but let me speak just once more. What if only 10 can be found there? He answered, for the sake of 10, I will not destroy it. When the Lord had finished speaking with Abraham, he left, and Abraham returned home. Genesis chapter 19. Sodom and Gomorrah destroyed. The 2 angels arrived at Sodom in the evening, and Lot was sitting in the gateway of the city. When he saw them, he got up to meet them and bowed down with his face to the ground. My lords, he said, please turn aside to your servant's house. You can wash your feet and spend the night, and then go on your way early in the morning. No, they answered, we will spend the night in the square. But he insisted so strongly that they did go with him and entered his house. He prepared a meal for them, baking bread without yeast, and they ate. Before they had gone to bed, all the men from every part of the city of Sodom, both young and old, surrounded the house. They called to Lot, where are the men who came to you tonight? Bring them out to us so that we can have sex with them. Lot went outside to meet them and shut the door behind him and said, no, my friends, don't do this wicked thing. Look, I have 2 daughters who have never slept with a man. Let me bring them out to you, and you can do what you like with them. But don't do anything to these men, for they have come under the protection of my roof. Get out of our way, they replied. This fellow came here as a foreigner, and now he wants to play the judge. We'll treat you worse than them. They kept bringing pressure on Lot and moved forward to break down the door. But the men inside reached out and pulled Lot back into the house and shut the door. Then they struck the men who were at the door of the house, young and old, with blindness so they could not find the door. The 2 men said to Lot, do you have anyone else here, sons-in-law, sons or daughters, or anyone else in the city who belongs to you? Get them out of here, because we are going to destroy this place. The outcry to the Lord against this people is so great, and he has sent us to destroy it. So Lot went out and spoke to his sons-in-law, who were pledged to marry his daughters. He said, hurry and get out of this place, because the Lord is about to destroy the city. But his sons-in-law thought he was joking. With the coming of dawn, the angels urged Lot, saying, hurry, take your wife and your 2 daughters who are here, or you will be swept away when the city is punished. When the men grasped his hand and the hand of his wife and of his 2 daughters and led them safely out of the city, for the Lord was merciful to them. As soon as they had brought them out, one of them said, flee for your lives, don't look back and don't stop anywhere in the plain. Flee to the mountains, or you will be swept away. But Lot said to them, no, my lords, please, your servant has found favour in your eyes, and you have shown great kindness to me in sparing my life. But I can't flee to the mountains. This disaster will overtake me and I'll die. Look, here is a town near enough to run to, and it is small. Let me flee to it. It is very small, isn't it? Then my life will be spared. He said to them, very well. I will grant this request too. I will not overthrow the town you speak of. But flee there quickly, because I cannot do anything until you reach it. That is why the town was called Zoar. By the time Lot reached Zoar, the sun had risen over the land. Then the Lord rained down burning sulphur on Sodom and Gomorrah from the Lord out of the heavens. Thus he overthrew those cities and the entire plain, destroying all those living in the cities and also the vegetation in the land. But Lot's wife looked back, and she became a pillar of salt. Early the next morning Abraham got up and returned to the place where he had stood before the Lord. He looked down towards Sodom and Gomorrah, towards all the land of the plain, and he saw dense smoke rising from the land, like smoke from a furnace. So when God destroyed the cities of the plain, he remembered Abraham, and he brought Lot out of the catastrophe that overthrew the cities where Lot had lived. Lot and his daughters. Lot and his 2 daughters left Zoar and settled in the mountains, for he was afraid to stay in Zoar. He and his 2 daughters lived in a cave. One day the elder daughter said to the younger, "Our father is old, and there is no man around here to give us children, as it is custom all over the earth. Let's get our father to drink wine and then sleep with him, and preserve our family line through our father." That night they got their father to drink wine, and the elder daughter went in and slept with him. He was not aware of it when she lay down and when she got up. The next day the elder daughter said to the younger, "Last night I slept with my father. Let's get him to drink wine again tonight, and you go in and sleep with him, so we can preserve our family line through our father." So they got their father to drink wine that night also, and the younger daughter went in and slept with him. Again, he was not aware of it when she lay down or when she got up. So both of Lot's daughters became pregnant by their father. The elder daughter had a son, and she named him Moab. The young daughter also had a son, and she named him Ben-Ami. He is the father of the Ammonites of today. Genesis chapter 20. Abraham and Abimelech. Now Abraham moved on from there into the region of the Negev and lived between Kadesh and Shur. For a while he stayed in Gerar, and there Abraham said of his wife Sarah, "She is my sister." Then Abimelech, king of the Gerar, sent for Sarah and took her. But God came to Abimelech in a dream one night and said, You are as good as dead because of the woman you have taken. She is a married woman." Now Abimelech had not gone near her, so he said, "Lord, will you destroy an innocent nation? Did he not say to me, 'She is my sister'? And didn't she also say, 'He is my brother'? I have done this with a clear conscience and clean hands." Then God said to him in the dream, "Yes, I know you did this with a clear conscience, and so I have kept you from sinning against me. That is why I did not let you touch her. Return the man's wife, for he is a prophet, and he will pray for you, and you will live. But if you do not return her, you may be sure that you and all who belong to you will die." Early the next morning, Abimelech summoned all his officials, and when he told them all that had happened, they were very much afraid. Then Abimelech called Abraham in and said, "What have you done to us? How have I wronged you, that you have brought such great guilt upon me and my kingdom? You have done things to me that should never have been done." And Abimelech said to Abraham, "What was your reason for doing this?" Abraham replied, "I said to myself, there is surely no fear of God in this place, and they will kill me because of my wife. Besides, she really is my sister, daughter of my father, though not of my mother, and she became my wife. And when God caused me to wander from my father's household, I said to her, 'This is how you can show your love to me. Everywhere we go, say of me, he is my brother.' Then Abimelech brought sheep and cattle, and male and female slaves, gave them to Abraham, and he returned Sarah, his wife, to him. And Abimelech said, 'My land is before you. Live wherever you like.' To Sarah he said, 'I am giving your brother 1,000 shekels of silver. This is to cover the offence against you. Before all who are with you, you are completely vindicated.' Then Abraham prayed to God, and God healed Abimelech, his wife, and his female slaves, so they could have children again. for the Lord had kept all the women in Abimelech's household from conceiving because of Abraham's wife Sarah. Genesis chapter 21, the birth of Isaac. Now the Lord was gracious to Sarah, as he had said, and the Lord did for Sarah what he had promised. Sarah became pregnant and bore a son to Abraham in his old age, at the very time God had promised him. Abraham gave the name Isaac to the son Sarah bore him. When his son Isaac was 8 days old, Abraham circumcised him as God had commanded him. Abraham was 100 years old when his son Isaac was born to him. Sarah said, God has brought me laughter, and everyone who hears about this will laugh with me. And she added, who would have said to Abraham that Sarah would nurse children? Yet I have borne him a son in his old age. Hagar and Ishmael sent away. The child grew and was weaned, and on the day Isaac was weaned, Abraham held a great feast. But Sarah saw that the son from Hagar the Egyptian had borne to Abraham was mocking, and she said to Abraham, get rid of that slave woman and her son, for that woman's son will never share in the inheritance with my son Isaac. The matter distressed Abraham greatly because it concerned his son, but God said to him, do not be so distressed about the boy and your slave woman. Listen to whatever Sarah tells you, because it is through Isaac that your offspring will be reckoned. I will make the son of the slave into a nation also, because he is your offspring. Early the next morning, Abraham took some food and a skin of water and gave them shoulders, and then sent her off with the boy. She went on her way and wandered in the desert of Beersheba. When the water in the skin was gone, she put the boy under one of the bushes. Then she went off and sat down about a bow shoot away, for she thought, I cannot watch the boy die. And she sat there. She began to sob. God heard the boy crying. And the angel of God called to Hagar from heaven and said to her, what is the matter, Hagar? Do not be afraid. God has heard the boy crying as he lies there. Lift the boy up and take him by the hand, for I will make him into a great nation. Then God opened her eyes, and she saw a well of water. So she went and filled the skin with water and gave the boy a drink. God was with the boy as he grew up. He lived in the desert and became an archer. When he was living in the desert of Paran, his mother got a wife for him from Egypt. The Treaty of Beersheba. At that time, Abimelech and Phicol, the commander of his force, God is with you in everything you do. Now swear to me here before God that you will not deal falsely with me or my children or my descendants. Show to me and the country where you now reside as a foreigner the same kindness that I have shown to you. Abraham said, I swear it. Then Abraham complained to Abimelech about a well of water that Abimelech's servant had seized. But Abimelech said, I don't know who has done this. You did not tell me, and I heard about it only today. So Abraham brought sheep and cattle and gave them to Abimelech. And the two men made a treaty. Abraham set apart 7 ewe lambs from the flock, and Abimelech asked Abraham, what is the meaning of these 7 ewe lambs you have set apart by themselves? He replied, accept these 7 lambs from my hand as a witness that I dug this well. So that place was called Beersheba, because the 2 men swore an oath there. After the treaty had been made at Beersheba, Abimelech and Phicol, the commander of his forces, returned to the land of the Philistines. Abraham planted a tamarisk tree in Beersheba, and there he called on the name of the Lord, the eternal God. And Abraham stayed in the land of the Philistines for a long time. Genesis chapter 22. Abraham tested. Some time later, God tested Abraham. He said to him, Abraham. Here I am, he replied. Then God said, take your son, your only son whom you love, Isaac, and go to the region of Moriah. Sacrifice him there as a burnt offering on a mountain that I will show you." Early the next morning Abraham got up and loaded his donkey. He took with him 2 of his servants and his son Isaac for the place God had told him about. On the third day, Abraham looked up and saw the place in the distance. He said to his servants, "Stay here with the donkey while I and the boy go over there. We will worship and then we will come back to you." Abraham took the wood for the burnt offering and placed it on his son Isaac, and he himself carried the fire and the knife. As the 2 of them went on together, Isaac spoke up and said to his father Abraham, "Father?" "Yes, my son," Abraham replied. "The fire and the wood are here," Isaac said, "but where is the lamb for the burnt offering?" Abraham answered, "God himself will provide the lamb for the burnt offering, my son." And the 2 of them went on together. When they reached the place God had told him about, Abraham built an altar there and arranged the wood on it. He bound his son Isaac. Then he reached out his hand and took the knife to slay his son. But the angel of the Lord called out to him from heaven, "Abraham, Abraham." "Here I am," he replied. "Do not lay a hand on the boy," he said. "Do not do anything to him. Now I know that you fear God, because you have not withheld from me your son, your only son." Abraham looked up, and there, in a thicket, he saw a ram caught by its horns. He went over and took the ram and sacrificed it as a burnt offering instead of his son. So Abraham called the place "The Lord will provide," and to this day it is said, "On the mountain of the Lord it will be provided." The angel of the Lord called to Abraham from heaven a second time and said, "I swear by myself, declares the Lord, that because you have done this and have not withheld your son, your only son, I will surely bless you and make your descendants as numerous as the stars in the sky and as the sand on the seashore. Your descendants will take possession of your offspring. All nations on earth will be blessed because you have obeyed me." Then Abraham returned to his servants, and they set off together for Beersheba, and Abraham stayed in Beersheba. Nahor's sons. Some time later, Abraham was told, "Milcah is also a mother. She has borne sons to your brother Nahor, Uz the firstborn, Buz his brother, Kemuel the father of Aram, Kesed, Hazo, Pildash, Jidlaph, and Bethuel. Bethuel became the father of Rebekah. Milcah bore these 8 sons to Abraham's brother Nahor. His concubine, whose name was Reumah, also had sons, Teber, Gaham, Tabash, and Maachah. Genesis chapter 23, the death of Sarah. Sarah lived to be 127 years old. She died at Kiriath Hebron in the land of Canaan, and Abraham went to mourn for Sarah and to weep over her. Then Abraham rose from bed beside his dead wife and spoke to the Hittites. He said, "I am a foreigner and stranger among you. Sell me some property for a burial site here so that I can bury my dead." The Hittites replied to Abraham, "Sir, listen to us. You are a mighty prince among us. Bury your dead in the choicest of our tombs. None of us will refuse you his tomb for burying your dead." Then Abraham rose and bowed down before the people of the land, the Hittites. He said to them, "If you are willing to let me bury my dead, then listen to me and intercede with Ephron, son of Zohar, on my behalf, so that he will sell me the cave of Machpelah, which belongs to him and is at the end of his field. Ask him to sell it to me for the full price as a burial site among you." Ephron the Hittite was sitting among his people, and he replied to Abraham in the hearing of all the Hittites who had come to the gate of his city. "No, my lord," he said, "listen to me. I give you the field, I give you the cave that is in it. I give it to you in the presence of my people. Bury your dead." Again Abraham bowed down before the people of the land, and he said to Ephron in their hearing, Listen to me, if you will. I will pay the price of the field. Accept it from me so that I can bury my dead there." Ephron answered Abraham, "Listen to me, my lord. The land is worth 400 shekels of silver, but what is that between you and me? Bury." Abraham agreed to Ephron's terms and weighed out for him the price he named in the hearing of the Hittites, 400 shekels of silver, according to weight current among the merchants. So Ephron's field in Machpelah, near Mamre, both the field and the cave in it, and all the trees within the borders of the field, were legally made over to Abraham as his property in the presence of all the Hittites who had come to the gate of the city. Afterwards, Abraham buried his wife Sarah in the cave in the field of Machpelah, near Mamre, which is at Hebron, in the land of Canaan. So the field and the cave in it were legally made over to Abraham by the Hittites as a burial site. Genesis chapter 24. Isaac and Rebekah. Abraham was now the woman is unwilling to come back with me to this land. Shall I then take your son back to the country you came from? Make sure that you do not take my son back there, Abraham said. The Lord, the God of heaven, who brought me out of my father's household and my native land, and who spoke to me and promised me on earth, saying, "To your offspring I will give this land." He will send his angel before you so that you can get a wife for my son from there. If the woman is unwilling to come back with you, then you will be released from this oath of mine. Only do not take my son to the thigh of his master Abraham, and swore an oath to him concerning this matter. Then the servant left, taking with him 10 of his master's camels loaded with all kinds of good things from his master. He set out for Aram Naharaim and made his way to the town of Nahor. He made the camels kneel down near the well outside the town. It was towards evening, the time the women go out to draw water. Then he prayed, "Lord, God of my master Abraham, make me successful today and show kindness to my master Abraham. See, I am standing beside this spring, and the daughters of the townspeople are coming out to draw water. May it be that when I say to a young woman, 'Please let down your jar that I may have a drink,' and she says, 'Drink, and I'll water your camels too,' let her be the one you have chosen for your servant Isaac. By this I will know that you have shown kindness to my master." Before he had finished praying, Rebekah came out with her jar on her shoulder. She was the daughter of Bethuel, son of Milcah, who was the wife of Abraham's brother Nahor. The woman was very beautiful, a virgin. No man had ever slept with her. She went down to the spring, filled her jar, and came up again. The servant hurried to meet her and said, "Please, give me a little water from your jar." "Drink, my lord," she said, and quickly lowered the jar to her hands and gave him a drink. After she had given him a drink, she said, "I'll draw water for your camels too, until they've had enough to drink." So she quickly emptied her jar into the trough, ran back to the well to draw more water, and drew enough for all his camels. Without saying a word, the man watched her closely to learn whether or not the Lord had made his journey successful. When the camels had finished drinking, the man took out a gold nose ring weighing a baker and 2 gold bracelets weighing 10 shekels. Then he asked, "Whose daughter are you? Please tell me. Is there room in your father's house for us to spend the night?" She answered him, "I'm the daughter of Bethuel, the son that Milcah bore to Nahor." And she added, "We have plenty of straw and fodder, as well as room for you to spend the night." Then the man bowed down and worshipped the Lord, saying, "Praise be to the Lord, the God of my master Abraham, who has not abandoned his kindness and faithfulness to my master. As for me, the Lord has led me on the journey to the house of my master's relatives." The young woman ran and told her mother's household about these things. Now Rebekah had a brother named Laban, and he hurried out to the man at the spring. As soon as he had seen the nose ring and the bracelet on his sister's arms, and had heard Rebekah tell what the man said to her, he went out to the man and found him standing by the camels near the spring. "Come, you who are blessed by the Lord," he said. "Why are you standing out here? I have prepared the house and a place for the camels." So the man went to the house, and the camels were unloaded. Straw and fodder were brought for the camels, and water for him and his men to wash their feet. Then food was set before him, but he said, "I will not eat until I have told you what I have to say." "Then tell us," Laban said. So he said, "I am Abraham's servant. The Lord has blessed my master abundantly, and he has become wealthy. He has given him sheep and cattle, silver and gold, male and female servants, and camels and donkeys. My master's wife Sarah has borne him a son in her old age, and he has given him everything he owns. And my master made me swear an oath and said, 'You must not get a wife for my son from the daughters of the Canaanites, in whose land I live, but go to my father's family and to my own clan to get a wife for my son.' Then I asked my master, 'What if the woman will not come back with me?' He replied, 'The Lord before whom I have walked faithfully will send his angel with you and make your journey a success, so that you can get a wife for my son from my own clan and from my father's family. You will be released from my oath if, when you go to my clan, they refuse to give her to you. Then you will be released from my oath.' When I came to the spring today, I said, 'Lord, God of my master Abraham, if you will, please grant success to the journey on which I have come. See, I am standing beside this spring. If a young woman comes out to draw water and I say to her, "Please, let me drink a little water from your jar," and if she says to me, "Drink, and I'll draw water for your camels too," let her be the one the Lord has chosen for my master's son." Before I finished praying in my heart, Rebekah came out with her jar on her shoulder. She went down to the spring and drew water, and I said to her, "Please, give me a drink." She quickly lowered her jar from her shoulder and said, "Drink, and I'll water your camels too." So I drank, and she watered the camels also. I asked her, "Whose daughter are you?" She said, "The daughter of Bethuel, son of Nahor, whom Milcah bore to him." Then I put the ring in her nose and the bracelets on her arms, and I bowed down and worshipped the Lord. I praised the Lord, the God of my master Abraham, who had led me on the right road to get the granddaughter of my master's brother for his son. Now, if you will show kindness and faithfulness to my master, tell me, and if not, tell me, so I may know which way to turn." Laban and Bethuel answered, "This is from the Lord. We can say nothing to you one way or the other. Here is Rebekah. Take her and go, and let her become the wife of your master's son, as the Lord has directed." When Abraham's servant heard what they had said, he bowed down to the ground before the Lord. Then the servant brought out gold and silver jewelry and articles of clothing and gave them to Rebekah. He also gave costly gifts to her brother and to her mother. Then he and the men who were with him ate and drank and spent the night there. When they got up the next morning, he said, "Send me on my way to my master." But her brother and her mother replied, "Let the young woman remain with us 10 days or so, then you may go." But he said to them, "Do not detain me, now that the Lord has granted me success to my journey. Send me on my way so I may go to my master." Then they said, "Let's call the young woman and ask her about it." So they called Rebekah and asked her, "Will you go with this man?" "I will go," she said. So they sent their sister Rebekah on her way, along with her nurse and Abraham's servants and his men, and they blessed Rebekah and said to her, "Our sister, may you increase to thousands upon thousands. May your offspring possess the cities of their enemies." Then Rebekah and her attendants got ready and mounted the camels and went back with the man. So the servant took Rebekah and left. Now Isaac had come back from Beer-lahai-roi, where he was living in the Negev. He went out to the field one evening to meditate, and as he looked up, he saw camels approaching. Rebekah also looked up and saw Isaac. She got down from her camel and asked the servants, "Who is that man in the field coming to meet us?" "He is my master," the servant answered. So she took her veil and covered herself. Then the servant told Isaac all he had done. Isaac brought her into the tent of his mother Sarah, and he married Rebekah. So she became his wife, and he loved her. And Isaac was comforted after his mother's death.
Genesis chapter 25, the death of Abraham. Abraham had taken another wife, whose name was Keturah. She bore him Zimran, Jokshan, Medan, Midian, Ishbak, and Shua. Jokshan was the father of Sheba and Dedan. The descendants of Dedan were the Ashurites, the Letchurites, and the Lemonites. The sons of Midian were Ephah, Hanok, Abida, and Eldar. All these were descendants of Keturah. Abraham left everything he owned to Isaac, but while he was still living, he gave gifts to the son of his concubines and sent them away from his son Isaac to the land of the east. Abraham lived 175 years. Then Abraham breathed his last and died at a good old age, an old man and full of years, and he was gathered to his people. His sons Isaac and Ishmael buried him in the cave of Machpelah near Mamre in the field of Ephron, son of Zohar, the Hittite. The field of Abraham had bought from the Hittites. There Abraham was buried with his wife Sarah. After Abraham's death, God blessed his son Isaac, who then lived near Beer Lahai Roi. Ishmael's sons. This is the account of the family line of Abraham's son Ishmael from Sarah's slave, Hagar the Egyptian, bore to Abraham. These are the names of the sons of Ishmael, listed in the order of their birth. Nebaioth, the firstborn of Ishmael, Kedar, Adbeel, Mibsham, Mishma, Dumah, Massa, Hadad, Tema, Jetor, Naphish, and Kedemah. These were the sons of Ishmael, and these are the names of the 12 tribal rulers according to their settlements and camps. Ishmael lived 137 years. He breathed his last and died, and he was gathered to his people. His descendants settled in the area from Havilah to Shur, near the eastern border of Egypt, as you go towards Ashur. And they lived in hostility towards all the tribes related to them. Jacob and Esau. This is the account of the family line of Abraham's son Isaac. Abraham became the father of Isaac, and Isaac was 40 years old when he married Rebekah, daughter of Bethuel the Aramean from Padan-Aram, and sister of Laban and Aramean. Isaac prayed to the Lord on behalf of his wife, because she was childless. The Lord answered his prayer, and his wife Rebekah became pregnant. The babies jostled each other within her, and she said, "Why is this happening to me?" So she went to inquire of the Lord. The Lord said to her, "2 nations are in your womb, and 2 peoples from within you will be separated. One people will be stronger than the other, and the elder will serve the younger." When the time came for her to give birth, there were twin boys in her womb. The first to come out was red, and his whole body was like a hairy garment, so they named him Esau. After this, his brother came out, with his hand grasping Esau's heel, so he was named Jacob. Isaac was 60 years old when Rebekah gave birth to them. The boys grew up, and Esau became a skillful hunter, a man of the open country, while Jacob was content to stay at home among the tents. Isaac, who had a taste for wild game, loved Esau, but Rebekah loved Jacob. Once when Jacob was cooking some stew, Esau came in from the open country, famished. He said to Jacob, "Quick, let me have some of that red stew. I'm famished." That is why he was also called Edom. Jacob replied, "First sell me your birthright." "Look, I am about to die," Esau said. "What good is the birthright to me?" But Jacob said, "Swear to me first." So he swore an oath to him, selling his birthright to Jacob. Then Jacob gave Esau some bread and some lentil stew. He ate and drank, and then got up and left. Esau despised his birthright. Genesis chapter 26. Isaac and Abimelech. Now there was a famine in the land, beside the previous famine in Abraham's time, and Isaac went to Abimelech, king of the Philistines, in Gerar. The Lord appeared to Isaac and said, "Do not go down to Egypt. Live in the land where I tell you to live. Stay in this land for a while, and I will be with you and will bless you. For to you and your descendants I will give all these lands, and will confirm the oath swore to your father Abraham. I will give your descendants as numerous as the stars in the sky, and will give them all these lands. And through your offspring all nations on earth will be blessed, because Abraham obeyed me and did everything I required of him, keeping my commands, my decrees, and my instructions." So Isaac stayed in Gerar. When the men of that place asked him about his wife, he said, "She is my sister," because he was afraid to say, "She is my wife." He thought, "The men of this place might kill me on account of Rebekah, because she is beautiful." When Isaac had been there a long time, Abimelech, king of the Philistines, looked down from a window and saw Isaac caressing his wife Rebekah. So Abimelech summoned Isaac and said, "She is really your wife. Why did you say she is my sister?" Isaac answered him, "Because I thought I might lose my life on account of her." Then Abimelech said, "What is this you have done to us? One of the men might well sleep with your wife, and you would have brought guilt upon us." So Abimelech gave orders to all the people, "Anyone who harms this man or his wife shall surely be put to death." Isaac planted crops in that land, and the same year reaped 100-fold, because the Lord blessed him. The man became rich, and his wealth continued to grow until he became very wealthy. He had so many flocks and herds and servants that the Philistines envied him. So all the wells that his father's servants had dug in the time of his father Abraham, the Philistines stopped up, filling them with earth. Then Abimelech said to Isaac, "Move away from us. You have become too powerful for us." So Isaac moved away from there and camped in the valley of Gerar, where he settled. Isaac reopened the wells that had been dug in the time of his father Abraham, which the Philistines had stopped up after Abraham died, and he gave them the same names his father had given them. Isaac's servants dug in the valley and discovered a well of fresh water there. But the herdsmen of Gerar quarrelled with those of Isaac and said, "The water is ours." So he named the well Esek, because they disputed with him. Then they dug another well, but they quarrelled over that one also. So he named it Sitnah. He moved on from there and dug another well, and no one quarrelled over it. He named it Rehoboth, saying, Now the Lord has given us room, and we will flourish in the land." From there he went to Beersheba. That night the Lord appeared to him and said, "I am the God of your father Abraham. Do not be afraid, for I am with you. I will bless you and will increase the number of your descendants for the sake of my servant Abraham." Isaac built an altar there and called on the name of the Lord. There he pitched his tent, and there his servants dug a well. Meanwhile, Abimelech had come to him from Gerar with Ahuzzath, his personal advisor, and Phicol, the commander of his forces. Isaac asked them, "Why have you come to me, since you were hostile to me and sent me away?" They answered, "We saw clearly that the Lord was with you, so we said, there ought to be a sworn agreement between us and you. Let us make a treaty with you that you will do us no harm, just as we did not harm, but you always treated you well and sent you away peacefully. And now you are blessed by the Lord." Isaac then made a feast for them, and they ate and drank. Early the next morning, the men swore an oath to each other. Then Isaac sent them on their way, and they went away peacefully. That day Isaac's servants came and told him about the well they had dug. They said, "We've found water." He called it Shebar, and to this day the name of the town has been Beersheba. Jacob takes Esau's blessing. When Esau was 40 years old, he married Judith, daughter of Beeri the Hittite, and also Basmath, daughter of Elon the Hittite. They were a source of grief to Isaac and Rebekah. Genesis chapter 27. When Isaac was old and his eyes were so weak that he could no longer see, he called for his eldest son Esau and said to him, "My son, here I am," he answered. Isaac said, "I am now an old man and don't know the day of my death. Now then, get your equipment, your quiver and bow, and go out to the open country to hunt some wild game for me. Prepare me the kind of tasty food I like, and bring it to me to eat, so that I may give you my blessing before I die." Now Rebekah was listening as Isaac spoke to his son Esau. When Esau left for the open country to hunt game and bring it back, Rebekah said to her son Jacob, "Look, I overheard your father say to you, 'Brother Esau, bring me some game and prepare me some tasty food to eat, so that I may give you my blessing in the presence of the Lord before I die. Now, my son, listen carefully and do what I tell you. Go out to the flock and bring me 2 choice young goats, so that I can prepare some tasty food for your father, just the way he likes it. Then take it to your father to eat, so that he may give you his blessing before he dies." Jacob said to Rebekah his mother, "But my brother Esau is a hairy man, while I have smooth skin. What if my father touches me? I would appear to be tricking him and would bring down a curse on myself rather than a blessing." His mother said to him, "My son, let the curse fall on me. Just do what I say. Go and get them for me." So he went and got them and brought them to his mother, and she prepared some tasty food, just the way his father liked it. Then Rebekah took the best clothes of her eldest son Esau, which she had in the house, and put them on her younger son Jacob. She also covered his hands and the smooth part of his neck with the goatskins. Then she handed to her son Jacob the tasty food and the bread she had made. He went to his father and said, "My father?" "Yes, my son," he answered. "Who is it?" "Jacob," he said to his father. "I am Esau, your firstborn. I have done as you told me. Please sit up and eat some of my game, so that you can give me your blessing." Isaac asked his son, "How did you find it so quickly, my son?" "The Lord your God gave me success," he replied. Then Isaac said to Jacob, "Come near me so I can touch you, my son, to know whether you really are my son Esau or not." Jacob went close to his father Isaac, who touched him and said, "The voice is the voice of Jacob, but the hands are the hands of Esau." He did not recognize him, for his hands were hairy like those of his brother Esau. So he proceeded to bless him. "Are you really my son Esau?" he asked. "I am," he replied. Then he said, "My son, bring me some of your game to eat, so that I may give you my blessing." Jacob brought it to him, and he ate, and he brought some wine, and he drank. Then his father Isaac said to him, "Come here, my son, and kiss me." So he went to him and kissed him. While Isaac caught the smell of his clothes, he blessed him and said, "Ah, the son of my son is like the smell of a field that the Lord has blessed. May God give you heaven's dew and earth's richness, an abundance of grain and new wine. May nations serve you and peoples bow down to you. Be Lord over your brothers, and may the sons of your mother bow down to you. May those who curse you be cursed, and those who bless you be blessed." After Isaac finished blessing him, and Jacob had scarcely left his father's presence, his brother Esau came in from hunting. He too prepared some tasty food and brought it to his father. Then he said to him, "My father, please sit up and eat some of my game, so that you may give me your blessing." His father Isaac asked him, "Who are you?" "I am your son," he answered, "your firstborn, Esau." Isaac trembled violently and said, "Who was it then that hunted game and brought it to me? I ate it just before you came, and I blessed him, and indeed he will be blessed." When Esau heard his father's words, he burst out with a loud and bitter cry, and said to his father, "Bless me too, my father." But he said, "Your brother came deceitfully and took your blessing." Esau said, "Isn't he rightly named Jacob? This is the second time he has taken advantage of me. He took my birthright, and now he's taken my blessing." Then he asked, "Haven't you reserved any blessing for me?" Isaac answered Esau, "I have made him lord over you, and made him all his relatives his servants, and I have sustained him with grain and new wine. So what can I possibly do for you, my son?" Esau said to his father, "Do you have only one blessing, my father? Bless me too, my father." Then Esau wept aloud. His father Isaac answered, "Your dwelling will be away from the earth's richness, away from the dew of heaven above. You will live by the sword, and you will serve your brother. But when you grow restless, you will throw his yoke from off your neck." Esau held a grudge against Jacob because of the blessing his father had given him. He said to himself, "The days of mourning for my father are near. Then I will kill my brother Jacob." When Rebekah was told what her eldest son Esau had said, she sent for her younger son Jacob and said to him, "Your brother Esau is planning to avenge himself by killing you. Now then, my son, do what I say. Flee at once to my brother Laban in Haran. Stay with him for a while until your brother's fury subsides. When your brother is no longer angry with you and forgets what you did to him, I'll send word for you to come back from there. Why should I lose both of you in one day?" Then Rebekah said to Isaac, "I'm disgusted with living because of these Hittite women. If Jacob takes a wife from among the women of this land, from Hittite women like these, my life will not be worth living." Genesis chapter 28. So Isaac called for Jacob and blessed him. Then he commanded him, "Do not marry a Canaanite woman. Go at once to Padan-Aram, to the house of your mother's father Bethuel. Take a wife for yourself there, from among the daughters of Laban, your mother's brother. May God Almighty bless you, and make you fruitful, and increase your numbers, until you become a community of peoples. May he give you and your descendants the blessing given to Abraham, so that you may take possession of the land where you now reside as a foreigner, the land of God gave to Abraham." Then Isaac sent Jacob on his way to Padan-Aram to take a wife from there, and that when he blessed him, he commanded him, "Do not marry a Canaanite woman," and that Jacob had obeyed his father and mother and had gone to Padan-Aram. Esau then realized how displeasing the Canaanite women were to his father Isaac. So he went to Ishmael and married Mahalath, the sister of Nebaioth and daughter of Ishmael, son of Abraham, in addition to the wives he already had. Jacob's dream at Bethel. Jacob left Beersheba and set out for Haran. When he reached a certain place, he stopped for the night because the sun had set. Taking one of the stones there, he put it under his head and lay down to sleep. He had a dream in which he saw a stairway resting on the earth, with its top reaching to heaven, and the angels of God were ascending and descending on it. There above it stood the Lord, and he said, "I am the Lord, the God of your father Abraham, and the God of Isaac. I will give you and your descendants the land on which you are lying. Your descendants will be like the dust of the earth, and you will spread out to the west and to the east, to the north and to the south. All peoples on earth will be blessed through you and your offspring. I am with you and will watch over you wherever you go, and I will bring you back to this land. I will not leave you until I've done what I have promised you." When Jacob awoke from his sleep, he thought, "Surely the Lord is in this place, and I was not aware of it." He was afraid and said, "How awesome is this place! This is none other than the house of God. This is the gate of heaven." Early the next morning, Jacob took the stone he had placed under his head and set it up as a pillar and poured oil on top of it. He called that place Bethel, though the city used to be called Luz. Then Jacob made a vow, saying, "If God will be with me and will watch over me on this journey I am taking, and will give me food to eat and clothes to wear, so that I return safely to my father's household, then the Lord will be my God, and this stone that I have set up as a pillar will be God's house, and of all that you give me, I will give you a tenth." Genesis chapter 29. Jacob arrives in Padan-Aram. Then Jacob continued on his journey and came to the land of the eastern peoples. There he saw a well in the open country with 3 flocks of sheep lying near it, because the flocks were watered from that well. The stone over the mouth of the well was large. When all the flocks were gathered there, the shepherds would roll the stone away from the well's mouth and water the sheep. Then they would return the stone to its place over the mouth of the well. Jacob asked the shepherds, "My brothers, where are you from?" "We're from Haran," they replied. He said to them, "Do you know Laban, Nahor's grandson?" "Yes, we know him," they answered. Then Jacob asked them, "Is he well?" "Yes, he is," they said. "And here comes his daughter Rachel with the sheep." "Look," he said, "the sun is still high. It is not time for the flocks to be gathered. water the sheep and take them back to pasture." "We can't," they replied, "until all the flocks are gathered and the stone has been rolled away from the mouth of the well. Then we will water the sheep." While he was still talking with them, Rachel came with her father's sheep, for she was a shepherd. When Jacob saw Rachel, daughter of his uncle Laban, and Laban's sheep, he went over and rolled the stone away from the mouth of the well and watered his uncle's sheep. Then Jacob kissed Rachel and began to weep aloud. He had told Rachel that he was a relative of her father and a son of Rebekah. So she ran and told her father. As soon as Laban heard the news about Jacob, his sister's son, he hurried to meet him. He embraced him and kissed him and brought him to his home. And there Jacob told him all these things. Then Laban said, Jacob marries Leah and Rachel. After Jacob had stayed with him for a whole month, Laban said to him, "Just because you are a relative of mine, should you work for me for nothing? Tell him what your wages should be." Now Laban had 2 daughters. The name of the elder one was Leah, and the name of the younger was Rachel. Leah had weak eyes, but Rachel had a lovely figure and was beautiful. Jacob was in love with Rachel and said, I'll work for you 7 years in return for your younger daughter Rachel." Laban said, It's better that I give to you than to some other man. Stay here with me." So Jacob served 7 years, but they seemed like only a few days to him because of his love for her. Then Jacob said to Laban, "Give me my wife, my time is completed, and I want to make love to her." So Laban brought together all the people of the place and gave a feast. But when evening came, he took his daughter Leah and brought her to Jacob, and Jacob made love to her. And Laban gave his servant Zilpah to his daughter as her attendant. When morning came, there was Leah. So Jacob said to Laban, "Who is this you have done to me?" "Rachel, didn't I? Why have you deceived me?" Laban replied, "It is not our custom here to give the younger daughter in marriage before the elder one. Finish this daughter's bridal week, then we will give you the younger one also in return for another 7 years of work." And Jacob did so. He finished the week with Leah, and then Laban gave him his daughter Rachel to be his wife. Laban gave his servant Bilhah to his daughter Rachel as her attendant. Jacob made love to Rachel also, and his love for Rachel was greater than his love for Leah. And he worked for Laban another 7 years.
Jacob's children. When the Lord saw that Leah was not loved, he enabled her to conceive, but Rachel remained childless. Leah became pregnant and gave birth to a son. She named him Reuben, for she said, "It is because the Lord has seen my misery. Surely my husband will love me now." She conceived again. When she gave birth to a son, she said, "Because the Lord heard that I am not loved, he gave me this one too." So she named him Simeon. Again she conceived, and when she gave birth to a son, she said, "Now at last my husband will become attached to me, because I have borne him 3 sons." So he was named Levi. She conceived again, and when she gave birth to her son, she said, "This time I will praise the Lord." So she named him Judah. Then she stopped having children. Chapter 30. When Rachel saw that she was not bearing Jacob any children, she became jealous of her sister. So she said to Jacob, "Give me children or I'll die." Jacob became angry with her and said, "Am I in the place of God who has kept you from having children?" Then she said, "Here is Bilhah, my servant. Sleep with her so that she can bear children for me, and I too can build a family through her." So she gave him her servant Bilhah as a wife. Jacob slept with her, and she became pregnant and bore him a son. Then Rachel said, "God has vindicated me. He has listened to my plea and given me a son." Because of this, she named him Dan. Rachel's servant Bilhah conceived again and bore Jacob's second son. Then Rachel said, "I have had a great struggle with my sister, and I have won." So she named him Naphtali. When Leah saw that she had stopped having children, she took her servant Zilpah and gave her to Jacob as a wife. Leah's servant Zilpah bore Jacob a son. Then Leah said, What good fortune." So she named him Gad. Leah's servant Zilpah bore Jacob a second son. Then Leah said, "How happy I am! The women will call me happy." So she named him Asher. During wheat harvest, Reuben went out into the fields and found some mandrake plants, which he brought to his mother Leah. Rachel said to Leah, "Please give me some of your son's mandrakes." But she said to her, "Wasn't it enough that you took away my husband? Will you take my son's mandrakes too?" "Very well," Rachel said. "He can sleep with you tonight in return for your son." When Jacob came in from the fields that evening, Leah went out to meet him. "You must sleep with me," she said. "I have hired you with my son's mandrakes." So he slept with her that night. God listened to Leah, and she became pregnant and bore Jacob a fifth son. Then Leah said, "God has rewarded me for giving my servant to my husband." So she named him Issachar. Leah conceived again and bore Jacob a sixth son. Then Leah said, "God has presented me with honour because I have borne him 6 sons." So she named him Zebulun. Some time later she gave birth to a daughter and named her Dina. Then God remembered Rachel. He listened to her and enabled her to conceive. She became pregnant and gave birth to a son and said, "God has taken away my disgrace." She named him Joseph and said, "May the Lord add to me another son." Jacob's flocks increase. After Rachel gave birth to Joseph, Jacob said to Laban, "Send me that I can go back to my own homeland. Give me my wives and children, for whom I have served you, and I will be on my way. You know how much work I've done for you." But Laban said to him, "If I have found favour in your eyes, please stay. I have learned by divination that the Lord has blessed me because of you." He added, "Name your wages and I will pay them." Jacob said to him, "You know how I have worked for you and how your livestock has fared under my care. The little you had before I came has increased greatly, and the Lord has blessed you wherever I have been. But now, when may I do something for my own household." "What shall I give you?" he asked. "Don't give me anything," Jacob replied. "But if you will do this one thing for me, I will go on tending your flocks and watching over them. Let me go through all your flocks today and remove from them every speckled or spotted sheep, every dark-coloured lamb, and every spotted or speckled goat. They will be my wages, and my honesty will testify for me in the future, when you check on the wages you have paid me. Any goat in my possession that is not speckled or spotted, or any lamb that is not dark-coloured, will be considered stolen." "Agreed," said Laban. "Let it be as you have said." That same day he removed all the male goats that were streaked or spotted, and all the speckled or spotted female goats, all that had white on them, and all the dark-coloured lambs, and he placed them in the care of his sons. Then he put a 3-day journey between himself and Jacob, while Jacob continued to tend the rest of Laban's flocks. Jacob, however, took fresh-cut branches from poplar, almond and plane trees and made white stripes on them by peeling the bark and exposing the white inner wood of the branches. Then he placed the peeled branches in all the watering troughs so that they would be directly in front of the flocks when they came to drink. When the flocks were in heat and came to drink, they mated in front of the branches, and they bore young that were streaked or speckled or spotted. Jacob set apart the young of the flock by themselves, but made the rest face the streaked and dark-coloured animals that belonged to Laban. Thus he made separate flocks for himself, and did not put them with Laban's animals. Whenever the stronger females were in heat, Jacob would place the branches in the troughs in front of the animals, so that they would mate near the branches. But if the animals were weak, he would not place them there. So the weak animals went to Laban, and the strong ones to Jacob. In this way, the man grew exceedingly prosperous and came to own large flocks, and female male servants and camels and donkeys. Jacob flees from Laban. Jacob heard that Laban's sons were saying, "Jacob has taken everything our father owned and has gained all this wealth from what belonged to our father." And Jacob noticed Laban's attitude towards him was not what it had been. Then the Lord said to Jacob, "Go back to the land of your fathers and to your relatives, and I will be with you." So Jacob sent Rachel and Leah to come out to the fields where the flocks were. He said to them, "I see that your father's attitude towards me is not what it was before, but the God of my father has been with me. You know that I've worked for your father with all my strength, yet your father has cheated me by changing my wages 10 times. However, God has not allowed him to harm me. If he said, 'The speckled ones will be your wages,' then all the flocks gave birth to speckled young. And if he said, 'The streaked ones will be your wages,' then all the flocks bore streaked young. So God has taken away your father's livestock and has given them to me. In the breeding season, I once had a dream in which I looked up and saw that the male goats mating with the flock were streaked, speckled or spotted. The angel of God said to me in the dream, 'Jacob,' I answered, 'Here I am.' And he said, 'Look up and see that all the male goats mating with the flock are streaked, speckled or spotted. For I have seen all that Laban has been doing to you. I am the God of Bethel, where you anointed a pillar and where you made a vow to me. Now leave this land at once and go back to your native land." Then Rachel and Leah replied, "Do we still have any share in the inheritance of our father's estate? Does he not regard us as foreigners? Not only has he sold us, but he has used up what was paid for us. Surely all the wealth that God took away from our father belongs to us and our children. So do whatever God has told you." Then Jacob put his children and his wives on camels, and he drove all his livestock ahead of him, along with all the goods he had accumulated in Padan-Aram, to go to his father Isaac in the land of Canaan. When Laban had gone to shear his sheep, Rachel stole her father's household gods. Moreover, Jacob deceived Laban, an Aramean, by not telling him he was running away. So he fled with all he had crossed the river Euphrates and headed for the hill country of Gilead. Laban pursues Jacob. On the third day, Laban was told that Jacob had fled, taking his relatives with him. He pursued Jacob for 7 days and caught up with him in the hill country of Gilead. Then God came to Laban, the Aramean, in a dream at night and said to him, "Be careful not to say anything to Jacob, either good or bad." Jacob had pitched his tent in the hill country of Gilead when Laban overtook him, and Laban and his relatives camped there too. Then Laban said to Jacob, "What have you done? You've deceived me, and you've carried off my daughters like captives in what? Why did you run off secretly and deceive me? Why didn't you tell me so that I could send you away with joy and singing to the music of tambourines and harps? You didn't even let me kiss my grandchildren and my daughters goodbye. You have done a foolish thing. I have the power to harm you. But last night the God of your father said to me, either good or bad. Now you have gone off because you long to return to your father's household. But why did you steal my gods?" Jacob answered Laban, "I was afraid because I thought you would take your daughters away from me by force. But if you find anyone who has your gods, that person shall not live. In the presence of our relatives, see for yourself whether there is anything of yours here with me, and if so, take it." Now Jacob did not know that Rachel had stolen the gods. So Laban went into Jacob's tent and into Leah's tent and into the tent of the 2 female servants, but he found nothing. After he came out of Leah's tent, he entered Rachel's tent. Now Rachel had taken the household gods and put them inside her camel's saddle and was sitting on them. Laban searched through everything in the tent but found nothing. Rachel said to her father, "My lord, that I cannot stand up in your presence. I'm having my period." So he searched but could not find the household gods. Jacob was angry and took Laban to task. "What is my crime?" he asked Laban. "How have I wronged you that you hunt me down? Now that you have searched through all my goods, what have you found that belongs to your household? Put it here in front of your relatives and mine, and let them judge between the 2 of us." And sleep fled from my eyes. It was like this for 20 years. I was in your household. I worked for you 14 years for your 2 daughters and 6 years for your flocks, and you changed my wages 10 times. If the God of my father, the God of Abraham, and the fear of Isaac had not been with me, you would surely have sent me away empty-handed. But God has seen my hardship and the toil of my hands, and last night he rebuked you." Laban answered Jacob, "The women are my daughters, the children are my children, and the flocks are my flocks. All you see is mine. Yet what can I do today about these daughters of mine, or about the children they have borne? Come now, let's make a covenant, you and I, and let it serve as a witness between us." So Jacob took a stone and set it up as a pillar. He said to his relatives, "Gather some stones." So they took stones and piled them in a heap, and they ate there by the heap. Laban called it Jegar-Sahadutha, and Jacob called it Galeed. Laban said, "This heap is a witness between you and me today." That is why it was called Galeed. It was also called Mizpah, because he said, "May the Lord keep watch between you and me, and when we are away from each other. If you ill-treat my daughters, or if you take any wives besides my daughters, even though no one is with us, remember that God is a witness between you and me." Laban also said to Jacob, "Here is this heap, and here is this pillar I have set up between you and me. This heap is a witness, and this pillar is a witness, that I will not pass this heap to your side to harm you, and that you will not pass this heap and pillar to my side to harm me. May the God of Abraham and the God of Nahor, the God of their father, judge between us." So Jacob took an oath in the name of the fear of his father Isaac. He offered a sacrifice there in the hill country and invited his relatives to a Padan. They spent the night there. Early the next morning, Laban kissed his grandchildren and his daughters and blessed them. Then he left and returned home. Chapter 32. Jacob prepares to meet Esau. Jacob also went on his way, and the angels of God met him. When Jacob saw them, he said, "This is the camp of God." So he named that place Mahanaim. Jacob sent messages ahead of him to his brother Esau in the land of Seir, the country of Edom. He instructed them, "This is what you are to say to my lord Esau. Your servant Jacob says, I have been staying with Laban and have remained there till now. I have cattle and donkeys, sheep and goats, male and female servants. Now I am sending this message to my lord, that I may find favour in your eyes." When the messengers returned to Jacob, they said, "We went to your brother Esau, and now he is coming to meet you, and 400 men are with him." In great fear and distress, Jacob divided the people who were with him into God of my father Isaac, Lord, you who said to me, "Go back to your country and your relatives, and I will make you prosper. I am unworthy of all the kindness and faithfulness you have shown your servant. I had only my staff when I crossed this Jordan, but now I have become 2 camps. Save me, I pray, from the hand of my kid." He spent the night there, and from what he had with him he selected a gift for his brother Esau: 200 female goats and 20 male goats, 200 ewes and 20 rams, 30 female camels with their young, 40 cows and 10 bulls, and 20 female donkeys and 10 male donkeys. He put them in the care of his servants. each herd by itself, and said to his servants, "Go ahead with me and keep some space between the herds." He instructed the one in the lead, "When my brother Esau meets you and asks, 'Who do you belong to?' animals in front of you, then you are to say, 'They belong to your servant Jacob. They are a gift sent to my lord Esau, and he is coming behind us.'" He also instructed the second, the third, and all the others who followed the herds. "You are to say the same thing to Esau when you meet him, and be sure to say, 'Your servant Jacob is coming behind us.' For he thought, 'I will pacify him with these gifts I am sending on ahead. Later, when I see him, perhaps he will receive me.' So Jacob's gifts went on ahead of him, but he himself spent the night in the camp. Jacob wrestles with God. That night Jacob got up and took his 2 wives, his 2 feet forward of the Jabbok. After he had sent them across the stream, he sent over all his possessions. So Jacob was left alone, and a man wrestled with him till daybreak. When the man saw that he could not overpower him, he touched the socket of Jacob's hip, so that his hip was wrenched as he wrestled with the man. Then the man said, "Let me go, for it is daybreak." But Jacob replied, "I will not let you go unless you bless me." The man asked him, "What is your name?" "Jacob," he answered. Then the man said, "Your name will no longer be Jacob, but Israel, because you have struggled with God and with humans and have overcome." Jacob said, "Please tell me your name." But he replied, "Why do you ask my name?" Then he blessed him there. So Jacob called the place Peniel, saying, "It is because I saw God face to face, and yet my life was spared." The sun rose above him as he passed Peniel, and he was limping because of his hip. Therefore, to this day, the Israelites do not eat the tendon attached to the socket of the hip, because the socket of Jacob's hip was touched near the tendon. Chapter 33. Jacob meets Esau. Jacob looked up, and there was Esau coming with his 400 men. So he divided the children among Leah, Rachel, and the 2 female servants. He put the female servants and their children in front, Leah and her children next, and Rachel and Joseph in the rear. He himself went on ahead and bowed down to the ground 7 times as he approached his brother. But Esau ran to meet Jacob and embraced him. He threw his arms around his neck and kissed him, and they wept. Then Esau looked up and saw the woman and children. "Who are these with you?" he asked. Jacob answered, "They are the children God has graciously given your servant." Then the female servants and their children approached and bowed down. Next, Leah and her children came and bowed down. Last of all came Joseph and Rachel, and they too bowed down. Esau asked, "What's the meaning of all these flocks and herds I've met?" "To find favour in your eyes, my lord," he said. But Esau said, "I already have plenty. My brother, keep what you have for yourself." "No, please," said Jacob. "If I have found favour in your eyes, accept this gift from me. For to see your face is like seeing the face of God. Now that you have received me favourably, please accept the present that was brought to you, for God has been gracious to me, and I have all I needed it." Then Esau said, "Let us be on our way. I'll accompany you." But Jacob said to him, "My Lord knows that the children are tender, and that I must care for the ewes and cows that are nursing their young. If they are driven hard just one day, all the animals will die. So let my Lord go on ahead of his servant, while I move along slowly at the pace of the flocks and herds before me and the pace of the children, until I come to my Lord in Seir. Esau said, Then let me leave some of my men with you. But why do that, Jacob asked. Just let me find favour in the eyes of my Lord. So the day Esau started on his way back to Seir, Jacob, however, went to Succoth, where he built a place for himself and made shelters for his livestock. That is why the place is called Succoth. After Jacob came from Padan-Aram, he arrived safely at the city of Shechem in Canaan and camped within sight of the city. For 100 pieces of silver he bought from the sons of Hamor, the father of Shechem, the plot of ground where he pitched his tent. There he set up an altar and called it El Elohim Israel. Genesis chapter 34, Dina and the Shechemites. Now Dina, the daughter Leah had borne to Jacob, went out to visit the women of the land. When Shechem, son of Hamor, the Hivite, the ruler of that area, saw her, he took her in to marry with us. Give us your daughters and take our daughters for yourselves. You can settle among us, the land is open to you. Live in it, trade in it, and acquire property in it. Then Shechem said to Dinah, defiled. Jacob's son replied deceitfully as they spoke to Shechem and his father Hamor. They said to them, We can't do such a thing. We can't give our sister to a man who is not certain. That would be a disgrace to us. We will enter into an agreement with you on one condition only, that you become like us by circumcising all your males. Then we will give you our daughters and take your daughters for ourselves. We will settle among you and become one people with you. But if you will not agree, they said, because he was delighted with Jacob's daughter. So Hamor and his son Shechem went to the gate of their city to speak to the men of their city. These men are friendly towards us, they said. Let them live in our land and trade in it. The land has plenty of room for them. We can marry their daughters and they can marry ours. But the men will agree to live with us as one people only on the condition that our males are circumcised, as they themselves are. Won't their livestock, their property, and all their other animals become ours, terms, and they will settle among us? All the men who went out of the city gate agreed with Hamor and his son Shechem, and every male in the city was circumcised. 3 days later, while all son Shechem to the sword, and took Dinah from Shechem's house and left. The sons of Jacob came upon the dead bodies and looted the city where their sister had been defiled. They seized their flocks and herds and donkeys and everything else of theirs in the city and out in the fields. They carried off all their wealth and all their women and children, taking as plunder everything in the houses. Then Jacob said to Simeon and Levi, You have brought trouble on me by making me obnoxious to the Canaanites and Perizzites, the people living in this land. We are few in number, and if they join forces against me and attack me, I and my household will be destroyed. But they replied, Should he have treated our sister like a prostitute? Genesis 35. Jacob returns to Bethel.
Chapter 35. Then God said to Jacob, "Go up to Bethel and settle there, and build an altar there to God, who appeared to you when you were fleeing from your brother Esau." So Jacob said to his household and to all who were with him, "Get rid of the foreign gods you have with you, and purify yourselves, and change your clothes. Then come, let us go up to Bethel, where I will build an altar to God, who answered me in the day of my distress, and who has been with me wherever I have gone." So they gave Jacob all the foreign gods they had, and the rings in their ears, and Jacob buried them under the oak of Shechem. Then they set out, and the terror of God fell upon the towns all around them, so that no one pursued them. Jacob and all the people with him came to Luz, that is Bethel, in the land of Canaan. There he built an altar, and he called the place El Bethel, because it was there that God revealed himself to him when he was fleeing from his brother. Now Deborah, Rebekah's nurse, died and was buried under the oak below Bethel. So Bacuth. After Jacob returned from Padan-Aram, God appeared to him again and blessed him. God said to him, "Your name is Jacob, but you will no longer be called Jacob. Your name will be Israel." So he named him Israel. And God said to him, "I am God Almighty. Be fruitful and increase in number. A nation and a community of nations will come from you, and kings will come from your body. The land I gave to Abraham and Isaac, I also give to you, and I will give this land to your descendants after you." Then God went up from him at the place where he had talked with him. Jacob set up a stone pillar at the place where God had talked with him, and he poured out a drink offering on it. He also poured oil on it. Jacob called the place where God had talked with him Bethel. Then they moved on from Bethel. While they were still some distance from Ephrath, Rachel began to give birth and had great difficulty. And as she was having great difficulty in childbirth, the midwife said to her, "Don't be afraid, for you have another son." As she breathed her last, for she was dying, she named her son Ben-Oni, but his father named him Benjamin. So Rachel died and was buried on the way to Ephrath, that is Bethlehem. Over her tomb Jacob set up a pillar, and to this day that pillar marks Rachel's tomb. Israel moved on again and pitched his tent beyond Migdal-Eder. While Israel was living in that region, Reuben went in and slept with his father's concubine Bilhah, and Israel heard of it. Jacob had 12 sons, the sons of Leah, Reuben the firstborn of Jacob, Simeon, Levi, Judah, Issachar, and Zebulun. The sons of Rachel, Joseph and Benjamin. The sons of Rachel's maidservant Bilhah, Dan and Naphtali. The sons of Leah's maidservant Zilpah, Gad and Asher. These were the sons of Jacob who were born to him in Padan-Aram. Jacob came home to his father Isaac in Mamre near Kiriath-Arba, that is Hebron, where Abraham and Isaac had stayed. Isaac lived 180 years. Then he breathed his last and died and was gathered to his people, old and full of years. And his sons Esau and Jacob buried him. Chapter 36. This is the account of Esau, that is Edom. Esau took his wives from the women of Canaan, Adah, daughter of Elon the Hittite, and Oholibamah, daughter of Anna and granddaughter of Zebeon the Hiphite, also Basemath, daughter of Ishmael and sister of Nebaioth. Adah bore Eliphaz to Esau. Basemath bore Reuel, and Oholibamah bore Jeshush, Jalam, and Korah. These were the sons of Esau, who were born to him in Canaan. Esau took his wives and sons and daughters, and all the members of his household, as well as his livestock, and all his other animals, and all the goods he had acquired in Canaan, and moved to a land some distance from his brother Jacob. Their possessions were too great for them to remain together. The land where they were staying could not support them both because of their livestock. So Esau, that is Edom, settled in the hill country of Seir. This is the account of Esau, the father of the Edomites, in the hill country of Seir. These are the names of Esau's sons: Eliphaz, the son of Esau's wife Adah, and Reuel, the son of Esau's wife Basemath. The sons of Eliphaz: Teman, Omar, Zepho, Gatam, and Kenaz. Esau's son Eliphaz also had a concubine named Timnah, who bore him Abimelech. These were grandsons of Esau's wife Adah. The sons of Reuel: Nahath, Zerah, Shammah, and Mizah. These were grandsons of Esau's wife Basemath. The sons of Esau's wife Oholibamah, daughter of Anah and granddaughter of Zibeon, whom she bore to Esau, were Jershesh, Jamal, and Korah. These were the chiefs among Esau's descendants, the sons of Eliphaz, the firstborn of Esau. Chiefs Teman, Omar, Zepho, Kenaz, Korah, Gatam, and Abimelech. These were the chiefs descended from Eliphaz in Edom. They were grandsons of Adah. The sons of Esau's son Reuel: chiefs Nahath, Zerah, Shammah, and Mizah. These were the chiefs descended from Reuel in Edom. They were grandsons of Esau's wife Basemath. The sons of Esau's wife Oholibamah: chiefs Jeush, Jalam, and Korah. These were the chiefs descended from Esau's wife Oholibamah, daughter of Anah. These were the sons of Esau, that is Edom, and these were their chiefs. These were the sons of Seir the Horite, who were living in the region: Lotan, Shobai, Zebon, Anah, Dishon, Ezer, and Dishan. These sons of Seir in Edom were Horite chiefs. The sons of Lotan: Hori and Homan. Timnah was Lotan's sister. The sons of Shoban: Alvan, Manahatta, Elbal, Shepho, and Onam. The sons of Zibeon: Ea and Anah. This is the Anah who discovered the hot springs in the desert while he was grazing the donkeys of his father Zibeon. The children of Anah: Dishon and Oholibamah, daughter of Anan. The sons of Dishon: Hemdan, Eshban, Ithran, and Keran. The sons of Ezer: Bilham, Zarvan, and Akan. The sons of Dishan: Uz and Aaron. These were the Horite chiefs: Lotan, Shobal, Zibeon, Anah, Dishon, Ezer, and Dishan. These were the Horite chiefs according to their divisions in the land of Seir. These were the kings who reigned in Edom before any Israelite king reigned. Bela, son of Beor, became king of Edom. His city was named Dinhabah. When Bela died, Joab, son of Zerah from Bozrah, succeeded him as king. When Joab died, Husham from the land of the Tenemites succeeded him as king. When Husham died, Hadad, son of Bedad, who defeated Midian in the country of Moab, succeeded him as king. His city was named Avith. When Hadad died, Samlah from Merakath succeeded him as king. When Samlah died, Shaul from Rehoboth on the river succeeded him as king. When Shaul died, Baal-Hanan, son of Akbor, succeeded him as king. When Baal-Hanan, son of Akbor, died, Hadad succeeded him as king. His city was named Pau, and his wife's name was Mehetabel, daughter of Matred, the daughter of Mezabah. These were the chiefs descended from Esau by name, according to their class and regions: Timnah, Alva, Jetheth, Oholimabah, Elah, Pinon, Chemnaz, Teman, Midbar, Magdiel, and Iram. These were the chiefs of Edom, according to their settlements in the land they occupied. This was Esau, the father of the Edomites. Chapter 37. Joseph's dreams. Jacob lived in the land where his father had stayed, the land of Canaan. This is the account of Jacob. Joseph, a young man of 17, was tending the flocks with his brothers, the sons of Bilhah and the sons of Zilpah, his father's wives, and he brought their father a bad report about them. Now Israel loved Joseph more than any of his other sons, because he had been born to him in his old age, and he made a richly ornamented robe for him. When his brothers saw that their father loved him more than any of them, they hated him and could not speak a kind word to him. Joseph had a dream, and when he told it to his brothers, they hated him all the more. He said to them, "Listen to this dream I had. We were binding sheaves of corn out in the field, when suddenly my sheaf arose and stood upright, while your sheaves gathered round mine and bowed down to it." His brothers said to him, "Do you intend to reign over us? Will you actually rule us?" And they hated him all the more because of his dream and what he had said. Then he had another dream, and he told it to his brothers. "Listen," he said, "I had another dream, and this time the sun and moon and 11 stars were bowing down to me." When he told his father as well as his brothers, his father rebuked him and said, "What is this dream you had? Will your mother and I and your brothers actually come and bow down to the ground before you?" His brothers were jealous of him, but his father kept the matter in mind. Now his brothers had gone to graze their father's flocks near Shechem, and Israel said to Joseph, "As you know, your brothers are grazing the flocks near Shechem. Come, I am going to send you to them." "Very well," he replied. So he said to him, "Go and see if all is well with your brothers and with the flocks, and bring word back to me." Then he sent him off from the valley of Hebron. When Joseph arrived at Shechem, a man found him wandering around in the fields and asked him, "What are you looking for?" He replied, "I'm looking for my brothers. Can you tell me where they are grazing their flocks?" "They've moved on from here," the man answered. "I heard them say, 'Let's go to Dothan.'" So Joseph went after his brothers and found them near Dothan. But they saw him in the distance, and before he reached them, they plotted to kill him. "Here comes that dreamer," they said to each other. "Come now, let's kill him and throw him into one of these cisterns and say that a ferocious animal devoured him. Then we'll see what comes of his dreams." When Reuben heard this, he tried to rescue him from their hands. "Let's not take his life," he said. "Don't shed any blood. Throw him into this cistern here in the desert, but don't lay a hand on him." Reuben said this to rescue him from them and take him back to his father. So when Joseph came to his brothers, they stripped him of his robe, the richly ornamented robe he was wearing, and they took him and threw him into the cistern. Now the cistern was empty. There was no water in it. As they sat down to eat their meal, they looked up, and saw a caravan of Ishmaelites coming from Gilead. Their camels were loaded with spices, balm, and myrrh, and they were on their way to take them down to Egypt. Judah said to his brothers, "What will we gain if we kill our brother and cover up his blood? Come, let's sell him to the Ishmaelites and not lay our hands on him. After all, he is our brother, our own flesh and blood." His brothers agreed. So when the Midianite merchants came by, his brothers pulled Joseph up out of the cistern and sold him for 20 shekels of silver to the Ishmaelites, who took him to Egypt. When Reuben returned to the cistern and saw that Joseph was not there, he tore his clothes. He went back to his brothers and said, "The boy isn't there. Where can I turn now?" Then they got Joseph's robe, slaughtered a goat, and dipped the robe in the blood. They took the ornamented robe back to their father and said, "We found to see whether it is your son's robe." He recognized it and said, "It is my son's robe. Some ferocious animal has devoured him. Joseph has surely been torn to pieces." Then Jacob tore his clothes, put on sackcloth, and mourned for his son many days. All his sons and daughters came to comfort him, but he refused to be comforted. "No," he said, "in mourning will I go down to the grave to my son." So his father wept for him. Meanwhile, the Midianites sold Joseph in Egypt to Potiphar, one of Pharaoh's officials, the captain of the guard. Chapter 38. Judah and Tamar. At that time, Judah left his brothers and went down to stay with a man of Adullam named Hira. There Judah met the daughter of a Canaanite man named Shua. He married her and lay with her. She became pregnant and gave birth to a son who was named She conceived again and gave birth to a son and named him Onan. She gave birth to still another son and named him Shelah. It was at Kezib that she gave birth to him. Judah got a wife for his firstborn, and her name was Tamar. But Judah's firstborn, was wicked in the Lord's sight, so the Lord put him to death. Then Judah said to Onan, "Lie with your brother's wife and fulfill your duty to her as a brother-in-law to produce offspring for your brother." But Onan knew that the offspring would not be his, so whenever he lay with his brother's wife, he spilled his semen on the ground to keep from producing offspring for his brother. What he did was wicked in the Lord's sight, so he put him to death also. Judah then said to his daughter-in-law Tamar, "Live as a widow in your father's house until my son Shelah grows up." For he thought, he may die too, just like his brothers. So Tamar went to live in her father's house. After a long time, Judah's wife, the daughter Shua, died. When Judah had recovered from his grief, he went up to Timnah, to the men who were shearing his sheep, and his friend Hira the Adullamite went with him. When Tamar was told, "Your father-in-law is on his way to Timnah to shear his sheep," she took off her widow's clothes, covered herself with a veil to disguise herself, and then sat down at the entrance to Enem, which is on the road to Timnah. For she saw that, though Shelah had now grown up, she had not been given to him as his wife. When Judah saw her, he thought she was a prostitute, for she covered her face. Not realizing she was his daughter-in-law, he went over to her by the roadside and said, "Come now, let me sleep with you." "And what will you give me to sleep with you?" she asked. "I'll send you a young goat from my flock," he said. "Will you give me something as a pledge until you send it?" she asked. He said, "What pledge should I give you?" "Your seal and its cord, and the staff in your hand, she answered. So he gave them to her and slept with her, and she became pregnant by him. After she left, she took off her veil and put on her widow's clothes again. Meanwhile, Judah sent the young goat by his friend the Adulamite in order to get his pledge back from the woman. But he did not find her. He asked the men who lived there, "Where is the shrine prostitute who was beside the road at Enaim?" "There hasn't been any shrine prostitute here," they said. So he went back to Judah and said, "I didn't find her. Besides, the men who lived there said, there hasn't been any shrine prostitute there." Then Judah said, "Let her keep what she has, or we will become a laughingstock." But you didn't find her. About 3 months later, Judah was told, "Your daughter-in-law Tamar is guilty of prostitution, and as a result, she is now pregnant." Judah said, "Bring her out and have her burned to death." As she was being brought out, she sent a message to her father-in-law. "I am pregnant by the man who owns these," she said. And she added, "See if you recognize whose seal and cord and staff these are." Judah recognized them and said, "She is more righteous than I, since I wouldn't give her to my son Shelah." And he did not sleep with her again. When the time came for her to give birth, there were twin boys in her womb. As she was giving birth, one of them put out his hand. So the midwife took a scarlet thread and tied it onto his wrist and said, "This one came out first." But when he drew back his hand, his brother came out. And she said, "So this is how you have broken out." And he was named Perez. Then his brother who had the scarlet thread on his wrist came out, and he was given the name Zerah. Shall I swap? It is.
A reading from Genesis chapter 39. Now Joseph had been taken down to Egypt. Potiphar, an Egyptian who was one of Pharaoh's officials, the captain of the guard, brought him from the Ishmaelites who had taken him there. The Lord was with Joseph, and he prospered, and he lived in the house of his Egyptian master. And when his master saw that the Lord was with him, and that Lord gave him success in everything that he did, Joseph found his attendant. Potiphar put him in charge of his household, and he entrusted to his care everything he owned. From the time he put him in charge of his household and of all that he owned, the Lord blessed the household of the Egyptian because of Joseph. And the blessing of the Lord was on everything Potiphar had, both in the house and in the field. So he left in Joseph's care everything that he had, with Joseph in charge. He didn't concern himself with anything except the food that he ate. Now Joseph was well built and handsome, and after a while his master's wife took notice of Joseph and said, "Come to bed with me." But he refused. "With me in charge," he told her, "my master does not concern himself with anything in the house. Everything he owns he has entrusted to my care. No one is greater in this house than I am. My master has withheld nothing from me except you, because you are his wife. How then could I do such a wicked thing and sin against God?" And though she spoke to Joseph day after day, he refused to go to bed with her or even to be with her. So one day he went into the house to attend to his duties, and none of the household servants was inside. She caught him by his cloak and said, "Come to bed with me." But he left his cloak in her hand and ran out of the house. And when she saw that he had left his cloak in her hand and had run out of the house, she called her household servants. "Look," she said to them, "this Hebrew has been brought to us to make sport of us. He came here to sleep with me, but I screamed, and when he heard me scream for help, he left his cloak beside me and ran out of the house." She kept his cloak beside her until his master came home, and then she told him this story. "That Hebrew slave that you brought us came to me to make sport of me, but as soon as I screamed for help, he left his cloak beside me and ran out of the house." And when his master heard the story, his wife told him, saying, "This is how your slave treated me." He burned with anger, and Joseph's master took him and put him in prison, the place where the king's prisoners were confined. But when Joseph was there in the prison, the Lord was with him, and he showed his kindness to him and granted him favor in the eyes of the prison warder. And so the warder put Joseph in charge of all those held in the prison, and he was made responsible for all that was done there. The warder paid no attention to anything under Joseph's care, because the Lord was with Joseph and gave him success in whatever he did. Genesis chapter 40, the cupbearer and the baker. Now sometime later the cupbearer and the baker of the king of Egypt offended their master, the king of Egypt, and Pharaoh was angry with his two officials, the chief cupbearer and the chief baker, and he put them in custody in the house of the captain of the guard, in the same prison where Joseph was confined. The captain of the guard assigned them to Joseph, and he attended them. And after they had been in custody for some time, each of the two men, the cupbearer and the baker of the king of Egypt, who were being held in prison, had a dream the same night, and each dream had a meaning of its own. When Joseph came to them the next morning, he saw that they were dejected. So he asked Pharaoh's officials, who were in custody with him in his master's house, "Why are your faces so sad today?" "We both had bad dreams," they answered, "but there was no one to interpret them." Then Joseph said to them, "Do not interpretations belong to God? Tell me your dreams." And so the chief cupbearer told Joseph his dream. He said to him, "In my dream I saw a vine in front of me, and on the vine were 3 branches. As soon as it budded, it blossomed, and its clusters ripened into grapes. Pharaoh's cup was in my hand, and I took the grapes, and I squeezed them into Pharaoh's cup, and put the cup in his hand." "This is what it means," Joseph said to him. "The 3 branches are 3 days. Within 3 days, Pharaoh will lift up your head and restore you to your position, and you will put Pharaoh's cup in his hand, just as you used to do when you were his cupbearer. But when all goes well with you, remember me and show me your kindness. Mention me to Pharaoh and get me out of prison, for I was forcibly carried off from the land of the Hebrews, and even here I've done nothing to deserve being put in a dungeon." And when the chief baker saw that Joseph had given favourable interpretation, he said to Joseph, "Well, I too had a dream. On my head were 3 baskets of bread. In the top basket were all kinds of baked goods for Pharaoh, but the birds were eating them out of the basket on my head." "Well, this is what it means," Joseph said. "The 3 baskets are 3 days. Within 3 days Pharaoh will lift off your head and hang you on a tree, and the birds will eat away your flesh." Now the 3rd day was Pharaoh's birthday, and he gave a feast for all his officials, and he lifted up the heads of the chief cupbearer and the chief baker in the presence of the officials. He restored the cupbearer to his position, so that he once again put the cup into Pharaoh's hand. But he hanged the chief baker, just as Joseph had said to them in his interpretation. The chief cupbearer, however, did not remember Joseph. He forgot him Genesis chapter 41, Pharaoh's dreams. When 2 full years had passed, Pharaoh had a dream, and he was standing by the Nile, when out of the river there came up 7 cows, sleek and fat, and they grazed among the reeds. And after them 7 other cows, ugly and gaunt, came up out of the Nile and stood beside those on the river bank. And the cows that were ugly and gaunt ate up the 7 sleek fat cows. Then Pharaoh woke up. He fell asleep again, and he had a second dream. 7 ears of corn, healthy and good, were growing on a single stalk. And after them 7 other ears of corn sprouted, thin and scorched by the east wind. The thin ears of corn swallowed up the 7 healthy full ears. Then Pharaoh woke up. It had been a dream. Now in the morning his mind was troubled, so he sent for all the magicians, the wise men of Egypt, and Pharaoh told them his dreams, but no one could interpret them for him. Then the chief cupbearer said to Pharaoh, "Today I'm reminded of my shortcomings. Pharaoh was once baker in the house of the captain of the guard. Each of us had a dream the same night, and each dream had a meaning of its own. Now a young Hebrew was there with us, a servant of the captain of the guard, and we told him our dreams, and he interpreted them for us, giving us each man the interpretation of his dream. And things turned out exactly as he interpreted them to us. I was restored to my position, and the other man was hanged." So Pharaoh sent for Joseph, and he was quickly brought from the dungeon. When he'd shaved and changed his clothes, he came before Pharaoh. Pharaoh said to Joseph, "I had a dream, and no one can interpret it. But I've heard it said of you that when you hear a dream, you can interpret it." "I cannot do it," Joseph replied to Pharaoh, "but God will give Pharaoh the answer he desires." Then Pharaoh said to Joseph, "Well, in my dream I was standing on the bank of the Nile, when out of the river there came up 7 cows, fat and sleek, and they grazed among the reeds. And after them 7 other cows came up, scrawny and very ugly and lean. I never seen such ugly cows in all the land of Egypt. The lean, ugly cows ate up the 7 cows that had come first. But even after they ate them, no one could tell that they had done so. They looked just as ugly as before. And then I woke up. And then in my dreams I saw also 7 ears of corn, full and good, growing on a single stalk. And after them 7 other ears sprouted, withered and thin and scorched by the east wind. The thin ears of corn swallowed up the 7 good ears. I told this to the magicians, but none of them could explain it to me. Then Joseph said to Pharaoh, "The dreams of Pharaoh are one and the same. God has revealed to Pharaoh what he's about to do, that the 7 good cows are 7 years, and the 7 good ears of corn are 7 years. It's one and the same dream. The 7 lean, ugly cows that came up after are 7 years, and so are the 7 worthless ears of corn, scorched by the east wind. They're 7 years of famine. It's just as I said to Pharaoh. God has shown Pharaoh what he is about to do, that 7 years of good abundance are coming throughout the land of Egypt. But 7 years of famine will also follow them. Then all the abundance in Egypt will be forgotten, and the famine will ravage the land. The abundance in the land will not be remembered, because the famine that follows it will be so severe. The reason the dream was given to Pharaoh in 2 forms is that the matter has been firmly decided by God, and God will do it soon. And now let Pharaoh look for a discerning and wise man and put him in charge of the land of Egypt. Let Pharaoh appoint commissioners over the land to take 1/5 of the harvest of Egypt during the 7 years of abundance. They should collect all the food of these good years that are coming and store up the grain under the authority of Pharaoh to be kept in the cities for food. This food should be held in reserve for the country, to be used during the 7 years of famine that will come upon Egypt, so that the country may not be ruined by the famine. The plan seemed good to Pharaoh and to all his officials. So Pharaoh asked them, "Can we find anyone like this man, one in whom is the Spirit of God?" And Pharaoh said to Joseph, "Since God has made all this known to you, there's no one so discerning and wise as you. You shall be in charge of my palace, and all my people are to submit to your orders. Only with respect to the throne will I be greater than you." And so Pharaoh said to Joseph, "I hereby put you in charge of the whole land of Egypt." Then Pharaoh took his signet ring from his finger, and he put it on Joseph's finger. And he dressed him in robes of fine linen, and put a gold chain around his neck. He had him ride in a chariot as his second in command, and men shouted before him, "Make way!" And thus he put him in charge of the whole land of Egypt. Then Pharaoh said to Joseph, "I am Pharaoh, but without your word no one will lift a hand or foot in all Egypt." Pharaoh gave Joseph the name Zaphenath-Paneah, and he gave him Asenath, daughter of Potiphera, priest of On, to be his wife. And Joseph went throughout the land of Egypt. Now Joseph was 30 years old when he entered the service of Pharaoh, king of Egypt. And Joseph went out from Pharaoh's presence and travelled throughout Egypt. During the 7 years of abundance the land produced plentifully, and Joseph collected all the food produced in those 7 years of abundance in Egypt, and stored it in the cities. In each city he put the food grown in the fields surrounding it. And Joseph stored up huge quantities of grain, like the sand of the sea. It was so much that he stopped keeping records, because it was beyond measure. Before the years of famine came, 2 sons were born to Joseph by Asenath, daughter of Potiphera, priest of On. Joseph named his firstborn Masene, and he said, "It is because God has made me forget all my trouble and all my father's household." And the second he named Ephraim, and he said, "It is because God has made me fruitful in the land of my suffering." The 7 years of abundance in Egypt came to an end, and the 7 years of famine began, just as Joseph had said. There was famine in all the other lands, but in the whole land of Egypt there was food. And when Egypt began to feel the famine, the people cried to Pharaoh for food. And Pharaoh told all the Egyptians, "Go to Joseph and do what he tells you." And when the famine had spread over the whole country, Joseph opened the storehouses and sold grain to the Egyptians, for the famine was severe throughout Egypt. And all the countries came to Egypt to buy grain from Joseph, because the famine was severe in all the world. Genesis chapter 42, Joseph's brothers go to Egypt. When Jacob learned that there was grain in Egypt, he said to his sons, "Why do you just keep looking at each other?" He continued, "I've heard that there is grain in Egypt. Go down there and buy some for us, so that we may live and not die." Then 10 of Joseph's brothers went down to buy grain from Egypt. But Jacob didn't send Benjamin, Joseph's brother, with the others, because he was afraid that harm might come to him. And so Israel's sons were among those who went to buy grain, for the famine was in the land of Canaan also. Now Joseph was the governor of the land, the one who sold grain to all the people. So when Joseph's brothers arrived, they bowed down to him with their faces to the ground. As soon as Joseph saw his brothers, he recognized them, but he pretended to be a stranger, and he spoke harshly to them. "Where do you come from?" he asked. "From the land of Canaan," they replied, "to buy food." And although Joseph recognized his brothers, they didn't recognize him. Then he remembered his dreams about them and said to them, "You're spies. You've come here to see where our land is unprotected." "No, my lord," they answered, "your servants have come to buy food. We're all the sons of one man. Your servants are honest men, not spies." "No," he said to them, "you've come to see where our land is unprotected." But they replied, Your servants were 12 brothers, the sons of one man, who lives in the land of Canaan. The youngest is now with our father, and one is no more." Joseph said to them, "It's just as I told you, you are spies. And this is how you'll be tested. As surely as Pharaoh lives, you will not leave this place until your youngest brother comes here. Send one of your number to get your brother. The rest of you will be kept in prison, so that your words may be tested to see if you're telling the truth. If you're not, then surely as Pharaoh lives, you are spies." And he put them all in custody for 3 days. And on the 3rd day Joseph said to them, "Do this and you will live, for I fear God. If you are honest men, then let one of your brothers stay here in prison, while the rest of you go and take grain back to your starving households. But you must bring your youngest brother to me, so that your words may be verified, so that you may not die." And this they proceeded to do. And they said to one another, "Surely we are being punished because of our brother. We saw how distressed he was when he pleaded with us for his life, but we would not listen. And that's why this distress has come upon us." And Reuben said, "Didn't I tell you not to sin against the boy? But you wouldn't listen. And now we must give an accounting for his blood." They did not realize that Joseph could understand them, since he was using an interpreter. He turned away from them and began to weep. But then turned back and spoke to them again. He had Simeon taken from them and bound before their eyes. And Joseph gave orders to fill their bags with grain, and to put in each man's silver back in his sack, and to give them provision for their journey. And after this was done for them, they loaded their grain on their donkeys and left. And at the place where they stopped for the night, one of them opened his sack to get feed for his donkey, and he saw his silver in the mouth of his sack. "My silver's been returned," he said to his brothers. "Here it is in my sack." Their hearts sank, and they turned to each other trembling and said, "What is this that God has done to us?" And when they came to their father Jacob in the land of Canaan, they told him all that had happened to them. And they said, "The man who is lord over the land spoke harshly to us, and he treated us as though we were spying in the land. But we said to him, 'We're honest men. We're not spies. We were 12 brothers, sons of one father. One is no more, and the youngest now is with our father in Canaan.' Then the man who is lord over the land said to us, 'This is how I will know whether you are honest men. Leave one of your brothers here with me, and take food for your starving households, and go. But bring your youngest brother to me, so that I will know that you are not spies, but honest men. And then I will give your brother back to you, and you can trade in the land.' As they were emptying their sacks, there in each man's sack was a pouch of silver. And when they and their father saw the money pouches, they were frightened. Their father Jacob said to them, 'You've deprived me of my children. Joseph is no more, and Simeon is no more, and now you want to take Benjamin. Everything is against me.' And Joseph said to his father, 'You may put both of my sons to death if I do not bring him back to you. Entrust him to my care, and I will bring him back.' But Jacob said, 'My son will not go down with you. His brother's dead, and he's the only one left. If harm comes to him on the journey you are taking, you will bring my grey head down to the grave in sorrow.'" Chapter 43, the second journey to Egypt. Now the famine was still severe in the land, so when they had eaten all the grain they had brought from Egypt, their father said to them, "Go back and buy us a little more food." But Judah said to him, "The man warned us solemnly, 'You will not see my face again until your brother is with you. If you will send our brother along with us, then we'll go down and buy food for you. But if you will not send him, we will not go down, because the man said to us, "You will not see my face again unless your brother's with you."' Israel asked, 'Why did you bring this trouble on me by telling the man you had another brother?' They replied, The man questioned us closely about ourselves and our family. Is your father still living? He asked us. Do you have another brother? We simply answered his questions. How were we to know that he would say, bring your brother down here? Then Judah said to Israel his father, send the boy along with me, and we'll go at once, so that we and you and our children may live and not die. I myself will guarantee his safety. You can hold me personally responsible for him. If I do not bring him back to you and set him here before you, I'll bear the blame before you all my life. As it is, if we have not delayed, we could have gone and returned twice. Then their father Israel said to them, if it must be, then do this. Put some of the best products of the land in your bags and take them down to the man as a gift. A little balm and a little honey, some spices and myrrh, some pistachio nuts and almonds. Take double the amount of silver with you, for you must return the silver that was put back into the mouths of your sacks. Perhaps it was a mistake. Take your brother also and go back to the man at once. And may God Almighty grant you mercy before the man, so that he will let your other brother and Benjamin come back with you. As for me, if I am bereaved, then I am bereaved. So the men took the gifts and double the amount of silver, and Benjamin also, and they hurried down to Egypt and presented themselves to Joseph. And when Joseph saw Benjamin with them, he said to the steward of his house, take these men to my house, slaughter an animal and prepare dinner. They are to eat with me at noon. The man did as Joseph told him and took the men to Joseph's house. And though the men were frightened when they were taken to his house, they thought, we were brought here because of the silver that was put back into our sacks the first time. He wants to attack us and overpower us and seize us as slaves and take our donkeys. So they went up to Joseph's steward and spoke to him at the entrance to the house. Please, sir, they said, we came down here the first time to buy food, but at the place where we stopped for the night, we opened our sacks and each of us found his silver, the exact weight in the mount of his sack. So we brought it back with us. We've also brought additional silver with us to buy food. We don't know who put our silver in our sacks. It's all right, he said. Don't be afraid. Your God, the God of your father, has given you treasure in your sacks. I received your silver. Then he brought Simeon out to them. The steward took the men into Joseph's house and gave them water to wash their feet and provided fodder for their donkeys. They prepared their gifts for Joseph's arrival at noon because they had heard that they were to eat there. And when Joseph came home, they presented to him the gifts that they had brought into the house, and they bowed down before him to the ground. And he asked them how they were, and then he said, how is your aged father you told me about? Is he still living? They replied, your servant our father is still alive and well. And they bowed low to pay him honor. As he looked about and saw his brother Benjamin, his own mother's son, he asked, is this your youngest brother, the one you told me about? And he said, God be gracious to you, my son. And deeply moved at the sight of his brother, Joseph hurried out and looked for a place to weep. He went into his private room and he wept there. And after he'd washed his face, he came out and, controlling himself, he said, serve the food. And they served him by himself, the brothers by themselves, and the Egyptians who ate with them by themselves, because Egyptians couldn't eat with Hebrews, for that is detestable to Egyptians. The men had been seated before him in the order of their ages, from the firstborn to the youngest, and they looked at each other in astonishment. When portions were served to them from Joseph's table, Benjamin's portion was 5 times as much as anybody else's, and so they feasted and drank freely with him. Genesis chapter 44, a silver cup in a sack. Now Joseph gave these instructions to the steward of his house. Fill the men's sacks with as much food as they can carry, and put each man's silver in the mouth of his sack. Then they put my cup, the silver one, in the mouth of the youngest one's sack, along with the silver for his grain. And he did as Joseph said. As morning dawned, the men were sent on their way with their donkeys, and they hadn't gone far from the city when Joseph said to his steward, "Go after these men at once, and when you catch up with them, say to them, 'Why have you repaid good with evil? Isn't this the cup my master drinks from and also uses for divination? This is a wicked thing you've done.'" And when he caught up with them, he repeated these words to them, but they said to him, "Why does my lord say such things? Far be it from your servants to do anything like that. We've even brought back to you from the land of Canaan the silver that we found inside the mouths of our sacks. So why would we steal silver or gold from your master's house? If any of your servants is found to have it, he'll die, and the rest of us will become my lord's slaves." "Very well, then," he said, "let it be as you say. Whoever is found to have it will become my slave. The rest of you will be free from blame." So each of them quickly lowered his sack to the ground and opened it. And then the steward proceeded to search, beginning with the oldest and ending with the youngest. And the cup was found in Benjamin's sack. At this they tore their clothes, and they all loaded their donkeys and returned to the city. Joseph was still in the house when Judah and his brothers came in, and they threw themselves to the ground before him. Joseph said to them, "What is this that you have done? Don't you know that a man like me can find things out by divination?" "What can we say to my lord?" Judah replied. "What can we say? How can we prove our innocence? God has uncovered your servant's guilt. We are now my lord's slaves, we ourselves and the one who was found to have the cup." But Joseph said, "Far be it from me to do such a thing. Only the man who was found to have the cup will become my slave. The rest of you go back to your father in peace." Then Judah went up to him and said, "Please, my lord, let your servant speak a word to my lord. Do not be angry with your servant. Though you are equal to Pharaoh himself, my lord asks his servants, 'Do you have a father or a brother?' And we answered, 'We have an aged father, and there's a young son born to him in old age. His brother's dead, and he's only one of his mother's sons left, and his father loves us.' Then you said to your servant, 'Bring him down to me, and I can see for him myself.' And we said to my lord, 'The boy cannot leave his father. If he leaves him, his father will die.' But you told your servants, 'Unless your youngest brother comes down with you, you will not see my face again.' And when we went back to your servant my father, we told him what my lord had said. Then our father said, 'Go back and buy a little food.' But we said, 'We can't go down, only if our youngest brother will go with us. We cannot see the man's face again unless our youngest brother is with us.' And your servant my father said to us, 'You know that my wife bore me 2 sons. One of them went away from me, and I said, he who has surely been torn to pieces. I have not seen him since. If you take this one from me too, and harm comes to him, you will bring my grey head down to the grave in misery. So now if the boy is not with us when I go back to your servant my father, and if my father, whose life is closely bound up with the boy's life, sees that the boy isn't there, he'll die. Your servants will bring the grey head of our father down to the grave in sorrow.' Your servant guaranteed the boy's safety to my father. I said, 'If I don't bring him back to you, I will bear the blame before him, my father, all my life. Now then, please let your servant remain here as my lord's slave in place of the boy, and let the boy return with his brothers. How can I go back to my father if the boy is not with me? No, do not let me see the misery that would come upon my father.'"
Chapter 45. Then Joseph could no longer control himself before all his attendants, and he cried out, "Make everyone leave my presence." So there was no one with Joseph when he made himself known to his brothers. And he wept so loudly that the Egyptians heard him, and Pharaoh's household heard about it. Joseph said to his brothers, "I am Joseph. Is my father still living?" But his brothers were not able to answer him because they were terrified at his presence. Then Joseph said to his brothers, "Come close to me." When they had done so, he said, "I am your brother Joseph, the one you sold into Egypt. And now do not be distressed and do not be angry with yourselves for selling me here, because it was to save lives that God sent me ahead of you. For 2 years now there has been famine in the land, and for the next 5 years there will not be ploughing and reaping. But God sent me ahead of you to preserve for you a remnant on earth, and to save your lives by a great deliverance. So then it was not you who sent me here, but God. He made me father to Pharaoh, lord of his entire household and ruler of all Egypt. Now hurry back to my father and say to him, 'This is what your son Joseph says. God has made me lord of all Egypt. Come down to me, don't delay. You shall live in the region of Goshen and be near me, you, your children and grandchildren, your flocks and herds and all you have. I will provide for you there, because 5 years of famine are still to come. Otherwise, you and your household and all who belong to you will become destitute. You can see for yourselves, and so can my brother Benjamin, that it is really I who am speaking to you. Tell my father about all the honor accorded me in Egypt, and about everything you have seen, and bring my father down here quickly." Then he threw his arms around his brother Benjamin and wept. And Benjamin embraced him, weeping. And he kissed all his brothers and wept over them. Afterwards his brothers talked with him. When the news reached Pharaoh's palace that Joseph's brothers had come, Pharaoh and all his officials were pleased. Pharaoh said to Joseph, "Tell your brothers, do this, load your animals and return to the land of Canaan, and bring your father and your families back to me. I will give you the best of the land of Egypt, and you can enjoy the fat of the land." You are also directed to tell them, "Do this, take some carts from Egypt for your children and your wives, and get your father and come. Never mind about your belongings, because the best of all Egypt will be yours." The sons of Israel did this. Joseph gave them carts, as Pharaoh had commanded, and he also gave them provisions for their journey. To each of them he gave new clothing. But to Benjamin he gave 300 shekels of silver and 5 sets of clothes. And this is what he had sent to his father: 10 donkeys loaded with the best things of Egypt, and 10 female donkeys loaded with grain and bread and other provisions for his journey. Then he sent his brothers away. And as they were leaving, he said to them, "Don't quarrel on the way." So they went up out of Egypt and came to their father Jacob in the land of Canaan. They told him, "Joseph is still alive. In fact, he is ruler of all Egypt." Jacob was stunned. He did not believe them. But when they told him everything Joseph had said to them, and when he saw the cart Joseph had sent to carry him back, the spirit of their father Jacob revived. And Israel said, "I am convinced. My son Joseph is still alive. I will go and see him before I die." So Israel, chapter 46, So Israel set out with all that was his. And when he reached Beersheba, he offered sacrifices to the God of his father Isaac. And God spoke to Israel in a vision at night and said, "Jacob, Jacob." "Here I am," he replied. "I am God, the God of your father," he said. "Do not be afraid to go down to Egypt, for I will make you into a great nation there. I will go down to Egypt with you, and I will surely bring you back again. And Joseph's own hand will close your eyes." Then Jacob left Beersheba, and Israel's sons took their father Jacob and their children and their wives in the carts that Pharaoh had sent to transport him. They also took with them their livestock and the possessions they'd acquired in Canaan. And Jacob and all his offspring went to Egypt. He took with him to Egypt his sons and grandsons and his daughters and granddaughters, all his offspring. These are the names of the sons of Israel, Jacob and his descendants who went to Egypt. Reuben, the firstborn of Jacob. The sons of Reuben, Hanok, Palu, Hezron, and Carmi. The sons of Simeon, Jemuel, Jamin, Ohad, Jachin, Zohar, and Shaul, the son of a Canaanite woman. The sons of Levi, Gershon, Kohath, and Merari. The sons of Judah, Onan, Shelah, Perez, and Zerah. But and Onan had died in the land of Canaan. The sons of Perez, Hezron and Hamel. The sons of Issachar, Tola, Puah, Jashub, and Shimron. The sons of Zebulun, Sered, Elon, and Jalil. These were the sons Leah bore to Jacob in Padan-Aram, besides his daughter Dinah. These sons and daughters of his were 33 in all. The sons of Gad, Zephon, Haggai, Shuni, Esbon, Eri, Arodi, and Areli. The sons of Asher, Imnah, Ishvar, Ishvi, and Bereah. Their sister was Serah. The sons of Bereah, Heber, and Malchiel. These were the children born to Jacob by Zilpah, whom Laban had given to his daughter Leah, 16 in all. The sons of Jacob's wife Rachel, Joseph and Benjamin. In Egypt, Manasseh and Ephraim were born to Joseph by Asenath, daughter of Potiphera, priest of On. The sons of Benjamin, Bela, Becca, Ashbel, Gerar, Naaman, Rosh, Muppin, Hupin, and Ard. These were the sons of Rachel who were born to Jacob, 14 in all. The sons of Dan, Hushim. The sons of Naphtali, Jasliel, Guni, Jeza, and Shillam. These were the sons born to Jacob by Bilhah, whom Laban had given to his daughter Rachel, 7 in all. All those who went to Egypt with Jacob, those who were his direct descendants, not counting his sons' wives, numbered 66 persons. With the 2 sons who had been born to Joseph in Egypt, the members of Jacob's family which went to Egypt were 70 in all. Now Jacob sent Judah ahead of him to Joseph to get directions to Goshen. When they arrived in the region of Goshen, Joseph had his chariot made ready and went to Goshen to meet his father Israel. As soon as Joseph appeared before him, he threw his arms around his father and wept for a long time. Israel said to Joseph, "Now I am ready to die, since I have seen for myself that you are still alive." Then Joseph said to his brothers and to his father's household, "I will go up and speak to Pharaoh and will say to him, My brothers and my father's household, who are living in the land of Canaan, have come to me. The men are shepherds. They tend livestock, and they have brought along their flocks and herds and everything they own. When Pharaoh calls you in and asks, 'What is your occupation?' you should answer, 'Your servants have tended livestock from our boyhood, just as our fathers did.' Then you will be allowed to settle in the region of Goshen, for all shepherds are detestable to the Egyptians." Chapter 47. Joseph went and told Pharaoh, "My father and brothers with their flocks and herds and everything they own have come from the land of Canaan and are now in Goshen." He chose 5 of his brothers and presented them before Pharaoh. Pharaoh asked the brothers, "What is your occupation?" "Your servants are shepherds," they replied to Pharaoh, "just as our fathers were." They also said to him, "We have come to live here a while, because the famine is severe in Canaan, and your servants' flocks have no pasture. So now please let your servants settle in Goshen." Pharaoh said to Joseph, "Your father and your brothers have come to you, and the land of Egypt is before you. Settle your father and your brothers in the best part of the land. Let them live in Goshen. And if you know of any among them with special ability, put them in charge of my own livestock." Then Joseph brought his father Jacob in and presented him before Pharaoh. After Jacob blessed Pharaoh, Pharaoh asked him, "How old are you?" And Jacob said to Pharaoh, "The years of my pilgrimage are 130. My years have been few and difficult, and they do not equal the years of the pilgrimage of my fathers." Then Jacob blessed Pharaoh and went out from his presence. So Joseph settled his father and his brothers in Egypt, and gave them property in the best part of the land, the district of Ramesses, as Pharaoh directed. Joseph also provided his father and his brothers and all his father's household with food, according to the number of their children. There was no food, however, in the whole region, because the famine was severe. Both Egypt and Canaan wasted away because of the famine. Joseph collected all the money that was to be found in Egypt and Canaan in payment for the grain they were buying, and he brought it to Pharaoh's palace. When the money of the people of Egypt and Canaan was gone, all Egypt came to Joseph and said, "Give us food. Why should we die before your eyes? Our money is used up." "Then bring your livestock," said Joseph. "I will sell you food in exchange for your livestock, since your money is gone." So they brought their livestock to Joseph, and he gave them food in exchange for their horses, their sheep and goats, their cattle and donkeys. And he brought them through that year with food in exchange for all their livestock. When that year was over, they came to him the following year and said, "We cannot hide from our Lord the fact that since our money is gone and our livestock belongs to you, there is nothing left for our Lord except our bodies and our land. Why should we perish before your eyes, we and our land as well? Buy us and our land in exchange for food, and we with our land will be in bondage to Pharaoh. Give us seed so that we may live and not die, and that the land may not become desolate." So Joseph bought all the land in Egypt for Pharaoh. The Egyptians, one and all, sold their fields, because the famine was too severe for them. The land became Pharaoh's, and Joseph reduced the people to servitude, from one end of Egypt to the other. However, he did not buy the land of the priests, because they received a regular allotment from Pharaoh and had food enough from the allotment Pharaoh gave them. That is why they did not sell their land. Joseph said to the people, "Now that I have bought you and your land today for Pharaoh, here is seed for you, so you can plant the ground. But when the crop comes in, give a fifth of it to Pharaoh. The other 4/5 you may keep as seed for the fields and as food for yourselves and your household and your children." "You have saved our lives," they said. "May we find favor in the eyes of our Lord. We will be in bondage to Pharaoh." So Joseph established it as a law concerning land in Egypt, still in force today, that a fifth of the produce belongs to Pharaoh. It was only the land of the priests that did not become Pharaoh's. Now the Israelites settled in Egypt in the region of Goshen. They acquired property there and were fruitful and increased greatly in number. Jacob lived in Egypt 17 years, and the years of his life were 147. When the time drew near for Israel to die, he called for his son Joseph and said to him, "If I have found favor in your eyes, put your hand under my thigh and promise that you will show me kindness and faithfulness. Do not bury me in Egypt, but when I rest with my fathers, carry me out of Egypt and bury me where they are buried." "I will do as you say," he said. "Swear to me," he said. Then Joseph swore to him, and Israel worshipped as he leaned on the top of his staff. Chapter 48. Sometime later, Joseph was told, "Your father is ill." So he took his 2 sons, Manasseh and Ephraim, along with him. When Jacob was told, "Your son Joseph has come to you," Israel rallied his strength and sat up on the bed. Jacob said to Joseph, "God Almighty appeared to me at Luz in the land of Canaan, and there he blessed me and said to me, 'I am going to make you fruitful and will increase your numbers. I will make you a community of peoples, and I will give this land as an everlasting possession to your descendants after you.' Now then, your 2 sons born to you in Egypt before I came to you here will be reckoned as mine. Ephraim and Manasseh will be mine, just as Reuben and Simeon are mine. Any children born to you after them will be yours. In the territory they inherit, they will be reckoned under the names of their brothers. As I was returning from Padan to my sorrow, Rachel died in the land of Canaan while we were still on the way, a little distance from Ephrath. So I buried her there beside the road to Ephrath, that is Bethlehem. When Israel saw the sons of Joseph, he asked, 'Who are these?' 'They are the sons God has given me here,' Joseph said to his father. Then Israel said, 'Bring them to me so that I may bless them.' Now Israel's eyes were failing because of old age, and he could hardly see. So Joseph brought his sons close to him, and his father kissed them and embraced them. Israel said to Joseph, 'I never expected to see your face again, and now God has allowed me to see your children too.' Then Joseph removed them from Israel's knees and bowed down with his face to the ground. And Joseph took both of them, Ephraim on his right towards Israel's left hand, and Manasseh on his left towards Israel's right hand, and brought them close to him. But Israel reached out his right hand and put it on Ephraim's head, though he was the younger. And crossing his arms, he put his left hand on Manasseh's head, even though Manasseh was the firstborn. Then he blessed Joseph and said, "May the God before whom my fathers Abraham and Isaac walked, the God who has been my shepherd all my life to this day, the angel who has delivered me from all harm, may he bless these boys. May they be called by my name and the names of my fathers, Abraham and Isaac, and may they increase greatly upon the earth." When Joseph saw his father placing his right hand on Ephraim's head, he was displeased. So he took hold of his father's hand to move it from Ephraim's head to Manasseh's head. Joseph said to him, "No, my father, this one is the firstborn. Put your right hand on his head." But his father refused and said, "I know, my son, I know. He too will become a people, and he too will become great. Nevertheless, his younger brother will be greater than he, and his descendants will become a group of nations." He blessed them that day and said, "In your name will Israel pronounce this blessing. May God make you like Ephraim and Manasseh." So he put Ephraim ahead of Manasseh. Then Israel said to Joseph, "I am about to die, but God will be with you and take you back to the land of your fathers. And to you, as one who is over your brothers, I give the ridge of land I took from the Amorites with my sword and my bow." Chapter 49. Then Jacob called for his sons and said, "Gather round so that I can tell you what will happen to you in days to come. Assemble and listen, sons of Jacob. Listen to your father Israel. Reuben, you are my firstborn, my might, the first sign of my strength, excelling in honor, excelling in power. Turbulent as the waters, you will no longer excel, for you went up onto your father's bed, onto my couch, and defiled it. Simeon and Levi are brothers. Their swords are weapons of violence. Let me not enter their council. Let me not join their assembly, for they have killed men in their anger, and hamstrung oxen as they pleased. Cursed be their anger, so fierce, and their fury so cruel. I will scatter them in Jacob and disperse them in Israel. Judah, your brothers will praise you. Your hand will be on the neck of your enemies. Your father's sons will bow down to you. You are a lion's cub, O Judah. You return from the prey, my son. Like a lion he crouches and lies down, like a lioness who dares to rouse him. The scepter will not depart from Judah, nor the ruler's staff from between his feet, until he comes to whom it belongs, and the obedience of the nations is his. He will tether his donkey to a vine, his colt to the choicest branch. He will wash his garments in wine, his robes in the blood of grapes. His eyes will be darker than wine, his teeth whiter than milk. Zebulun will live by the seashore and become a haven for ships. His border will extend towards Sidon. Issachar is a scrawny donkey lying down between two saddlebags. When he sees how good is his resting place and how pleasant is his land, he will bend his shoulder to the burden and submit to forced labor. Dan will provide justice for his people as one of the tribes of Israel. Dan will be a serpent by the roadside, a viper along the path that bites the horse's heels so that its rider tumbles backwards. I look for your deliverance, O Lord. Gad will be attacked by a band of raiders, but he will attack them at their heels. Asher's food will be rich. He will provide delicacies fit for a king. Naphtali is a doe set free that bears beautiful fawns. Joseph is a fruitful vine near a spring, whose branches climb over a wall. With bitterness, archers attacked him. They shot at him with hostility, but his bow remained steady. His strong arms strayed supple. Because of the hand of the mighty one of Jacob, because of the shepherd, the rock of Israel, because of your father's God who helps you, because of the Almighty who blesses you, with blessings of the heavens above, blessings of the deep that lies below, blessings of the breast and womb. Your father's blessings are greater than the blessings of the ancient mountains, than the bounty of the age-old hills. Let all these rest on the head of Joseph, on the brow of the prince among his brothers. Benjamin is a ravenous wolf. In the morning he devours the prey. In the evening he divides the plunder. All these are the 12 tribes of Israel. And this is what their father said to them when he blessed them, giving each the blessing appropriate to him. Then he gave them these instructions. I am about to be gathered to my people. Bury me with my fathers in the cave in the field of Ephron the Hittite, the cave in the field of Machpelah near Mamre in Canaan, which Abraham bought as a burial place from Ephron the Hittite, along with the field. There Abraham and his wife Sarah were buried. There Isaac and his wife Rebekah were buried, and there I buried Leah. The field and the cave in it were bought from the Hittites. When Jacob had finished giving instructions to his sons, he drew his feet up into the bed, breathed his last, and was gathered to his people. Chapter 50. Joseph threw himself upon his father and wept over him and kissed him. Then Joseph directed the physicians in his service to embalm his father Israel. So the physicians embalmed him, taking a full 40 days, for that was the time required for embalming. And the Egyptians mourned for him 70 days. When the days of mourning had passed, Joseph said to Pharaoh's court, If I have found favor in your eyes, speak to Pharaoh for me. Tell him, my father made me swear an oath and said, I am about to die. Bury me in the tomb I dug for myself in the land of Canaan. Let me go up and bury my father, then I will return. Pharaoh said, Go up and bury your father, as he made you swear to do. So Joseph went up to bury his father. All Pharaoh's officials accompanied him, the dignitaries of his court and all the dignitaries of Egypt, besides all the members of Joseph's household and his brothers, and those belonging to his father's household. Only their children and their flocks and herds were left in Goshen. Chariots and horsemen also went up with him. It was a very large company. When they reached the threshing floor of Atad, near the Jordan, they lamented loudly and bitterly. And there Joseph observed a 7-day period of mourning for his father. When the Canaanites who lived there saw the mourning at the threshing floor of Atad, they said, The Egyptians are holding a solemn ceremony of mourning. That is why that place near the Jordan is called Abel Mizraim. So Jacob's sons did as he had commanded them. They carried him to the land of Canaan and buried him in the cave in the field of Machpelah, near Mamre, which Abraham had bought as a burial place from Ephron the Hittite, along with the field. After burying his father, Joseph returned to Egypt together with his brothers and all the others who had gone with him to bury his father. When Joseph's brothers saw that their father was dead, they said, "What if Joseph holds a grudge against us and pays us back for all the wrongs we did to him?" So they sent word to Joseph saying, "Your father left these instructions before he died. This is what you are to say to Joseph. I ask you to forgive your brothers the sins and the wrongs they committed in treating you so badly. Now please forgive the sins of the servants of the God of your father." When their message came to him, Joseph wept. His brothers then came and threw themselves down before him. "We are your slaves," they said. But Joseph said to them, "Don't be afraid. Am I in the place of God? You intended to harm me, but God intended it for good, to accomplish what is now being done, the saving of many lives. So then, don't be afraid. I will provide for you and your children." And he reassured them and spoke kindly to them. Joseph stayed with all his father's family. He lived 110 years and saw the third generation of Ephraim's children, also the children of Machir, son of Manasseh, who were placed at birth on Joseph's knees. Then Joseph said to his brothers, "I am about to die, but God will surely come to your aid and take you up out of this land to the land he promised on oath to Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob." And Joseph made the sons of Israel swear an oath and said, "God will surely come to your aid, and then you must carry my bones up from this place." So Joseph died at the age of 110, and after they embalmed him, he was placed in a coffin in Egypt.
The book of Exodus, chapter 1, the Israelites oppressed. These are the names of the sons of Israel who went to Egypt with Jacob, each with his family: Reuben, Simeon, Levi, and Judah, Issachar, Zebulun, and Benjamin, Dan and Naphtali, Gad and Asher. The descendants of Jacob numbered 70 in all. Joseph was already in Egypt. Now Joseph and all his brothers and all that generation died. But the Israelites were fruitful and multiplied greatly and became exceedingly numerous, so that the land was filled with them. And then a new king who did not know about Joseph came to power in Egypt. "Look," he said to his people, "the Israelites have become much too numerous for us. Come, we must deal shrewdly with them, or they'll become even more numerous, and if war breaks out, we'll join our enemies and fight against us and leave the country." And so they put slave masters over them to oppress them with forced labour, and they built Pithom and Ramesses as store cities for Pharaoh. But the more they were oppressed, the more they multiplied and spread. So the Egyptians came to dread the Israelites and worked with them ruthlessly. They made their lives bitter with hard labour in brick and mortar, and with all kinds of work in the fields. In all their hard labour, the Egyptians used them ruthlessly. The king of Egypt said to the Hebrew midwives, whose names were Shiphrah and Puah, "When you help the Hebrew women in childbirth and observe them on the delivery stool, if it's a boy, kill him, If it's a girl, then let her live." The midwives, however, feared God and did not do what the king of Egypt had told them to do. They let the boys live. Then the king of Egypt summoned the midwives and asked them, "Why have you done this? Why have you let the boys live?" The midwives answered Pharaoh, "Hebrew women are not like Egyptian women. They're vigorous and give birth before the midwives arrive." So God was kind to the midwives, and the people increased and became even more numerous. And because the midwives feared God, he gave them families of their own. Then Pharaoh gave this order to all his people, "Every boy that is born you must throw into the Nile, but let every girl live." Now a man of the house of Levi married a Levite woman, and she became pregnant and gave birth to a son. And when she saw that he was a fine child, she hid him for 3 months. But when she couldn't hide him any longer, she got a papyrus basket for him and coated it with tar and pitch. Then she placed the child in it and put it among the reeds along the bank of the Nile. His sister stood at a distance to see what would happen to him. Then Pharaoh's daughter went down to the Nile to bathe, and her attendants were walking along the river bank. And she saw the basket among the reeds, and sent her slave girl to get it. She opened it and saw the baby. He was crying, and she felt sorry for him. "Well, this is one of the Hebrew babies," she said. Then his sister asked Pharaoh's daughter, "Shall I go and get one of the Hebrew women to nurse the baby for you?" "Yes, go," she said, and the girl went and got the baby's mother. Pharaoh's daughter said to her, "Take this baby and nurse him for me, and I will pay you." So the woman took the baby and nursed him. And when the child grew older, she took him to Pharaoh's daughter, and he became her son. And she named him Moses, saying, "I drew him out of the water." Now one day after Moses had grown up, he went out to where his people were and watched them in their hard labor. He saw an Egyptian beating a Hebrew, one of his own people. And glancing this way and that and seeing no one, he killed the Egyptian, hid him in the sand. The next day he went out and saw 2 Hebrews fighting. He asked the one in the wrong, "Why are you hitting your fellow Hebrew?" The man said, "Who made you ruler and judge over us? Are you thinking of killing me as you killed the Egyptian?" And Moses was afraid, and he thought, "What did I do must have become known." When Pharaoh heard of this, he tried to kill Moses, but Moses fled from Pharaoh and went to live in Midian, where he sat down by a well. Now a priest of Midian had 7 daughters, and they came to draw water and fill the troughs to water their father's flock. Some shepherds came along and drove them away, but Moses got up and came to their rescue, and he watered their flock. When the girls returned to Reuel, their father, he asked them, "Why have you returned so early today?" They answered, "An Egyptian rescued us from the shepherds. He even drew water for us and watered the flock." "And where is he?" asked his daughters. He asked his daughters, "Why did you leave him? Invite him to have something to eat." Moses agreed to stay with the man, who gave his daughter Zipporah to Moses in marriage. And Zipporah gave birth to a son, and Moses named him Gershom, saying, "I have become an alien in a foreign land." During that long period, the king of Egypt died, and the Israelites groaned in their slavery and cried out, and their cry for help because of their slavery went up to God. God heard their groaning, and he remembered his covenant with Abraham, with Isaac, and with Jacob. So God looked on the Israelites and was concerned about them. Now Moses was tending the flock of Jethro, his father-in-law, the priest of Midian, and he led the flock to the far side of the desert and came to Horeb, the mountain of God. And there the angel of the Lord appeared to him in flames of fire from within a bush. Moses saw that though the bush was on fire, it didn't burn up. So Moses thought, "I'll go over and see this strange sight, why the bush does not burn up." When the Lord saw that he had gone over to look, God called to him from within the bush, "Moses, Moses." And Moses said, "Here I am." "Do not come any closer," God said. "Take off your sandals, for the place where you're standing is holy ground." And then he said, "I am the God of your father, the God of Abraham, the God of Isaac, and the God of Jacob." And at this Moses hid his face because he was afraid to look at God. The Lord said, "I have indeed seen the misery of my people in Egypt. I've heard them crying out because of their slave drivers, and I am concerned about their suffering. So I've come down to rescue them from the hand of the Egyptians, and to bring them up out of that land into a good and spacious land, a land flowing with milk and honey, the home of the Canaanites, the Hittites, Amorites, Perizzites, the Hivites, and the Jebusites. And now the cry of the Israelites has come to me, and I've seen the way the Egyptians are oppressing them. So now go, I'm sending you to Pharaoh to bring my people, the Israelites, out of Egypt." But Moses said to God, "But who am I that I should go to Pharaoh and bring the Israelites out of Egypt?" And God said, "I will be with you, and this will be the sign to you that it is I who have sent you. When you have brought the people out of Egypt, you will worship God on this mountain." And Moses said to God, "Well, suppose I go to the Israelites and say to them, 'The God of your fathers has sent me to you,' and they ask me, 'What is his name?' What shall I tell them?" God said to Moses, "I am who I am. This is what you are to say to the Israelites: 'I am has sent me to you.'" God also said to Moses, "Say to the Israelites, 'The Lord, the God of your fathers, the God of Abraham, the God of Isaac, and the God of Jacob has sent me to you. This is my name forever, the name by which I am to be remembered from generation to generation. Go, assemble the elders of Israel, and say to them, 'The Lord, the God of your fathers, the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, appeared to me and said, I have watched over you and have seen what has been done to you in Egypt. And I have promised to bring you up out of your misery in Egypt into the land of the Canaanites, the Hittites, the Amorites, the Perizzites, the Hivites, and the Jebusites, a land flowing with milk and honey. The elders of Israel will listen to you, and you and the elders are to go to the king of Egypt and say to him, The Lord, the God of the Hebrews, has met with me. Let us take a 3-day journey into the desert to offer sacrifices to the Lord our God. For I know that the king of Egypt will not let you go unless a mighty hand compels him. So I will stretch out my hand and strike the Egyptians with all the wonders that I will perform among them, and after that he will let you go. And I will make the Egyptians favorably disposed towards this people, so that when you leave you will not go empty-handed. Every woman is to ask her neighbour, and any woman living in her house, for articles of silver and gold, and for clothing which you will put on your sons and daughters, and so you will plunder the Egyptians. Chapter 4. Moses answered, What if they do not believe me or listen to me and say, The Lord did not appear to you? Then the Lord said to him, What's that in your hand? A staff, he replied. The Lord said, Throw it on the ground. So Moses threw it on the ground, and it became a snake, and he ran from it. And the Lord said to him, Reach out your hand and take it by the tail. So Moses reached out and took hold of the snake, and it turned back into a staff in his hand. This, said the Lord, is so that they may believe that the Lord, the God of their fathers, the God of Abraham, the God of Isaac, and the God of Jacob, has appeared to you. Then the Lord said, Put your hand inside your cloak. So Moses put his hand into his cloak, and when he took it out, it was leprous like snow. Now put it back into your cloak, he said. So Moses put his hand back into his cloak, and when he took it out, it was restored like the rest of his flesh. And then the Lord said, if they do not believe you or pay attention to the first miraculous sign, they may believe you the second. But if they do not believe these signs or listen to you, take some water from the Nile and pour it on the dry ground, and the water you take from the river will become blood on the ground. Moses said to the Lord, O Lord, I've never been eloquent, neither in the past nor since you've spoken to your servant. I'm slow of speech and tongue. The Lord said to him, Who gave man his mouth? Who makes him deaf or mute? Who gives him sight or makes him blind? Is it not I, the Lord? Now go, I'll help you speak and will teach you what to say. But Moses said, O Lord, please send someone else to do it. And the Lord's anger burned against Moses, and he said, What about your brother then, Aaron the Levite? I know he can speak well. He's already on his way to meet you, and his heart will be glad when he sees you. You'll speak to him and put words in his mouth. I will help both of you speak, and he will teach you what to do. He'll speak to the people for you, and it will be as if you were your mouth, as if he were your God. But take this staff in your hand, so that you can perform miraculous signs with it. And Moses went back to Jethro, his father-in-law, and he said to him, Let me go back to my own people in Egypt to see if any of them are still alive. Jethro said, Go, and I wish you well. Now the Lord had said to Moses in Midian, Go back to Egypt, for all the men who wanted to kill you are dead. So Moses took his wife and sons and put them on a donkey and started back to Egypt, and he took the staff of God in his hand. The Lord said to Moses, When you return to Egypt, see that you perform before Pharaoh all the wonders that I have given you power to do. But I will harden his heart so that he will not let the people go. And then say to Pharaoh, This is what the Lord says, Israel is my firstborn son, and I told you, Let my son go, so that he may worship me. But you refuse to let him go, so I will kill your firstborn son. At a lodging place, and was about to kill him, but Zipporah took a flint knife and cut off her son's foreskin and touched Moses' feet with it. Surely you are a bridegroom of blood to me, she said. So the Lord let him alone. That time she said, bridegroom of blood, referring to circumcision. The Lord said to Aaron, Go into the desert to meet Moses. So he met Moses at the mountain of God and kissed him. Then Moses told Aaron everything that the Lord had sent him to say, also about the miraculous signs that he had commanded him to perform. And Moses and Aaron brought together all the elders of the Israelites, and Aaron told them everything the Lord had said to Moses. He also performed the signs before the people, and they believed. And when they heard that the Lord was concerned about them and had seen their misery, they bowed down and worshipped. Chapter 5. Afterwards Moses and Aaron went to Pharaoh, and they said, This is what the Lord, the God of Israel, says, Let my people go, so that they may hold a festival to me in the desert. Pharaoh said, Who is the Lord, that I should obey him and let Israel go? I do not know the Lord. I will not let Israel go. And then they said, The God of the Hebrews has met with us. Now let us take a 3-day journey into the desert to offer sacrifices to the Lord our God, or he may strike us with plagues or with the sword. But the king of Egypt said, Moses and Aaron, why are you taking the people away from their labor? Get back to your work. And Pharaoh said, Look, the people of the land are now numerous, and you're stopping them from working. And that same day Pharaoh gave this order to the slave drivers and the foremen in charge of the people, You are no longer to supply the people with straw for making bricks. Let them go and gather their own straw, but require them to make the same number of bricks as before. Don't reduce the quota. They're lazy. That's why they're crying out, Let us go and sacrifice to our God. Make the work harder for the men so that they keep working and pay no attention to lies. And the slave drivers and the foremen went out and said to the people, "This is what Pharaoh says, I will not give you any more straw. Go out and get your own straw wherever you can find it, but your work will not be reduced at all." So the people scattered all over Egypt to gather stubble to use for straw. The slave drivers kept pressing them, saying, "Complete the work required of you for each day, just as when you had straw." And the Israelite foremen appointed by Pharaoh's slave drivers were beaten and were asked, "Why didn't you meet your quota of bricks yesterday or today as before?" And then the Israelite foreman went and appealed to Pharaoh. "Why have you treated your servants this way? Your servants are given no straw, and yet we are told, 'Make bricks.' Your servants are being beaten, but the fault is with your own people." Pharaoh said, "Lazy. That's what you are, lazy. And that's why you keep saying, 'Let us go and sacrifice to the Lord.' Now get to work. You will not be given any straw, and yet you must produce your full quota of bricks." The Israelite foremen realized they were in trouble when they were told, "You are not to reduce the number of bricks." They found Moses and Aaron waiting to meet them, and they said, "May the Lord look upon you and judge you. You have made us a stench to Pharaoh and his officials, and have put a sword in their hand to kill us." Moses returned to the Lord and said, "O Lord, why have you brought this trouble upon this people? Is this why you sent me? Ever since I went to Pharaoh to speak in your name, he's brought trouble upon this people, and you've not rescued the people at all." Chapter 6. Then the Lord said to Moses, "Now you will see what I will do to Pharaoh. Because of my mighty hand he will let them go. Because of my mighty hand he will drive them out of his country." God also said to Moses, "I am the Lord. I appeared to Abraham, to Isaac, and Jacob as God Almighty, but by my name the Lord I didn't make myself known to them. I also established my covenant with them to give them the land of Canaan, where they lived as aliens. Moreover, I've heard the groaning of the Israelites, whom the Egyptians are enslaving, and I have remembered my covenant. Therefore say to the Israelites, 'I am the Lord, and I will bring you out from under the yoke of the Egyptians. I will free you from being slaves to them, and I will redeem you with an outstretched arm and with mighty acts of judgment. I will take you as my own people, and I will be your God. And then you'll know that I am the Lord your God, who brought you out from under the yoke of the Egyptians. And I will bring you to the land I swore with uplifted hand to give to Abraham, to Isaac, and to Jacob. I will give it to you as a possession. I am the Lord." So Moses reported this to the Israelites, but they didn't listen to him because of their discouragement and cruel bondage. Then the Lord said to Moses, "Go tell Pharaoh, king of Egypt, to let the Israelites go out of his country." But Moses said to the Lord, "If the Israelites will not listen to me, why would Pharaoh listen to me, since I speak with faltering lips?" And Aaron about the Israelites and Pharaoh, king of Egypt. And he commanded them to bring the Israelites out of Egypt. And these were the heads of their families. The sons of Reuben, the firstborn son of Israel, were Hanok and Palu, Hezron and Carmi. They were the clans of Reuben. And the sons of Simeon were Jemuel, Jamin, Ohad, Jachin, Zohar, and Shaul, the son of a Canaanite woman. These were the clans of Simeon. And these were the names of the sons of Levi according to their records: Gershon, Kohath, and Merari. Levi lived 137 years. The sons of Gershon by clans were Libni and Shimei. The sons of Kohath were Amram, Esau, Hebron, and Uzziel. Kohath lived 133 years. The sons of Merari were Mali and Mushi. They were the clans of Levi according to their records. Amram married his father's sister Jochebed, and who bore him Aaron and Moses. Amram lived 137 years. And the sons of Esau were Korah, Nepheg, and Zerki. The sons of Uzziel were Mishael, Esfahan, and Zithri. Aaron married Elisheba, the daughter of Aminadab and sister of Nahshon. And she bore him Nadab and Abihu, Eleazar and Ithamar. The sons of Korah were Azir, Elkanah and Abasaph. These were the Korite clans. Eleazar, son of Aaron, married one of the daughters of Putiel, and she bore him Phinehas. These were the heads of the Levite clans, clan by clan. It was this same Aaron and Moses to whom the Lord said, "Bring the Israelites out of Egypt by their divisions." They were the ones who spoke to Pharaoh, king of Egypt, about bringing the Israelites out of Egypt. It was the same Moses and Aaron. Now when the Lord spoke to Moses in Egypt, he said to him, "I am the Lord. Tell Pharaoh, king of Egypt, everything I tell you." But Moses said to the Lord, "Since I speak with faltering lips, why would Pharaoh listen to me?" Chapter 7. Then the Lord said to Moses, "See, I have made you like God to Pharaoh, and your brother Aaron will be your prophet. You are to say everything I command you. And your brother Aaron is to tell Pharaoh to let the Israelites go out of his country. But I will harden Pharaoh's heart, and though I multiply my miraculous signs and wonders in Egypt, he will not listen to you. Then I will lay my hand on Egypt, and with mighty acts of judgment I will bring out my divisions, my peoples, the Israelites. And the Egyptians will know that I am the Lord, when I stretch out my hand against Egypt and bring the Israelites out of it." And Moses and Aaron did just as the Lord commanded them. And Moses was 80 years old, and Aaron 83 when they spoke to Pharaoh. The Lord said to Moses and Aaron, "When Pharaoh says to you, 'Perform a miracle,' then say to Aaron, 'Take your staff and throw it down before Pharaoh, and it will become a snake.'" So Moses and Aaron went to Pharaoh and did just as the Lord commanded. And Aaron threw his staff down in front of Pharaoh and his officials, and it became a snake. Pharaoh then summoned the wise men and sorcerers, and the Egyptian magicians also did the same thing by their secret arts, and each one threw down his staff, and it became a snake. But Aaron's staff swallowed up their staffs. Yet Pharaoh's heart became hard, and he wouldn't listen to them, just as the Lord had said. Then the Lord said to Moses, "Pharaoh's heart is unyielding. It refuses to let the people go. So go to Pharaoh in the morning as he goes out to the water. Wait on the bank of the Nile to meet him, and take in your hand the staff that was changed into a snake. Then say to him, 'The Lord, the God of Hebrews, has sent me to say to you, let my people go, so that they may worship me in the desert. But until now you have not listened.' And this is what the Lord says, 'By this you will know that I am the Lord. With the staff that's in my hand I will strike the water of the Nile, and it will be changed into blood. The fish in the Nile will die, and the river will stink, and the Egyptians will not be able to drink its water.' The Lord said to Moses, 'Tell Aaron, take your staff and stretch out your hand over the waters of Egypt, over the streams and canals, over the ponds and the reservoirs, and they will turn to blood. Blood will be everywhere in Egypt, even in the wooden buckets and stone jars.' And Moses and Aaron did just as the Lord had commanded. He raised his staff in the presence of Pharaoh and his officials and struck the waters of the Nile, and all the water was changed into blood. The fish in the Nile died, and the river smelled so bad that the Egyptians could not drink its water. Blood was everywhere in Egypt. But the Egyptian magicians did the same things by their secret arts, and Pharaoh's heart became hard. He wouldn't listen to Moses and Aaron, just as the Lord had said. Instead, he turned and went into his palace and didn't even take this to heart. And all the Egyptians dug along the Nile to get drinking water, because they could not drink the water of the river.
Exodus chapter 8. I'll be reading in Yoruba. Olúwa sì sọ fún Mósè pé, tọ̀ Fáráò lọ kí o sì wí fún un pé, báyìí ni Olúwa wí pé, jẹ́ kí àwọn ènìyàn mi kí ó lọ, kí wọn kí ó lè sìn mí. Bí ìwọ bá sì kọ̀ láti jẹ́ kí wọn kí ó lọ, kíyèsí èmi ó fi ọ̀pọ̀lọ́ kọlu gbogbo ẹ̀kún rẹ. Odò yìí ó sì bí ọ̀pọ̀lọ́ jáde lé ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀. Wọ́n sì gòkè, wọ́n sì wá sínú ilé rẹ àti sínú ibùsùn rẹ àti sórí àkéte rẹ àti sínú ilé àwọn ọmọ ọ̀dọ̀ rẹ àti sára àwọn ènìyàn rẹ àti sínú àrò rẹ àti sínú ọpọ́n ìpòyẹ̀fun rẹ. Àwọn ọ̀pọ̀lọ́ náà yóò sì gùn ọ́ lára àti lára àwọn ènìyàn rẹ àti lára gbogbo àwọn ìránṣẹ́ rẹ. Olúwa sì sọ fún Mósè pé, wí fún Árónì pé, na ọwọ́ rẹ pẹ̀lú ọ̀pá rẹ sórí odò wọn nì, sórí omi sísàn àti sórí ìkójọpọ̀ omi, kí o sì mú kí ọ̀pọ̀lọ́ jáde wá sórí ilẹ̀ Íjíbítì. Árónì sì na ọwọ́ rẹ̀ sókè sórí omi Íjíbítì. Àwọn ọ̀pọ̀lọ́ sì gòkè wá, wọ́n sì bo ilẹ̀ Íjíbítì. Àwọn alálùpàídà sì fi idán wọn ṣe bẹ́ẹ̀, wọ́n sì mú ọ̀pọ̀lọ́ jáde wá sórí ilẹ̀ Íjíbítì. Nígbà náà ni Fáráò pe Mósè àti Árónì, ó sì wí pé, ẹ bẹ̀ Olúwa kí ó lè mú àwọn ọ̀pọ̀lọ́ kúrò lọ́dọ̀ mi àti kúrò lọ́dọ̀ àwọn ènìyàn mi. Èmi ó sì jẹ́ kí àwọn ènìyàn náà kí ó lọ, kí wọn kí ó lè ṣẹbọ sí Olúwa. Mósè sì wí fún Fáráò pé, pàṣẹ fún mi, nígbà wo li èmi ó bẹ̀bẹ̀ fún ọ àti fún àwọn ìránṣẹ́ rẹ àti fún àwọn ènìyàn rẹ láti run àwọn ọ̀pọ̀lọ́ kúrò lórí ilẹ̀ lọ́dọ̀ rẹ àti kúrò nínú ilé rẹ, kí wọn kí ó kù ní kìkì odò nìkan. Òun sì wí pé, lí ọ̀la. Ó sì wí pé, kí ó rí bí ọ̀rọ̀ rẹ, kí ìwọ kí ó lè mọ̀ pé kò sí ẹni tí ó dàbí Olúwa Ọlọ́run wa. Àwọn ọ̀pọ̀lọ́ yóò sì lọ kúrò lọ́dọ̀ rẹ àti kúrò nínú ilé rẹ àti kúrò lọ́dọ̀ àwọn ìránṣẹ́ rẹ àti kúrò lọ́dọ̀ àwọn ènìyàn rẹ. Ní kìkì odò ni wọ́n ó kù sí. Mósè àti Árónì sì jáde kúrò lọ́dọ̀ Fáráò. Mósè sì kígbe sí Olúwa nítorí ọ̀pọ̀lọ́ tí ó ti mú wá sí ara Fáráò. Olúwa sì ṣe gẹ́gẹ́ bí ọ̀rọ̀ Mósè. Àwọn ọ̀pọ̀lọ́ náà sì kú kúrò nínú ilé, nínú àgbàlá àti kúrò nínú oko. Wọ́n sì kó wọn jọ lé òkìtì. Ilẹ̀ náà sì ń rùn. Ṣùgbọ́n nígbà tí Fáráò rí i pé ààfo wà, ó mú àyà rẹ̀ le, kò sì fetí sí tiwọn bí Olúwa ti wí. Olúwa sì wí fún Mósè pé, sọ fún Árónì pé, na ọ̀pá rẹ̀ kí o sì lu ekuru ilẹ̀, kí ó sì di iná já gbogbo ilẹ̀ Íjíbítì. Wọ́n sì ṣe bẹ́ẹ̀. Árónì sì na ọwọ́ rẹ̀ pẹ̀lú ọ̀pá rẹ̀, ó sì lu ekuru ilẹ̀. Iná sì wá lára ènìyàn àti lára ẹran. Gbogbo ekuru ilẹ̀ ni ó di iná já gbogbo ilẹ̀ Íjíbítì. Àwọn alálùpàídà sì fi idán wọn ṣe bẹ́ẹ̀ láti mú iná jáde wá, ṣùgbọ́n iná sì wà lára ènìyàn àti lára ẹran. Nígbà náà ni àwọn alálùpàídà wí fún Fáráò pé, ìkà Ọlọ́run lé èyí. Ṣùgbọ́n àyà Fáráò le, kò sì fetí sí tiwọn bí Olúwa ti wí. Olúwa sì wí fún Mósè pé, dìde ní kùtùkùtù òwúrọ̀ kí o sì dúró níwájú Fáráò. Kíyèsí, ó ń jáde lọ sí odò. Kí o sì wí fún un pé, báyìí ni Olúwa wí, jẹ́ kí àwọn ènìyàn mi kí ó lọ, kí wọn kí ó lè sìn mí. Bí ìwọ kò bá sì jẹ́ kí àwọn ènìyàn mi kí ó lọ, kíyèsí, èmi ó rán ọ̀wọ́ eṣinṣin sí ọ àti sára àwọn ìránṣẹ́ rẹ àti sára àwọn ènìyàn rẹ àti sínú ilé rẹ. Gbogbo ilé àwọn ará Íjíbítì ni yóò sì kún fún ọ̀wọ́ eṣinṣin àti ilẹ̀ tí wọ́n gbé wà pẹ̀lú. Ní ọjọ́ náà ni èmi ó ya ilẹ̀ Góṣẹ́nì sọ́tọ̀ nínú èyí tí àwọn ènìyàn mi tẹ̀dó sí, tí eṣinṣin kì yóò sí níbẹ̀, nítorí kí ìwọ kí ó lè mọ̀ pé èmi ni Olúwa láàrin ilẹ̀ ayé. Èmi ó sì pa ààlà sí agbede méjì àwọn ènìyàn mi àti àwọn ènìyàn rẹ. Ní ọ̀la ní iṣẹ́ àmì yìí yóò sì wà. Olúwa sì ṣe bẹ́ẹ̀. Ọ̀wọ́ eṣinṣin ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ sì dé sínú ilé Fáráò àti sínú ilé àwọn ìránṣẹ́ rẹ̀ àti ní gbogbo ilẹ̀ Íjíbítì. Ilẹ̀ náà bàjẹ́ nítorí ọ̀wọ́ eṣinṣin wọn nì. Fáráò sì ránṣẹ́ pé Mósè àti Árónì, ó wí pé, ẹ máa lọ ṣẹbọ sí Ọlọ́run yín ní ilẹ̀ yìí. Mósè sì wí pé, kò tọ́ láti ṣe bẹ́ẹ̀, nítorí àwa ó fi ohun ìríra àwọn ará Íjíbítì rúbọ sí Olúwa Ọlọ́run wa. Wò ó, àwa lè fi ohun ìríra àwọn ará Íjíbítì rúbọ lí ojú wọn, wọn kì yóò ha sọ wá lí òkúta. Àwa ó lọ ní ìrìn ọjọ́ 3 sínú ijù, kí a sì rúbọ sí Olúwa Ọlọ́run wa bí òun ó ti pàṣẹ fún wa. Fáráò sì wí pé, èmi ó jẹ́ kí ẹ̀yin lọ, kí ẹ lè rúbọ sí Olúwa Ọlọ́run yín ní ijù, kí ẹ̀yin kí ó má ṣe lọ jìnnà jù. Ẹ bẹ̀bẹ̀ fún mi. Mósè sì wí pé, kíyèsí, èmi ń jáde lọ kúrò lọ́dọ̀ rẹ. Èmi ó sì bẹ̀ Olúwa kí ọ̀wọ́ eṣinṣin wọ̀nyí kí ó lè ṣí kúrò lọ́dọ̀ Fáráò, lọ́dọ̀ àwọn ìránṣẹ́ rẹ̀ àti kúrò lọ́dọ̀ àwọn ènìyàn rẹ̀ lí ọ̀la. Kí Fáráò kí ó má ṣe ẹ̀tàn mọ́, lí àìjẹ́ kí àwọn ènìyàn náà kí ó lọ rúbọ sí Olúwa. Mósè sì jáde kúrò lọ́dọ̀ Fáráò, ó sì bẹ̀ Ọlọ́run. Olúwa sì ṣe gẹ́gẹ́ bí ọ̀rọ̀ Mósè. Ó sì ṣí ọ̀wọ́ eṣinṣin náà kúrò lọ́dọ̀ Fáráò àti kúrò lọ́dọ̀ àwọn ìránṣẹ́ rẹ̀ àti kúrò lọ́dọ̀ àwọn ènìyàn rẹ̀. Ọ̀kan kò kù. Fáráò sì mú àyà rẹ̀ le nígbà yìí pẹ̀lú, kò sì jẹ́ kí àwọn ènìyàn náà kí ó lọ. Chapter 9, orí 9. Nígbà náà ni Olúwa wí fún Mósè pé, wọlé tọ̀ Fáráò lọ, kí o sì wí fún un pé, báyìí li Olúwa Ọlọ́run àwọn Hébérù wí, jẹ́ kí àwọn ènìyàn mi kí ó lọ, kí wọ́n lè sìn mí, nítorí pé bí ìwọ bá kọ̀ láti jẹ́ kí wọ́n lọ, tí ìwọ sì dá wọn dúró síbẹ̀, kíyèsí, ọwọ́ Olúwa ń bẹ lára ẹran ọ̀sìn rẹ tí ń bẹ lí oko, lára ẹṣin, lára kẹ́tẹ́kẹ́tẹ́, lára ràkúnmí, lára ọ̀wọ́ màlúù àti lára agbo àgùntàn wọn nì. Àjàkálẹ̀ àrùn búburú ń bọ̀. Olúwa yóò sì pa ààlà sí agbede méjì ẹran ọ̀sìn Ísírẹ́lì àti ẹran ọ̀sìn Íjíbítì. Kò sí ohun kan tí yóò kú nínú gbogbo èyí tí í ṣe ti àwọn ọmọ Ísírẹ́lì. Olúwa sì dá àkókò kan pé lí ọ̀la lé Olúwa yóò ṣe nǹkan yìí ní ilẹ̀ yìí. Olúwa sì ṣe nǹkan náà ní ọjọ́ kejì. Gbogbo ẹran ọ̀sìn Íjíbítì sì kú, ṣùgbọ́n nínú ẹran ọ̀sìn àwọn ọmọ Ísírẹ́lì ọ̀kan ṣoṣo kò sì kú. Fáráò sì ránṣẹ́, sì kíyèsí, ọ̀kan ṣoṣo kò kú nínú ẹran ọ̀sìn àwọn ọmọ Ísírẹ́lì. Àyà Fáráò sì le, kò sì jẹ́ kí àwọn ènìyàn náà kí ó lọ. Olúwa sì wí fún Mósè àti fún Árónì pé, bu ìkúnwọ́ eérú nínú ìléru, kí Mósè kí ó kù ú sí ojú ọ̀run lí ojú Fáráò, yóò sì di ekuru lẹ́búlẹ́bú ní gbogbo ilẹ̀ Íjíbítì. Yóò sì di oówo tí yóò máa tú pẹ̀lú ìléròrò lára ènìyàn àti lára ẹran ká gbogbo ilẹ̀ Íjíbítì. Wọ́n sì bu eérú nínú ìléru. Wọ́n dúró níwájú Fáráò. Mósè sì kù ú sí òkè ọ̀run, ó sì di oówo tí ó ń tú jáde pẹ̀lú ìléròrò lára ènìyàn àti lára ẹran. Àwọn alálùpàídà kò sì lè dúró níwájú Mósè nítorí owó wọn nì, nítorí owó náà wà lára àwọn alálùpàídà àti lára gbogbo àwọn ará Íjíbítì. Olúwa sì mú àyà Fáráò le, kò sì gbọ́ tiwọn bí Olúwa ti sọ fún Mósè. Olúwa sì wí fún Mósè pé, dìde ní kùtùkùtù òwúrọ̀, kí o sì dúró níwájú Fáráò kí o sì wí fún un pé, báyìí lé Olúwa wí, Ọlọ́run àwọn Hébérù wí, jẹ́ kí àwọn ènìyàn mi kí ó lọ, kí wọ́n lè sìn mí. Nítorí ìgbà yìí li èmi ó rán gbogbo ìyọ́nú mi sí àyà rẹ, àti sára àwọn ìránṣẹ́ rẹ, àti sára àwọn ènìyàn rẹ, kí ìwọ kí ó lè mọ̀ pé kò sí ẹlòmíràn bí èmi ní gbogbo ayé. Nítorí nísinsìnyí èmi ìbá ná ọwọ́ mi kí èmi kí ó lè fi àjàkálẹ̀ àrùn lù ọ́ àti àwọn ènìyàn rẹ, àbá sì ti ké ọ kúrò lórí ilẹ̀. Ṣùgbọ́n nítorí èyí pàápàá lè èmi ṣe mú ọ dúró, láti fi agbára mi hàn lára rẹ, àti kí a lè ròyìn orúkọ mi ká gbogbo ayé. Títí di ìsinsìnyí ìwọ ń gbé ara rẹ ga sí àwọn ènìyàn mi pé ìwọ kì yóò jẹ́ kí wọn kí ó lọ. Kíyèsí, lé ọ̀la lé àkókò yìí lèmi ó mú ọ̀pọ̀ yìnyín rọ̀ sí ilẹ̀, irú èyí tí kò sí ní Íjíbítì láti ìpilẹ̀ṣẹ̀ rẹ̀ títí ó fi di ìsinsìnyí. Ǹjẹ́ nísinsìnyí ránṣẹ́ kí o sì kó ẹran rẹ bọ̀, àti ohun gbogbo tí o ní nínú oko, nítorí olúkúlùkù ènìyàn àti ẹran tí ó bá rí lí oko tí a kò sì mú bọ̀ wá sílé, yìnyín yóò bọ́ lù wọ́n, wọn ó sì kú. Ẹni tí ó bẹ̀rù ọ̀rọ̀ Ọlọ́run nínú àwọn ìránṣẹ́ Fáráò mú kí àwọn ìránṣẹ́ rẹ̀ àti àwọn ẹran ọ̀sìn rẹ̀ ṣàbọ̀ wá sílé. Ẹni tí kò sì ka ọ̀rọ̀ Olúwa sí jọ̀wọ́ ìránṣẹ́ rẹ̀ àti àwọn ẹran ọ̀sìn rẹ̀ sí oko. Olúwa sì sọ fún Mósè pé, na ọwọ́ rẹ sí òkè ọ̀run, kí yìnyín kí ó lè bọ́ sí gbogbo ilẹ̀ Íjíbítì, sára ènìyàn àti sára ẹranko àti sára ewéko ìgbẹ́ pẹ̀lú, já gbogbo ilẹ̀ Íjíbítì. Olúwa sì na ọwọ́ rẹ̀ sí ọ̀run. Mósè sì na ọwọ́ rẹ̀ sí ọ̀run. Olúwa sì rán àrá àti yìnyín, iná náà sì ń jó lórí ilẹ̀. Olúwa sì rọ yìnyín sórí ilẹ̀ Íjíbítì, yìnyín sì bọ́, iná sì dàpọ̀ mọ́ yìnyín náà, ó papọ̀ jù, irú rẹ̀ kò sí rí ní gbogbo ilẹ̀ Íjíbítì láti ìgbà tí ó ti di orílẹ̀-èdè. Yìnyín náà sì lu ohun gbogbo tí ó wà nínú oko bolẹ̀, àti ènìyàn àti ẹranko, já gbogbo ilẹ̀ Íjíbítì. Yìnyín náà sì lu gbogbo ewéko bolẹ̀, ó sì fa gbogbo igi ìgbẹ́ ya. Ní kìkì ilẹ̀ Góṣẹ́nì, níbi tí àwọn ọmọ Ísírẹ́lì gbé wà, ni yìnyín kò sí. Fáráò sì ránṣẹ́, ó sì pe Mósè àti Árónì, ó sì wí fún wọn pé, èmi ṣẹ̀ nígbà yìí, Olúwa li olódodo, ẹni búburú sì li èmi àti àwọn ènìyàn mi. Ẹ bẹ̀ Olúwa, ó ṣàtó kí àrá ńlá àti yìnyín wọ̀nyí kí ó má ṣe sí mọ́, èmi ó sì jẹ́ kí ẹ máa lọ, ẹ kì yóò sì dúró mọ́. Mósè sì wí fún un pé, bí mo bá ti jáde ní ìlú, èmi ó tẹ ọwọ́ mi sí Olúwa, àrá yóò sì dá, bẹ́ẹ̀ ni yìnyín kì yóò sí mọ́, kí ìwọ kí ó lè mọ̀ pé ti Olúwa lé ayé. Ṣùgbọ́n bí ó ṣe tìrẹ ni àti ti àwọn ìránṣẹ́ rẹ, èmi mọ̀ pé síbẹ̀ ẹ̀yin kò tí ì bẹ̀rù Olúwa Ọlọ́run. A sì lu ọ̀gbọ̀ àti ọkà báálì bolẹ̀, nítorí ọkà báálì wà ní ìpẹ́, ọ̀gbọ̀ sì rúdì. Ṣùgbọ́n àlìkámà àti ọkà àríyè li a kò lù bolẹ̀, nítorí wọn kò tí ì dàgbà. Mósè sì jáde kúrò lọ́dọ̀ Fáráò sẹ́yìn ìlú, ó sì tẹ ọwọ́ rẹ̀ sí Olúwa, àrá àti yìnyín sì dá, bẹ́ẹ̀ li òjò kò sì rọ̀ sí ilẹ̀ mọ́. Nígbà tí Fáráò sì rí i pé òjò àti yìnyín àti àrá dá, ó ṣẹ̀ sí i, ó sì ṣe àyà rẹ̀ le, òun àti àwọn ìránṣẹ́ rẹ̀. Àyà Fáráò sì le, bẹ́ẹ̀ ni kò sì jẹ́ kí àwọn ọmọ Ísírẹ́lì kí ó lọ bí Olúwa ti wí láti ọwọ́ Mósè. Chapter 10, orí 10. Olúwa sì sọ fún Mósè pé, wọlé tọ̀ Fáráò lọ, nítorí mo mú àyà rẹ̀ le àti àyà àwọn ìránṣẹ́ rẹ̀, kí èmi kí ó lè fi iṣẹ́ àmì mi wọ̀nyí hàn níwájú rẹ̀, àti kí ìwọ kí ó lè wí lí etí ọmọ rẹ̀ àti ti ọmọ ọmọ rẹ̀ ohun tí mo ṣe ní Íjíbítì, ọmọ ọmọ rẹ̀ ohun tí mo ṣe ní Íjíbítì àti iṣẹ́ àmì mi tí mo ṣe nínú wọn, kí ẹ̀yin kí ó lè mọ̀ pé èmi lé Olúwa. Mósè àti Árónì sì wọlé tọ̀ Fáráò lọ, wọ́n sì wí fún un pé, báyìí lé Olúwa Ọlọ́run Hébérù wí, ìwọ ó ti kọ̀ pẹ́ tó láti rẹ ara rẹ sílẹ̀ níwájú mi. Jẹ́ kí àwọn ènìyàn mi kí ó lọ, kí wọn kí ó lè sìn mí. Ṣùgbọ́n bí ìwọ bá sì kọ̀ láti jẹ́ kí àwọn ènìyàn mi kí ó lọ, kíyèsí, lé ọ̀la lé èmi ó mú eéṣú wá sí ẹ̀kún rẹ, wọn ó sì bo ojú ilẹ̀ tí ẹnìkan kì yóò fi lè rí ilẹ̀. Wọ́n sì jẹ àjẹkù èyí tí ó bọ́ tí ó kù fún yín lọ́wọ́ yìnyín, yóò sì jẹ igi yín gbogbo tí ó ń rúwé nínú oko. Wọ́n sì kún ilé rẹ àti ilé àwọn ìránṣẹ́ rẹ gbogbo àti ilé àwọn ará Íjíbítì gbogbo tí àwọn bàbá rẹ àti àwọn bàbá rẹ tí kò rí rí láti ìgbà ọjọ́ tí wọ́n ti wà lórí ilẹ̀ títí ó fi di òní olónìí. Ó sì yí padà, ó jáde kúrò lọ́dọ̀ Fáráò. Àwọn ìránṣẹ́ Fáráò sì wí fún un pé, ọkùnrin yìí yóò ti ṣe ìkẹ́kùn sí wa pẹ́ tó, ìkẹ́kùn sí wa pẹ́ tó. Jẹ́ kí àwọn ọkùnrin náà kí ó lọ, kí wọn kí ó lè sin Olúwa Ọlọ́run wọn. Ìwọ kò tí ì mọ̀ pé Íjíbítì run tán. A sì tún mú Mósè àti Árónì wá sọ́dọ̀ Fáráò. Ó sì wí fún wọn pé, ẹ lọ sin Olúwa Ọlọ́run yín. Ṣùgbọ́n ta ni yóò hà lọ? Mósè wí pé, àwa ó lọ, àti èwe àti àgbà, àti àwọn ọmọkùnrin wa àti àwọn ọmọbìnrin wa, pẹ̀lú àwọn àgbò àti ọ̀wọ́ ẹran wa lí àwa ó lọ, nítorí àjọ Olúwa ni fún wa. Ó sì wí fún wọn pé, kí Olúwa kí ó pẹ̀lú yín bẹ́ẹ̀, bí èmi ó ti jẹ́ kí ẹ lọ yìí, àti àwọn èwe yín, ẹ wò ó, nítorí ibi ń bẹ níwájú yín. Bẹ́ẹ̀ kọ́, ẹ̀yin ọkùnrin ẹ lọ, kí ẹ sì sin Olúwa. Èyí ni lé ẹ̀yin sáà ń fẹ́. Wọ́n sì lé wọn jáde kúrò níwájú Fáráò. Olúwa sì wí fún Mósè pé, na ọwọ́ rẹ sórí ilẹ̀ Íjíbítì nítorí eéṣú, kí wọn kí ó lè wá sórí ilẹ̀ Íjíbítì, kí wọn kí ó sì lè jẹ gbogbo ewéko ilẹ̀ yìí, gbogbo èyí tí yìnyín ti kù sílẹ̀. Mósè sì na ọ̀pá rẹ̀ sí orí ilẹ̀ Íjíbítì. Olúwa sì mú afẹ́fẹ́ ìlà oòrùn kan fẹ́ sí orí ilẹ̀ náà ní gbogbo ọ̀sán náà àti ní gbogbo òru náà. Nígbà tí ó sì di òwúrọ̀, afẹ́fẹ́ ìlà oòrùn mú àwọn eéṣú náà wá. Àwọn eéṣú náà sì gòkè sórí ilẹ̀ Íjíbítì gbogbo, wọ́n sì bà sí ẹ̀kún Íjíbítì gbogbo, wọ́n pàpọ̀ jù. Kò sí irú eéṣú bẹ́ẹ̀ ṣáájú wọn, bẹ́ẹ̀ ni lẹ́yìn wọn irú wọn kì yóò sì sí, nítorí tí wọ́n bo ojú ilẹ̀ gbogbo, tó bẹ́ẹ̀ tí ilẹ̀ fi ṣú. Wọ́n sì jẹ gbogbo ewéko ilẹ̀ náà àti gbogbo èso igi tí yìnyín kù sílẹ̀. Kò sì kù ohun tútù kan lára igi tàbí lára ewéko ìgbẹ́ já gbogbo ilẹ̀ Íjíbítì. Nígbà náà ni Fáráò ránṣẹ́ pé Mósè àti Árónì kánkán. Ó sì wí pé, èmi ti ṣẹ̀ sí Olúwa Ọlọ́run yín àti sí yín. Ǹjẹ́ nítorí náà èmi bẹ̀ yín, ẹ fi ẹ̀ṣẹ̀ mi jì lẹ́ẹ̀kan ṣoṣo yìí, kí ẹ sì bẹ Olúwa Ọlọ́run yín kí ó lè mú ikú yìí kúrò lọ́dọ̀ mi. Òun sì jáde kúrò níwájú Fáráò, ó sì bẹ Olúwa. Olúwa sì yí afẹ́fẹ́ ìwọ̀ oòrùn líle tí ó sì fẹ́ àwọn eéṣú náà kúrò. Ó sì gbà wọ́n lọ sínú Òkun Pupa. Kò sì kù eéṣú kan ṣoṣo ní gbogbo ẹ̀kún Íjíbítì. Ṣùgbọ́n Olúwa mú àyà Fáráò le, bẹ́ẹ̀ ni kò sì jẹ́ kí àwọn ọmọ Ísírẹ́lì kí ó lọ. Olúwa sì wí fún Mósè pé, na ọwọ́ rẹ sí ọ̀run, kí òkùnkùn kí ó ṣú yíká ilẹ̀ Íjíbítì, àti òkùnkùn tí a lè fọwọ́ bà. Mósè sì na ọwọ́ rẹ̀ sí ọ̀run, òkùnkùn biribiri sì ṣú ní gbogbo ilẹ̀ Íjíbítì ní ijọ́ 3. Wọn kò rí ara wọn, bẹ́ẹ̀ ni ẹnìkan kò sì dìde ní ipò tirẹ̀ ní ijọ́ 3. ṣùgbọ́n gbogbo àwọn ọmọ Ísírẹ́lì lé ó ní ìmọ́lẹ̀ ní ibùgbé wọn. Fáráò sì pè Mósè ó sì wí pé, ẹ máa lọ, ẹ sìn Olúwa, kìkì agbo àti ọ̀wọ́ ẹran yín ni kí ó kù lẹ́yìn, kí àwọn èwe yín kí ó bá yín lọ pẹ̀lú. Mósè sì wí pé, ìwọ kò lè ṣàì má fún wa lí ohun ẹbọ pẹ̀lú àti ẹbọ sísun àti tí àwa ó fi rúbọ sí Olúwa Ọlọ́run wa. Ẹran ọ̀sìn wa yóò sì bá wa lọ pẹ̀lú. A kì yóò fi ìbọ̀ṣẹ̀ ẹran kan sílẹ̀ lẹ́yìn, nítorí nínú rẹ̀ li àwa ó mú sin Olúwa Ọlọ́run wa. Àwa kò sì mọ ohun náà tí a ó fi sin Olúwa títí àwa ó fi débẹ̀. Ṣùgbọ́n Olúwa mú àyà Fáráò le, kò sì fẹ́ jẹ́ kí wọ́n lọ. Fáráò sì wí fún un pé, kúrò lọ́dọ̀ mi, máa ṣọ́ ara rẹ, má ṣe tún rí ojú mi mọ́, nítorí ní ijọ́ náà tí ìwọ bá rí ojú mi, ìwọ ó kú. Mósè sì wí pé, ìwọ fọ̀ rere, èmi kì yóò tún rí ojú rẹ mọ́. Chapter 11, orí 11. Olúwa sì wí fún Mósè pé, èmi ó tún mú ìyọnu kan wá sára Fáráò àti sára Íjíbítì. Lẹ́yìn èyí ni òun ó jọ̀wọ́ yín lọ́wọ́ lọ láti ìhín. Nígbà tí òun ó jẹ́ kí ẹ lọ, àtìtàn ni yóò sì yín jáde níhìn. Wí nísinsìnyí lí etí àwọn ènìyàn wọ̀nyí, kí olúkúlùkù ọkùnrin kí ó béèrè lọ́dọ̀ aládùúgbò rẹ̀ àti olúkúlùkù obìnrin lọ́dọ̀ aládùúgbò rẹ̀ ohun èlò fàdákà àti ohun èlò wúrà. Olúwa sì fi ojú rere fún àwọn ènìyàn náà lí ojú àwọn ará Íjíbítì. Pẹ̀lúpẹ̀lú Mósè ọkùnrin nì ó pọ̀ gidigidi ní ilẹ̀ Íjíbítì lí ojú àwọn ìránṣẹ́ Fáráò àti lí ojú àwọn ènìyàn náà. Mósè sì wí pé, báyìí ni Olúwa wí, láàrin ọ̀gànjọ́ lèmi ó jáde lọ sáàrin Íjíbítì. Gbogbo àwọn àkọ́bí tí ó wà ní ilẹ̀ Íjíbítì ni yóò sì kú, láti àkọ́bí Fáráò lọ tí ó jókòó lórí ìtẹ́ rẹ̀, títí yóò fi dé àkọ́bí ìránṣẹ́bìnrin tí ó wà lẹ́yìn ọlọ, àti gbogbo àkọ́bí ẹran. Ẹkún ńlá yóò sì wà ní gbogbo ilẹ̀ Íjíbítì, èyí tí irú rẹ̀ kò sí rí, tí kì yóò sì sí irú rẹ̀ mọ́. Ṣùgbọ́n sí ọ̀kan nínú àwọn ọmọ Ísírẹ́lì lé ajá kì yóò yọ ahọ́n rẹ̀ sí ènìyàn tàbí sí ẹran, kí ẹ̀yin kí ó lè mọ̀ bí Olúwa ti fi ìyàtọ̀ sáàrin àwọn ará Íjíbítì àti Ísírẹ́lì. Gbogbo àwọn ìránṣẹ́ rẹ̀ wọ̀nyí ni yóò sì sọ̀kalẹ̀ tọ̀ mí wá, tí wọ́n ó sì forí wọn balẹ̀ fún mi pé, ìwọ jáde lọ àti gbogbo àwọn ènìyàn ẹ̀yìn rẹ. Lẹ́yìn ìgbà náà lèmi ó tó jáde. Ó sì jáde kúrò níwájú Fáráò ní ìbínú ńlá. Olúwa sì wí fún Mósè pé, Fáráò kì yóò gbọ́ tìrẹ, kí a lè sọ iṣẹ́ ìyanu mi di púpọ̀ ní ilẹ̀ Íjíbítì. Mósè àti Árónì sì ṣe gbogbo iṣẹ́ ìyanu wọ̀nyí níwájú Fáráò. Olúwa sì mú àyà Fáráò le, bẹ́ẹ̀ ni kò sì fẹ́ jẹ́ kí àwọn ọmọ Ísírẹ́lì kí ó jáde lọ kúrò ní ilẹ̀ rẹ̀. Chapter 12, orí 12. Olúwa sì sọ fún Mósè àti Árónì ní ilẹ̀ Íjíbítì pé, oṣù yìí ni yóò ṣe àkọ́kà oṣù fún yín. Òní yóò sì ṣe ìkíní oṣù ọdún fún yín. Ẹ sọ fún gbogbo ìjọ ènìyàn Ísírẹ́lì pé, ní ijọ́ kẹwàá oṣù yìí ni kí olúkúlùkù wọn kí ó mú ọ̀dọ́ àgùntàn sọ́dọ̀ gẹ́gẹ́ bí ilé baba wọn, ọ̀dọ́ àgùntàn kan fún ilé kan. Bí àwọn ará ilé náà bá sì kéré ju ìwọ̀n ọ̀dọ́ àgùntàn náà lọ, kí òun àti aládùúgbò rẹ̀ tí ó súnmọ́ etí ilé rẹ̀ kí ó mú gẹ́gẹ́ bí iye àwọn ọkàn náà. Olúkúlùkù ní ìwọ̀n ìjẹ rẹ̀ ni kí ẹ ṣírò ọ̀dọ́ àgùntàn náà. Àìlábùkù ni kí ọ̀dọ́ àgùntàn yín kí ó jẹ́, akọ ọlọ́dún kan. Ẹ̀yin ó sì mú nínú àgùntàn tàbí nínú ewúrẹ́. Ẹ̀yin ó sì fi pamọ́ títí ó fi di ìjọ́ 14 oṣù náà, gbogbo àgbájọ ìjọ Ísírẹ́lì ni yóò sì pa á ní àṣálẹ́. Wọ́n sì mú nínú ẹ̀jẹ̀ náà, wọ́n sì fi tọ́ ara òpó ìhà méjèèjì àti sára àtẹ́rígbà ilé wọn nì nínú èyí tí wọ́n ó jẹ. Wọ́n sì jẹ ẹran náà tí a fi iná sun lí òru náà àti àkàrà aláìwú. Ewébẹ̀ kíkorò ni kí wọ́n ó fi jẹ. Ẹ má ṣe jẹ nínú rẹ̀ ní tútù tàbí tí a fi omi bọ̀, bí kò ṣe sísun nínú iná, àti orí rẹ̀ àti itan rẹ̀ àti àkópọ̀ inú rẹ̀ pẹ̀lú. Ẹ kò sì gbọdọ̀ jẹ́ kí nǹkan kí ó kù sílẹ̀ nínú rẹ̀ di ojúmọ́. Èyí tí ó bá sì kù di ìjọ́ kejì, òun ni kí ẹ̀yin kí ó dáná sun. Báyìí li ẹ̀yin ó sì jẹ́, ti ẹ̀yin tí àmùrè dídì lí ẹ̀gbẹ́ yín, bàtà yín lí ẹsẹ̀ yín, àti ọ̀pá yín lí ọwọ́ yín. Ẹ̀yin ó sì yára jẹ, ìrékọjá Olúwa ni. Nítorí tí èmi ó la ilẹ̀ Íjíbítì já lí òru náà, èmi ó sì kọlu gbogbo àwọn àkọ́bí ní ilẹ̀ Íjíbítì, ti ènìyàn àti ti ẹran, àti lára gbogbo òrìṣà Íjíbítì lèmi ó ṣe ìdájọ́. Èmi li Olúwa. Ẹ̀jẹ̀ náà ni yóò sì ṣe àmì fún yín lára ilé tí ẹ̀yin gbé wà. Nígbà tí èmi bá rí ẹ̀jẹ̀ náà, èmi ó ré yín kọjá. Ìyọnu náà kì yóò wá sórí yín láti run yín nígbà tí mo bá kọlu ilẹ̀ Íjíbítì. Ọjọ́ òní ni yóò sì máa ṣe ọjọ́ ìrántí fún yín. Ẹ̀yin ó sì máa ṣe lí àjọ fún Olúwa ní ìran yín. Ẹ ó sì máa ṣe lí àjọ nípa ìlànà láéláé. Ìjọ́ 7 lẹ ó fi máa jẹ àkàrà aláìwú. Lí ọjọ́ kìíní gan-an lẹ ó palẹ̀ ìwúkàrà mọ́ kúrò ní ilé yín, nítorí ẹni tí ó bá jẹ àkàrà wíwú láti ọjọ́ kìíní lọ títí ó fi di ọjọ́ 7, ọkàn náà lẹ ó ké kúrò nínú Ísírẹ́lì. Àti lí ọjọ́ kìíní kí àpéjọ mímọ́ kí ó wà, àti lí ọjọ́ 7 àpéjọ mímọ́ yóò wà fún yín. A kì yóò sì ṣe iṣẹ́kíṣẹ́ nínú wọn, bí kò ṣe èyí tí olúkúlùkù yóò jẹ. Kìkì èyí ni lẹ ó ṣe nínú yín. Ẹ ó sì kíyèsí àjọ àìwúkàrà, nítorí lí ọjọ́ náà gan-an ni mo mú ogun yín jáde kúrò ní ilẹ̀ Íjíbítì. Nítorí náà ni kí ẹ máa kíyèsí ọjọ́ náà ní ìran yín nípa ìlànà láéláé. Lí oṣù kìíní, lí ọjọ́ 14 oṣù náà, lí àṣálẹ́ lẹ ó jẹ àkàrà aláìwú títí yóò fi di ọjọ́ 21 oṣù náà, lí àṣálẹ́. Ní ọjọ́ 7 ni kí ẹ má ṣe rí ìwúkàrà nínú ilé yín, nítorí ẹni tí ó bá jẹ èyí tí a wú, ọkàn náà lẹ ó ké kúrò nínú ìjọ Ísírẹ́lì, ìbá ṣe àlejò tàbí ẹni tí a bí ní ilẹ̀ náà. Ẹ kò gbọdọ̀ jẹ ohunkóhun tí a wú, nítorí ibùgbé yín gbogbo lé ẹ̀yin ó jẹ. Nínú ibùgbé yín gbogbo lé ẹ̀yin ó jẹ àkàrà aláìwú. Nígbà náà ni Mósè pe gbogbo àwọn àgbà Ísírẹ́lì. Ó wí fún wọn pé, ẹ jáde lọ mú ọ̀dọ́ àgùntàn fún ara yín gẹ́gẹ́ bí ìdílé yín, kí ẹ sì pa ìrékọjá náà. Ẹ̀yin ó sì mú ìdí ewé hísópù, ẹ ó sì fi bọ ẹ̀jẹ̀ tí ó wà nínú àwokòtò. Ẹ ó sì fi ẹ̀jẹ̀ náà tí ó wà nínú àwokòtò kùn ara àtẹ́rígbà àti òpó ìhà méjèèjì. Ẹnikẹ́ni nínú yín kò sì gbọdọ̀ jáde láti ẹnu ọ̀nà ilé rẹ̀ títí yóò fi di òwúrọ̀, nítorí tí Olúwa yóò kọjá láti kọlu àwọn ará Íjíbítì. Nígbà tí ó bá sì ti rí ẹ̀jẹ̀ lára àtẹ́rígbà àti lára òpó ìhà méjèèjì, Olúwa yóò sì rékọjá ẹnu ọ̀nà náà, kì yóò sì jẹ́ kí apanirun kí ó wọlé yín wá láti kọlù yín. Ẹ ó sì máa kíyèsí nǹkan yìí nípa ìlànà fún ọ àti fún àwọn ọmọ rẹ láéláé. Yóò sì ṣe nígbà tí ẹ bá dé ilẹ̀ náà tí Olúwa yóò fi fún yín gẹ́gẹ́ bí ó ti wí, bẹ́ẹ̀ ni ẹ ó sì máa kíyèsí ìsìn yìí. Yóò sì ṣe nígbà tí àwọn ọmọ yín bá bi yín pé èrèdí ìsìn yìí, kí ẹ wí pé ẹbọ ìrékọjá Olúwa ni, ẹni tí ó rékọjá ilé àwọn ọmọ Ísírẹ́lì ní Éjíptì nígbà tí ó kọlu àwọn ará Éjíptì tí ó sì dá ilé wa sí. Àwọn ènìyàn sì tẹríba, wọ́n sì sìn. Àwọn ọmọ Ísírẹ́lì sì lọ, wọ́n sì ṣe bí Olúwa ti fi àṣẹ fún Mósè àti Árónì, bẹ́ẹ̀ ni wọ́n ṣe. Ó sì ṣe láàrin ọ̀gànjọ́ ni Olúwa pa gbogbo àwọn àkọ́bí ní ilẹ̀ Éjíptì, láti àkọ́bí Fáráò lọ tí ó jókòó lórí ìtẹ́ rẹ̀ títí ó fi dé àkọ́bí ẹrú tí ó wà ní túbú àti gbogbo àkọ́bí ẹran ọ̀sìn. Fáráò sì dìde lí òru, òun àti gbogbo àwọn ìránṣẹ́ rẹ̀ àti àwọn ará Éjíptì. Igbe ńlá sì ta ní Éjíptì, nítorí kò sí ilé kan tí ènìyàn kan kò kú. Ó sì pe Mósè òun Árónì lí òru, ó sì wí pé, ẹ dìde kí ẹ jáde lọ kúrò láàrin àwọn ènìyàn mi àti ẹ̀yin àti àwọn ọmọ Ísírẹ́lì, kí ẹ sì lọ sin Olúwa bí ẹ ti wí. Ẹ sì mú agbo yín àti ọ̀wọ́ ẹran yín bí ẹ ti wí, kí ẹ sì máa lọ, kí ẹ sì súre fún mi pẹ̀lú. Àwọn ará Éjíptì sì ń rọ àwọn ènìyàn náà láti rán wọn jáde lọ kúrò ní ilẹ̀ náà kánkán, nítorí wọ́n wí pé gbogbo wa di òkú. Àwọn ènìyàn náà sì mú ìyẹ̀fun pípò, wọ́n kì wọ́n kí ó tó fi ìwúkàrà sí. A sì di ọpọ́n ìpò ìyẹ̀fun wọn sínú aṣọ wọn lé èjìká wọn. Àwọn ọmọ Ísírẹ́lì sì ṣe gẹ́gẹ́ bí ọ̀rọ̀ Mósè. Wọ́n sì béèrè ohun èlò fàdákà àti ohun èlò wúrà àti aṣọ lọ́wọ́ àwọn ará Éjíptì. Olúwa sì fún àwọn ènìyàn náà lé ojú rere lé ojú àwọn ará Éjíptì, bẹ́ẹ̀ ni wọ́n sì fún wọn lé ohun tí wọ́n béèrè. Wọ́n sì kó ẹrù àwọn ará Éjíptì. Àwọn ọmọ Ísírẹ́lì sì rìn láti Rámésì lọ sí Ṣókótù. Wọ́n tó ìwọ̀n 30 ọ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́ṣẹ̀ ọkùnrin láìka ọmọdé, àti ọ̀pọ̀ ènìyàn lé ó dàpọ̀ mọ́ wọn bá wọn gòkè lọ pẹ̀lú, àti agbo àti ọ̀wọ́ ẹran àti ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ ẹran. Wọ́n sì yan àkàrà ìyẹ̀fun pípò aláìwú tí wọ́n mú jáde ti Íjíptì wá. Wọn kò sáà fi ìwúkàrà sí, nítorí a tì wọ́n jáde kúrò ní Íjíptì. Wọn kò sì lè dúró, bẹ́ẹ̀ ni wọn kò pèsè ohun jíjẹ kan fún ara wọn. Ǹjẹ́ ìgbà àtìpó àwọn ọmọ Ísírẹ́lì tí wọ́n ṣe ní ilẹ̀ Íjíptì, ó jẹ́ 400 ọdún ó lé 30. Ó sì ṣe lí òpin 400 ọdún ó lé 30, àní lí ọjọ́ náà gan li ó sì ṣe tí gbogbo ogun Olúwa jáde kúrò ní ilẹ̀ Íjíptì. Òru tí ó yẹ kí a kíyèsí gidigidi ni sí Olúwa ní mímú wọn jáde kúrò ní ilẹ̀ Íjíptì. Èyí li òru tí a kíyèsí Olúwa, tí ìkíyèsí Olúwa àti ìrandíran gbogbo àwọn ọmọ Ísírẹ́lì. Olúwa sì wí fún Mósè àti Árónì pé èyí li ìlànà àjọ ìrékọjá. Àlejò kálejò kì yóò jẹ nínú rẹ̀, ṣùgbọ́n ìránṣẹ́ ẹnikẹ́ni tí ó fi owó rà, nígbà tí ìwọ bá kọ ọ́ nílà, nígbà náà ni kí ó jẹ nínú rẹ̀. Àlejò àti alágbàṣe kì yóò jẹ nínú rẹ̀. Ní ilé kan lẹ ó jẹ. Ìwọ kò gbọdọ̀ mú nínú ẹran rẹ̀ jáde sóde kúrò nínú ilé náà. Bẹ́ẹ̀ ni ẹ̀yin kò gbọdọ̀ fọ́ ọ̀kan nínú egungun rẹ̀. Gbogbo ìjọ Ísírẹ́lì ni yóò ṣe é. Nígbà tí àlejò kan bá ń ṣe àtìpó lọ́dọ̀ rẹ, tí ó sì ń ṣe àjọ ìrékọjá sí Olúwa, kí a kọ gbogbo ọkùnrin rẹ̀ nílà. Nígbà náà ni kí ẹ jẹ́ kí ó súnmọ́ tòsí kí ó sì ṣe é. Òun ó sì dàbí ẹni tí a bí ní ilẹ̀ náà, nítorí tí kò sí ẹni aláìkọlà tí yóò jẹ nínú rẹ̀. Òfin kan ni fún ìbílé àti fún àlejò tí ó ṣe àtìpó nínú yín. Bẹ́ẹ̀ ni gbogbo àwọn ọmọ Ísírẹ́lì ṣe, bí Olúwa ti fi àṣẹ fún Mósè àti Árónì, bẹ́ẹ̀ ni wọ́n ṣe. Ó sì ṣe ní ọjọ́ náà gan-an, Olúwa mú àwọn ọmọ Ísírẹ́lì jáde kúrò ní ilẹ̀ Íjíbítì gẹ́gẹ́ bí ogún wọn. Chapter 13. Olúwa sì wí fún Mósè pé, ya gbogbo àwọn àkọ́bí sọ́tọ̀ fún mi, gbogbo èyí tí í ṣe àkọ́bí nínú àwọn ọmọ Ísírẹ́lì àti ti ènìyàn àti ti ẹran tí èmi ní í ṣe. Mósè sì wí fún àwọn ènìyàn rẹ̀ pé, ẹ rántí ọjọ́ òní nínú èyí tí ẹ̀yin jáde kúrò ní Íjíbítì, kúrò ní oko ẹrú, ẹ̀yin nítorí ọwọ́ agbára li Olúwa fi mú yín jáde kúrò níhìn. A kì yóò sì jẹ àkàrà wíwú. Lé ọjọ́ òní lé ẹ̀yin jáde lé oṣù Ábíbù. Yóò sì ṣe nígbà tí Olúwa sì mú ọ dé ilẹ̀ àwọn ará Kénáánì àti ti àwọn ará Hítì àti ti àwọn ará Ámórì àti ti àwọn Hífì àti àwọn Jébúsì, tí ó ti búra fún àwọn bàbá rẹ láti fi fún ọ, àti ilẹ̀ tí ń sàn fún wàrà àti fún oyin. Òun ni ìwọ ó máa sin ìsìn yìí lí oṣù yìí. Ijọ́ méje ni ìwọ fi jẹ àkàrà aláìwú. Lí ọjọ́ keje lí àjọ yóò wà fún Olúwa. Ọjọ́ méje lẹ ó fi jẹ àkàrà aláìwú, kí a má sì ṣe rí àkàrà wíwú lọ́dọ̀ rẹ. Bẹ́ẹ̀ ni kí a má sì ṣe rí ìwúkàrà lọ́dọ̀ rẹ ní gbogbo ẹ̀kún rẹ. Ìwọ ó sì sọ fún ọmọ rẹ lí ọjọ́ náà pé, a ń ṣe èyí nítorí èyí tí Olúwa ṣe fún mi nígbà tí mo jáde kúrò ní Íjíbítì. Yóò sì máa ṣe àmì fún ọ lí ọwọ́ rẹ, àti fún àmì ìrántí lí agbedeméjì ojú rẹ, kí òfin Olúwa kí ó lè wà lé ẹnu rẹ, nítorí ọwọ́ agbára lí Olúwa fi mú ọ jáde kúrò ní Íjíbítì. Nítorí náà kí ìwọ kí o máa kíyèsí ìlànà yìí lí àkókò rẹ̀ lí ọdọọdún. Yóò sì ṣe nígbà tí Olúwa bá mú ọ dé ilẹ̀ àwọn ará Kénáánì, bí ó ti búra fún ọ àti fún àwọn bàbá rẹ, tí yóò sì fi fún ọ, ní ìwọ ó sì ya gbogbo àkọ́bí sọ́tọ̀ fún Olúwa, àti gbogbo àkọ́bí ẹran tí ìwọ ní ti Olúwa ní àwọn àkọ́bí, àti gbogbo àkọ́bí kẹ́tẹ́kẹ́tẹ́ ni kí ìwọ kí ó fi ọ̀dọ́ àgùntàn rà padà. Bí ìwọ kò bá rà á padà, ǹjẹ́ kí ìwọ kí ó ṣẹ́ lí ọrùn, àti gbogbo àkọ́bí ènìyàn nínú àwọn ọmọkùnrin rẹ̀ ni ìwọ ó rà padà. Yóò sì ṣe nígbà tí ọmọ rẹ yóò béèrè lọ́wọ́ rẹ lẹ́yìn ọ̀la pé, kí li èyí? Kí ìwọ kí ó wí fún un pé, ọwọ́ agbára lí Olúwa fi mú wa jáde kúrò ní ilẹ̀ Íjíbítì, kúrò lí oko ẹrú. Ó sì ṣe nígbà tí Fáráò kọ̀ láti jẹ́ kí a lọ, òun lí Olúwa pa gbogbo àkọ́bí ní ilẹ̀ Íjíbítì, àti àkọ́bí ènìyàn àti àkọ́bí ẹran. Nítorí náà ni mo ṣe fi gbogbo àkọ́bí tí í ṣe akọ rúbọ sí Olúwa, ṣùgbọ́n gbogbo àwọn àkọ́bí ọmọkùnrin ni mo rà padà. Yóò sì máa ṣe àmì lí ọwọ́ rẹ, àti ọ̀já ìgbájú lágbedeméjì ojú rẹ, nítorí ọwọ́ agbára lí Olúwa fi mú wa jáde kúrò ní Íjíbítì. Ó sì ṣe nígbà tí Fáráò jẹ́ kí àwọn ènìyàn náà kí ó lọ tán, Ọlọ́run kò sì mú wọn tọ ọ̀nà ilẹ̀ ará Filistia, èyí tí ó sààyá, nítorí Ọlọ́run wí pé, kí àwọn ènìyàn má bàa yí ọkàn padà nígbà tí wọ́n bá rí ogun, kí wọ́n sì padà lọ sí Íjíbítì. Ṣùgbọ́n Ọlọ́run mú wọn yí lọ lí ọ̀nà ijù Òkun Pupa. Àwọn ọmọ Ísírẹ́lì jáde lọ kúrò ní ilẹ̀ Íjíbítì ní ìhámọ́ra. Mósè sì gbé egungun Jósẹ́fù lọ pẹ̀lú rẹ̀, nítorí ìbúra líle li ó mú àwọn ọmọ Ísírẹ́lì bú pé, lóòótọ́ li Ọlọ́run yóò bẹ̀ yín wò, kí ẹ̀yin kí ó sì ru egungun mi lọ pẹ̀lú yín kúrò níhìn. Wọ́n sì mú ọ̀nà àjò wọn pọ̀n láti Ṣukoti lọ, wọ́n sì dó sí Étámù létí ijù. Olúwa sì ń lọ níwájú wọn nínú ọ̀wọ́n àwọsánmọ̀ lí ọ̀sán láti máa ṣe amọ̀nà fún wọn, àti lí òru lí ọ̀wọ́n iná láti máa fi ìmọ́lẹ̀ fún wọn, láti máa rìn lí ọ̀sán àti lí òru. Ọ̀wọ́n àwọsánmọ̀ náà kò kúrò lí ọ̀sán tàbí ọ̀wọ́n iná lí òru níwájú àwọn ènìyàn náà. Chapter 14, orí 14. Olúwa sì wí fún Mósè pé, sọ fún àwọn ọmọ Ísírẹ́lì pé kí wọn kí ó darí, kí wọn kí ó sì dó sí iwájú Pihahirotu lí agbede méjì Migdolu òun òkun, níwájú Baali Sefoni lọ́kánkán rẹ̀ lí ẹ̀bá òkun ní kí ẹ̀yin kí ó dó sí. Nítorí tí Fáráò yóò wí ní ti àwọn ọmọ Ísírẹ́lì pé wọ́n há ní ilẹ̀ náà, ijù náà ṣe wọ́n mọ́. Èmi ó sì mú àyà Fáráò le tí yóò fi lépa wọn. A ó sì yìn mí lógo nítorí Fáráò, nítorí tí ogun rẹ̀ gbogbo, kí àwọn ará Íjíbítì kí ó lè mọ̀ pé èmi li Olúwa. Wọ́n sì ṣe bẹ́ẹ̀. A sì wí fún ọba Íjíbítì pé àwọn ènìyàn náà sá. Àyà Fáráò àti àwọn ìránṣẹ́ rẹ̀ sì yí sí àwọn ènìyàn náà. Wọ́n sì wí pé, èéṣe tí àwa fi ṣe èyí, tí àwa fi jẹ́ kí Ísírẹ́lì kí ó lọ kúrò nínú ìsìn wa? Ó sì di kẹ̀kẹ́ ogun rẹ̀, ó sì mú àwọn ènìyàn rẹ̀ pẹ̀lú rẹ̀. Ó sì mú 600 ààyò kẹ̀kẹ́ ogun olórí sí olúkúlùkù wọn. Olúwa sì mú àyà Fáráò ọba Íjíbítì le, ó sì lépa àwọn ọmọ Ísírẹ́lì. Ọwọ́ gíga li àwọn ọmọ Ísírẹ́lì sì fi jáde kúrò. Ṣùgbọ́n àwọn ará Íjíbítì lépa wọn, gbogbo ẹṣin àti kẹ̀kẹ́ ogun Fáráò àti àwọn ẹlẹ́ṣin rẹ̀ àti àwọn ogun rẹ̀, ó sì lé wọn bá. Wọ́n sì dúró lí ẹ̀bá òkun ní ìhà Pihahirotu níwájú Baal-ṣefoni. Nígbà tí Fáráò sì súnmọ́ tòsí, àwọn ọmọ Ísírẹ́lì gbé ojú sókè, sì kíyèsí àwọn ará Íjíbítì ń bọ̀ lẹ́yìn wọn. Ẹ̀rù sì bà wọ́n gidigidi. Àwọn ọmọ Ísírẹ́lì sì kígbe pe Olúwa. Wọ́n sì wí fún Mósè pé, nítorí ìṣà kò sí ní Íjíbítì, kí ìwọ ṣe mú wa wá láti kú ní ijù? Èéṣe tí ìwọ fi ṣe wá bẹ́ẹ̀ láti mú wa jáde ní Íjíbítì wá? Ọ̀rọ̀ yìí kí àwa ti sọ fún ọ ní Íjíbítì pé, ọ̀rọ̀ yìí kí àwa ti sọ fún ọ ní Íjíbítì pé, jọ̀wọ́ wa, jẹ́ kí àwa kí ó máa sin àwọn Íjíbítì. Ó sàsàn fún wa láti máa sin àwọn ará Íjíbítì jù kí àwa kú lé aginjù lọ. Mósè sì wí fún àwọn ènìyàn náà pé, ẹ má bẹ̀rù, ẹ dúró jẹ́ kí ẹ sì rí ìgbàlà Olúwa tí yóò fi hàn yín lónìí. Nítorí àwọn ará Íjíbítì tí ẹ̀yin rí lí òní yìí, ẹ̀yin kì yóò sì tún rí wọn mọ́ láéláé. Nítorí tí Olúwa yóò jà fún yín, kí ẹ̀yin kí ó sì pa ẹnu yín mọ́. Olúwa sì wí fún Mósè pé, èéṣe tí ìwọ fi ń kígbe pè mí? Sọ fún àwọn ọmọ Ísírẹ́lì kí wọn kí ó tẹ̀síwájú. Ṣùgbọ́n ìwọ gbé ọ̀pá rẹ sókè, kí ìwọ kí ó sì na ọwọ́ rẹ sí ojú òkun, kí o sì yà méjì. Àwọn ọmọ Ísírẹ́lì yóò sì la àárín òkun náà kọjá ní ìyàngbẹ ilẹ̀. Àti èmi kíyèsí, èmi ó mú àyà àwọn ará Íjíbítì le, wọn ó sì tẹ̀lé wọn. a ó sì yìn mí lógo nítorí Pharaoh àti lórí gbogbo ogun rẹ̀ àti lórí àwọn kẹ̀kẹ́ ogun rẹ̀ àti lórí àwọn ẹlẹ́ṣin rẹ̀. Àwọn ará Egypt yóò sì mọ̀ pé èmi ni Olúwa nígbà tí mo bá gba ògo lórí Pharaoh, lórí àwọn kẹ̀kẹ́ ogun rẹ̀ àti lórí àwọn ẹlẹ́ṣin rẹ̀. Áńgẹ́lì Ọlọ́run náà tí ó ṣáájú ogun Ísírẹ́lì ó sì lọ sẹ́yìn wọn. Ọ̀wọ̀n àwọsánmọ̀ sì ṣí kúrò níwájú wọn, ó sì dúró lẹ́yìn wọn. Ó sì wá sí agbedeméjì ogun àwọn ará Íjíbítì àti ogun Ísírẹ́lì. Ó sì ṣe àwọsánmọ̀ àti òkùnkùn fún àwọn ti ọ̀hún, ṣùgbọ́n ó ṣe ìmọ́lẹ̀ lí òru fún àwọn ti ìhín. Bẹ́ẹ̀ di èkíní kò súnmọ́ èkejì ní gbogbo òru náà. Mósè sì na ọwọ́ rẹ̀ sí ojú òkun. Olúwa sì fi afẹ́fẹ́ líle ìlà oòrùn mú òkun bì sẹ́yìn ní gbogbo òru náà. Ó sì mú òkun gbẹ, omi náà sì pínyà. Àwọn ọmọ Ísírẹ́lì sì lọ sínú àárín òkun ní ilẹ̀ gbígbẹ. Omi sì ṣe òdì sí wọn lí ọwọ́ ọ̀tún àti ọwọ́ òsì. Àwọn ará Íjíbítì sì lépa wọn, wọ́n sì wọ́ tọ̀ wọ́n lọ láàrin òkun, àti gbogbo ẹṣin Fáráò àti kẹ̀kẹ́ ogun àti àwọn ẹlẹ́ṣin rẹ̀. Ó sì dìde nígbà ìṣọ́ òwúrọ̀. Olúwa bojú wo ogun ará Íjíbítì láàrin ọ̀wọ̀n iná àti ti àwọsánmọ̀. Ó sì pa ogun àwọn ará Íjíbítì láyà. Ó sì yẹ kẹ̀kẹ́ ogun wọn, wọ́n sì ń wọ́ tuuru. Àwọn ará Íjíbítì sì wí pé, ẹ jẹ́ kí a sá kúrò níwájú Ísírẹ́lì, nítorí Olúwa ń bá àwọn ará Íjíbítì jà fún wọn. Olúwa sì wí fún Mósè pé, na ọwọ́ rẹ sí ojú òkun, kí omi kí ó tún padà wá sórí àwọn ará Íjíbítì, sórí kẹ̀kẹ́ ogun wọn àti sórí ẹlẹ́ṣin wọn. Mósè sì na ọwọ́ rẹ̀ sí ojú òkun, òkun sì padà bọ̀ sí ipò rẹ̀. Nígbà tí ilẹ̀ mọ́, àwọn ará Íjíbítì sì sálù ú. Olúwa sì bi àwọn ará Íjíbítì ṣubú láàrin òkun. Omi sì padà, ó sì bo kẹ̀kẹ́ ogun àti àwọn ẹlẹ́ṣin àti gbogbo ogun Fáráò tí ó wọ inú òkun tọ̀ wọ́n lẹ́yìn lọ. Ọ̀kan ṣoṣo kò kù nínú wọn. Ṣùgbọ́n àwọn ọmọ Ísírẹ́lì rìn ní ìyàngbẹ ilẹ̀ láàrin òkun. Omi sì jẹ́ odi fún wọn lọ́wọ́ ọ̀tún àti lé ọwọ́ òsì wọn. Báyìí li Olúwa gba Ísírẹ́lì là lí ọjọ́ náà lọ́wọ́ àwọn ará Íjíbítì. Ísírẹ́lì sì rí òkú àwọn ará Íjíbítì létí òkun. Ísírẹ́lì sì rí iṣẹ́ ńlá tí Olúwa ṣe láàrin àwọn ará Íjíbítì. Àwọn ènìyàn náà sì bẹ̀rù Olúwa, wọ́n sì gba Olúwa àti Mósè ìránṣẹ́ rẹ̀ gbọ́. Chapter 15, orí 15. Nígbà náà ni Mósè àti àwọn ọmọ Ísírẹ́lì kọ orin yìí sí Olúwa. Wọ́n sì wí pé, èmi ó kọrin sí Olúwa, nítorí ó pọ̀ lí ògo, àti ẹṣin àti ẹlẹ́ṣin òun lé ó bì ṣubú nínú òkun. Olúwa lé agbára àti orin mi, òun lé ó sì di ìgbàlà mi. Èyí lé Ọlọ́run mi, èmi ó sì yìn ín. Èmi ó sì fi ìyìn fún Ọlọ́run bàbá mi, èmi ó gbé e lékè. Ológun lé Olúwa, Olúwa lé orúkọ rẹ̀. Kẹ̀kẹ́ ogun Fáráò àti ogun rẹ̀ lé ó mú wọ inú òkun. Àwọn ààyò olórí ogun rẹ̀ ló sì rì nínú òkun pupa. Wọ́n rì sí ìsàlẹ̀ bí òkúta. Olúwa, ọwọ́ ọ̀tún rẹ̀ lí ògo nínú agbára. Olúwa, ọwọ́ ọ̀tún rẹ̀ fọ́ ọ̀tá túútúú, àti ní ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ ọlá rẹ̀ ni ìwọ bí àwọn tí ó dìde sí ọ ṣubú. Ìwọ rán ìbínú rẹ̀ tí ó run wọ́n bí àkémọ́lẹ̀ ìdí koríko àti nípa èémí imú rẹ li omi fi wọ́jọ pọ̀. Ìṣàn omi dìde dúró gangan bí ògiri, ibú sì dìlù láàrin òkun. Ọ̀tá wípé, èmi ó lépa, èmi ó bá wọn, èmi ó pín ìkógun, a ó tẹ́ ìfẹ́kúfẹ̀ẹ́ mi lọ́rùn lára wọn, èmi ó fàdà mi yọ, ọwọ́ mi ni ó sì pa wọ́n run. Ìwọ sì mú afẹ́fẹ́ rẹ fẹ́, òkun bò wọ́n mọ́lẹ̀, wọ́n sì rì bí òjé nínú omi ńlá. Ta li ó dàbí ìwọ Olúwa nínú àwọn alágbára? Ta li ó dàbí ìwọ ológo ní mímọ́, ẹlẹ́rù nìyìn tí ń ṣe ohun ìyanu? Ìwọ na ọwọ́ ọ̀tún rẹ, ilẹ̀ gbé wọn mì. Nínú àánú rẹ ni ìwọ fi ṣe amọ̀nà àwọn ènìyàn náà tí ìwọ ti rà padà. Ìwọ sì ń fi agbára rẹ tọ́ wọn lọ sí ibùjókòó mímọ́ rẹ. Àwọn ènìyàn gbọ́, wọ́n wárìrì, ìkáàánú sì mú àwọn olùgbé Filistia. Nígbà náà li ẹnu ya àwọn baálẹ̀ Edomu, ìwárìrì sì mú àwọn alágbára Moabu. Gbogbo àwọn olùgbé Kénáánì yọ́ dànù. Ìbẹ̀rù bójó mú wọn nípa títóbi apá rẹ. Wọ́n dúró jẹ́ bí òkúta títí àwọn ènìyàn rẹ fi rékọjá Olúwa, títí àwọn ènìyàn tí ìwọ ti rà fi rékọjá. Ìwọ ó mú wọn wọlé, ìwọ ó sì gbìn wọ́n nínú òkè ilẹ̀ ìní rẹ. Olúwa ní ibi tí ìwọ ti ṣe fún ara rẹ láti máa gbé. Olúwa ní ibi mímọ́ náà tí ọwọ́ rẹ ti gbé kalẹ̀. Olúwa yóò jọba láé àti láéláé. Nítorí ẹṣin Fáráò wọ inú òkun lọ pẹ̀lú kẹ̀kẹ́ ogun rẹ̀ àti àwọn ẹlẹ́ṣin rẹ̀. Olúwa sì tún mú omi òkun padà sí wọn lórí. Ṣùgbọ́n àwọn ọmọ Ísírẹ́lì rìn ní ilẹ̀ gbígbẹ láàrin òkun. Àti Máríámù wòlíì obìnrin, arábìnrin Árónì, ó mú ìlù lí ọwọ́ rẹ̀. Gbogbo àwọn obìnrin sì jáde tẹ̀lé, ti àwọn ti ìlù àti ijó. Míríámù sì dá wọn lí ohùn pé, ẹ kọrin sí Olúwa, nítorí tí ó pọ̀ lí ògo. Ẹṣin àti ẹlẹ́ṣin òun lé ó bì ṣubú nínú òkun. Bẹ́ẹ̀ li Mósè mú Ísírẹ́lì jáde láti òkun pupa wá. Wọ́n sì jáde lọ sí ijù Ṣúrì. Wọ́n sì lọ ní ìrìnjọ́ 3 sí ijù náà. Wọ́n sì jó, wọn kò sì rí omi. Nígbà tí wọ́n dé Márà, wọn kò lè mu nínú omi Márà nítorí ó korò. Nítorí náà li ó ṣe sọ orúkọ rẹ̀ ní Márà. Àwọn ènìyàn náà sì ń kùn sí Mósè pé, kí li àwa ó mu? Ó sì ké pe Olúwa. Olúwa sì fi igi kan hàn án. Nígbà tí ó sì sọ sínú omi náà sì di dídùn. Níbẹ̀ li a ó sì gbé ṣe òfin àti ìlànà fún wọn. Níbẹ̀ li ó sì gbé dán wọn wò. Ó sì wí pé, bí ìwọ ò bá tẹ́tí sí gidigidi sí ohùn Olúwa Ọlọ́run rẹ, tí o bá sì ṣe èyí tí ó tọ́ lé ojú rẹ̀, tí ìwọ ò bá sì fetí sí ohùn rẹ̀, tí ìwọ ò bá sì pa gbogbo àṣẹ rẹ̀ mọ́, èmi kì yóò sì fi ọ̀kan nínú àwọn ààrùn wọ̀nyí tí mo mú wá sára àwọn ará Íjíbítì sí ọ lára, nítorí èmi li Olúwa tí ó mú ọ lára dá. Wọ́n sì dé Élímù níbi tí kànga omi 12 gbé wà àti 70 ọ̀pẹ. Wọ́n sì dó sí ìhà omi wọn nì níbẹ̀. Chapter 16, orí 16. Wọ́n sì ṣí láti Élímù, gbogbo ìjọ àwọn Ísírẹ́lì sì dé ijù Síní tí ó wà lé agbede méjì Élímù òun Sínáì lí ọjọ́ 15 oṣù kejì. Lẹ́yìn ìgbà tí wọ́n jáde kúrò ní ilẹ̀ Íjíbítì, gbogbo ìjọ àwọn ọmọ Ísírẹ́lì sì ń kùn sí Mósè àti sí Árónì ní ijù náà. Àwọn ọmọ Ísírẹ́lì sì wí fún wọn pé, àwa ìbá ti ọwọ́ Olúwa kú ní Íjíbítì, nígbà tí àwa jókòó ti ìkòkò ẹran tí àwa ń jẹ àjẹyó. ẹ̀yin ní sáà mú wa jáde wá sí ijù yìí láti fi ebi pa gbogbo ìjọ yìí. Nígbà náà li Olúwa sọ fún Mósè pé, kíyèsí, èmi ó rọ̀jò oúnjẹ fún yín láti ọ̀run wá, àwọn ènìyàn yóò sì máa jáde láti lọ kó ìwọ̀n tí òòjọ́ lé ojoojúmọ́, kí èmi kí ó lè dá wọn wò bí wọn ó fẹ́ láti máa rìn nípa òfin mi, bí bẹ́ẹ̀ kọ́ yóò sì ṣe lé ọjọ́ kẹfà wọn ó sì pèsè èyí tí wọn ó mú wá, yóò sì tó ìwọ̀n méjì èyí tí wọ́n máa ń kó lé ojoojúmọ́. Mósè àti Áárónì sì wí fún gbogbo àwọn ọmọ Ísírẹ́lì pé, ní àṣálẹ́ yìí ẹ̀yin ó sì mọ̀ pé Olúwa lè ó mú yín wá jáde láti Éjíptì wá, àti ní òwúrọ̀ lé ẹ̀yin ó rí ògo Olúwa, nítorí tí ó gbọ́ kíkùn yín sí Olúwa. Kí ni àwa sì jẹ́ tí ẹ̀yin ń kùn sí wa? Mósè sì wí pé, báyìí ni yóò rí nígbà tí Olúwa yóò fún yín ní ẹran jẹ ní àṣálẹ́ àti oúnjẹ àjẹyó ní òwúrọ̀, nítorí tí Olúwa gbọ́ kíkùn yín tí ẹ̀yin kùn sí. Kí ni àwa sì jẹ́? Kíkùn yín kì í ṣe sí wa bí kò ṣe sí Olúwa. Mósè sì sọ fún Áárónì pé, sọ fún gbogbo ìjọ àwọn ọmọ Ísírẹ́lì pé, ẹ súnmọ́ iwájú Olúwa, nítorí tí ó ti gbọ́ kíkùn yín. Ó sì ṣe, nígbà tí Áárónì ń sọ fún gbogbo ìjọ àwọn ènìyàn Ísírẹ́lì, wọ́n sì bójú wo ìhà ijù, sì kíyèsí ògo Olúwa hàn lí àwọsánmọ̀ náà. Olúwa sì sọ fún Mósè pé, èmi ti gbọ́ kíkùn àwọn ọmọ Ísírẹ́lì. Sọ fún wọn pé, ní àṣálẹ́ ẹ̀yin ó jẹ ẹran, àti ní òwúrọ̀ a ó sì fi oúnjẹ kún yín. Ẹ̀yin ó sì mọ̀ pé èmi ni Olúwa Ọlọ́run yín. Ó sì ṣe ní àṣálẹ́ ni àparò fò dé, wọ́n sì bo ibùdó mọ́lẹ̀, àti ní òwúrọ̀ ìrì sì sẹ̀ yí gbogbo ibùdó náà ká. Nígbà tí ìrì tí ó sẹ̀ bolẹ̀ sì fà sókè, sì kíyèsí lórí ilẹ̀ ijù náà ohun ribiribi ó kéré ìrì dídì lé orí ilẹ̀. Ó kéré bí ìrì dídì lé orí ilẹ̀. Nígbà tí àwọn ọmọ Ísírẹ́lì sì rí, wọ́n wí fún ara wọn pé, kí li èyí? Nítorí tí wọn kò mọ ohun náà. Mósè sì wí fún wọn pé, èyí li oúnjẹ tí Olúwa fi fún yín láti jẹ. Èyí li ohun tí Olúwa ti pa láṣẹ kí olúkúlùkù kí ó máa kó bí ìwọ̀n ìjẹ rẹ̀, òṣùwọ̀n hómérì kan fún ẹnì kọ̀ọ̀kan, gẹ́gẹ́ bí iye àwọn ènìyàn yín, kí olúkúlùkù yín mú fún àwọn tí ó wà nínú àgọ́ rẹ̀. Àwọn ọmọ Ísírẹ́lì sì ṣe bẹ́ẹ̀, wọ́n sì kó ẹlòmíràn púpọ̀ jù ẹlòmíràn lé àìtó. Nígbà tí wọ́n sì fi òṣùwọ̀n hómérì wọ̀n, ẹni tí ó kó púpọ̀ kò ní nǹkan lé, ẹni tí ó sì kó kéré jù kò ṣe aláìtó. Wọ́n sì kó olúkúlùkù bí ìjẹ tirẹ̀. Mósè sì wí fún wọn pé, kí ẹnìkan kí ó má kù sílẹ̀ nínú rẹ̀ títí di òwúrọ̀. Ṣùgbọ́n wọn kò gbọ́ ti Mósè. Bẹ́ẹ̀ li ẹlòmíràn sì kù sílẹ̀ nínú rẹ̀ títí di òwúrọ̀. Ó sì di ìdin, ó sì ń rùn. Mósè sì bínú sí wọn. Wọ́n sì ń kó lí òrò òwúrọ̀, olúkúlùkù bí ìjẹ tirẹ̀. Nígbà tí oòrùn sì mú, ó yọ. Ó sì ṣe ní ijọ́ kẹta wọ́n kó ìwọ̀n ohun ẹ̀rìn méjì. Ní ijọ́ kẹfà wọ́n kó ìwọ̀n ohun méjì hómérì méjì fún ẹnì kọ̀ọ̀kan. Gbogbo àwọn olórí ìjọ náà sì wá, wọ́n sọ fún Mósè. Ó sì wí fún wọn pé, èyí ni Olúwa ti wí pé, ọ̀la li ọjọ́ ìsinmi mímọ́ fún Olúwa. Ẹ yan èyí tí ẹ̀yin ní yàn, kí ẹ sì bọ. Ẹ yan èyí tí ẹ̀yin ní yan, kí ẹ sì bọ èyí tí ẹ̀yin ní bọ̀. Èyí tí ó sì kù, ẹ fi í sílẹ̀ láti pa á mọ́ di òwúrọ̀. Wọ́n sì fi í sílẹ̀ títí di òwúrọ̀, bí Mósè ti pàṣẹ fún wọn. Kò sì rùn, bẹ́ẹ̀ ni kò sí ìdín nínú rẹ̀. Mósè sì wí pé, ẹ jẹ èyí nì lí òní, nítorí òní li ọjọ́ ìsinmi fún Olúwa. Lí òní ẹ̀yin kì yóò rí nínú ìgbẹ́. Lí ọjọ́ 6 lí ẹ ó máa kó, ṣùgbọ́n lí ọjọ́ keje lí ọjọ́ ìsinmi, nínú rẹ̀ ni kì yóò sí nǹkan. Ó sì ṣe lí ọjọ́ keje, àwọn kan nínú àwọn ènìyàn jáde lọ kó, ṣùgbọ́n wọn kò rí nǹkan kan. Olúwa sì wí fún Mósè pé, ẹ ó ti kọ̀ láti pa àṣẹ mi àti òfin mi mọ́ pẹ́ tó. Wò ó, Olúwa sáà ti fi ọjọ́ ìsinmi fún yín, nítorí náà lé ó ṣe fi oúnjẹ ijọ́ méjì fún yín lé ọjọ́ kẹfà, kí olúkúlùkù kí ó jókòó ní ipò rẹ̀, kí ẹnikẹ́ni kí ó má ṣe jáde kúrò ní ipò rẹ̀ lé ọjọ́ keje. Bẹ́ẹ̀ lé àwọn ènìyàn náà sinmi lé ọjọ́ keje. Àwọn ará ilé Ísírẹ́lì sì pe orúkọ rẹ̀ ní mánà. Ó sì dàbí irúgbìn kóríándérì funfun. Adùn rẹ̀ sì dàbí àkàrà fẹ́lẹ́fẹ́lẹ́ tí a fi oyin ṣe. Mósè sì wí pé, èyí li ohun tí Olúwa pa láṣẹ. Ẹ kún òṣùwọ̀n omeri kan nínú rẹ̀ láti pamọ́ fún ìrandíran yín, kí wọn kí ó lè máa rí oúnjẹ tí mo fi bọ́ yín ní aginjù nígbà tí mo mú yín jáde kúrò ní ilẹ̀ Íjíbítì. Mósè sì wí fún Árónì pé, mú ìkòkò kan kí o sì fi òṣùwọ̀n omeri kan tí ó kún fún mánà sínú rẹ̀, kí o sì gbé e kalẹ̀ níwájú Olúwa láti pa á mọ́ fún ìrandíran yín. Bí Olúwa ti pàṣẹ fún Mósè, bẹ́ẹ̀ lé Árónì gbé e kalẹ̀ níwájú ibi ẹ̀rí láti pa á mọ́. Àwọn ọmọ Ísírẹ́lì sì jẹ mánà lé 40 ọdún títí wọ́n fi dé ilẹ̀ tí a tẹ̀dó. Wọ́n jẹ mánà títí wọ́n fi dé agbègbè ilẹ̀ Kénáánì. Ǹjẹ́ òṣùwọ̀n omeri kan ní 10 éfà.
Exodus 17. Water from the rock. The whole Israelite community set out from the desert of Sin, traveling from place to place as the Lord commanded. They camped at Rephidim, but there was no water for the people to drink. So they quarreled with Moses and said, "Give us water to drink." Moses replied, "Why do you quarrel with me? Why do you put the Lord to the test?" But the people were thirsty for water there, and they grumbled against Moses. They said, "Why did you bring us up out of Egypt to make us and our children and livestock die of thirst?" Then Moses cried out to the Lord, "What am I to do with these people? They are almost ready to stone me." The Lord answered, "Moses, go out in front of the people, take with you some of the elders of Israel, and take in your hand the staff which you struck the Nile, and go. I will stand there by the rock of Horeb. Strike the rock, and water will come out of it for the people to drink." So Moses did this in the sight of the elders of Israel, and he called the place Massah and Meribah, because the Israelites quarreled and because they tested the Lord, saying, "Is the Lord among us or not?" The Amalekites defeated. The Amalekites came and attacked the Israelites at Rephidim. Moses said to Joshua, "Choose some of our men and go out to fight Amalekites. Tomorrow I will stand on top of the hill with the staff of God in my hands." So Joshua fought the Amalekites as Moses had ordered, and Moses, Aaron, and Hur went to the top of the hill. As long as Moses held up his hands, the Israelites were winning, but whenever he lowered his hands, the Amalekites were winning. When Moses' hands grew tired, they took a stone and put it under him, and he sat on it. Aaron and Hur held his hands up, one on one side and one on the other, so that his hands remained steady till sunset. So Joshua overcame the Amalekite army with the sword. Then the Lord said to Moses, "Write this on a scroll as something to be remembered, and make sure that Joshua hears it, because I will completely blot out the name of Amalek from under heaven." Moses built an altar and called it, "The Lord is my banner." He said, "Because hands were lifted up against the throne of the Lord will be at war against the Amalekites from generation to generation." Exodus 18. Jethro visits Moses. Now Jethro, the priest of Midian and father-in-law of Moses, heard of everything God had done for Moses and for his people Israel, and how the Lord had brought Israel out of Egypt. After Moses had sent away his wife Zipporah, his father-in-law Jethro received her and her 2 sons. One son was named Gershom, for Moses said, "I have become a foreigner in a foreign land," and the other was named Eliezer, for he said, "My father's God was my helper. He saved me from the sword of Pharaoh." Jethro, Moses' father-in-law, together with Moses' son and wife, came to him in the wilderness, where he camped near the mountain of God. Jethro had sent word to him, "I, your father-in-law Jethro, am coming to you with your wife and her 2 sons." So Moses went out to meet his father-in-law and bowed down and kissed him. They greeted each other and then went into the tent. Moses told his father-in-law about everything the Lord had done to Pharaoh and the Egyptians for Israel's sake, and about all the hardships they had met along the way, and how the Lord had saved them. Jethro was delighted to hear about all the good things the Lord had done for Israel, in rescuing them from the hand of the Egyptians. He said, "Praise be to the Lord, who rescued you from the hand of the Egyptians and of Pharaoh, and who rescued the people from the hand of the Egyptians. Now I know that the Lord is greater than all other gods, for he did this to those who treated Israel arrogantly." Jethro, Moses' father-in-law, brought a burnt offering and offered sacrifices to God, and Aaron came with all the elders of Israel to eat a meal with Moses' father-in-law in the presence of God. The next day, Moses took his seat to serve as a judge for the people, and they stood round him from morning till evening. When his father-in-law saw all that Moses was doing for the people, he said, "What is this you are doing for the people? Why do you alone sit as a judge, while all these people stand round you from morning to evening?" Moses answered him, "Because the people come to me to seek God's will. Whenever they have a dispute, it is brought to me, and I decide between the parties and inform them of God's decrees and instructions." Moses' father-in-law replied, "What you are doing is not good. You and these people who come to you will only wear yourselves out. The work is too heavy for you. You cannot handle it alone. Listen now to me, and I will give you some advice, and may God be with you. You must be the people's representative before God and bring their disputes to him. Teach them his decrees and instructions, and show them the way they are to live and how they are to behave. But select capable men from all people, men who fear God, trustworthy men who hate dishonest gain, and appoint them as officials over thousands, hundreds, fifties, and tens. Let them serve as judges for the people at all times, but let them bring every difficult case to you. The simple cases they can decide themselves. That will make your load lighter, because they will share it with you. If you do this and God so commands, you will be able to stand the strain, and all these people will go home satisfied." Moses listened to his father-in-law and did everything he said. He chose capable men from all Israel and made them leaders of the people, officials over thousands, hundreds, fifties, and tens. They served as judges for the people at all times. The difficult cases they brought to Moses, but the simple ones they decided themselves. Then Moses sent his father-in-law on his way, and Jethro returned to his own country. Exodus 19, at Mount Sinai. On the first day of the 3rd month, after Israelites left Egypt, on that very day they came to the desert of Sinai. After they set out from Rephidim, they entered the desert of Sinai, and Israel camped there in the desert in front of the mountain. Then Moses went up to God, and the Lord called to him from the mountain and said, "This is what you are to say to the descendants of Jacob, and what you are to tell the people of Israel. You yourselves have seen what I did to Egypt, and how I carried you on eagle's wings and brought you to myself. Now if you obey me fully and keep my covenant, then out of all nations you will be my treasured possession. Although the whole earth is mine, you will be for me a kingdom of priests and a holy nation. These are the words you are to speak to the Israelites." So Moses went back and summoned the elders of the people. and set before them all the words the Lord had commanded him to speak. The people all responded together, "We will do everything the Lord has said." So Moses brought that answer back to the Lord. The Lord said to Moses, "I am going to come to you in a dense cloud, so that the people will hear me speaking with you and will always put their trust in you." Then Moses told the Lord what the people had said. And the Lord said to Moses, "Go to the people and consecrate them today and tomorrow. Make them wash their clothes and be ready for the third day, because on that day the Lord will come down on Mount Sinai in the sight of all people. Put limits for the people around the mountain and tell them, 'Be careful that you do not approach the mountain or touch the foot of it. Whoever touches the mountain is to be put to death. They are to be stoned or shot with arrows. Not a hand is to be laid on them. No person or animal shall be permitted to live. Only when the ram's horn sounds a long blast may they approach the mountain.'" After Moses had gone down the mountain to the people he consecrated them, and they washed their clothes. Then he said to the people, "Prepare yourselves for the third day. Abstain from sexual relations." On the morning of the third day, there was thunder and lightning, with a thick cloud over the mountain, and a very loud trumpet blast. Everyone in the camp trembled. Then Moses led the people out of the camp to meet with God, and they stood at the foot of the mountain. Mount Sinai was covered with smoke, because the Lord descended on it in fire. The smoke billowed up from it like smoke from a furnace, and the whole mountain trembled violently. As the sound of the trumpet grew louder and louder, Moses spoke, and the voice of God answered him. The Lord descended to the top of the Mount Sinai and called Moses to the top of the mountain. So Moses went up, and the Lord said to him, "Go down and warn the people, so they do not force their way through to see the Lord and many of them perish. Even the priests who approach the Lord must consecrate themselves, or the Lord will break out against them." Moses said to the Lord, "The people cannot come up Mount Sinai, because you yourself warned us. Put limits around the mountain and set it apart as holy." The Lord replied, "Go down and bring Aaron up with you. But the priests and the people must not force their way through to come up to the Lord, or he will break out against them." So Moses went down to the people and told them. Exodus 20, the Ten Commandments. And God spoke all these words. "I am the Lord your God, who brought you out of Egypt, out of the land of slavery. You shall have no other gods before me. You shall not make for yourself an image in the form of anything in heaven above or on the earth beneath or in the waters below. You shall not bow down to them or worship them, for I, the Lord your God, am a jealous God, punishing the children for the sin of the parents to the third and fourth generations of those who hate me, but showing love to 1,000 generations of those who love me and keep my commandments. You shall not misuse the name of the Lord your God, for the Lord will not hold anyone guiltless who misuses his name. Remember the Sabbath day by keeping it holy. 6 days you shall labor and do all your work, but the seventh day is Sabbath to the Lord your God. On it you shall not do any work, neither you, nor your son, or your daughter, nor your male or female servant, nor your animals, nor any foreigner residing in your towns. For in 6 days the Lord made the heavens and the earth, the sea, and all that is in them, but he rested on the seventh day. Therefore the Lord blessed the Sabbath day and made it holy. Honor your father and your mother, so that you may live long in the land the Lord God is giving you. You shall not murder. You shall not commit adultery. You shall not steal. You shall not give false testimony against your neighbor. You shall not covet your neighbor's house. You shall not covet your neighbor's wife or his male or female servant, his ox or donkey, or anything that belongs to your neighbor. When the people saw the thunder and lightning and heard the trumpet and saw the mountain in smoke, they trembled with fear. They stayed at a distance and said to Moses, "Speak to us yourself and we will listen. Do not let God speak to us or we will die." Moses said to the people, "Do not be afraid. God has come to test you, so that the fear of God will be with you to keep you from sinning." The people remained at a distance, while Moses approached a thick darkness where God was. Idols and altars. Then the Lord said to Moses, "Tell the Israelites this. You have seen for yourselves that I have spoken to you from heaven. Do not make any gods to be alongside me. Do not make for yourselves gods of silver or gods of gold. Make an altar of earth for me, and sacrifice on it your burnt offerings and fellowship offerings, your sheep and goats and your cattle. Wherever I cause my name to be honored, I will come to you and bless you. If you make an altar of stones for me, do not build it with dressed stones, for you will defile it if you use a tool on it. And do not go up to my altar on steps, or your private parts may be exposed. These are the laws you are to set before them." Exodus 21, Hebrew servant. If you buy a Hebrew servant, he is to serve you for 6 years. But in the 7th year he shall go free, without paying anything. If he comes alone, he is to go free alone. But if he has a wife when he comes, she is to go with him. If his master gives him a wife and she bears him sons or daughters, the woman and her children shall belong to her master, and only the man shall go free. But if the servant declares, "I love my master and my wife and children and do not want to go free," then his master must take him before the judges. He shall take him to the door or doorpost and pierce his ear with an awl. Then he will be a servant for life. If a man sells his daughter as a servant, she is not to go free as male servants do. If she does not please the master who he has selected her for himself, he must let her be redeemed. He has no right to sell her to foreigners, because he has broken faith with her. If he selects her for his son, he must grant her the rights of a daughter. If he marries another woman, he must not deprive the first one of her food, clothing, and marital rights. If he does not provide her with these 3 things, she is to go free without any payment of money. Personal injuries. Anyone who strikes a person with a fatal blow is to be put to death. However, if it is not done intentionally, but God lets it happen, they are to flee to a place I will designate. But if anyone schemes and kills someone deliberately, taken from my altar and put to death. Anyone who attacks their father or mother is to be put to death. Anyone who kidnaps someone is to be put to death, whether the victim has been sold or is still in the kidnapper's possession. Anyone who curses their father or mother is to be put to death. If people quarrel and one person hits another with a stone or with their fist, and the victim does not die but is confined to bed, the one who struck the blow will not be held liable if the other can get up and walk around outside with a staff. However, the guilty party must pay the injured person for any loss of time and see that the victim is completely healed. Anyone who beats their male or female slave with a rod must be punished if the slave dies as a direct result, but they are not to be punished if the slave recovers after a day or 2, since the slave is their property. If people are fighting and hit a pregnant woman and she gives birth prematurely, but there is no serious injury, the offender must be fined whatever the woman's husband demands and the court allows. But if there is serious injury, you are to take life for life, eye for eye, tooth for tooth, hand for hand, foot for foot, burn for burn, wound for wound, bruise for bruise. An owner who hits a male or female slave in the eye and destroys it must let the slave go free to compensate for the eye. And an owner who knocks out the tooth of a male or female slave must let the slave go free to compensate for the tooth. If a bull gores a man or a woman to death, the bull is to be stoned to death, and its meat must not be eaten. The owner of the bull will not be held responsible. If, however, the bull has had the habit of goring and the owner has been warned but has not kept it penned up, and it kills a man or a woman, the bull is to be stoned, and its owner also is to be put to death. However, if payment is demanded, the owner may redeem his life by the payment of whatever is demanded. This law also applies if the bull gores a son or daughter. If the bull gores a male or female slave, the owner must pay 30 shekels of silver to the master of the slave, and the bull is to be stoned to death. If anyone uncovers a pit or dog digs one and fails to cover it, and an ox or donkey falls into it, the one who opened the pit must pay the owner for the loss and take the dead animal in exchange. If anyone's bull injures someone else's bull and it dies, the 2 parties are to sell the live one and divide both the money and the dead animal equally. However, if it was known that the bull had the habit of goring, yet the owner did not keep it penned up, the owner must pay animal for animal and take the dead animal in exchange. Exodus 22, protection of property. Oh, okay.
Exodus 22, protection of property. Whoever steals an ox or a sheep and slaughters it or sells it must pay back 5 head of cattle for the ox and 4 sheep for the sheep. If a thief is caught breaking in at night and is struck a fatal blow, the defender is guilty of bloodshed. Anyone who steals must certainly make restitution, but if they have nothing, they must be sold to pay for their theft. If the stolen animal is found alive in their possession, whether ox or donkey or sheep, they must pay back double. If anyone grazes their livestock in a field or vineyard and lets them stray and they graze in someone else's field, the offender must make restitution from the best of their own field or vineyard. If a fire breaks out and spreads into the thorn bushes so that it burns sheaves of corn or standing corn or the whole field, the one who started the fire must make restitution. If anyone gives a neighbour silver or goods for safekeeping and they are stolen from the neighbour's house, the thief, if caught, must pay back double. But if the thief is not found, the owner of the house must appear before the judges, and they must determine whether the owner of the house has laid hands on the other person's property. In all cases of illegal possession of an ox, a donkey, a sheep, a garment, or any other lost property about which somebody says, "This is mine," both parties are to bring their cases before the judges. The one whom the judges declared guilty must pay back double to the other. If anyone gives a donkey, an ox, a sheep, or any other animal to their neighbour for safekeeping, and it dies, or is injured, or is taken away while no one is looking, the issue between them will be settled by taking of an oath before the Lord, that the neighbour did not lay hands on the other person's property. The owner is to accept this, and no restitution is required. But if the animal was stolen from the neighbour, restitution must be made to the owner. If it was torn to pieces by a wild animal, the neighbour shall bring in the remains as evidence and shall not be required to pay for the torn animal. If anyone borrows an animal from their neighbour and it is injured or dies while the owner is not present, they must make restitution. But if the owner is with the animal, the borrower will not have to pay. If the animal was hired, the money paid for the hire covers the loss. Social responsibility. If a man seduces a virgin who is not pledged to be married and sleeps with her, he must pay the bride price, and she shall be his wife. If her father absolutely refuses to give her to him, he must still pay the bride price for virgins. Do not allow a sorceress to live. Anyone who has sexual relations with an animal is to be put to death. Whoever sacrifices to any god other than the Lord must be destroyed. Do not ill-treat or oppress a foreigner, for you were foreigners in Egypt. Do not take advantage of the widow or the fatherless. If you do, and they cry out to me, I will certainly hear the cry. My anger will be aroused, and I will kill you with the sword. Your wives will become widows, and your children fatherless. If you lend money to one of my people among you who is needy, do not treat it like a business deal. Charge no interest. If you take your neighbour's cloak as a pledge, return it by sunset, because that cloak is the only covering your neighbour has. What else can they sleep in? When they cry out to me, I will hear, for I am compassionate. Do not blaspheme God or curse the ruler of your people. Do not hold back offerings from your granaries or your vats. You must give me the firstborn of your sons. Do the same with your cattle and your sheep. Let them stay with their mothers for 7 days, but give them to me on the 8th day. You are to be my holy people, so do not eat the meat of an animal torn by wild beasts. Throw it to the dogs. Exodus chapter 23, Laws of Justice and Mercy. Do not spread false reports. Do not help a guilty person by being a malicious witness. Do not follow the crowd in doing wrong. When you give testimony in a lawsuit, do not pervert justice by sliding with the crowd, and do not show favoritism to a poor person in a lawsuit. If you come across your enemy's ox or donkey wandering off, be sure to return it. If you see the donkey of someone who hates you fallen down under its load, do not leave it there. Be sure you help them with it. Do not deny justice to your poor people in their lawsuits. Have nothing to do with a false charge, and do not put an innocent or honest person to death, for I will not acquit the guilty. Do not accept a bribe, for a bribe blinds those who see and twists the words of the innocent. Do not oppress a foreigner. You yourselves know how it feels to be foreigners, because you were foreigners in Egypt. Sabbath laws. For 6 years you are to sow your fields and harvest the crops, but during the 7th year let the land lie unploughed and unused. Then the poor among your people may get food from it, and the wild animals may eat what is left. Do the same with your vineyard and your olive grove. 6 days to do your work, but on the 7th day do not work, so that your ox and your donkey may rest, and so that the slave born in your household and the foreigner living among you may be refreshed. Be careful to do everything I have said to you. Do not invoke the names of other gods. Do not let them be heard on your lips. The 3 annual festivals. 3 times a year you are to celebrate a festival to me. Celebrate the festival of unleavened bread. For 7 days eat bread made without yeast, as I commanded you. Do this at the appointed time in the month of Aviv, for that in that month you came out of Egypt. No one is to appear before me empty-handed. Celebrate the festival of harvest with the first fruits of the crops you sow in your field. Celebrate the festival of ingathering at the end of the year, when you gather in your crops from the field. 3 times a year all the men are to appear before the sovereign Lord. Do not offer the blood of a sacrifice to me, along with anything containing yeast. The fat of my festival offerings must not be kept until morning. Bring the best of the first fruits of your soil to the house of the Lord your God. Do not cook a young goat in its mother's milk. God's angel to prepare the way. See, I am sending an angel ahead of you to guard you along the way and to bring you to the place I have prepared. Pay attention to him and listen to what he says. Do not rebel against him. He will not forgive your rebellion, since my name is in him. If you listen carefully to what he says and do all that I say, I will be an enemy to your enemies and will oppose those who oppose you. My angel will go ahead of you and bring you into the land of the Amorites, Hittites, Perizzites, Canaanites, Hivites, and Jebusites, and I'll wipe them out. Do not bow down before their gods or worship them or follow their practices. You must demolish and break their sacred stones to pieces. Worship the Lord your God, and his blessing will be on your food and water. I will take away disease from among you, and none will miscarry or be barren in your land. I will give you a full lifespan. I will send my terror ahead of you and throw into confusion every nation you encounter. I will make all your enemies turn their backs and run, Canaanites and Hittites, out of your way, but I will not drive them out in a single year, because the land would become desolate and the wild animals too numerous for you. Little by little I will drive them out before you, until you have increased enough to take possession of the land. I will establish your borders from the Red Sea to the Mediterranean Sea, and from the desert to the Euphrates River. I will give into your hands the people who live in the land, and you will drive them out before you. Do not make a covenant with them or with their gods. Do not let them live in your land, or they will cause you to sin against me, because the worship of their gods will certainly be a snare to you. Exodus chapter 24, the covenant confirmed. Then the Lord said to Moses, Come up to the Lord, you and Aaron, Nadab and Abihu, and the 70 of the elders of Israel. You are to worship at a distance, but Moses alone is to approach the Lord, the others must not come near. And the people may not come up with him. When Moses went and told the people all the Lord's words and laws, they responded with one voice, Everything the Lord has said, we will do. Moses wrote down everything the Lord had said. He got up early the next morning, built an altar at the foot of the mountain, and set up 12 stone pillars representing the 12 tribes of Israel. Then he sent young Israelite men, and they offered burnt offerings and sacrificed young bulls as fellow offerings to the Lord. Moses took half of the blood and put it in bowls, and the other half he splashed against the altar. Then he took the book of the covenant and read it to the people. They responded, We will do everything the Lord has said. We will obey. Moses then took the blood, sprinkled it on the people, and said, This is the blood of the covenant that the Lord has made with you in accordance with all these words. Moses and Aaron, Nadab and Abihu, and the 70 elders of Israel went up and saw the God of Israel. Under his feet was something like a pavement made of lapis lazuli, as bright blue as the sky. But God did not raise his hand against these leaders of the Israelites. They saw God, and they ate and drank. The Lord said to Moses, "Come up to me on the mountain and stay here, and I will give you the tablets of stone with the laws and commandments I have written for their instruction." Then Moses set out with Joshua his assistant, and Moses went up onto the mountain of God. He said to the elders, "Wait here for us until we come back to you. Aaron and Hur are with you, and anyone involved in a dispute can go to them." When Moses went up on the mountain, the cloud covered it, and the glory of the Lord settled on Mount Sinai. For 6 days the cloud covered the mountain, and on the 7th day the Lord called to Moses from within the cloud. To the Israelites, the glory of the God looked like a consuming fire on top of the mountain. Then Moses entered the cloud as he went up on the mountain, and he stayed on the mountain 40 days and 40 nights. Exodus chapter 25, offerings for the tabernacle. The Lord said to Moses, "Tell the Israelites to bring me an offering. You are to receive the offering from me, from everyone whose heart prompts them to give. These are the offerings you are to receive from them: gold, silver and bronze, blue, purple and scarlet yarn, and fine linen, goat hair, ram skins dyed red and another type of durable leather, acacia wood, olive oil for the light, spices for the anointing oil and for the fragrant incense, and onyx stones and other gems to be mounted on the ephod and breastpiece. Then let them make a sanctuary for me, and I will dwell among them. Make this tabernacle and all its furnishings exactly like the pattern I will show you. The ark. Let them make an ark of acacia wood, 2.5 cubits long, 1.5 cubits wide, and 1.5 cubits high. Overlay it with pure gold, both inside and out, and make a gold moulding around it. Cast 4 gold rings for it and fasten them to its 4 feet, with 2 rings on one side and 2 rings on the other. Then make poles of acacia wood and overlay them with gold. Insert the poles into the rings on the sides of the ark to carry it. The poles are to remain in the rings of this ark, and they are not to be removed. Then put in the ark the tablets of the covenant law, which I will give you. Make an atonement cover of pure gold, 2.5 cubits long and 1.5 cubits wide, and make 2 cherubim out of hammered gold at the ends of the cover. Make 1 cherub on the end and the 2nd cherub on the other. Make the cherubim of one piece with the cover at the 2 ends. The cherubim are to have their wings spread upwards, overshadowing the cover with them. The cherubim are to face each other, looking toward the cover. Place the cover on the top of the ark and put in the ark the tablets of the covenant law that I will give you. There, above the cover, between the 2 cherubim that are over the ark of the covenant law, I will meet with you and give you all my commands for the Israelites. The table. Make a table of acacia wood, 2 cubits long, 1 cubit wide, and 1.5 cubits high. Overlay it with pure gold and make a gold moulding around it. Also make it around it a rim a handbreadth wide and put a gold moulding on the rim. Make 4 gold rings for the table and fasten them to the 4 corners where the 4 legs are. The rings are to be close to the rim to hold the poles used in carrying the table. Make the poles of acacia wood, overlay them with gold, and carry the table with them. And make its plates and dishes of pure gold, as well as its pitchers and bowls for the pouring out of offerings. Put the bread of the presence on this table to be before me and at all times. The lampstand. Make a lampstand of pure gold. Hammer out its base and shaft, and make its flower-like cups, buds, and blossoms of one piece within them. 6 branches are to extend from the sides of the lampstand, 3 on one side and 3 on the other. 3 cups shaped like almond flowers with buds and blossoms are to be on one branch, 3 on the next branch, and the same for all 6 branches extending from the lampstand. And on the lampstand there are to be 4 cups shaped like almond flowers with buds and blossoms. 1 bud shall be under the first pair of branches extending from the lampstand, a 2nd bud under the 2nd pair, and a 3rd bud under the 3rd pair, 6 branches in all. The buds and branches shall all be of one piece with a lampstand hammered out of pure gold. Then make it 7 lamps, and set them up on it so that they light the space in front of it of pure gold. A talent of pure gold is to be used for the lampstand and all these accessories. See that you make them according to the pattern shown you on the mountain. Exodus chapter 26, the Tabernacle. Make the tabernacle with 10 curtains of finely twisted linen, and blue, purple, and scarlet yarn with cherubim woven into them by a skilled worker. All the curtains are to be the same size, 28 cubits long and 4 cubits wide. Join 5 of the curtains together, and do the same with the other 5. Make loops of blue curtain in one set, and do the same with the end curtain in the other set. Make 50 loops on one curtain and 50 loops on the end curtain of the other set, with the loops opposite each other. Then make 50 gold clasps and use them to fasten the curtains together so that the tabernacle is a unit. Make curtains of goat hair for the tent over the tabernacle, 11 altogether. All 11 curtains are to be the same size, 30 cubits long and 4 cubits wide. Join 5 of the curtains together in one set and the other 6 into another set. Fold the 6th curtain double at the front of the tent. Make 50 loops along the edge of the end curtain in one edge of the end curtain in the other set. Then make 50 bronze clasps and put them in the loops to fasten the tent together as a unit. As for the additional length of the tent curtains, the half curtain that is left over is to hang down at the rear of the tabernacle. The tent curtains will be a cubit longer on both sides. What is left will hang over the sides of the tabernacle so as to cover it. Make for the tent a covering of the ram skins dyed red, and over that a covering of other durable leather. Make upright frames of acacia wood for the tabernacle. Each frame is to be 10 cubits long and a cubit and a half wide, with 2 projections set parallel to each other. Make all the frames of the tabernacle in this way. Make 20 frames for the south side of the tabernacle, and make 40 silver bases to go under them. 2 bases for each frame, 1 under each projection. For the other side, the north side of the tabernacle, make 20 frames and 40 silver bases, 2 under each frame. Make 6 frames for the far end, that is, the west end of the tabernacle, and make 2 frames for the corners at the far end. At these 2 corners they must be double from the bottom all the way to the top, and fitted into a single ring. Both shall be like that. So there will be 8 frames and 16 silver bases, 2 under each frame. Also make crossbars of acacia wood, 5 for the frames on one side of the tabernacle, 5 for those on the other side, and 5 for the frames on the west, at the far end of the tabernacle. The center crossbar is to extend from end to end at the middle of the frames. Overlay the frames with gold, and make gold rings to hold the crossbars. Also overlay the crossbars with gold. Set up the tabernacle according to the plan shown you on the mountain. Make a curtain of blue, purple, and scarlet yarn, and finely twisted linen, with cherubim woven into it by a skilled worker. Hang it with gold hooks on 4 posts of acacia wood overlaid with gold and standing on 4 silver bases. Hang the curtain from the clasps and place the Ark of the Covenant law behind the curtain. The curtain will separate the holy place from the most holy place. Put the atonement cover on the Ark of the Covenant law in the most holy place. Place the table outside the curtain on the north side of the tabernacle, and put the lampstand opposite on the south side. For the entrance to the tent, make a curtain of blue, purple, and scarlet yarn and finely twisted linen, the work of an embroiderer. Make gold hooks for this curtain and 5 posts of acacia wood overlaid with gold, and cast 5 bronze bases for them. Exodus chapter 27, the altar of burnt offering. Build an altar of acacia wood 3 cubits high. It is to be square, 5 cubits long, and 5 cubits wide. Make a horn at each of the 4 corners so that the horns in the altar are of one piece, and overlay the altar with bronze. Make all its utensils of bronze, its pots to remove the ashes, and its shovels, sprinkling bowls, meat forks, and fire pans. Make a grating for it, a bronze network, and make a bronze ring at each of the 4 corners of the network. Put it under the ledge of the altar so that it's halfway up the altar. Make poles of acacia wood for the altar, and overlay them with bronze. The poles are to be inserted into the rings, so they will be carried on 2 sides of the altar when it is carried. Make the altar hollow out of boards. It is to be made just as you were shown on the mountain. The courtyard. Make a courtyard for the tabernacle. The south side shall be 100 cubits long, and is to have curtains of finely twisted linen, with 20 posts and 20 bronze bases, and with silver hooks and bands on the posts. The north side shall also be 100 cubits long, and is to have curtains, with 20 posts and 20 bronze bases, and with silver hooks and bands on the posts. The west end of the courtyard shall be 50 cubits wide and have curtains, with 10 posts and 10 bases. On the east end, towards the sunrise, the courtyard shall also be 50 cubits wide. Curtains 15 cubits long are to be on one side of the entrance, with 3 posts and 3 bases, and curtains 15 cubits long are to be on the other side, with 3 posts and 3 bases. For the entrance to the courtyard, provide a curtain 20 cubits long of blue, purple, and scarlet yarn and finely twisted linen, the work of an embroiderer, with 4 posts and 4 bases. All the posts around the courtyard are to have silver bands and hooks, and bronze bases. The courtyard shall be 100 cubits long and 50 cubits wide, with curtains of finely twisted linen 5 cubits high and with bronze bases. All the other articles used in the service of the tabernacle, whatever their function, including all the tent pegs for it, and those for the courtyard, are to be of bronze. Oil for the lampstand. Command the Israelites to bring you clear oil of pressed olives for the lights, so that the lamps may be kept burning. In the tent of the meeting outside the curtain that shields the ark of the covenant law, Aaron and his sons are to keep the lamps burning before the Lord from evening till morning. This is to be a lasting ordinance among Israelites for the generations to come. Exodus chapter 28, the priestly garments. Let Aaron your brother be brought to you from among the Israelites, with his sons Nadab and Abihu, Eleazar and Ithamar, so that they may serve me as priests. Make sacred garments for your brother Aaron to give him dignity and honor. Tell all the skilled workers to whom I have given wisdom in such matters that they are to make garments for Aaron, for his consecration, so that he may serve me as a priest. These are the garments that they are to make: a breastpiece, an ephod, a robe, a woven tunic, a turban, and a sash. They are to make these sacred garments for your brother Aaron and his sons, so that they may serve me as priests. Make them use gold and blue, purple and scarlet yarn, and fine linen. The ephod. Make the ephod of gold and of blue, purple and scarlet yarn, and of finely twisted linen, the work of skilled hands. It's to have 2 shoulder pieces attached to 2 of its corners, so that it can be fastened. Its skillfully woven waistband is to be like it, of 1 piece with the ephod, and made with gold, and with blue, purple and scarlet yarn, and with finely twisted linen. Take 2 onyx stones and engrave them the names of the sons of Israel, in the order of their birth, 6 names on one stone, and the remaining 6 on the other. Engrave the names of the sons of Israel on the 2 stones the way a gem cutter engraves a seal. Then mount the stones in gold filigree settings, and fasten them on the shoulder pieces of the ephod, as memorial stones for the sons of Israel. Aaron is to bear the names on his shoulder as a memorial before the Lord. Make gold filigree settings, and 2 braided chains of pure gold like a rope. The breastpiece. Fashion a breastpiece for making decisions, the work of skilled hands. Make it like the ephod, of gold and of blue, purple and scarlet yarn, and of finely twisted linen. It is to be square, a span long and a span wide, and folded double. Then mount 4 rows of precious stones on it. The first row shall be carnelian, chrysolite, and beryl. The second row shall be turquoise, lapis lazuli, and emerald. The third row shall be jacinth, agate, and amethyst. The 4th row shall be topaz, onyx, and jasper. Mount them in gold filigree settings. There are to be 12 stones, 1 for each of the names of the sons of Israel, each engraved like a seal with the name of one of the 12 tribes. For the breastpiece, make braided chains of pure gold, like a rope. Make 2 gold rings for it, and fasten them to 2 corners of the breastpiece. Fasten the 2 gold chains to the rings at the corners of the breastpiece, and at the other ends of the chains of the 2 settings, attaching them to the shoulder pieces of the ephod at the front. Make 2 gold rings and attach them to the 2 other corners of the breastpiece on the inside edge next to the ephod. Make 2 more gold rings and attach to them the bottom of the shoulder pieces on the front of the ephod, close to the seam just above the waistband of the ephod. The rings of the breastpiece are to be tied to the rings of the ephod with blue cord, connecting it to the waistband, so that the breastpiece will not swing out from the ephod. Whenever Aaron enters the holy place, he will bear the names of the sons of Israel over his heart on the breastpiece of decision as a continuing memorial before the Lord. Also put the Urim and the Thummim in the breastpiece, so they may be over Aaron's heart whenever he enters the presence of the Lord. Thus Aaron will always bear the means of making decisions for the Israelites over his heart before the Lord. Other priestly garments. Make the robe of the ephod entirely of blue cloth, with an opening for the head in its centre. There shall be a woven edge like a collar around this opening, so that it will not tear. Make pomegranates of blue, purple, and scarlet yarn around the hem of the robe. The gold bells and the pomegranates are to alternate round the hem of the robe. Aaron must wear it when he ministers. The sound of the bells will be heard when he enters the holy place before the Lord, and when he comes out, so that he will not die. Make a plate of pure gold and engrave on it as a seal, holy to the Lord. Fasten a blue cord to it to attach it to the turban. It is to be on the front of the turban. It will be on Aaron's forehead, and he will bear the guilt involved in the sacred gifts the Israelites consecrate, whatever their gifts may be. It will be on Aaron's forehead continually, so that they will be acceptable to the Lord. Weave the tunic of fine linen and make the turban of fine linen. The sashes to be the work of an embroiderer. Make tunics, sashes, and caps for Aaron's sons to give them dignity and honor. After you put these clothes on your brother Aaron and his sons, anoint and ordain them. Consecrate them so they may serve me as your priests. Make linen undergarments as a covering for the body, reaching from the waist to the thigh. Aaron and his sons must wear them whenever they enter the tent of meeting or approach the altar to minister in the holy place, so that they will not incur guilt and die. This is to be a lasting ordinance for Aaron and his descendants. Exodus chapter 29, consecration of the priests. This is what you are to do to consecrate them, so that they may serve me as priests. Take a young bull and 2 rams without defect, and from the finest wheat flour make round loaves without yeast, thick loaves without yeast and with olive oil mixed in, and thin loaves without yeast and brushed with olive oil. Put them in a basket and present them in it, along with the bull and the 2 rams. Then bring Aaron and his sons to the entrance to the tent of meeting, and wash them with water. Take the garments and dress Aaron with the tunic, the robe of the ephod itself, and the breastpiece. Fasten the ephod on him by its skillfully woven waistband. Put the turban on his head and attach the sacred emblem to the turban. Take the anointing oil and anoint him by pouring it on his head. Bring his sons and dress them in tunics and fasten caps on them. Then tie sashes on Aaron and his sons. The priesthood is theirs by a lasting ordinance. Then you shall ordain Aaron and his sons. Bring the bull to the front of the tent of meeting, and Aaron and his sons shall lay their hands on its head. Slaughter it in the Lord's presence at the entrance to the tent of the meeting. Take some of the bull's blood and put it on the horns of the altar with your finger, and pour out the rest of it at the base of the altar. Then take all the fat on the internal organs, the covering of the liver, and both kidneys with the fat on them, and burn them on the altar. But burn the bull's flesh and its hide and its intestines outside the camp. It is a sin offering. Take one of the rams, and Aaron and his sons shall lay their hands on its head. Slaughter it, and take the blood and splash it against the sides of the altar. Cut the ram into pieces, and wash the internal organs and the legs, putting them with the head and the other pieces. Then burn the entire, a pleasing aroma, a food offering presented to the Lord. Take the other ram, and Aaron and his sons shall lay their hands on its head. Slaughter it, take some of its blood, put it on the lobes of the right ears of Aaron and his sons, and on the thumbs of their right hands, and on the big toes of their right feet. Then splash blood against the sides of the altar, and take some of the blood on the altar and some of the anointing oil, and sprinkle it on Aaron and his garments, and on his sons and their garments. Then he and his sons and their garments will be consecrated. Take from this ram the fat tail, the fat on the internal organs, the covering of the liver, both kidneys with the fat on them, and the right thigh. This is the ram for the ordination. From the basket of bread made without yeast, which is before the Lord, take 1 round loaf, 1 thick loaf of olive oil mixed in, and 1 thin loaf, as a wave offering. Then take them from their hands and burn them on the altar along with the burnt offering for a pleasing aroma to the Lord, a food offering presented to the Lord. After you take the breast of the ram for Aaron's ordination, wave it before the Lord as a wave offering, and it will be your share. Consecrate those parts of the ordination ram that belong to Aaron and his sons, the breast that was waved and the thigh that was presented. This is always to be the regular share from the Israelites for Aaron and his sons. It is the contribution the Israelites are to make to the Lord from their fellowship offerings. Aaron's sacred garments will belong to his descendants so that they can be anointed and ordained in them. The son who succeeds him as priest and comes to the tent of meeting to minister in the holy place is to wear them 7 days. Take the ram for the ordination and cook the meat in a sacred place. At the entrance to the tent of the meeting, Aaron and his sons are to eat the meat of the ram and the bread that is in the basket. They are to eat these offerings by which atonement was made for their ordination and consecration. But no one else may eat them because they are sacred. And if any of the meat of the ordination ram or any bread is left over till morning, burn it up. It must not be eaten because it is sacred. Do for Aaron and his sons everything I have commanded you, taking 7 days to ordain them. Sacrifice a bull each day as a sin offering to make atonement. Purify the altar by making atonement for it, and anoint it to consecrate it. For 7 days make atonement for the altar and consecrate it. Then the altar will be most holy, and whatever touches it will be holy. This is what you are to offer on the altar regularly, each day, 2 lambs a year old. Offer one in the morning and the other at twilight. With the first lamb, offer 1/10 of an ephah of the finest flour mixed with 1/4 of hin of oil from pressed olives and 1/4 of hin of wine as a drink offering. Sacrifice the other lamb at twilight with the same grain offering and its drink offering as in the morning, a pleasing aroma, a food offering presented to the Lord. For the generations to come, this burnt offering is to be made regularly at the entrance to the tent of meeting before the Lord. There I will meet you and speak to you. There also I will meet with the Israelites, and the place will be consecrated by my glory. So I will consecrate the tent of meeting and the altar, and will consecrate Aaron and his sons to serve me as priests. Then I will dwell among the Israelites and be their God. They will know that I am the Lord their God, who brought them out of Egypt, so that I might dwell among them. I am the Lord their God. Exodus chapter 30, the altar of incense. Make an altar of acacia wood for burning incense. It is to be square, a cubit long and a cubit wide, and 2 cubits high, its horns of 1 piece with it. Overlay the top and all the sides and the horns with pure gold, and make a gold moulding around it. Make 2 gold rings for the altar below the moulding, 2 on each of the opposite sides, to hold the poles used to carry it. Make the poles of acacia wood and overlay them with gold. Put the altar in front of the curtain that shields the ark of the covenant law, before the atonement cover that is over the tablets of the covenant law, where I will meet with you. Aaron must burn fragrant incense on the altar every morning when he tends the lamps. He must burn incense again when he lights the lamps at twilight, so that incense will burn regularly for the Lord for the generations to come. Do not offer on this altar any other incense or any burnt offering or grain offering, and do not pour a drink offering on it. Once a year Aaron shall make atonement on its horns. This annual atonement must be made with the blood of the atoning sin offering for generations to come. It is most holy to the Lord. Atonement money. Then the Lord said to Moses, when you take a census of the Israelites to count them, each one must pay the Lord a ransom for his life at the time he is counted. Then no plague will come on them when you number them. Each one who crosses over to those already counted is to give 1/2 shekel, according to the sanctuary shekel, which weighs 20 gerahs. This 1/2 shekel is an offering to the Lord. All who cross over, those 20 years old or more, are to give an offering to the Lord. The rich are not to give more than 1/2 shekel, and the poor are not to give less when you make the offering to the Lord to atone for your lives. Receive the atonement money from the Israelites and use it for the service of the tent of meeting. It will be a memorial for the Israelites before the Lord, making atonements for your lives. Basin for washing. Then the Lord said to Moses, make a bronze basin with its bronze stand for washing. Place it between the tent of the meeting and the altar, and put water in it. Aaron and his sons are to wash their hands and feet with water from it. Whenever they enter the tent of the meeting, they shall wash with water so that they will not die. Also, when they approach the altar to minister by presenting a food offering to the Lord, They shall wash their hands and feet so that they will not die. This is to be a lasting ordinance for Aaron and his descendants for the generations to come. Anointing oil. Then the Lord said to Moses, take the following fine spices, 500 shekels of liquid myrrh, half as much, that is 250 shekels, of fragrant cinnamon, 250 shekels of fragrant calamus, 500 shekels of cassia, all according to the sanctuary shekel, and a hin of oil. Make these into a sacred anointing oil, a fragrant blend, the work of a perfumer. It will be the sacred anointing oil. Then use it to anoint the tent of the meeting, the ark of covenant law, the table and all its articles, the lampstand and its accessories, the altar of incense, the altar of burnt offering and all its utensils, and the basin with the stand. You shall consecrate them so they will be most holy, and whatever touches them will be holy. Anoint Aaron and his sons and consecrate them so they may serve me as priests. Say to the Israelites, this is to be my sacred anointing oil for the generations to come. Do not pour it on anyone else's body, and do not make any other oil using the same formula. It is sacred, and you are to consider it sacred. Whoever makes perfume like it and puts it on anyone other than a priest must be cut off from their people. Incense. Then the Lord said to Moses, take fragrant spices, gum resin, onycha, and galbanum, the pure frankincense, all in equal amounts, and make a fragrant blend of its incense, the work of a perfumer. It is to be salted and pure and sacred. Grind some of it to powder and place it in front of the ark of the covenant law in the tent of the meeting, where I will meet with you. It shall be most holy to you. Do not make any incense with this formula for yourselves. Consider it holy to the Lord. Whoever makes incense like it to enjoy its fragrance must be cut off from their people. Exodus chapter 31, Bezalel and Aholiab. Then the Lord said to Moses, see, I have chosen Bezalel, son of Uri, son of Hur, the tribe of Judah, and I have filled him with the Spirit of God, with wisdom, with understanding, with knowledge, and with all kinds of skills, to make artistic designs for work in gold, silver, and bronze, to cut and set stones, to work in wood, and to engage in all kinds of crafts. Moreover, I have appointed Aholiab son of Ahisamach, of the tribe of Dan, to help him. Also, I have given ability to all the skilled workers to make everything I have commanded you, the tent of meeting, the ark of covenant law with the atonement cover on it, and on all the other furnishings of the tent, the table and its articles, the pure gold lampstand and all its accessories, the altar of incense, the altar of burnt offering and all its utensils, basin with its stand, and also the woven garments, both the sacred garments for Aaron the priest and the garments for his sons when they serve as priests, and the anointing oil and fragrant incense for the holy place. They are to make them just as I commanded you. The Sabbath. Then the Lord said to Moses, say to the Israelites, you must observe my Sabbaths. This will be a sign between me and you for the generations to come, so that you may know that I am the Lord who makes you holy. Observe the Sabbath, because it is holy to you. Anyone who desecrates it is to be put to death. Those who do any work on that day must be cut off from their people. For 6 days' work is to be done, but the seventh day is a day of Sabbath rest, holy to the Lord. Whoever does any work on the Sabbath day is to be put to death. The Israelites are to observe the Sabbath, celebrating it for the generations to come as a lasting covenant. It will be a sign between me and the Israelites forever. For in 6 days the Lord made the heavens and the earth, and on the seventh day he rested and was refreshed. When the Lord finished speaking to Moses on Mount Sinai, he gave him the 2 tablets of the covenant law, the tablets of stone inscribed by the finger of God.
Exodus chapter 32. When the people saw that Moses was so long in coming down from the mountain, they gathered round Aaron and said, come, make us gods who will go before us. As for this fellow Moses, who brought us up out of Egypt, we don't know what has happened to him. Aaron answered them,
Take off the gold earrings that your wives, your sons, and your daughters are wearing, and bring them to me." So all the people took off their earrings and brought them to Aaron. He took what they handed him and made it into an idol cast in the shape of a calf, fashioning it with a tool. Then they said, "These are your gods, Israel, who brought you up out of Egypt." When Aaron saw this, he built an altar in front of the calf and announced, "Tomorrow there will be a festival to the Lord." So the next day people rose early and sacrificed burnt offerings and presented fellowship offerings. Afterwards they sat down to eat and drink and got up to indulge in revelry. Then the Lord said to Moses, "Go down, because your people whom you have brought up out of Egypt have become corrupt. They have been quick to turn away from what I commanded them and have made themselves an idol cast in the shape of a calf. They have bowed down to it and sacrificed to it and have said, 'These are your gods, Israel, who brought you up out of Egypt.' I have seen these people," the Lord said to Moses, "and they are a stiff-necked people. Now leave me alone, so that my anger may burn against them and that I may destroy them. Then I will make you into a great nation." But Moses sought the favour of the Lord his God. "Lord," he said, "why should your anger burn against your people, whom you brought out of Egypt with a great power and a mighty hand? Why should the Egyptians say, 'It was with evil intent that he brought them out, to kill them in the mountains and to wipe them off the face of the earth'? Turn from your fierce anger, relent, and do not bring disaster on your people. Remember your servants Abraham, Isaac, and Israel, to whom you swore by your own self. I will make your descendants as numerous as the stars in the sky, and I will give your descendants all this land I promised them, and it will be their inheritance forever." Then the Lord relented and did not bring on his people the disaster he had threatened. Moses turned and went down the mountain with the 2 tablets of the covenant law in his hands. They were inscribed on both sides, front and back. The tablets were the work of God. The writing was the writing of God engraved on the tablets. When Joshua heard the noise of the people shouting, he said to Moses, "There is a sound of war in the camp." Moses replied, "It is not the sound of victory. It is not the sound of defeat. It is the sound of singing that I hear." When Moses approached the camp and saw the calf and the dancing, his anger burned, and he threw the tablets out of his hands, breaking them to pieces at the foot of the mountain. And he took the calf the people had made and burned it in the fire. Then he ground it to powder, scattering it on the water, and made the Israelites drink it. He said to Aaron, "What did these people do to you that you led them into such great sin?" "Do not be angry, my lord," Aaron said, "to evil. They said to me, 'Make us gods who will go before us.' As for this fellow Moses who brought us up out of Egypt, we don't know what has happened to him." So I told them, "Whoever has any gold jewelry, take it off." Then they gave me the gold, and I threw it into the fire, and out came this calf. Moses saw that the people were running wild and that Aaron had let them get out of control and so become a laughingstock to their enemies. So he stood at the entrance to the camp and said, "Whoever is for the Lord, come to me." And all the Levites rallied to him. Then he said to them, "This is what the Lord, the God of Israel, says. Each man strap a sword to his side. Go back and forth through the camp from one end to the other, each killing his brother and friend and neighbour." The Levites did as Moses commanded, and that day about 3,000 of the people died. Then Moses said, "You have been set apart to the Lord today, for you were against your own sons and brothers, and he has blessed you this day." The next day Moses said to the people, "You have committed a great sin, but now I will go up to the Lord. Perhaps I can make atonement for your sin." So Moses went back to the Lord and said, "Oh, what a great sin these people have committed. They have made themselves gods of gold. But now please forgive their sin. But if not, then blot me out of the book you have written." The Lord replied to Moses, "Whoever has sinned against me I will blot out of my book. Now go, lead the people to the place I spoke of, and my angel will come before you. However, when the time comes for me to punish, I will punish them for their sin." And the Lord struck the people with a plague because of what they did with the calf Aaron had made. Exodus chapter 33. Then the Lord said to Moses, "Leave this place, you and the people who you brought up out of Egypt, and go up to the land I promised on oath to Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, saying, I will give it to your descendants. I will send an angel before you and drive out the Canaanites, Amorites, Hittites, Perizzites, Hivitites, and Jebusites. Go up to the land flowing with milk and honey, but I will not go with you, because you are a stiff-necked people, and I might destroy you on the way." When the people heard these distressing words, they began to mourn, and no one put on any ornaments. For the Lord had said to Moses, "Tell the Israelites, you are a stiff-necked people. If I were to go with you even for a moment, I might destroy you. Now take off your ornaments, and I will decide what to do with you." So the Israelites stripped off their ornaments on Mount Horeb. Now Moses used to take a tent and pitch it outside the camp some distance away, calling it the tent of meeting. Anyone inquiring of the Lord would go to the tent of meeting outside the camp, and whenever Moses went out to the tent, all the people rose and stood at the entrances to their tents, watching Moses until he entered the tent. As Moses went into the tent, a pillar of cloud would come down and stay at the entrance while the Lord spoke with Moses. Whenever the people saw the pillar of cloud standing at the entrance to the tent, they all stood and worshipped, each at the entrance to their tent. The Lord would speak to Moses face to face as one speaks to a friend. Then Moses would return to the camp, but his young assistant Joshua, son of Nun, did not leave the tent. Moses said to the Lord, "You have been telling me lead these people, but you have not let me know whom you will send with me. You have said, I know you by name, and you have found favor with me. If you are pleased with me, teach me your ways so I may know you and continue to find favor with you. Remember that this nation is your people." The Lord replied, "My presence will go with you, and I will give you rest." Then Moses said to him, "If your presence does not go with us, do not send us up from here. How will anyone know that you are pleased with me and with your people unless you go with us? What else will distinguish me and your people from all the other people on the face of the earth?" And the Lord said to Moses, "I will do the very thing that you have asked, because I am pleased with you and I know you by name." Then Moses said, "Now show me your glory." And the Lord said, "I will cause all my goodness to pass in front of you, and I will proclaim my name, the Lord, in your presence. I will have mercy on whom I will have mercy, and I will have compassion on whom I will have compassion." But he said, "You cannot see my face, for no one may see me and live." Then the Lord said, "There is a place near me where you may stand on a rock. When my glory passes by, I will put you in the cleft of the rock and cover you with my hand until I have passed by. Then I will remove my hand, and you will see my back, but my face must not be seen." Exodus chapter 34. The Lord said to Moses, "Chisel out 2 stone tablets like the first ones, and I will write on them the words that were on the first tablets, which you broke. Be ready in the morning, and then come up on Mount Sinai. Present yourself to me there on the top of the mountain. No one is to come with you or be seen anywhere on the mountain. Not even the flocks and herds may graze in front of the mountain." So Moses chiseled out 2 stone tablets like the first ones and went up Mount Sinai early in the morning, as the Lord had commanded him. And he carried the 2 stone tablets in his hands. Then the Lord came down in the cloud and stood there with him and proclaimed his name, the Lord. And he passed in front of Moses, proclaiming, the Lord, the compassionate and gracious God, slow to anger and abounding in love and faithfulness, maintaining love to thousands, and forgiving wickedness, rebellion, and sin. Yet he does not leave the guilty unpunished. He punishes the children and their children for the sin of the parents to the 3rd and 4th generations. Moses bowed to the ground at once and worshipped. "Lord," he said, "if I have found favour in your eyes, then let the Lord go with us. Although this is a stiff-necked people, forgive our wickedness and our sin, and take us as your inheritance." Then the Lord said, "I am making a covenant with you. Before all your people I will do wonders never before done in any nation in all the world. The people you live among will see how awesome is the work that I, the Lord, will do for you. Obey what I command you today. I will drive out before you the Amorites, Canaanites, Hittites, Perizzites, Hivitites, and the Jebusites. Be careful not to make a treaty with those who live in the land where you are going, or they will be a snare among you. Break down their altars, smash their sacred stones, and cut down their Asherah poles. Do not worship any other god, for the Lord, whose name is jealous, is a jealous God. Be careful not to make a treaty with those who live in the land, for when they prostitute themselves to their gods and sacrifice to them, they will invite you, and you will eat their sacrifices. And when you choose some of their daughters as wives for your sons, and those daughters prostitute themselves to their gods, they will lead your sons to do the same. Do not make any idols. Celebrate the festival of unleavened bread. For 7 days eat bread made without yeast, as I commanded you. Do this at the appointed time in the month of Aviv, for in that month you came out of Egypt. The first offspring of every womb belongs to me, including all the firstborn males of your livestock, whether from herd or flock. Redeem the firstborn donkey with a lamb, but if you do not redeem it, break its neck. Redeem all your firstborn sons. No one is to appear before me empty-handed. 6 days you shall labour, but on the 7th day you shall rest. Even during the ploughing season and harvest you must rest. Celebrate the festival of weeks for the first fruits of the wheat harvest, and the festival of ingathering at the turn of the year. 3 times a year all your men are to appear before the sovereign Lord, the God of Israel. I will drive out nations before you and enlarge your territory, and no one will covet your land when you go up 3 times each year to appear before the Lord your God. Do not offer the blood of a sacrifice to me along with anything containing yeast, and do not let any of the sacrifice from the Passover festival remain until morning. Bring the best of the first fruits of your soil to the house of the Lord your God, to young goat in its mother's milk. Then the Lord said to Moses, "Write down these words, for in accordance with these words I have made the covenant with you and with Israel." Moses was there with the Lord 40 days and 40 nights without eating bread or drinking water, and he wrote on the tablets the words of the covenant, the 10 Commandments. When Moses came down from Mount Sinai with the 2 tablets of the covenant law in his hands, he was not aware that his face was radiant because he had spoken with the Lord. When Aaron and all the Israelites saw Moses, his face was radiant, and they were afraid to come near him. But Moses called to them. So Aaron and all the leaders of the community came back to him, and he spoke to them. Afterwards all the Israelites came near him, and he gave them all commands the Lord had given him on Mount Sinai. When Moses finished speaking to them, he put a veil over his face. But whenever he entered the Lord's presence to speak with him, he removed the veil until he came out. And when he came out and told the Israelites what he had been commanded, they saw that his face was radiant. Then Moses would put the veil back over his face until he went in to speak with the Lord. Exodus chapter 35. Moses assembled the whole Israelite community and said to them, "These are the things the Lord has commanded you to do. For 6 days work is to be done, but the 7th day shall be your holy day, a day of Sabbath rest to the Lord. Whoever does any work on it is to be put to death. Do not light a fire in any of your dwellings on the Sabbath day." Moses said to the whole Israelite community, "This is what the Lord has commanded. From what you have, take an offering for the Lord. Everyone who is willing is to bring the Lord an offering of gold, silver and bronze, blue, purple and scarlet yarn and fine linen, goat hair, ram skins dyed red, and another type of durable leather, acacia wood, olive oil for the light, spirits for the anointing oil and for the fragrance incense, and onyx stones and other gems to be mounted on the ephod and the breastpiece. All who are skilled among you are to come and make everything the Lord has commanded: the tabernacle with its tent and its covering, clasps, frames, crossbars, posts and bases, the ark with its poles and the atonement cover and the curtain that shields it, the table with its poles and all its articles, and the bread of the presence, the lampstand that is for the light with its accessories, lamps and oil for the light, the altar of incense with its poles, and the anointing oil and the fragrant incense, the curtain for the doorway at the entrance to the tabernacle, the altar of burnt offering with its bronze grating, its poles and all its utensils, the bronze basin with its stand, the curtains of the courtyard with its posts and bases, and the curtain for the entrance to the courtyard, the tent pegs for the tabernacle and for the courtyard and their ropes, the woven garments worn for ministering in the sanctuary, both the sacred garments for Aaron the priest and the garments for his sons when they serve as priests. Then the whole Israelite community withdrew from Moses' presence, and everyone who was willing and whose heart moved them came and brought an offering to the Lord for the work on the tent of meeting, for all its service and for the sacred garments. All who were willing, men and women alike, came and brought gold jewelry of all kinds, brooches, earrings, rings and ornaments. They all presented their gold as a wave offering to the Lord. Everyone who had blue, purple or scarlet yarn or fine linen or goat hair, ram skin dyed red or other durable leather brought them. Those presenting an offering of silver or bronze brought it as an offering to the Lord, and everyone who had acacia wood for any part of the work brought it. Every skilled woman spun with her hands and brought what she had spun, blue, purple or scarlet yarn or fine linen. And all the women who were willing and had the skill spun the goat hair. The leaders brought onyx stones and other gems to be mounted on the ephod and the breastplate. They also brought spices and olive oil for the light and for the anointing oil and for the fragrant incense. All the Israelite men and women who were willing brought to the Lord free will offerings for all the work the Lord through Moses had commanded them to do. Then Moses said to the Israelites, "See, the Lord has chosen Bezalel, son of Uri, son of Hur, of the tribe of Judah, and he has filled him with the Spirit of God, with wisdom and understanding, with knowledge and with all kinds of skills, to make artistic designs for work in gold, silver and bronze, to cut and set stones, to work in wood and to engage in all kinds of artistic crafts. And he has given both him and Aholiab, son of Ahisamach, and of the tribe of Dan, the ability to teach others. He has filled them with skill to do all kinds of work as engravers, designers, embroiderers in blue, purple and scarlet yarn and fine linen, and weavers, all of them skilled workers and designers." Exodus chapter 36. So Bezalel, Aholiab, and every skilled person to whom the Lord had given skill and ability to know how to carry out all the work of constructing the sanctuary are to do the work just as the Lord has commanded. Then Moses summoned Bezalel and Aholiab and every skilled person to whom the Lord had given ability and who was willing to come and do the work. They received from Moses all the offerings the Israelites had brought to carry out the work of constructing the sanctuary, and the people continued to bring free will offerings morning after morning. So all the skilled workers who were doing all the work on the sanctuary left what they were doing and said to Moses, "The people are bringing more than enough for doing the work the Lord commanded to be done." Then Moses gave an order, and they sent this word throughout the camp: "No man or woman is to make anything else as an offering for the sanctuary." And so the people were restrained from bringing more, because what they had already had was more than enough to do all the work. All those who were skilled among the workers made the tabernacle with 10 curtains of finely twisted linen and blue, purple and scarlet yarn, with cherubim woven into them by expert hands. All the curtains were the same size, 28 cubits long and 4 cubits wide. They joined 5 of the curtains together and did the same with the other 5. Then they made loops of blue material along the edge of the curtain in one set, and the same was done with the end of the curtain on the other set. They also made 50 loops on one curtain and 50 loops on the end curtain of the other set, with the loops opposite each other. Then they made 50 gold clasps and used them to fasten the 2 sets of curtains together so that the tabernacle was a unit. They made curtains of goat hair for the tent over the tabernacle, 11 altogether. All 11 curtains were the same size, 30 cubits long and 4 cubits wide. They joined 5 of the curtains into one set and the other 6 into another set. Then they made 50 loops along the edge of the curtain in one set, and also along the edge of the end of the curtain in the other set. They made 50 bronze clasps to fasten the tent together as a unit. Then they made for the tent a covering of ram skins dyed red, and over that a covering of other durable leather. They made upright frames of acacia wood for the tabernacle. Each frame was 10 cubits long and 1.5 cubits wide, with 2 projections set parallel to each other. They made all the frames of the tabernacle in this way. They made 20 frames of the south side of the tabernacle and 40 silver bases to go under them, 2 bases for each frame, 1 under each projection. For the other side, the north side of the tabernacle, they made 20 frames and 40 silver bases, 2 under each frame. They made 6 frames for the far end, that is the west side end of the tabernacle, and 2 frames were made for the corners of the tabernacle at the far end. At these 2 corners, the frames were double from the top all the way to the top and fitted into a single ring. Both were made alike. So there were 8 frames and 16 silver bases, 2 under each frame. They also made crossbars of acacia wood, 5 for the frames on one side of the tabernacle, 5 for those on the other side, and 5 for the frames on the west. At the far end of the tabernacle, they made the centre crossbar so that it extended from end to end in the middle of the frames. They overlaid the frames with gold and made gold rings to hold the crossbars. They also overlaid the crossbars with gold. They made the curtain of blue, purple and scarlet yarn and finely twisted linen, with cherubim woven into it by a skilled worker. They made 4 posts of acacia wood for it and overlaid them with gold. They made gold hooks for them and cast their 4 silver bases. For the entrance to the tent they made a curtain of blue, purple and scarlet yarn and finely twisted linen, the work of an embroiderer. And they made 5 posts with hooks for them. They overlaid the tops of the posts with their bands with gold and made their 5 bases of bronze. Exodus chapter 37. Bezalel made the ark of acacia wood, 2.5 cubits long, 1.5 cubits wide, and 1.5 cubits high. He overlaid it with pure gold, both inside and out, and made a gold moulding around it. He cast 4 gold rings for it and fastened them to its 4 feet, with 2 rings on one side and 2 rings on the other. Then he made poles of acacia wood and overlaid them with gold. And he inserted the poles into the rings on the side of the ark to carry it. He made the atonement cover of pure gold, 2.5 cubits long and 1.5 cubits wide. Then he made 2 cherubim out of hammered gold at the end of the cover. He made 1 cherub on one end and the second cherub on the other. At the 2 ends he made them of one piece with the cover. The cherubim had their wings spread upwards, overshadowing the cover with them. The cherubim faced each other, looking towards the cover. They made the table of acacia wood, 2 cubits long, 1 cubit wide, and 1.5 cubits high. Then they overlaid it with pure gold and made a gold moulding around it. They also made around it a rim and a handbreadth wide and put a gold moulding on the rim. They cast 4 gold rings for the table and fastened them to the 4 corners, where the 4 legs were. The rings were put close to the rim to hold the poles used in carrying the table. The poles for carrying the table were made of acacia wood and were overlaid with gold, and they made from pure gold the articles for the table, its plates, its dishes and bowls, and its pitchers for the pouring out of drink offerings. They made the lampstand of pure gold. They hammered out its base and shaft, and made its flower-like cups, buds and blossoms of one piece with them. 6 branches extended from the sides of the lampstand, 3 on one side and 3 on the other. 3 cups shaped like almond flowers with buds and blossoms were on one branch, 3 on the next branch, and the same for all 6 branches extending from the lampstand. And on the lampstand were 4 cups shaped like almond flowers with buds and blossoms. 1 bud was under the first pair of branches extending from the lampstand, a 2nd bud under the 2nd pair, and a 3rd bud under the 3rd pair, 6 branches in all. The buds and the branches were all of one piece with the lampstand, hammered out of pure gold. They made it 7 lamps, as well as its wick trimmers and trays of pure gold. They made the lampstand and all its accessories from 1 talent of pure gold. They made the altar of incense out of acacia wood. It was square, a cubit long and a cubit wide and 2 cubits high. Its horns of one piece with it. They overlaid the top and all the sides and the horns with pure gold, and made a gold moulding around it. They made 2 gold rings below the moulding, 2 on each of the opposite sides, to hold the poles used to carry it. They made the poles of acacia wood and overlaid them with gold. They also made the sacred anointing oil and the pure fragrant incense, the work of a perfumer. Exodus chapter 38. They built the altar of burnt offering of acacia wood, 3 cubits high. It was square, 5 cubits long and 5 cubits wide. They made a horn at each of the 4 corners, so that the horns on the altar were of one piece, and they overlaid the altar with bronze. They made all its utensils of bronze, its pots, shovels, sprinkling bowls, meat forks and fire pans. They made a grating for the altar, a bronze network to be under its ledge, halfway up the altar. They cast bronze rings to hold the poles for the 4 corners of the bronze grating. They made the poles of acacia wood and overlaid them with bronze. They inserted the poles into the rings so that they would be on the sides of the altar for carrying it. They made it hollow out of boards. They made the bronze basin and its bronze stand from the mirrors of the women who served at the entrance to the tent of meeting. Next, they made the courtyard. The south side was 100 cubits long and had curtains of finely twisted linen with 20 posts and 20 bronze bases, and with silver hooks and bands on the posts. The north side was also 100 cubits long and had 20 posts and 20 bronze bases, with silver hooks and bands on the posts. The west end was 50 cubits wide and had curtains with 10 posts and 10 bases, with silver hooks and bands on the post. The east end towards the sunrise was also 50 cubits wide. Curtains 15 cubits long were on one side of the entrance and with 3 posts and 3 bases, and curtains 15 cubits long were on the other side of the entrance to the courtyard with 3 posts and 3 bases. All the curtains around the courtyard were of finely twisted linen. The bases for the posts were bronze. The hooks and the bands on the posts were silver, and their tops were overlaid with silver, so all the posts of the courtyard had silver bands. The curtain for the entrance to the courtyard was made of blue, purple and scarlet yarn and finely twisted linen, the work of an embroiderer. It was 20 cubits long, and like the curtains of the courtyard, 5 cubits high, with 4 posts and 4 bronze bases. Their hooks and bands were silver, and their tops were overlaid with silver. All the 10 pegs of the tabernacle and of the surrounding courtyard were bronze. These are the amounts of the materials used for the tabernacle of the covenant law, which were recorded at Moses' command by the Levites under the direction of Ithamar, son of Aaron, the priest. Bezalel, son of Uri, the son of Hur, of the tribe of Judah, made everything the Lord commanded Moses. With him was Aholiab, the son of Ahisamach, of the tribe of Dan, an engraver and designer and an embroiderer in blue, purple and scarlet yarn and fine linen. The total amount of the gold from the wave offering used for all the work on the sanctuary was 29 talents and 730 shekels, according to the sanctuary shekel. The silver obtained from those of the community who were counted in the census was 100 talents and 1,775 shekels, according to the sanctuary shekel. 1 becker per person, that is half a shekel, according to the sanctuary shekel, from everyone who had crossed over to those counted 20 years old or more, a total of 603,550 men. The 100 talents of silver were used to cast the bases for the sanctuary and for the curtain, 100 bases from the 100 talents, 1 talent for each base. They used 1,775 shekels to make the hooks for the post, to overlay the tops of the posts, and to make their bands. The bronze from the wave offering was 70 talents and 2,400 shekels. They used it to make the bases for the entrance to the tent of meeting. The bronze altar with its bronze grating and all its utensils, the bases for the surrounding courtyard, and those for its entrance, and all the tent pegs for the tabernacle, and those of the surrounding courtyard. Exodus chapter 39. From the blue, purple and scarlet yarn, they made garments for ministering in the sanctuary. They also made sacred garments for Aaron, as the Lord commanded Moses. They made the ephod of gold and of blue, purple and scarlet yarn and of finely twisted linen. They hammered out thin sheets of gold and cut strands to be worked into the blue, purple and scarlet yarn and fine linen, the work of skilled hands. They made shoulder pieces for the ephod, which were attached to 2 of its corners so that it could be fastened. Its skillfully woven waistband was like it, of 1 piece of the ephod, and made with gold, and with blue, purple and scarlet yarn, and with finely twisted linen, as the Lord commanded Moses. They mounted the onyx stones in gold filigree settings and engraved them like a seal with the names of the sons of Israel. Then they fastened them with the shoulder pieces of the ephod as memorial stones for the sons of Israel, as the Lord commanded Moses. They fashioned the breastpiece, the work of skilled craftsmen. They made it like the ephod of gold and of blue, purple and scarlet yarn and of finely twisted linen. It was square, a span long and a span wide, and folded double. Then they mounted 4 rows of precious stones in it. The first row was carnelian, chrysolite and beryl. The second row was turquoise, lapis lazuli and emerald. The third row was jacinth, agate and amethyst. The fourth row was topaz, onyx and jasper. They were mounted in gold filigree settings. There were 12 stones, 1 for each of the names of the sons of Israel, each engraved like a seal with the name of one of the 12 tribes. For the breastpiece they made braided chains of pure gold like a rope. They made 2 gold filigree settings and 2 gold rings, and fastened the rings to 2 of the corners of the breastpiece. They fastened the 2 gold chains to the rings at the corners of the breastpiece, and the other ends of the chains to the 2 settings, attaching them to the shoulder pieces of the ephod at the front. They made 2 gold rings and attached them to the other 2 corners of the breastpiece on the inside edge next to the ephod. Then they made 2 more gold rings and attached them to the bottom of the shoulder pieces on the front of the ephod, close to the seam just above the waistband of the ephod. They tied the rings of the breastpiece to the rings of the ephod with a blue cord, connecting it to the waistband so that the breastpiece would not swing out from the ephod, as the Lord had commanded Moses. They made the robe of the ephod entirely of blue cloth, the work of a weaver, with an opening in the centre of the robe like the opening of a collar, and a band around this opening so that it would not tear. They made pomegranates of blue, purple, and scarlet yarn and finely twisted linen round the hem of the robe. And they made bells of pure gold and attached them around the hem between the pomegranates. The bells and the pomegranates alternated round the hem of the robe to be worn for ministering, as the Lord commanded Moses. For Aaron and his sons they made tunics of fine linen, the work of a weaver, and the turban of fine linen, the linen caps and the undergarments of finely twisted linen. The sash was made of finely twisted linen and blue, purple, and scarlet yarn, the work of an embroiderer, as the Lord commanded Moses. They made the plate, the sacred emblem, out of pure gold, and engraved on it, like an inscription on a seal, "Holy to the Lord." Then they fastened a blue cord to it and attached it to the turban, as the Lord commanded Moses. So all the work of the tabernacle, the tent of meeting, was completed. The Israelites did everything just as the Lord commanded Moses. Then they brought the tabernacle to Moses, the tent and all its furnishings, its clasps, frames, crossbars, posts and bases, the covering of ram skins dyed red, and the covering of another durable leather, and the shielding curtain, the ark of the covenant law with its poles and the atonement cover, the table with all its articles and the bread of the presence, the pure gold lampstand with its row of lamps and all its accessories, and the olive oil for the light, the gold altar, the anointing oil, the fragrant incense, and the curtain for the entrance to the tent, the bronze altar with its bronze grating, its poles and all its utensils, the basin with its stand, the curtains of the courtyard with its posts and bases, and the curtains for the entrance to the courtyard, the ropes and the tent pegs for the courtyard, all the furnishings for the tabernacle, the tent of meeting, and the woven garments worn for ministering in the sanctuary, both the sacred garments for Aaron the priest and the garments for his sons when serving as priests. The Israelites had done all the work just as the Lord had commanded Moses. Moses inspected the work and saw that they had done it just as the Lord commanded, so Moses blessed them. Exodus chapter 40. Then the Lord said to Moses, "Set up the tabernacle, the tent of meeting, on the first day of the first month. Place the ark of the covenant law in it and shield the ark with the curtain. Bring in the table and set out what belongs on it. Then bring in the lampstand and set up its lamps. Place the gold altar of incense in front of the ark of the covenant law and put the curtain in the entrance to the tabernacle. Place the altar of burnt offering in the front of the entrance to the tabernacle of the tent of meeting. Place the basin between the tent of meeting and the altar and put water in it. Set up the courtyard around it and put the curtain at the entrance to the courtyard. Take the anointing oil and anoint the tabernacle and everything in it. Consecrate it and all its furnishings, and it will be holy. Then anoint the altar of burnt offering and all its utensils. Consecrate the altar, and it will be most holy. Anoint the basin and its stand, and consecrate them. Bring Aaron and his sons to the entrance to the tent of meeting, and wash them with water. Then dress Aaron in the sacred garments, anoint him and consecrate him, so that he may serve me as priest. Bring his sons and dress them in tunics. Anoint them just as you anointed their father, so that they may serve me as priests. Their anointing will be to a priesthood that will continue throughout their generations. Moses did everything just as the Lord commanded him. So the tabernacle was set up on the first day of the first month in the second year. When Moses set up the tabernacle, he put the bases in place, erected the frames, inserted the crossbars, and set up the posts. Then he spread out the tent over the tabernacle and put the covering over the tent as the Lord commanded him. He took the tablets of the covenant law and placed them in the ark, attached the poles to the ark and put the atonement cover over it. Then he brought the ark into the tabernacle and hung the shielding curtain and shielded the ark of the covenant law as the Lord commanded him. Moses placed the table in the tent of meeting on the north side of the tabernacle outside the curtain and set out the bread on it before the Lord as the Lord had commanded him. He placed the lampstand in the tent of meeting opposite the table on the south side of the tabernacle and set up the lamps before the Lord as the Lord commanded him. Moses placed the gold altar in the tent of meeting in front of the curtain and burned fragrant incense on it as the Lord commanded him. He put up the curtain at the entrance to the tabernacle. He set the altar of burnt offering near the entrance to the tabernacle, the tent of meeting, and offered it on it burnt offerings and grain offerings as the Lord commanded him. He placed the basin between the tent of meeting and the altar and put water in it for washing. And Moses and Aaron and his sons used it to wash their hands and feet. They washed whenever they entered the tent of meeting or approached the altar, as the Lord commanded Moses. Then Moses set up the courtyard around the tabernacle and altar and put up the curtain at the entrance to the courtyard. And so Moses finished the work. Then the cloud covered the tent of meeting, and the glory of the Lord filled the tabernacle. Moses could not enter the tent of meeting because the cloud had settled on it, and the glory of the Lord filled the tabernacle. In all the travels of the Israelites, whenever the cloud lifted from above the tabernacle, they would set out. But if the cloud did not lift, they did not set out until the day it lifted. So the cloud of the Lord was over the tabernacle by day, and the fire was in the cloud by night, in the sight of all the Israelites during their travels. We're going to go to the book of Deuteronomy now. Deuteronomy chapter 1. These are the words Moses spoke to all Israel in the wilderness east of Jordan, that is in the Arabah, opposite Suf, between Paran and Tophel, Laban, Hazeroth and Dizahab. It takes 11 days to go from Horeb to Kadesh Barnea by the Mount Seir road. In the 40th year, on the first day of the 11th month, Moses proclaimed to the Israelites all that the Lord had commanded him concerning them. This was after he had defeated Sihon, king of the Amorites, who reigned in Heshbon, and Edrei had defeated Og, king of Bashan, who reigned in Ashtaroth. East of the Jordan, in the territory of Moab, Moses began to expound this law, saying, "The Lord our God said to us at Horeb, 'You have stayed long enough at this mountain. Break camp and advance into the hill country of the Amorites. Go to all the neighbouring peoples in the Arabah, in the mountains, in the western foothills, in the Negev, and along the coast to the land of the Canaanites, and to Lebanon as far as the great river, the Euphrates. See, I have given you this land. Go in and take possession of the land that the Lord swore he would give to your fathers, to Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, and their descendants after him. At this time I said to you, you are too heavy a burden for me to carry alone. The Lord your God has increased your numbers so that today you are as numerous as the stars in the sky. May the Lord, the God of your ancestors, increase you 1,000 times and bless you as he has promised. But how can I bear your problems and your burdens and your disputes all by myself? So choose some wise, understanding and respected men from each of your tribes, and I will set them over you. You answer me, what you propose to do is good. So I took the leading men from your tribes, wise and respected men, and appointed them to have authority over you, as commanders of thousands, of hundreds, of 50s, and of 10s, and as tribal officials. And I charged your judges at that time, hear the disputes between your people and judge fairly, whether the case is between two Israelites or between an Israelite and a foreigner residing among you. Do not show partiality in judging. Hear both small and great alike. Do not be afraid of anyone, for judgment belongs to God. Bring me any case too hard for you, and I will hear it. And at that time I told you everything you were to do. Then, as the Lord our God commanded us, we set out from Horeb and went toward the hill country of the Amorites, through all of that vast and dreadful wilderness that you have seen, and so we reached Kadesh Barnea. Then I said to you, you have reached the hill country of the Amorites, which the Lord our God is giving us. See, the Lord your God has given you the land. Go up and take possession of it the God of your ancestors, told you. Do not be afraid, do not be discouraged. Then all of you came to me and said, let us send men ahead to spy out the land for us and bring back a report about the route we are to take and the towns we will come to. The idea seemed good to me, so I selected 12 of you, 1 man from each tribe. They left and went up into the hill country and came to the valley of Eshcol and explored it. Taking with them some fruit of the land, they brought it down to us and reported, it is a good land and the Lord our God is giving us. But you were unwilling to go up. You rebelled against the command of the Lord your God. You grumbled in your tents and said, the Lord hates us, so he brought us out of Egypt to deliver us into the hands of the Amorites to destroy us. Where can we go? Our brothers have made our hearts melt in fear. They say, the people are stronger and taller than we are. The cities are large with walls up to the sky. We even saw the Anakites there. Then I said to you, do not be terrified, do not be afraid of them. The Lord your God who is going before you will fight for you as he did for you in Egypt. Before your very eyes and in the wilderness, there you saw how the Lord your God carried you as a father carries his son. All the way you went until you reached this place. In spite of this, you did not trust in the Lord your God, who went ahead of you on your journey in fire by night and in a cloud by day, to search out places for you to camp and show you the way you should go. When the Lord heard what you said, he was angry and solemnly swore, no one from this evil generation shall see the good land I swore to give your ancestors, except Caleb, son of Jephunneh. He will see it, and I will give him and his descendants the land he set his feet on, because he followed the Lord wholeheartedly. Because of you the Lord became angry with me also and said, you shall not enter it either, but your assistant Joshua son of Nun will enter it. Encourage him, because he will lead Israel to inherit it. And the little ones that you said will be taken captive, your children who do not yet know good from bad, they will enter the land. I will give it to them and they will take possession of it. But as for you, turn around and set out towards the desert along the route to the Red Sea. Then you replied, you have sinned against the Lord. We will go up and fight as the Lord our God commanded us. So every one of you put on his weapons, thinking it easy to go up into the hill country. But the Lord said to me, tell them, do not go up and fight, because I will not be with you. You will be defeated by your enemies. So I told you, but you would not listen. You rebelled against the Lord's command, and in your arrogance you marched up into the hill country. The Amorites who lived in those hills came out against you. They chased you like a swarm of bees and beat you down from Seir all the way to Hormah. You came back and wept before the Lord, and he paid no attention to your weeping and turned a deaf ear to you. And so you stayed in Kadesh many days, all the time you spent there. Deuteronomy chapter 2. Then we turned back and set out towards the wilderness along the route to the Red Sea, as the Lord had directed me. For a long time we made our way around the hill country of Seir. Then the Lord said to me, you have made your way around this hill country long enough. Now turn north. Give the people these orders. You are about to pass through the territory of your relatives, the descendants of Esau, who lived in Seir. They will be afraid of you, but be very careful. Do not provoke them to war, for I will not give you any of their land, not even enough to put your foot on. I have given Esau the hill country of Seir as his own. You are to pay them in silver for the food you eat and the water you drink. The Lord your God has blessed you in all the work of your hands. He has watched over your journey through this vast wilderness. These 40 years the Lord your God has been with you, and you have not lacked anything. So we went on past our relatives and the descendants of Esau who live in Seir. We turned from the Arabah road, which comes from the Elath and Ezion-Geber, and travelled along the desert road of Moab. Then the Lord said to me, do not harass the Moabites or provoke them to war, for I will not give any part of their land to you. I have given Ar to the descendants of Lot as a possession. The Emites used to live there, a people strong and numerous and as tall as the Anakites. Like the Anakites, they they too were considered Rephaites, but the Moabites called them Emites. Horites used to live in Seir, but the descendants of Esau drove them out. They destroyed the Horites from before them and settled in their place, just as Israel did in the land the Lord gave to them as their possession. And the Lord said, "Now get up and cross the Zerah valley." So he crossed the valley. 38 years passed from the time we left Kadesh Barnea until we crossed the Zerah valley. By then, that entire generation of fighting men had perished from the camp, as the Lord had swore to them. The Lord's hand was against them until he had completely eliminated them from the camp. Now when the last of these fighting men among the people had died, the Lord said to me, "Today you are to pass by the region of Moab at Ar. When you come to the Ammonites, do not harass them or provoke them to war, for I will not give you possession of any land belonging to the Ammonites. I have given it as a possession to the descendants of Lot." That too was considered a land of the Rephaites, who used to live there, but the Ammonites called them Zamzummites. They were a people strong and numerous and as tall as the Anakites. The Lord destroyed them from before the Ammonites, who drove them out and settled in their place. The Lord had done the same for the descendants of Esau who lived in Seir when he destroyed the Horites before them. They drove them out and have lived in their place to this day. And as for the Avites who lived there in villages as far as Gaza, the Caphtorites coming out from destroyed them and settled in their place. Set out now and cross the Arnon Gorge. See, I have given into your hands Sihon the Amorite, king of Heshbon, and his country. Begin to take possession of it and engage him in battle. This very day I will begin to put the terror and fear of you on all the nations under heaven. They will hear reports of you and will tremble and be in anguish because of you. From the desert of Kedemoth I sent messengers to Sihon king of Heshbon, offering peace and saying, "Let us pass through your country. We will stay on the main road. We will not turn aside to the right or to the left. Sell us food to eat and water to drink for their price in silver. Only let us pass through on foot, as the descendants of Esau who lived in Seir and the Moabites who live in Ar did for us, until we cross the Jordan into the land the Lord our God is giving us." But Sihon king of Heshbon refused to let us pass through, for the Lord your God had made his spirit stubborn and his heart obstinate in order to give him into your hands as he has now done. The Lord said to me, "See, I have begun to deliver Sihon and his country over to you. Now begin to conquer and possess his land." When Sihon and all his army came out to meet us in battle at Jahaz, the Lord our God delivered him over to us, and we struck him down, together with his sons and his whole army. At that time we took all his towns and completely destroyed them, men, women and children. We left no survivors, but the livestock and the plunder from the towns we had captured we carried off for ourselves. From Aurora and on the rim of the Arnon Gorge, and from the town in the gorge, even as far as Gilead, not one town was too strong for us. The Lord our God gave us all of them, but in accordance with the command of the Lord our God, you did not encroach on any of the land of the Ammonites, neither the land along the course of the Jabbok, nor around the towns in the hills. Deuteronomy chapter 3. Next we turned and went up along the road towards Bashan, and Og king of Bashan and his whole army marched out to meet us in battle at Edrei. The Lord said to me, "Do not be afraid of him, for I have delivered him into your hands along with his whole army and his land. Do to him what you did to Sihon king of the Amorites who reigned in Heshbon." So the Lord our God also gave into our hands Og, king of Bashan, and all his army. We struck them down, leaving no survivors. At that time we took all his cities. There was not one of the 60 cities that we did not take from them, the whole region of Argob, Og's kingdom in Bashan. All these cities were fortified with high walls and with gates and bars, and there were also great many unwalled villages. We completely destroyed them as we had done with Sihon king of Heshbon, destroying every city, men, women and children. But all the livestock and the plunder from their cities we carried off for ourselves. So at that time we took from these two kings of the Amorites the territory east of the Jordan, from the Arnon Gorge as far as Mount Hermon. Hermon is called Syrian by the Sidonians, and Amorites call it Sinir. We took all the towns on the plateau, and all Gilead, and all Bashan as far as Selecah and Edrei, towns of Og's kingdom in Bashan. Og, king of Bashan, was the last of the Rephaites. His bed was decorated with iron and was more than 9 cubits long and 4 cubits wide. It is still in Rabbah of the Ammonites. Of the land that we took over that time, I gave the Reubenites and the Gadites the territory north of Aroer by the Arnon Gorge, including half the hill country of Gilead together with its towns. The rest of Gilead and also all of Bashan, the kingdom of Og, I gave to the half-tribe of Manasseh. The whole region of Argob in Bashan used to be known as the land of the Rephaites. Jair, a descendant of Manasseh, took the whole region of Argob as far as the border of Geshurites and the Maacathites. It was named after him, so that to this day Bashan is called Havaroth Jair. And I gave Gilead to Machir, but to the Reubenites and the Gadites I gave the territory extending from Gilead down to Arnon Gorge, the middle of the gorge being the border, and out to the river Jabbok, which is the border of the Ammonites. Its western border was the Jordan in the Arabah, from Kinnereth to the Sea of the Arabah, that is the Dead Sea, below the slopes of Pisgah. I commanded you at that time, the Lord your God has given you this land to take possession of it, but all your able-bodied men armed for battle must cross over ahead of the other Israelites. However, your wives, your children, and your livestock, I know you have much livestock, may stay in the towns I have given you until the Lord gives rest to your fellow Israelites as he has to you. And they too have taken over the land that the Lord your God is giving them across the Jordan. After that, each of you may go back to the possession I have given you. At that time I commanded Joshua, you have seen with your own eyes all that the Lord your God has done to these two kings, same to all the kingdoms over there where you are going. Do not be afraid of them, the Lord your God himself will fight for you. At that time I pleaded with the Lord, Sovereign Lord, you have begun to show you to your servant your greatness and your strong hand. For what God is there in heaven or on earth who can do the deeds or the mighty works that you do? Let me go over and see the good land beyond the Jordan, that fine hill country in Lebanon. But because of you the Lord was angry with me and would not listen to me. That is enough, the Lord said. Do not speak to me any more about this matter. Go up to the top of Pisgah and look west and north and south and east. Look at the land with your own eyes, since you are not going to cross this Jordan. But commission Joshua and encourage and strengthen him, for he will lead his people across and will cause them to inherit the land that you will see. So we stayed in the valley near Beth Peor. Deuteronomy chapter 4. Now Israel, hear the decrees and laws I am about to teach you. Follow them so that you may live and may go in and take possession of the land that the Lord, the God of your ancestors, is giving you. Do not add to what I command you, and do not subtract from it, and keep the commands of the Lord your God that I give you. You saw with your own eyes what the Lord did at Baal Peor. The Lord your God destroyed from among you everyone who followed the Baal of Peor. But all of you who held fast to the Lord your God are still alive today. See, I have taught you decrees and laws as the Lord my God commanded me, so that you may follow them in the land you are entering to take possession of it. Observe them carefully, for this will show your wisdom and understanding to the nations. You will hear about all these decrees and say, surely this great nation is a wise and understanding people. What other nation is so great as to have their gods near them, the way the Lord our God is near us, whenever we pray to him? And what other nation is so great as to have such righteous decrees and laws that the body of laws I am setting before you today? Only be careful and watch yourselves closely, so that you do not forget the things your eyes have seen, or let them fade from your heart as long as you live. Teach them to your children and to their children after them. Remember the day you stood before the Lord your God at Horeb, when he said to me, assemble the people before me to hear my words, so that they may learn to revere me as long as they live in the land, and may teach them to their children. You came near and stood at the foot of the mountain while it blazed with fire to the very heavens, with black clouds and deep darkness. Then the Lord spoke out of the fire. You heard the sound of words but saw no form. There was only a voice. He declared to you his covenant, the 10 Commandments which he commanded you to follow, and then wrote them on 2 stone tablets. And the Lord directed me at that time to teach you the decrees and laws you are to follow in the land that you are crossing the Jordan to possess. You saw no form of any kind the day the Lord spoke to you at Horeb out of the fire. Therefore watch yourselves very carefully, so that you do not become corrupt and make for yourselves an idol, an image of any shape, whether formed like a man or a woman, or like any animal on earth, or any bird that flies in the air, or like any creature that moves along the ground, or any fish in the waters below. And when you look up to the sky and see the sun, the moon and the stars, all the heavenly array, do not be enticed into bowing down to them and worshipping things that the Lord your God has apportioned to all the nations under heaven. But as for you, the Lord took you and brought you out of the iron-smelting furnace, out of Egypt, to be the people of his inheritance, as you now are. The Lord was angry with me because of you, and he solemnly swore that I would not cross the Jordan, enter the good land the Lord your God is giving you as an inheritance. I will die in this land. I will not cross the Jordan, but you are about to cross over and take possession of that good land. Be careful not to forget the covenant of the Lord your God that he made with you. Do not make for yourselves an idol in the form of anything the Lord your God has forbidden, for the Lord your God is a consuming fire, a jealous God. After you have had children and grandchildren and have lived in the land a long time, if you then become corrupt and make any kind of idol, doing evil in the eyes of the Lord your God and arousing his anger, I call the heavens and the earth as witness against you this day, that you will quickly perish from the land that you are crossing the Jordan to possess. You will not live there long, but you will certainly be destroyed. The Lord will scatter you among the peoples, and only a few of you will survive among the nations to which the Lord will drive you. There you will worship man-made gods of wood and stone, which cannot see, hear, or eat or smell. But if from there you seek the Lord your God, you will find him if you seek him with all your heart and with all your soul. When you are in distress and all these things have happened to you in the later days, you will return to the Lord your God and obey him. For the Lord your God is a merciful God. He will not abandon or destroy you or forget the covenant with your ancestors which he confirmed to them by oath. Ask now about the former days, long before your time, from the day God created human beings on the earth. Ask from one end of the heavens to another. Has anything so great as this ever happened, or has anything like this ever been heard of? Has any other people heard the voice of God speaking out of fire as you have, and lived? Has any God ever tried to take for himself one nation out of another nation by testings, by signs and wonders, by war, by a mighty hand and an outstretched arm, or by great and awesome deeds, like all the things the Lord your God did for you in Egypt before your very eyes? You were shown these things that so you might know that the Lord is God. Beside him there is no other. From heaven he made you hear his voice to discipline you. On earth he showed you his great fire, and you heard his words from out of the fire. Because he loved your ancestors and chose their descendants after them, he brought you out of Egypt by his presence and his great strength, to drive out before you nations greater and stronger than you, and bring you into their land and give it to you for your inheritance as it is today. Acknowledge and take to heart this day that the Lord is God in heaven above and on the earth below. There is no other. Keep his decrees and commands which I am giving you today, so that it may go well with you and your children after, and that you may live long in the land the Lord your God gives you for all time. Then Moses set aside 3 cities east of the Jordan, to which anyone who had killed a person could flee if they unintentionally killed a neighbour without malice or afterthought. They could flee into one of these cities and save their life. These cities were these: Bezer in the wilderness plateau for the Reubenites, Ramoth in Gilead for the Gadites, and Golan in Bashan for the Manassites. This is the law Moses set before the Israelites. These are the stipulations, decrees and laws Moses gave them when they came out of Egypt and were in the valley near Beth Peor, east of the Jordan, in the land of Sihon, king of the Amorites, who reigned in Heshbon and was defeated by Moses and the Israelites as they came out of Egypt. They took possession of his land and the land of Og, king of Bashan, and 2 Amorite kings east of the Jordan. This land extended from Aroer on the rim of Arnon Gorge to Mount Sirion, that is Hermon, and included all the Arabah east of the Jordan, as far as the Dead Sea, below the steep slopes of Pisgah.
Deuteronomy chapter 5. موسی تمامی بنی اسرائیل را فراخواند و به ایشان گفت: ای اسرائیل، فرایض و قوانینی را که من امروز در گوش شما میگویم بشنوید. آنها را فرا گیرید و به دقت به جای آورید. یهوه خدای ما در حوری با ما عهد بست. خداوند این عهد را نه با پدران ما بلکه با ما بست که همگی امروز در اینجا زنده ایم. خداوند در آن کوه از میان آتش روبرو با شما سخن گفت. در آن هنگام من میان خداوند و شما ایستاده بودم تا کلام خداوند را به شما بیان کنم. زیرا شما به سبب آتش می ترسیدید و به فراز کوه بر نیامدید. او چنین فرمود: منم یهوه خدای تو که تو را از سرزمین مصر از خانه بندگی بیرون آوردم. تو را خدایان دیگر غیر از من نباشد. هیچ تمثال تراشیده برای خود مساز، خواه به شکل هر آنچه بالا در آسمان است و یا پایین بر زمین و یا در آبهای زیر زمین. در برابر آنها سجده مکن و آنها را عبادت منما. زیرا من یهوه خدای تو، خدای غیورم که جزای تقصیرات پدران را به فرزندان و به پشت 3 و 4 آنان که مرا نفرت کنند میرسانم. اما کسانی را که مرا دوست بدارند و فرمانهایم را حفظ کنند تا 1000 پشت محبت میکنم. نام یهوه خدای خود را به باطل مبر، زیرا خداوند کسی را که نام او را به باطل برد بیگناه نخواهد شمرد. روز شبات را نگاه داشته آن را مقدس بدار، چنان که یهوه خدایت تو را امر فرموده است. 6 روز کار کن و همه کارهایت را انجام. یهوه خدای توست. در آن روز هیچ کار مکن، نه تو، نه پسر یا دخترت، نه غلام یا کنیزت، نه گاو یا الاغت یا هر 4 پایی که از آن توست، و نه غریبی که درون دروازه های توست، تا غلام و کنیزت نیز بتوانند چون تو بیاسایند. به یاد آر که خود در سرزمین مصر غلام بودی و یهوه خدایت تو را با دست نیرومند و بازوی دراز از آنجا به در آورد. از این روز که یهوه خدایت به تو فرمان داده است که روز شبات را نگاه داری. پدر و مادر خود را گرامی دار، چنان که یهوه خدایت تو را امر فرموده است، تا روزهایت دراز شود و در سرزمینی که یهوه خدایت به تو می بخشد سعادتمند باشی. قتل مکن، زنا مکن، دزدی مکن، بر هم نوع خود شهادت دروغ مده، به زن همسایت طمع مورز و حسرت خانه همسایه خود یا مزرعه او یا غلام و کنیزش یا گاو و الاغش یا هیچ چیز دیگر او را مخور. این سخنان را خداوند در کوه به تمامی جماعت شما از میان آتش و ابر و تاریکی غلیظ به صدای بلند گفت و چیزی دیگر نیفزود. پس آنها را اما چون شما آن صدا را از میان تاریکی شنیدید، در حالی که کوه به آتش می‌سوخت، شما نزد من آمدید، آری همه سران قبایل و مشایخ شما، و گفتید اینک یهوه خدای ما جلال و عظمت خود را به ما نمایانده است و صدای او را از میان آتش شنیده ایم. امروز دیدیم که می شود خدا با انسان سخن بگوید و انسان زنده بماند. پس حال چرا بمیریم؟ زیرا این آتش عظیم ما را خواهد سوزانید. اگر بیش از این صدای یهوه خدای خود را بشنویم خواهیم مرد. زیرا از میان تمامی بشر کیست که مانند ما صدای خدای زنده را که از میان آتش سخن بگوید شنیده و زنده مانده باشد؟ تو خود نزدیک برو و هر آنچه را که یهوه خدای ما میگوید بشنو. آنگاه هر آنچه را که یهوه خدای ما به تو بگوید به ما بازگو و ما شنیده به جا خواهیم آورد. چون شما با ما سخن می گفتید، خداوند آواز سخنانتان را شنید و به من فرمود سخنانی را که این قوم به تو گفتند شنیدم. آنچه گفتند نیکوست. کاش همیشه دلی مانند این داشتند تا از من می ترسیدند و فرمانهای مرا به تمامی به جای می آوردند تا خود و فرزندانشان تا به ابد سعادتمند گردند. برو و ایشان را بگو تا به خیمه های خیش بازگردند، اما تو خود اینجا نزد من بایست تا تمامی فرمانها و فرایض و قوانینی را که باید به آنها بیاموزی به تو بگویم، تا آنها را در سرزمینی که برای تصرف ایشان میدهم به جای آرند. پس مراقب باشید تا بر طبق آنچه یهوه خدایتان به شما امر فرموده است عمل نمایید و به راست یا به چپ منحرف مشوید. در تمامی طریقی که یهوه خدایتان شما را امر فرموده است سلوک کنید تا زنده بمانید و سعادتمند باشید و در سرزمینی که به تصرف خواهید آورد عمر دراز کنید. Deuteronomy chapter 6. این است فرمانها و فرایض و قوانین که یهوه خدای شما امر فرمود به شما بیاموزم تا آنها را در سرزمینی که برای تصرفش بدان عبور می کنید به جای آرید و تا شما و فرزندانتان و فرزندان فرزندانتان از یهوه خدای خود بترسید و تمامی فرایض و فرمانهای او را که من به شما حکم می کنم در تمامی ایام زندگیتان نگاه دارید تا عمر دراز داشته باشید. پس ای اسرائیل بشنو و آنچه را به دقت انجام ده تا در سرزمینی که شیر و شهد در آن جاری سعادتمند باشی و بسیار افزون گردی، همان گونه که یهوه خدای پدرانت به تو وعده داده است. بشنو ای اسرائیل، یهوه خدای ما خداوند یکتاست. یهوه خدای خود را با تمامی دل، با تمامی جان و با تمامی قوت خود محبت کن و این سخنان که من امروز تو را امر می‌فرمایم بر دل تو باشد. آنها را به دقت به فرزندانت بیاموز و حین نشستن در خانه و رفتن به راه و هنگام خوابیدن و برخاستن از آنها گفتگو کن. آنها را چون نشانه بر دست خود ببند و چون علامت بر پیشانیت بگذار. آنها را بر چارچوب در خانه خود و بر دروازه های خیش بنگار. چون یهوه خدایت تو را به سرزمینی درآورد که برای پدرانت ابراهیم و اسحاق و یعقوب سوگند خورد که به تو بدهد، به شهرهای بزرگ و نیکویی که خود بنا نکرده ای و خانه‌های آکنده از هر نعمت که خود نیاکنده ای و حوضهای کنده شده که خود نکنده ای و تاکستانها و درختهای زیتونی که خود نکاشته ای و چون خورده سیر شوی، آنگاه به هوش باش، مبادا خداوند را که تو را از سرزمین مصر از آن خانه بندگی به درآورد فراموش کنی. از یهوه خدای خیش بترس و او را عبادت کن و تنها به نام او سوگند بخور. خدایان غیر یعنی خدایان اقوام پیرامون خود را پیروی مکن، زیرا یهوه خدای تو که در میان توست خدای غیور است. مبادا خشم یهوه خدایت بر تو افروخته شود و تو را از روی زمین نابود سازد. یهوه خدای خود را میازار، چنان که او را در مصر آزمودی. فرمانهای یهوه خدای خود را و شهادات و فرایض او را که به تو امر فرموده نگاه دار. آنچه را که در نزد خداوند درست و نیکوست به جای آر تا سعادتمند باشی و به آن سرزمین نیکو که خداوند سوگند خورد به پدرانت بدهد داخل شده آن را تصرف کنی و تا او دشمنانت را از پیش روی تو براند، چنان که خداوند وعده فرموده است. چون پسرت در آینده از تو بپرسد مقصود از این شهادات و فرایض و قوانین که یهوه خدای ما به شما امر فرموده چیست، آنگاه به پسر خود بگو ما در مصر بنده فرعون بودیم، اما خداوند ما را با دستی نیرومند از آن سرزمین بیرون آورد. خداوند در برابر دیدگان ما آیات و معجزات عظیم و هولناک بر ضد مصر و فرعون و تمامی اهل خانه‌اش نمایان ساخت و ما را از آنجا بیرون آورد تا به سرزمینی که برای پدرانمان سوگند خورده بود که به ما ببخشد درآورد. پس خداوند به ما فرمان داد تا همه این فرایض را به جای آریم و از یهوه خدای خود بترسیم تا همیشه سعادتمند باشیم و ما را زنده نگاه دارد، چنان که تا امروز شده است. پارسایی ما به این خواهد بود که تمامی این فرمانها را در حضور یهوه خدای خود به دقت به جا آوریم، همان گونه که ما را امر فرموده است. Deuteronomy chapter 7. چون یهوه خدایت تو را به سرزمینی که برای تصرفش به آنجا می روی درآورد و اقوام بسیار را از برابر تو براند، یعنی هیتیان، جرجاشیان، اموریان، کنعانیان، فرزیان، هویان و یبوسیان را که 7 قوم بزرگ و نیرومند از تو هستند، و چون یهوه خدایت آنها را به دست تو تسلیم کند تا مغلوبشان سازی، ایشان را به نابودی کامل بسپار و با ایشان پیمان مبند و بر ایشان رحم مکن. با ایشان وصلت منما، دخترت را به پسر ایشان مده و دختر ایشان را بر پسرت مگیر، زیرا فرزندانت را از پیروی من منحرف خواهند کرد تا خدایان غیر را عبادت کنند. آنگاه خشم خداوند بر شما افزوده شده شما را به سرعت نابود خواهد ساخت، بلکه با ایشان چنین کنید: مذبحشان را در هم بشکنید، ستونهایشان را خرد نمایید، عشیره‌های ایشان را قطع کنید و بت‌های تراشیده ایشان را به آتش بسوزانید، زیرا شما برای یهوه خدایتان قومی مقدسید. او از میان تمامی قوم‌های روی زمین شما را برگزیده است تا قومی که گنج اوست باشید. خداوند از این رو دل در اسیرتر بودید، زیرا شما از همه قوم‌ها کم شمارتر بودید، بلکه از آن رو که خداوند شما را دوست می داشت و می خواست سوگندی را که برای پدرانتان خورده بودید به جای آورد. پس خداوند شما را با دستی نیرومند بیرون آورد و از خانه بندگی و از چنگ فرعون پادشاه مصر فدیه کرد. پس بدانید که یهوه خدای شماست، اوست خدای امین که عهد و محبت خود را با آنها که او را دوست می‌دارند و فرمانهایش را به جای می‌آورند تا 1000 پشت نگاه می‌دارد، ولی آنان را که از او نفرت کنند سزا داده هلاک می‌کند. آری، او تأخیر نخواهد کرد، بلکه هر که را از او نفرت کند سزا خواهد داد. پس فرمانها و فرایض و قوانینی را که من امروز به شما حکم می کنم به دقت نگاه دارید. اگر این قوانین را گوش گیرید و آنها را نگاه داشته به جا یارید، آنگاه یهوه خدایتان عهد و محبتی را که برای پدرانتان سوگند خورد با شما نگاه خواهد داشت. او شما را خورد با شما نگاه خواهد داشت. او شما را دوست خواهد داشت و برکت داده خواهد افزود. او ثمره رحم شما و محصول زمین شما و قله و شراب و روغن شما و گوساله های رمه و بره های گله شما را در سرزمینی که به پدرانتان سوگند خورد آن را به شما بدهد برکت خواهد داد. شما از همه قوم‌ها مبارکتر خواهید بود و در میان شما و چارپایانتان خواه نر و خواه ماده نازاد وجود بیماری را از شما دور خواهد کرد. او شما را به هیچ یک از بیماری‌های هولناک مصر که شاهد آن بودید مبتلا نخواهد ساخت، بلکه آنها را بر همه نفرت کنندگان شما خواهد آورد. بر شماست که همه قوم‌هایی را که یهوه خدایتان به دست شما تسلیم می‌کند هلاک سازید. چشم شما بر آنها ترحم نکند و خدایانشان را عبادت منمایید، مبادا شما را دام باشد. شاید در دل خود بگویید این قوم‌ها از ما بیشترند، چگونه می‌توانیم آنها را بیرون برانیم؟ اما نباید از آنها بترسید، بلکه آنچه را که یهوه خدایتان با فرعون و تمام مصریان کرد نیکو به یاد دارید. مصائب عظیمی را که چشمانتان دید و آیات و علامات و دست نیرومند و بازوی درازی را که یهوه خدایتان شما را به مدد آن بیرون آورد. پس یهوه خدایتان با همه قوم‌هایی که از آنها می‌ترسید به همین سان عمل خواهد کرد. افزون بر این یهوه خدایتان زنبورها به میان ایشان خواهد فرستاد تا باقی ماندگان ایشان را که خود از شما پنهان می کنند هلاک کند. از آنها نهراسید، زیرا یهوه خدایتان که در میان شماست خدای عظیم و مهیب است. یهوه خدایتان این قومها را به تدریج از حضور شما خواهد راند. آنان را که به یک باره نمی توانید نابود سازید، مبادا شمار وحوش صحرا بر شما از حد زیاده شوند. یهوه خدایتان ایشان را به دست شما تسلیم کرده، به پریشانی عظیم دچار خواهد ساخت تا نابود شوند. او پادشاهانشان را به دست شما تسلیم خواهد کرد تا نامشان را از زیر آسمان محو سازید. هیچ کس را یاری ایستادگی در برابر شما نخواهد بود تا آنگاه که آنان را نابود سازید. تمثالهای تراشیده خدایان ایشان را به آتش بسوزانید و به نقره و طلایی که بر آنهاست طمع مورزید و آنها را برای خود برمگیرید. مبادا از طریق آن به دام افتید، زیرا در نظر یهوه خدایتان کراهت آور است. چنین چیزی کراهت آور را به خانه خیش مبرید. مبادا مانند آن حرام شوید. از آن بسیار نفرت کنید و کراهت داشته باشید، زیرا که حرام است. Deuteronomy chapter 8. همه فرمانهایی را که من امروز به شما امر می‌فرمایم به جای آورید تا زنده بمانید و شمارتان افزونی گیرد و به سرزمینی که خداوند سوگند خورده پدرانتان بدهد داخل شده آن را به تصرف آورید. به یاد دارید که چگونه یهوه خدایتان شما را 40 سال در بیابان رهبری کرد تا شما را خوار و زبون ساخته بیازماید و آنچه در دل شماست بداند که آیا فرمانهای او را نگاه خواهید داشت یا نه. او شما را خوار و زبون ساخت و گرسنه گذاشت و خوراک مننا را به شما خورانید که نه شما از آن خبر داشتید و نه پدرانتان، تا به شما بیاموزاند که انسان تنها به نان زنده نیست، بلکه به هر کلامی که از دهان خداوند صادر شود انسان زنده می شود. در این 40 سال جامه بر تن شما مندرس نشد و پاهایتان تاول نزد. پس در دل خود بدانید که همان گونه که مردی فرزندش را تعذیب می کند، یهوه خدایتان نیز شما را تعذیب می نماید. پس با نگاه داشتن فرمانهای یهوه خدای خود در راههای او گام بردارید و از او بترسید. زیرا که یهوه خدایتان شما را به سرزمینی نیکو می آورد، سرزمینی آکنده از نهرهای آب و چشمه ها و آبهای زیرزمینی که در دره ها و کوه ها روان می شود. سرزمینی انباشته از گندم و جو و درخت مو و انجیر و انار و روغن و زیتون و عسل. سرزمینی که در آن نان را به تنگ دستی نخواهید خورد و به چیزی محتاج نخواهید شد. سرزمینی که سنگهایش آهن است و از کوههایش مس خواهید کند. پس خورده سیر خواهید شد و یهوه خدای خیش را به جهت سرزمین نیکویی که به شما بخشیده است متبارک خواهید خواند. پس به هوش باشید، مبادا یهوه خدای خیش را فراموش کنید و فرمانها و قوانین و فرایض او را که من امروز به شما امر می‌فرمایم نگاه ندارید. مبادا چون خورده سیر شوید و خانه‌های نیکو ساخته در آنها ساکن گردید و رمه و گله شما فزونی یافته بر سیر و زمتان افزوده شود و اموالتان فزون گردد. آنگاه دل شما مغرور شده یهوه خدای خود را که شما را از سرزمین مصر از آن خانه بندگی بیرون آورد فراموش کنید. او را که شما را در بیابانی بزرگ و هولناک که در آن مارهای آتشین و عقرب‌ها و زمین خشک و بی آب بود رهبری کرد و برای شما از دل سنگ خارا آب بیرون آورد که خوراک مننا را در بیابان به شما خورانید که پدرانتان نشناخته بودند تا شما را خوار و زبون ساخته بیازماید و در آخر بر شما احسان کند. به هوش باشید. مبادا در دل خود بگویید نیروی من و قوت دست من این توانگری را برایم فراهم آورده است، بلکه یهوه خدای خود را به یاد آرید، زیرا اوست که به شما نیرو می بخشد تا توانگری حاصل کنید و تا به عهد خیش که برای پدرانتان سوگند خورد وفا کند چنان که امروز شده است. اگر یهوه خدای خود را فراموش کنید و از پی خدایان غیر رفته آنها را عبادت و سجده نمایید، امروز به شما هشدار می دهم که به یقین هلاک خواهید شد. آری، اگر صدای یهوه خدای خیش را نشنوید، شما نیز همچون قوم‌هایی که خداوند آنان را پیش روی شما هلاک می سازد هلاک خواهید شد. Deuteronomy chapter 9. ای اسرائیل، گوش فرا دهید. شما امروز از رود اردن عبور می کنید تا به سرزمین قوم‌هایی بزرگتر و نیرومندتر از خود و به شهرهایی بزرگ با حصارهایی سر به فلک کشیده تصرف آورید. آنان ملتی بزرگ و بلند قامتند، یعنی بنی عناق که ایشان را نیک می شناسید و شنیده اید که گفته می شود کیست که یارای ایستادگی در برابر عناقیان را داشته باشد. پس امروز بدانید یهوه خدای شما اوست که همچون آتش سوزان پیشا پیش شما عبور می کند. او آن را هلاک خواهد کرد و در برابر شما ذلیل خواهد ساخت. پس بر شماست که ایشان را بیرون برانید و به سرعت نابود کنید، چنان که خداوند به شما گفته است. چون یهوه خدایتان آنها را از حضور شما بیرون براند، در دل خود مگویید به سبب پارسایی ماست که خداوند ما را به اینجا آورد تا این سرزمین را به تصرف آوریم، حالان که به سبب شرارت این قوم هاست که خداوند آنها را از حضور شما بیرون میراند. نه به سبب پارسایی و نه به سبب راستدلی شماست که به سرزمین ایشان داخل میشوید تا آن را به تصرف آورید، بلکه به سبب شرارت این قوم که یهوه خدایتان ایشان را از حضور شما بیرون میراند و تا به وعده‌ای که خداوند برای پدرانتان ابراهیم، اسحاق و یعقوب سوگند خورده بود وفا کند. پس بدانید به سبب پارسایی شما نیست که یهوه خدایتان این سرزمین نیکو را به شما میدهد تا آن را به تصرف آورید، زیرا شما قومی گردنکش هستید. به یاد داشته باشید و فراموش مکنید که چگونه خشم یهوه خدایتان را در بیابان برانگیختید. شما از روزی که از سرزمین مصر بیرون رسیدید پیوسته به خداوند عصیان ورزیده اید. حتی در حوری خشم خداوند را برانگیختید و او چنان بر شما غضبناک شد که نزدیک بود نابودتان کند. هنگامی که من بر کوه برآمدم تا لوح‌های سنگی یعنی لوح‌های عهدی را که خداوند با شما بست بگیرم، 40 روز و 40 شب در کوه ماندم بی آنکه نانی بخورم یا آبی بنوشم و خداوند 2 لوح سنگی را که به انگشت خدا نوشته شده بود به من داد. بر آنها همه سخنانی بود که خداوند در کوه از میان آتش در روز گرد همایی به شما گفت. در پایان 40 روز و 40 شب خداوند 2 لوح سنگی یعنی لوح‌های عهد را به من داد. سپس خداوند مرا گفت برخیز و از اینجا زود پایین برو، زیرا قوم تو که ایشان را از مصر بیرون آوردی فساد کردند. آنان خیلی زود از راهی که ایشان را بدان امر فرمودم منحرف شدند و برای خود بت ریخته شده ساختند. همچنین خداوند مرا گفت ای قوم را ملاحظه کردم که اینک قوم گردنکش هستند. مرا واگذار تا ایشان را نابود کرده نامشان را از زیر آسمان محو سازم و از تو قومی نیرومندتر و بزرگتر از ایشان پدید آورم. پس روی گردانیده از کوه فرود آمدم. کوه بود. چون نگریستم دیدم که به یهوه خدای خود گناه ورزیده، گوساله ریخته شده برای خود ساخته اید و چه زود از راهی که خداوند شما را بدان امر فرموده بود منحرف گشته اید. پس آن دو لوح را برگرفتم و آنها را از دستان خیش به زیر افکنده در برابر دیدگان شما شکستم. آنگاه مانند بار نخست 40 روز و 40 شب در حضور خداوند بر روی در افتادم، بی آنکه نانی بخورم یا آبی بنوشم. این همه به سبب گناه بزرگی بود که مرتکب شده بودید، در اینکه آنچه را که در نزد خداوند بد بود به جای آورده خشم او را برانگیختید. زیرا از خشم خداوند و شدت غضب او برای هلاک کردن شما میترسم. و خداوند این بار نیز مرا اجابت فرمود. خداوند بر هارون نیز چنین خشمگین شد که نزدیک بود او را از میان بردارد. اما من در همان وقت برای هارون نیز دعا کردم. آنگاه گناه شما یعنی گوساله‌ای را که ساخته بودید برگرفتم و آن را در آتش سوزاندم و آن را خرد کرده خوب ساییدم تا همچون خاک نرم شده و غبار آن را در نهری که از کوه سرازیر میشد ریختم. شما در طبعیره و مسه و کبروت حتی و نیز خداوند را به خشم آوردید. نیز هنگامی که خداوند شما را از قادش برنه فرستاد گفت بروید و سرزمینی را که به شما دادم به تصرف آورید. شما بر فرمان یهوه خدای خود عاصی شدید و به او اعتماد نکرده صدای او را نشنیدید. از روزی که من شما را شناختم همواره به خداوند عصیان ورزیده اید. پس 40 روز و 40 شب در حضور خداوند به روی در افتادم، زیرا خداوند گفته بود که شما را هلاک خواهد کرد. پس نزد خداوند دعا کردم، گفتم ای خداوندگار یهوه، قوم خود و میراث خیش را که به عظمت خود فدیه دادی و به دست نیرومند از مصر بیرون آوردی نابود مکن. خادمانت ابراهیم، اسحاق و یعقوب را به یاد آر و بر سرسختی این قوم و شرارت و گناه ایشان نظر منما. مبادا مردمان سرزمینی که ما را از آن بیرون آوردی بگویند چون خداوند قادر نبود ایشان را به سرزمینی که به آنها وعده داده بود درآورد و چون از ایشان متنفر بود از این رو ایشان را بیرون آورد تا در بیابان ایشان را بکشد. زیرا ایشان قوم تو و میراث تو هستند که به نیروی عظیم و بازوی افراشته خیش بیرون آوردی.
Deuteronomy chapter 10. در آن هنگام خداوند مرا گفت دو در همانند لوح‌های نخست برای خود بتراش و بر فراز کوه به حضور من بیا. صندوقی از چوب نیز برای خود بساز. من کلمات لوح‌های نخست را که شکستنی بر این لوح‌ها خواهم نوشت و تو باید آنها را در صندوق بگذاری. پس صندوقی از چوب عقاقیا ساختم و دو لوح سنگی همانند لوح‌های نخست تراشیدم و آن دو لوح را به دست گرفته به کوه برآمدم. آنگاه خداوند آن 10 فرمان را که در کوه در روز گرد همایی از میان آتش به شما گفته بود مطابق نگارش نخستین بر روی آن لوح‌ها نوشت و آنها را به من داد. آنگاه روی گردانید از کوه فرود آمدم و لوح‌ها را در صندوقی که ساخته بودم نهادم و در آنجا هستند همان گونه که خداوند مرا امر فرموده بود. بنی اسرائیل از بنی یعقوبان به موسی کوچ کردند. در آنجا هارون درگذشت و همان شد و پسرش العراز به جای وی کهانت می کرد. از آنجا به جده و از جده به یوتوبا سرزمینی با نهرهای آب کوچ کردند. در آن هنگام خداوند قبیله لاوی را جدا کرد تا صندوق عهد خداوند را حمل کنم و در حضور خداوند به خدمت بایستد و به نام او برکت دهند، چنان که تا به امروز چنین است. از این روز که لاوی را در میان برادران خود نصیب و میراثی نیست، زیرا خداوند میراث اوست، چنان که یهوه خدایتان به او گفته بود. پس من همچون روزهای نخست 40 روز و 40 شب در کوه ماندم و این بار نیز خداوند مرا اجابت کرد و خداوند نخواست شما را نابود کند. خداوند مرا گفت برخیز و پیشاپیش این قوم روانه شو تا به سرزمینی که به پدرانشان سوگند خوردم که به ایشان بدهم درآیند و آن را به تصرف درآورند. و اکنون ای اسرائیل، یهوه خدایت از تو چه می‌خواهد جز آن که از یهوه خدایت بترسی و در همه راههایش گام برداری و او را دوست بداری و یهوه خدای خود را به تمامی دل و تمامی جان که من امروز برای خیریت تو به تو امر می‌فرمایم نگاه داری. اینک آسمان، آری بلندترین آسمان ها از آن یهوه خدای توست و نیز زمین و هر آنچه در آن است. با این همه خداوند دل در پدران شما بست و ایشان را محبت کرد و پس از ایشان نسل ایشان یعنی شما را از میان همه قوم ها برگزید، چنان که امروز شده است. پس دلهای خود را ختنه کنید و دیگر گردن کشی ننمایید، زیرا یهوه خدای شما خدای خدایان و رب الارباب است، خدای عظیم و قادر و مهیب که نه طرفداری می کند و نه رشوه می گیرد، یتیمان و بیمه زنان را دادرسی می کند و غریبان را دوست داشته، خوراک و پوشاک به ایشان می دهد. پس شما نیز غریبان را دوست بدارید، زیرا که خود در سرزمین مصر غریب بودید. از یهوه خدای خود بترسید و او را عبادت کنید، به او بچسبید و به نام سوگند یاد کنید. او را تنها بستایید، اوست خدای شما که این کارهای عظیم و مهیب را به چشم خود دیدید، پس شما انجام داده است. پدران شما 70 تن بودند که به مصر فرود شدند و اکنون یهوه خدایتان شما را چو ستارگان آسمان کثیر گردانیده است. Deuteronomy chapter 11. یهوه خدای خود را دوست بدارید و امانت و فرایض و قوانین و فرمانهای او را همواره نگه دارید. امروز ملاحظه کنید، زیرا روی سخنم با فرزندان شما نیست که تأدیب یهوه خدایتان را ندانسته و ندیدند و نه عظمت او و دست نیرومند و بازوان افراشته او را و آیات و اعمال او را که در مصر و بر ضد فرعون پادشاه مصر و تمامی مملکت او انجام داد و آنچه با لشکر مصریان و اسبان و عرابه‌های ایشان کرد که چگونه آب دریای سرخ را بر ایشان جاری ساخت، آنگاه که شما را تعقیب می‌کردند و چگونه خداوند ایشان را تا به امروز هلاک کرد و آنچه را که در بیابان برای شما کرد تا به این مکان رسیدید و آنچه را که با دادتان و ابراهیم پسران الباب از نسل رئوبین کرد که چگونه زمین دهان گشوده ایشان را با خاندان و خیمه هایشان و هر موجود زنده‌ای که همراه ایشان بود در میان تمامی اسرائیل فرو بلعید. لیکن چشمان شما تمامی کارهای عظیمی را که خداوند انجام داد دید. پس همه فرمانهایی را که من امروز به شما امر می‌فرمایم نگاه دارید تا نیرومند شوید و به سرزمینی که برای گرفتن آن عبور می‌کنید داخل شده آن را به تصرف آورید و تا در آن سرزمین که خداوند برای پدرانتان سوگند خورد که آن را به ایشان و به نسل ایشان بدهد، سرزمینی که شیر و شهد در آن جاری است، عمر دراز داشته باشید، زیرا سرزمینی که برای گرفتنش به آن داخل می‌شوید همچون سرزمین مصر که از آن بیرون آمدید نیست، که در آن بذر خود را می‌کاشتید و آن را مانند باغ سبزیجات آبیاری می‌کردید، بلکه سرزمینی که شما برای تصرفش به آن عبور می‌کنید سرزمین کوه‌ها و دشت‌هاست که از بارش آسمان آب می‌نوشد، سرزمینی که یهوه خدایتان از آن مراقبت می‌کند و چشمان یهوه خدایتان را از آغاز تا پایان سال همواره بر آن است. پس اگر به فرمانهایی که من امروز به شما امر می‌فرمایم به راستی گوش فرا دهید و بهره خداوند خود را دوست داشته تو او را با تمامی دل و جان خود عبادت کنید، او باران را برای زمین شما در موسمش خواهد فرستاد، یعنی باران اولین و آخرین را، تا قله و شراب و روغن خود را گرد آورید و در مزرعه های شما برای چارپایانتان علوفه خواهد رویانید و خواهید خورد و سیر خواهید شد. بر حذر باشید مبادا دل شما فریفته شود و گمراه شده خدایان غیر را عبادت و سجده کنید، زیرا آنگاه خشم خداوند بر شما افروخته خواهد شد و آسمان را خواهد بست و باران نخواهد بارید و زمین محصول خود را نخواهد داد و شما خیلی زود از سرزمین نیکویی که خداوند به شما میدهد هلاک خواهید شد. پس این سخنان مرا در دل و جان خود جای دهید، آنها را چون نشان بر دستان خود ببندید و چون علامت بر پیشانی خود بگذارید. آنها را به فرزندانتان بیاموزید و حین نشستن در خانه و رفتن به راه و هنگام خوابیدن و برخاستن از آنها گفتگو کنید. آنها را بر چارچوب در خانه خود و بر دروازه های خیش بنگارید تا روزهای زندگانی شما و فرزندانتان در سرزمینی که خداوند برای پدرانتان سوگند خورد که بدیشان بدهد مانند روزهای آسمان بر فراز زمین کثیر گردد. زیرا اگر همه این فرمانها را که من برای نگاه داشتم به شما امر می‌فرمایم به دقت به جای آورید، یعنی یهوه خدای خود را دوست بدارید و در راه‌های او گام بردارید و او بچسبید، آنگاه خداوند نیز همه این اقوام را از پیش روی شما بیرون خواهد راند تا سرزمین اقوامی را که از شما بزرگتر و نیرومندتر به تصرف آورید. هر جا کف پای شما بر آن نهاده شود از آن شما خواهد شد. قلمرو شما از این بیابان تا لبنان و از رود یعنی رود فرات تا دریای غربی خواهد بود. هیچ کس را یارای ایستادگی در برابر شما نخواهد بود. یهوه خدایتان ترس و وحشت شما را بر تمامی سرزمینی که بر آن گام خواهید نهاد مستولی خواهد کرد، همان گونه که به شما وعده فرموده است. اینک من امروز برکت و لعنت در برابر شما میگذارم. برکت اگر از فرمانهای یهوه خدای خیش که من امروز به شما امر میفرمایم اطاعت کنید، و لعنت اگر از فرمانهای یهوه خدای خود اطاعت نکنید و از راهی که امروز شما را بدان امر میفرمایم منحرف شده خدایان غیر را که نشناخته اید پیروی نمایید. چون یهوه خدایتان شما را به سرزمینی که برای گرفتنش بدان داخل میشوید ببرد. برکت را بر کوه جرزیم و لعنت را بر کوه ایبال اعلام کنید، همان گونه که میدانید آنها در آن سوی اردن واقعا در غرب جاده به سمت غروب آفتاب در سرزمین کنعانیان ساکن در عربه مقابل جلجال و نزدیک بلودهای موره، زیرا شما از اردن عبور میکنید تا به سرزمینی که یهوه خدایتان به شما میدهد داخل شده آن را به تصرف آورید و آن را خواهید گرفت و در آن ساکن خواهید شد. پس به دقت همه فرایض و قوانینی را که من امروز در برابر شما مینهم به جای آورید. Deuteronomy chapter 12. این از فرایض و قوانینی که باید تا زمانی که بر زمین زندگی می‌کنید آنها را در سرزمینی که خدای پدرانتان به جهت تصرف به شما بخشیده است به دقت انجام دهید. مکانهایی را که قوم‌های بیرون رانده شده توسط شما خدایان خود را عبادت می‌کنند جملگی ویران کنید، خواه بر کوه‌های بلند باشد، خواه بر تپه‌ها و خواه زیر هر درخت سبز. مذبح‌های آنها را در هم بشکنید، شان را با آتش بسوزانید، تمثال‌های تراشیده خداوندشان را قطع کنید و نامشان را از آن مکان محو سازید. شما نباید یهوه خدای خیش را بدان گونه عبادت کنید، بلکه مکانی را بجویید که یهوه خدای شما از میان همه قبایل شما برمیگزیند تا نام خیش را در آن بگذارد و آن را محل سکونت خیش سازد. به آنجا بروید و قربانی های تمام سوز و دیگر قربانی ها و 10 ها و هدایای دستان خیش و قربانی های نظری و اختیاری و نخست زاده های رمه و گله خیش را به آنجا بیاورید و در آنجا به حضور یهوه خدایتان بخورید و شما و اهل خانه شما از دسترنج خود که به یهوه خدایتان شما را در آن برکت داده است شادی کنید. شما نباید بر وفق هر آنچه امروز در اینجا می‌کنیم عمل کنید، یعنی آنگونه که در نظر هر کس پسند آید، زیرا هنوز به آسایش و میرایی که یهوه خدایتان به شما میدهد داخل نشده اید. اما چون از رود اردن عبور کرده در سرزمینی که یهوه خدایتان به شما به میراث میبخشد ساکن شوید و او شما را از دست تمامی دشمنانتان از هر سو آسودگی بخشد تا در امنیت زندگی کنید. آنگاه باید همه این چیزها را که به شما امر می‌فرمایم به مکانی که یهوه خدایتان برمی‌گزیند تا نام خود را در آنچه بگذارد بیاورید. قربانی‌های تمام سوز و دیگر قربانی‌ها و 10 ها و هدایای دستان خیش و همه بهترین هدایای نذری که خیش را برای خداوند نذر کرده اید و به حضور یهوه خدای خود شادی کنید. شما و پسران و دختران و غلامان و کنیزانتان و لاویانی که در شهرهای شما هستند و ایشان را چون شما نصیب و میراثی نیست. به هوش باشید که قربانی های تمام سوز خود را در هر جایی که میبینید تقدیم نکنید، بلکه در آن مکان که خداوند در میان یکی از قبیله های شما برمیگزیند در آنجا قربانی های تمام سوز خیش را تقدیم کنید و در آنجا هر آنچه را من به شما هم فرمان میدهم به جای آورید. اما گوش را میتوانید هر اندازه که دلتان میخواهد در هر یک از شهرهایتان بر حسب برکتی که یهوه خدایتان به شما میدهد ذبح کرده بخورید. اشخاص نجس و طاهر هر دو میتوانند از آن بخورند، چنان که از گوشت غزال و آهو، اما نباید خون آن را بخورید، بلکه آن را همچون آب بر زمین بریزید. نیز نمیتوانید در شهرهای خود 10 غلات و شراب و روغن خود یا نخست زاده رمه و گله خیش و یا هیچ یک از قربانی های نذری خود را که نذر میکنید یا قربانی های اختیاری خیش و یا هدایای دستانتان را بخورید، بلکه آنها را باید در حضور یهوه خدای خیش و در مکانی که یهوه خدایتان برمیگزیند بخورید. شما و پسران و دختران و غلامان و کنیزانتان را و لاویانی که در شهرهای شما هستند در حضور یهوه خدایتان از همه دسترنج خود شادی کنید. به هوش باشید تا زمانی که در سرزمین خود زندگی می کنید لاویان را فراموش مکنید. چون یهوه خدایتان قلمرو شما را وسعت داد، چنان که به شما وعده فرموده است و دلتان هوس گوشت کرده، بگویید گوشت خواهیم خورد. می توانید هر اندازه که دلتان می خواهد گوشت بخورید و اگر مکانی که یهوه خدایتان برمیگزیند تا نام خود را در آن بگذارد از شما دور باشد، می توانید از رمه و گله خود که خداوند به شما بخشیده است ذبح کنید، چنان که شما را امر فرموده هم. و هر وقت که دلتان خواست می توانید در شهرهای خود از آنها بخورید، چنان که غزال و آهو خورده می شود از آنها نیز می توانید بخورید. شخص نجس و طاهر به یکسان می توانند از آنها بخورند، اما به هوش باشید که خون مخورید، زیرا خون جان است. پس جان را با گوشت مخورید، آری آن را مخورید، بلکه همچون آب بر زمین بریزید. آن را مخورید تا شما و پس از شما فرزندانتان روی سعادت ببینند. وقتی آنچه را که در نظر خداوند است به جای آورید، اما هدایای مقدس و هدایای نذری خیش را برگرفته به مکانی که خداوند برمیگزیند بروید و قربانی های تمام سوز خود یعنی گوشت و خون را بر مذبح یهوه خدایتان تقدیم کنید. خون قربانی های شما بر مذبح یهوه خدایتان ریخته شود، ولی گوشت را می توانید بخورید. به هوش باشید که همه این سخنان را به شما امر می فرمایم. به جای آورید تا شما و فرزندانتان پس از شما تا به ابد روی سعادت ببینند و وقتی آنچه را که در نظر یهوه خدایتان خوب و درست است به جای آورید. چون یهوه خدای شما قوم‌هایی را که می‌روید تا سرزمینشان را به تصرف آورید از حضور شما منقطع سازد و شما سرزمین ایشان را تصرف کرده و در آن ساکن شوید. به هوش باشید مبادا پس از منقطع شدن ایشان از حضور شما به دام پیروی از ایشان بیفتی و درباره خدایانتان ایشان تفحص کرده بگویید این قوم‌ها چگونه خدایان خود را عبادت می‌کردند تا من نیز چنان کنم. شما نباید یهوه خدای خود را بدانسان عبادت کنید، زیرا هر کار کراهت آوری را که خداوند از آن بیزار است برای خدایان خود می‌کردند. حتی پسران و دختران خود را برای خدایان خیش در آتش می‌سوزاندند. هر آنچه را که من به شما فرمان می‌دهم به دقت به جای آورید، چیزی بر آن میفزایید و چیزی از آن کم نکنید. Deuteronomy chapter 13. هرگاه از میان شما نبی یا خواب بیننده‌ای برخیزد و آیت یا علامتی به شما بدهد و آن آیات یا علامت که شما را از آن خبر داده واقع شود و شما گوید بیایید تا خدایان غیر را که شما نمی‌شناسید پیروی کنیم، بیایید آنها را عبادت نمایید، به سخنان آن نبی یا خواب بیننده گوش مگیرید، زیرا یهوه خدایتان شما را می‌آزماید تا بداند آیا یهوه خدای خود را با تمامی دل و تمامی جان خود دوست می‌دارید یا نه. شما باید یهوه خدای خود را پیروی کنید و از او بترسید و فرمانهای او را به جای آورید و به صدای او گوش فرا دهید و او را عبادت نمایید و به او بچسبید. آن نبی یا خواب بیننده کشته شود، زیرا بر ضد یهوه خدایتان که شما را از سرزمین مصر بیرون آورد و از خانه بندگی فدیه کرد، سخنان فتنه انگیز گفته است تا شما را از راهی که به فرمان یهوه خدایتان باید در آن سلوک نماید منحرف سازد. بدین گونه بدی را از میان خود خواهید زدود. اگر برادر تنی تو با پسرت یا دخترت یا زنی که هماغوش توست یا رفیقت که همچون جان خیش عزیزش می‌داری تو را در نهان فریفته سازد و بگوید بیا تا رفته خدایان غیر را عبادت کنیم که نه شما آنها را میشناسید و نه پدرانتان از خدایان اقوامی که اطراف شمایند، خواه نزدیک به شما خواه دور، از یک کران زمین تا کران دیگر تسلیم او مشوید و سخنان را گوش مگیرید. چشمان شما بر او شفقت نکند و دل بر وی مسوزانید و او را پنهان مکنید. بر شماست که او را بکشید. نخست خود دست به کشتن دراز کنید و پس از شما تمامی جماعت او را سنگسار کنید تا بمیرد. زیرا بران شد که شما را از یهوه خدایتون که شما را از سرزمین مصر از خانه بندگی بیرون آورد منحرف سازد. و چون قوم اسرائیل جملگی بشنوند خواهند ترسید و دیگر بار کسی در اگر درباره یکی از شهرهایی که یهوه خدایتان برای سکونت به شما میدهد بشنوید که برخی اشخاص فاسد از میان شما بیرون رفته مردمان شهر را منحرف ساخته و گفتند بیایید تا رفنه خدایان خیر را که شما نمیشناسید عبادت کنیم، آنگاه تفحص و تحقیق کرده به دقت پرسجو کنید. اگر دیدید آن امر صحت دارد و شکی نیست که آن عمل کراهت آور در میان شما رخ داده است، به یقین باید مردمان آن شهر را از دم تیغ بگذرانید. شهر را با هر آنچه که در آن است همراه چهارپایانش از دم تیغ گذرانده به نابودی کامل بسپارید. همه غنایم آن را در وسط میدان شهر گرد آورده شهر را با همه غنایمش برای یهوه خدایتان چون قربانی تمام سوز به آتش بسوزانید و برای همیشه تلی باشد و دیگر بار ساخته نشود. از چیزهایی که به نابودی کامل سپرده شدند چیزی به دستتان نچسبید تا خداوند از شدت خشم خود برگشته بر شما رحم کند و شفقت نماید و من شمارتان بیفزاید، همان گونه که برای پدرانتان سوگند خورده بود. این در صورتی است که به صدای یهوه خدایتان گوش فرا داده همه فرمانهایش را که من امروز به شما امر می‌فرمایم نگاه دارید و آنچه را که در نظر یهوه خدایتان درست است به جای آورید. Deuteronomy chapter 14. شما فرزندان یهوه خدای خود هستید، پس برای مردگان خیشتن را مجروح مسازید و ماییم چشمان خود را متراشید، زیرا شما برای یهوه خدایتان قومی مقدسید و خداوند از میان تمامی قوم‌های روی زمین شما را برگزیده تا قومی که گنج اوست باشید. هیچ وقت کراهت آور را نخورید. این از چهارپایانی که می توانید بخورید: گاو، گوسفند، بز، آهو، غزل، گوزن، بز کوهی، بز وحشی، غزال وحشی و قوچ کوهی. هر حیوان شکفته سم را از چهارپایان که سمش به دو بخش شکافته باشد و نشخوار کنند می توانید بخورید. اما از میان حیوانات نشخوار کننده یا شکافنده سم اینها را نباید خورد: شتر، خرگوش، درازگوش، خرگوش کوتاهگوش، زیرا اگرچه نشخوار می کنند ولی شکفته سم نیستند و از این رو بر شما حرامند. و خوک، زیرا اگرچه شکفته سم است اما نشخوار نمی کند و از این رو بر شما حرام است. گوشت چنین حیواناتی را نخورید و به لاشه آنها دست نزنید. از هر آنچه در آب است اینها را می توانید بخورید. هر چه را که باله و فلس دارد بخورید، اما هر چه را که باله و فلس ندارد نخورید، بر شما حرام است. همه مرغان طاهر را می توانید بخورید، اما اینها را نباید بخورید: عقاب، لاشخور و لاشخور سیاه، زغن، شاهین و شاهین به نوعش، هر قسم کلاغ به نوعش، شترمرغ، جغد، مرغ نوروزی و باز به نوعش، بوم، جغد بزرگ، جغد سفید، جغد صحرایی، کرکس، مرغ قفاز، لکلک و مرغ ماهیخوار به نوعش، هدهد و خفاش. همه حشرات بالدار بر شما حرامند، نباید آنها را بخورید، اما همه پرندگان طاهر را می توانید بخورید. هیچ مرداری را نخورید. می توانید آن را به غریبی که در یکی از شهرهای شماست بدهید تا بخورد، یا آن را به بیگانه‌ای بفروشید، زیرا شما برای یهوه خدایتان قومی مقدسید. بزغاله را در شیر مادرش نپزید. از همه محصولات مزرعه خود که سال به سال از زمین میروید حتما 10 بدهید در حضور یهوه خدایتان در آن مکان که او برمیگزیند تا نام خود را در آنجا ساکن سازد. 10 غلات و شراب و روغن و نخودزاده های رمه و گله خیش را بخورید تا بیاموزید که در همه روزهای زندگی از یهوه خدایتان بترسید. و اگر راهتان دراز باشد به گونه‌ای که چون یهوه خدایتان شما را برکت دهد نتوانید 10 خود را به آنجا ببرید، زیرا آن مکان که یهوه خدایتان برمیگزیند تا نام خود را در آن بگذارد از شما دور است. پس آن را به پول تبدیل کنید و پول را به دست خیش گرفته به مکانی که یهوه خدایتان برمیگزیند ببرید و پول را به مصرف هر آنچه دلتان می‌خواهد برسانید، از گاو و گوسفند و شراب و مسکرات و هر آنچه میلتان بر آن باشد. شما و اهل خانه شما در آنجا به حضور یهوه خدایتان بخورید و شادی کنید. اما لاویانی را که در شهرهای شمایند فراموش مکنید، زیرا ایشان را چون شما نصیب و میراثی نیست. در پایان هر 3 سال تمامی 10 محصول آن سال خود را بیاورید و در شهرهایتان ذخیره کنید، تا لاویان که آن را چون شما نصیب و میراثی نیست و غریبان و یتیمان و بیوه زنانی که در شهرهای شمایند بیایند و بخورند و سیر شوند، تا یهوه خدایتان شما را در همه کارهایی که دستان انجام می دهید برکت دهد. Deuteronomy chapter 15. در پایان هر 7 سال باید بدهی‌ها را ببخشید. قانون بخشیدگی چنین خواهد بود: هر طلبکار باید وامی را که به همسایه خود داده است ببخشد. او نباید آن را از همسایه و برادر خیش مطالبه کند، زیرا بخشودگی خداوند اعلان شده است. از بیگانه می توانید مطالبه کنید، اما هر آنچه از مال شماست که نزد برادرتان باشد باید آن را ببخشید. البته در میان شما نباید نیازمندی باشد، زیرا خداوند شما را در سرزمینی که یهوه خدایتان به میراث شما میبخشد تا آن را تصرف کنید به یقین برکت خواهد داد. فقط باید صدای یهوه خدای خود را به دقت بشنوید و به هوش باشید تا همه این فرمانها را که من امروز به شما امر میفرمایم به جای آورید. زیرا یهوه خدایتان شما را چنان گفته است: برکت خواهد داد و شما به اقوام بسیار قرض خواهید داد، ولی خود از کسی قرض نخواهید گرفت. بر اقوام بسیار حکم خواهید راند، اما ایشان بر شما حکم نخواهند راند. اگر در میان شما در یکی از شهرهای سرزمینی که یهوه خدایتان به شما میبخشد یکی از برادرانتان نیازمند باشد، دل خود را سخت مسازید و دست خیش به روی برادر نیازمند خود مبندید، بلکه با گشاده دستی به قدر کفایت هر آنچه نیاز دارد به او قرض دهید. به هوش باشید که این فکر ناشایست به دل شما راه نیابد که سال 7 یعنی سال بخشندگی نزدیک است، تا بر برادر نیازمند خود با خساست نگریسته چیزی به او ندهید و او از دست شما نزد خداوند فریاد برآورد و این برایتان گناه محسوب شود، بلکه باید بی مضایقه به او دهید و دل شما در دادنش خسارت نورزد، تا یهوه خدایتان نیز شما را در همه کارهایتان و هر آنچه دست بر آن می‌گذارید برکت دهد، زیرا نیازمند از سرزمین شما رخت نخواهد بست. از همین رو شما را فرمان داده میگویم دست خیش را بر برادران فقیر و نیازمند خود که در سرزمین شمایند بکشایید. هرگاه یکی از برادران عبرانی شما خواه مرد خواه زن به شما فروخته شود و 6 سال شما را خدمت کند، سال 7 او را آزاد کرده بگذارید از نزد شما برود، و چون آزادش میکنید تا از نزدتان برود توحیده از روانش مکنید، بلکه فراخور برکتی که یهوه خدایتون به شما داده است از گله و خرمن و چرخشت خود هدیه‌ای سخاوتمندانه به او بدهید. به یاد داشته باشید که شما نیز خود در سرزمین مصر غلام بودید و یهوه خدایتان شما را فدیه کرد. از آن روز که من امروز شما را چنین فرمان میدهم. اما اگر شما را گویم نمیخواهم از نزد شما بیرون روم، زیرا شما و اهل خانه شما را دوست دارد و بودن با شما برایش نیکو بوده است، آنگاه درفشی گرفته نرمه گوش اون را بر در سر او سوراخ کنی و او برای همیشه غلام شما خواهد بود. با کنیزتان نیز چنین کنید. چون آزادش می کنید که از نزد شما برود در نظرتان سخت نباشد، زیرا طی 6 سال به اندازه 2 برابر دستمزد یک کارگر شما را خدمت کرده است. پس یهوه خدایتان شما را در هر کاری که بکنید برکت خواهد داد. همه نخستزادگان نرینه را که از رمه و گله شما زاده شوند به یهوه خدایتان اختصاص دهید. نخستزاده نرینه گاو خود را به کار نگیرید و پشم نخستزاده گوسفندتان را نچینید، بلکه شما و اهل خانه شما آنها را در حضور یهوه خدایتان در مکانی که خداوند برگزیده سال به سال بخورید. اما اگر نقصی داشته باشند، مثلا لنگ یا کور باشد یا هر نقص دیگری داشته باشد، آن را برای یهوه خدایتان ذبح مکنید، بلکه آن را در شهرهای خود بخورید. اشخاص نجس و طاهر هر دو می توانند از آن بخورند، چنان که از گوشت غزال و آهو می خورند. اما نباید خون آنها را بخورید، بلکه آن را همچون آب بر زمین بریزید.
Deuteronomy chapter 16. Yr wyt ti I gadw mis Abib a dathlu Pasg i'r arglwydd dy ddiw, oherwydd mis Abib y daeth ef a thi o'r aifft liw nos. Yr wyt ti a berthu offrwm Pasg i'r arglwydd dy ddiw, o ddefaid neu o thwartheg, yn man y bydd yr arglwydd yn ei ddewis, yn drigfan i'w enw. Nid wyt ti fwyta gyda gef ddim wedi ei lefeinio, ond am 7 diwrnod rwyt ti fwyta bara croew, bara cystydd, oherwydd ar frys y daethos allan o wlad yr aifft. Gwna hyn mwyn I ti gofio tra bydd ei byw y dydd y daethos allan o wlad yr aifft. Ni chaniateir sirdoes o fewn dy holl derfynau am 7 diwrnod, ac nid oes dim o'r cig haleddais gyda'r hwyr ar y dydd cyntaf I aros tan y bore. Ni chei ladd offrwm y Pasg o fewn yr un o'r trefi y mae'r arglwydd dy ddiw yn ei rhoi I ti, ond yn unig yn y man y bydd yr arglwydd dy ddiw yn ei ddewis yn drigfan i'w enw. Yno rwyt ti ladd offrwm y Pasg gyda'r hwyr, ar fachlyd hael, yr amser y daethos allan o'r aifft. Byddai'n ei ferwi a'i fwyta yn y man y bydd yr arglwydd dy ddiw yn ei ddewis. Yna yn y bore, byddai'n troi nôl ac yn dychwelyd adref. Am 6 diwrnod byddai'n bwyta bara croew, ond ar y 7th dydd bydd cynulliad terfynol i'r arglwydd dy ddiw. Nid wyt ti wneud dim gwaith arno. Yr wyt ti gyfrif 7 wythnos, gan ddechrau o'r diwrnod cyntaf y rhoddir y cryman yn y ryd. Yna byddai'n dathlu gwyl yr wythnosau i'r arglwydd dy ddiw, gan roi offrwm gwirfodd drosod dy hun yn ôl fel y bydd yr arglwydd wedi dyfendithio. Byddai'n llawenhau ger bron yr arglwydd dy ddiw, ti, dy fab, ath ferch, dy geithwas, ath geithferch, y lefiaid sydd yn dy drefi, a'r dieithrin, a'r amddifad a'r weddw sydd gyda thi, yn y man y bydd yr arglwydd dy ddiw yn ei ddewis, yn drigfan i'w enw. Cofio mae ceithwas fys ti yn yr aifft, a bydd yn ofalus I gadw'r rheolau hyn. Yr wyt ti gadw gwyl y pebyll am 7 diwrnod, wedi I ti gasglu cynnyrch dy lawr dyrnu a thwynwyr, a bydd yn llawenhau ar dy wyl, ti, dy fab ath ferch, dy geithwas ath geithferch, y lefiaid, a'r dieithrin, a'r amddifad, a'r weddw sydd yn dy drefi. Am 7 diwrnod, o bydd yn cadw gwyl i'r arglwydd, dy ddiw yn y man y bydd ef neu ddewis. Oherwydd bydd yr arglwydd dy ddiw yn dyfendithio yn dy holl gynnyrch ac am hopeth dawneu, a bydd yn wirioneddol lawen. Teir gwaith y flwyddyn, mae dy holl wirod I ymddanos ger bron yr arglwydd dy ddiw yn y man y bydd ef neu ddewis. sef ar wyl y bara croew, ar wyl yr wythnosau, ac ar wyl y pebyll. Nid yw neb i ymddanos ger bron yr arglwydd yn waglaw, ond dylai pob un roi yn ôl ei allu, yn ôl y fendith, a roddodd yr arglwydd dy ddiw i ti. Yr wyt ti benodi barnwyr a pheneithiaid ym mhob un o'r trefi a roddodd yr arglwydd dy ddiw i ddwythau, ac amaint i farnu'r bobl yn gofiawn. Nid wyt ti wiro barn na danos ffafriaeth, nid wyt ti gymryd llwgrobr oherwydd y mae'n dallu llygaid y doedd ac yn gwiro geiriau'r cyflawn. Cyfiawnder yn unig a ddilynu, mwyn i ti gael byw ac etifeddu'r wlad y mae'r arglwydd y ddiw am ei roi i ti. Paid â phlannu unrhyw fath o bren a sera ger llawr allor a godi yr arglwydd y ddiw, a phaid â codi un o'r colefndau sy'n atgas gan yr arglwydd y ddiw. Deuteronomy chapter 17. Paid ag aberthu i'r arglwydd y ddiw, nac uch na dafad ac unrhyw nam na dim difrifol arno, oherwydd y mae hynny'n ffiaidd gan yr arglwydd dy ddiw. Os ceir yn un o'r trefi y mae'r arglwydd y ddiw neu rhoi i ti ddyn neu ddynes yn eich mysg sy'n gwneud o'r hyn sy'n ddrwg yng ngolwg yr arglwydd dy ddiw, trwy droseddu yn erbyn ei gyfamod, a'i fod yn groes i'w gorchymyn, yn gwasanaethu ac yn addoli diwiau estron, prynau hael neu'r lloer, neu holl ly'r nef. Yna os clywys i am hyn, rwyt i chwilio am ddyfal, ac os yw'n wir ac yn sicr fod y ffeithra hwn wedi ei gyflawni yn Israel, yn natur ar dyn neu'r dynes sydd wedi gwneud y peth yr gionus hwn allan i'r porth, a'i labyddion gelain a cherig. Ar dystoliaeth 2 dyst neu 3, y rhoi'r i farwolaeth, ni roi'r i farwolaeth ar dystoliaeth 1 tyst. Dwylo'r tystion sydd i daflu'r carreg gyntaf i'w ddienyddio, a dwylo'r holl boblogaeth wedyn, felly byddi'n dileu'r drwg o'ch mysg. Os cei yn dy dref a hos llys sy'n rhy ddorus i ti, megis dyfarnu rhwng dwy blaid mewn achos o ddial gwaed, neu haw neu ymosod, yna dos yn ddi-oed i'r man bydd yr arglwydd dy ddiw yn ei ddewis, a gofyn yn oer o ffeiriaid o lefiaid, ac i'r barnwr a bydd yn y dyddiau hynny roi defdryd i ti. Gwna fel y byddant hwy yn dweud wrthynt yn y man y bydd yr arglwydd yn ei ddewis, ac ofalaw neu pob peth nôl y cyfarwyddwyd a roddant i ti. Rwyt ti weithredu yn ôl y cyfarwyddwyd ac ei ganddynt a'r dyfarniad o'r ddant, heb wiro i'r dde nac i'r chwyth, oddi wrth yr hyn a ddwedant wrthyt. Pwy bynnag sy'n digon rhyfygus i beidio gwrando ar yr offeiriaid sy'n gwynyddu yno dros yr arglwydd y ddiw, neu ar y barnwr, byddaidd farw, felly byddi'n dileu'r drwg o Israel. Bydd y bobl i gyd yn clywed, a daw ofn arnynt, ac ni'r ryfygant mwyach. Pan ddo i'r wlad y mae'r arglwydd dy ddiw yn ei rhoi i ti, a'i meddiannu a byw yn ddi, ac yna dweud, yr wydd am gymryd brenin, fel yr holl genhedloedd o'm hamgylch, yna'n wir, cei gymryd y brenin a bydd yr arglwydd dy ddiw yn ei ddewis. Ond un o blith dyfrodyr yr wyt ti gymryd yn frenin, neu allu ddewis dyn estron na diw o blith dyfrodyr. Nid yw'r brenin i amlhau merch iddo ei hun, nac i yrru bobl yn ôl i raifft mwyn hynny, gan fod yr arglwydd wedi eich gwahardd rhag ddychwelyd ar hyd y ffordd honno. Ac nid yw i'w luosgu gwragedd rhag i'w galon fynd ar gyfeilion, nac i amlhau arian ac air yn ormodol. Pan naw i eistedd ar orsedd ei dirnas, a mae i arwyddo copi ei hun o'r gyfraith hon mewn llyfr yng ngwydd yr offeiriaid o lefiaid. A bydd hwnnw'n ganddo i'w ddarllen holl dyddiau fywyd mwyn iddo ddysgu ofni'r arglwydd ei ddiw, a chadw holl eiriau'r gyfraith hon a gwneud yn ôl y rheolaeth hyn, rhag iddo ei ystyried ei dyn yn uwch neu gymrodyr, neu rhag iddo wiro i'r dde nac i'r chwydd oddi wrth y gorchymyn, ac mwyn iddo estyn dyddiau ei frenhiniaeth yn Israel iddo sy'n ei ddisgynyddion. Deuteronomy chapter 18. Ni fydd gan yr offeriaid o lefiaid na neb o lwyth lefi, ran nac etifeddiaeth gydag Israel. O'r offrymau trwy dan i'r arglwydd, a fwy teir ganddynt fydd ei etifeddiaeth. Ni fydd ganddynt etifeddiaeth ymhlith ei cymrodyr. Yr arglwydd fydd ei etifeddiaeth hwy, fel y dywedodd wrthynt. Dyma fydd hawl o'r offeriaid oddi wrth o bobl sy'n offrymu aberth. Pryd nai eidion yn tu dafad, dylid rhoi i'r offeriaid yr ysgwydd, y ddwy foch a'r cylla. Yr wyt ti roi ddo flaenffrwydd dy yd, dy win newydd ath olew, a'r cnu cyntaf wrth gneifio dy ddefaid. Oherwydd allan oedd holl lwythau, dewisiodd yr arglwydd dy ddiw, ef a'i ddisgynyddion i sefyll a gwasanaethu yn enw'r arglwydd am byth. Os fydd lefiaid sy'n aros yn unrhyw un o'ch trefi trwy Israel gyfan yn dod o'i wirfodd air i'r man y bydd yr arglwydd yn ei ddewis, caiff wasanaethu yn enw'r arglwydd ei ddiw ymysg ei gyd lefiaid sy'n gwasanaethu'r arglwydd yno. Caiff rhan gyfartal i'w bwyta, heb lawr hyn a caiff o eiddo i deulu. Pan fyddi wedi dod i'r tir, mae'r arglwydd y ddiw yn ei roi i ti. Paid â dysgu gwneud yn ôl arferion ffiaidd y cenhedloedd hynny. Nid yw neb yn eich mysg i roi ei fab na'i ferch yn aberth drwy dan, nac i arfer dewiniaeth, hudoliaeth, na darogan, nac i gonsirio arfer twynion, ymwneud ag ysbrydolion a bwganod, nac ymofyn ar meirw. Mae unrhyw un sy'n ymhel ar rhain yn ffiaidd gan yr arglwydd, o achos yr arferion ffiaidd hyn, mae'r arglwydd dy ddiw yn ei gyrhwy allan o'r flaen, dwyt ti fod yn ddifau gerbron yr arglwydd dy ddiw. Mae'r cenhedloedd yr wyt yn ei disodli yn gwrando ar ddewiniaid a hudolwyr, ond nid yw'r arglwydd y ddiw yn caniatáu hyn i ti. Bydd yr arglwydd y ddiw yn codi o blith dy gymrodyr, broffwyd fel fi, ac arno ef yr wyt ti i'w rando. Oherwydd dyna oedd dy ddeisofiad gan yr arglwydd dy ddiw yn Horeb ar ddydd o cynulliad, pan ddwedaist, nid dwi am glywed llais yr arglwydd fy niw rhagor, na gweld eto y tân mawr hwn, rhag i mi farw. Dywedodd yr arglwydd wrthyf, mae'r hyn a ddwedant yn iawn. Coda fyddynt o blith ei gymrodyr, broffwyd fel ti, a rhof yng ngair yn ei enau, mwyn iddo fynegu ddynt y cwbl y bydda fyneu o'r chymyd o. A phwy bynnag fydd heb rando ar fy neiriau, o bydd y proffwyd wedi ei llefaru yn fenw, bydd yn atebol i mi am hynny. Ond am y proffwyd fydd yn rhyfegu, llefaru yn fenw, air nad wyf fi wedi ei orchymyn, neu sy'n llefaru dy enw diw arall, mae'r proffwyd hwnnw i farw. Os wyt yn gofyn i ti dy hun, sut y mae adnabod y gair nad yw'r arglwydd wedi ei lefaru, beth bynnag y bydd proffwyd yn ei lefaru yn enw'r arglwydd, a hwnnw heb ei gyflawni neu wireddu, a mae hwnnw yn air nad yw'r arglwydd wedi ei lefaru. Mewn rhyfeg y by'r proffwyd ei lefaru. Paid ei ofni. Deuteronomy chapter 19. Pan fydd yr arglwydd y ddiw wedi difa'r cenhedloedd, mae'n rhoi ei tir i ti, a thithau neu feddiannu, ac yn byw yn ei trefi a'i tai. Yr wyt ti'n neillio ar dy gyfer tair dinas yn wlad. Mae'r arglwydd y ddiw yn ei rhoi i ti, i'w meddiannu. Parato a ffordd atynt, a rhannu'r dair wlad mae'r arglwydd dy ddiw yn ei rhoi i ti i'w hetifeddu, fel y caiff pob lleiddiaid le i ddianc. Dyma'r math o leiddiaid a gaiff ffoi yno ac arbed ei fywyd. Yr un fydd yn lladd arall yn ddifwriad heb fod negesau o'r blaen. Enghraifft, rhywun fydd yn mynd gyda'i gymodog i'r goedwig i dorri coed, ac wrth iddo estyn i law gyda'r fwyell i dorri coeden, y mae pen y fwyell yn neidio oddi ar y pren ac yn rhoi ergydd farwol i'w gymydog. Caiff hwn ffoi un o'r dinasoedd hyn ac arbed ei fywyd. Rhag i'r dialydd gwaed yn ei gynaredd ddilyn y lleddiad a'i ddal oherwydd meithder daeth a'i daron farw, nad oedd yn heiddi marw, am nad oedd yn casau ei gymydog o'r blaen. Dyma pam rwy'n yn gorchymyn i ti neilltu o tair dinas. Os bydd yr arglwydd y dduw yn estyn dy derfynau, fel y tyngodd i'r hynafiaid y gwnau, ac yn rhoi i ti'r holl wlad a addawodd i'r hynafiaid, oherwydd i ti ofalu cadw'r cwbl o'r gorchymyn hwn rwy'n ei roi i ti heddiw, i garu'r arglwydd dy dduw a cherdded yn ei ffyrdd bob amser. Yna rwy ti ychwanegu tair dinas arall at y tair cyntaf. Nid yw gwaed y dieog i'w dywall o fewn y tir y mae'r arglwydd y dduw yn ei roi i ti'n etifeddiaeth, rhag i ti fod yn eog o dywall gwaed. Os bydd rhywun yn casau ei gymydog ac yn ymosod yn llechwyraidd arno a'i anafu mor ddifrifol nes i fod yn marw, ac yna yn dianc i un o'r dinasoedd hyn, y mae heniriaid ei dref i anfon rhai i'w gyrchu oddi yno a drosglwyddo i'r dialydd gwaed, a bydd farw. Nid wyt ti dosturio wrtho, ond i ddileu o Israel eogrwydd am dywall gwaed dieog, mwyn iddi fod yn dda arnat. Paid a symud terfyn dy gymydog, a osodwyd o'r dechrau yn o'r etifeddiaeth a gefaist yn wlad y mae'r arglwydd y dduw yn ei rhoi i ti i'w meddiannu. Nid yw un tyst yn ddigon yn erbyn neb mewn unrhyw achos o drosedd neu fai, beth bynnag bo'r fai a gyflawnwyd, ond fe saif dystiolaeth 2 neu 3. Os bydd tyst maliesus yn codi yn erbyn rhywun i'w gyhuddo o gamwri, safed y ddau sy'n ymarfer yn gwydd o'r arglwydd ger bron yr offeiriaid a'r barnwyr ar y pryd. Holed y barnwyr yn ddyfal ac oes ceir mai gau dyst ydyw ei fod wedi dwyn gau dystiolaeth yn erbyn ei gymydog. Gwyneler iddo yr hyn y bwriadodd ef ei wneud i'w gymydog, felly y byddai'n dileu'r drwg o chymysg. Pan glyw y lleill, bydd arnynt ofn a ffeiliad a gwneud y fath drwg mwyach. Nid wyt ti ddanos tosturi, bwyd am fwyd, llygad am lygad, dant am dant, llaw am law, troed am droed. Deuteronomy chapter 20. Pan fyddai'n mynd allan i'r rhyfel yn erbyn dy elynion, ac yn canfod merch a cherbydau a byddin, a'r rheini'n gryfach na thrai di, paid ei hofni, oherwydd gyda thi y mae'r arglwydd y dduw, a daeth at thi i fyny o'r wlad yr aifft. Wrth i ti ddynesu'r brwydr, y mae'r offeiriaid i ddod ymlaen ac anerch y ddyfyddin, a dweud wrthynt, gwrandewch Israel, roeddech ar fi'n ymladd brwydr yn erbyn eich gelynion. Peidiwch â gwan galoni, nac ofni, na dychryn nac arswydo rhagddynt, oherwydd y mae'r arglwydd eich Duw yn mynd gyda chi, i frwydro tosoch yn erbyn eich gelynion ac eich gwaredu. Yna bydd y swyddogion yn anerch ac yn dweud wrth y fyddin. Pwy bynnag sydd wedi adeiladu tŷ newydd, ond heb ei gysegru, a'i yn ôl adref rhag iddo farw yn y frwydr ac i rywun arall ei gysegru. A phwy bynnag sydd wedi plannu gwynllan, ond heb fwynhau ei ffrwyth, a'i yn ôl adref rhag iddo farw yn y frwydr ac i rywun arall ei fwynhau. A phwy bynnag sydd wedi dyweddio a merch ond heb ei phriodi, a'i yn ei ôl adref rhag iddo farw yn y frwydr ac i rywun arall ei phriodi. Wedyn y mae'r swyddogion i dweud ymhellach wrth y fyddin. Pwy bynnag sy'n ofnus ac yn wan galon, a'i yn ôl adref rhag iddo wanhau calonnau ei frodyr yr un modd. Wedi'r swyddogion orffen anerch y fyddin, byddant yn gosod capteiniaid dros luoedd y fyddin. Pan fyddi ar fi'n brwydro yn erbyn tref, conig delerau heddwch iddi. Os derbyniant y delerau, heddwch ac agor y pyrth i ti, yna bydd pawb ag eirynnu yn gweithio i ti dan lafur gorfod. Os na dderbyniant delerau heddwch, ond dechrau rhyfela yn erbyn, yna chwarae ar y dref, a phan fydd yr arglwydd y dduw wedi ei rhoi yn dy law, lladd pob gwryw ond ddi ar clefydd. Ond cymer yr hanrhaeth, y gwragedd, y plant, yr anifeiliaid a phopeth arall o'r ysbail sydd yn y dref, defnyddiau ti dy hun yr ysbail oddi wrth delynion o bydd yr arglwydd y dduw wedi ei rhoi i ti. Dyna sut y gwneud i'r holl drefi sydd ymhellach oddi wrthyt, na rhai'r cenhedloedd gerllaw. Nid wyt ti arbed unrhyw greadur byw ond ninasoedd y pobloedd hynny y mae'r arglwydd y dduw yn ei rhoi i ti'n etifeddiaeth. Yr wyt ti lwyr ddifodi'r Hethiaid, Amoriaid, Cananeaid, Peresiaid, Hefiaid a Jebusiaid fel gorchmynodd yr arglwydd y dduw, rhag iddynt ddysgu i wneud yr holl ffeith dra a wna'n hwy mwyn ei diwiau, ac i ti bechu yn erbyn yr arglwydd y dduw. Pan fydd tref dan warchau gennyt am amser maith, a thithau'n ymladd i'w hennill, paid a difa ei choed trwy y torri y bwyell, cei fwyta oedd ffrwyth, ond paid a torri i lawr. A'i pobl i'w coed y maes, i ti osod chwarae yn y herbyn, dim ond coeden y gwyddost nad yw'n dwy'n ffrwyth y ceid i ddifa a thorri, mwyn ti godi gwrthglawdd rhyngod ar ddinas sy'n rhyfela yn derbyn, nes y bydd honno wedi'i gorchlygu. Deuteronomy chapter 21. Os deir oes hyd i rhywun wedi ladd yn y tir y mae'r arglwydd dy dduw yn ei roi i ti i'w fyddiannu, a'i gorff yn gorwedd mewn tir agored, heb neb yn gwybod pwy a lladdodd. Y mae dy heniriaid a ddarnwyr fynd allan a mesur y peller at bob tref o gylch y corff. Yna y mae heniriaid y dref agosaf at y corff i gymryd heffer na fynd gweithio erioed, ac na fydd dan yr iau, a mynd â hi i lawr i ddyffryn heb ei drin neu hau, ond lle mae nant yn rhedeg. Yno yn y dyffryn, torant wegil yr heffer, yna dawr o ffeiriaid, meibion lefi ymlaen, gan mae hwy y mae'r arglwydd y dduw wedi ei dewis i wasanaethu ac i bendithio yn ei enw, ac yn ôl ei dedfryd, hwy y terfynir bob ymryson ac ysgarmes, a bydd holl heniriaid y dref agosaf at y corff yn golchi ei dwylo uwchben yr heffer y torwyd ei gwegil yn y dyffryn, a thystio. Nid ein dwylo ni a dywalltodd y gwaed hwn, ac ni welodd ein llygad mor weithred. Derbyn gymod dros y bobl Israel, y rhai awyredaist. O arglwydd, paid a gosod arnynt hwy gyfrifoldeb am waed y dieog. Felly gwneud comod am y gwaed. Byddai'n dileu'r cyfrifoldeb am waed dieog o chymysg wrth i ti wneud yr hyn sy'n iawn yn olwg yr arglwydd. Pan fyddi fynd allan i'r ryfel yn erbyn delynion, a'r arglwydd y dduw yn ei rhoi yn dy law, a thithau'n cymryd carcharorion, ac yn gweld yn ymysg ddynes brydferth wrth dy fodd, cei ei phriodi. Tyrda hi adref, gwnaed i eillio ei ffen, naddu ei hewinedd, a rhoi heibio'r wisg oedd amdani pan ddaliwyd hi, yna caiff ddiw yn dy du a bwrw ei galar am ei thad a'i mam am fus o amser. Wedi hynny, geith gyfrathrach a hi a bod yn wr iddi, a hithau'n wraig i ti. Ond os na fyddai'n fodlon arni, rwyt ti'w gollon yn rhydd, nid wys ar unrhyw gyfrif i'w gwerthu am arian neu thrin fel ceithferch, gan i ti ei threisio. Os bydd gan wr dwy wraig, y naill yn anwyl a'r llall yn atgas ganddo, ar ôl dwy wedi geni meibion iddo, a'r cyntaf anedig yn fab i'r un atgas, yna pan fydd yn rhannu ei stad rhwng ei feibion, ni chaiff roi'r flaenoriaeth i fab o wraig anwyl, ar drail y cyntaf anedig sy'n fab i'r un atgas. y mae i gydnabod y cyntaf anedig sy'n fab i'r un atgas, trwy roi iddo gan ran dwbl o'r cwbl sydd ganddo, gan mae ef i'w blaen ffrwytho ni ei dad, ac ef biad hawdd y cyntaf anedig. Os bydd gan rhywun mab gwrthnosig ac anifydd, na fy'n gwrando ar ei dad neu fam, hyd yn oed pan fyddent yn ei geryddu, y mae ei dad a'i fam ei afael ynddo a'i ddwy'n gerbron yr heniriaid ymhorth y dref. A dweud wrthynt, mae'r mab hwn yn wrthnosig ac anifydd. Ni fy'n rando arno, ac y mae'n un glwdd ac yn beddwyn. Yna bydd holl drigolion ei dref yn ei labyddion gelain a cherig. Felly byddi'n dileu'r drwg o'ch plith, a bydd Israel gyfan yn clywed ac yn ofni. Os bydd rhywun wedi ei gael yn euog o gamweld sy'n dwyd cos marwolaeth ac wedi ei ddienyddio trwy grogi ar y bren, nid yw ei gorff i aros dros nos ar y pren. Rhaid i ti ei gladdu yr un diwrnod, oherwydd y mae'r un a grogwyd ar bren dan felltith Duw. Nid wyt ti halog i'r tir y mae'r arglwydd dy Dduw yn ei roi ti'n etifeddiaeth. Deuteronomy chapter 22. Os gwely uch neu ddafad sy'n eiddo i un o'ch gymrodir yn crwydro, paid â hanwybyddu, ond gyfala ei dychwelyd iddo. Os nad yw'r perchenog yn byw yn dy ymyl, na thitha'n gwybod pwy yw, dos ar y nifal adref a chadwedd nes y daw ei berchenog i chwilio amdano. Yna rho ef yn ei ôl. Gwna'r un modd os does hyd yw asyn, neu ei glogyn, neu unrhyw beth arall a gollir gan un o'ch gymrodir. Ni allu ei anwybyddu. Os gwely asyn neu un o'ch gymrodir wedi cwympo ar y ffordd, nid wyt i'w anwybyddu, gofala roi help iddo i'w godi. Nid yw gwraig i wisgo dillad dyn, na dyn i wisgo dillad gwraig, oherwydd y mae pob un sy'n gwneud hyn yn ffiaidd gan yr arglwydd dy Dduw. Os digwydd i ti ar dy ffordd daro ar nyth aderyn a chiwion neu wyau ynddi, prynnau mewn llwyn neu ar y llawr, a'r iar yn gori ar y ciwion neu'r wyau, nid wyt ti gymryd yr iar a rhai bach. Gad i'r iar fynd a chymer y rhai bach i ti dy hun mwyn iddi fod yn dda i ti, ac i ti estyn dy ddyddiau. Pan fyddi'n adeiladu tŷ newydd, gwna ganllaw amgylch y to, rhag eith di fod yn achos marwolaeth, petai rhywun yn syrthio oddi arno. Nid wyt ti hau hadau gwahanol yn dy wynllan, rhag i'r cwbl gael ei fforffedu i'r cysegr, sef yr had a heaist a chynyrch y wynllan hefyd. Nid wyt ti aredig gydag uch ac asyn ymhyd. Nid wyt ti wisgo dilledyn o frethyn cymysg o lan a llun. Gwna ti blethu ar bedair connol y clogyn byddai'n ei wisgo. Bwrych fod dyn yn cymryd gwraig ac yna wedi iddo gael cyfathrach â hi yn ei chasau, yn rhoi gair drwg iddi ac yn parddio ei chymeriad a dweud, priodais y ddynes hon, ond pan eithym ati ni chefais brawf o'i gwirfod. Os felly, fe gymer tad a mam yr eneth brawf gwirfod yr eneth a'i ddanos i'r heniriaid ymhorth y dref, ac fe ddewe tad yr eneth wrth yr heniriaid. Rhoddais fy merch i'r dyn hwn yn wraig, ond y mae'n ei chasau, a dyma ef yn rhoi gair drwg iddi, ac yn dweud na chafodd brawf o'i gwirfod. Dyma brawf o gwirfod fy merch. Yna lledant y dilledyn ger bron heniriad y dref, a byddant wythau yn cymryd y dyn ac yn ei gosbi. Rhoddant arno ddirwy o gan sicl arian i'w rhoi i dad yr eneth, am iddo barddio cymeriad gwifr o Israel, a bydd hi'n wraig iddo, ac ni all ei hysgaru tra bydd byw. Ond os yw'r cyhuddiad yn wir, ac os na chafwyr brawf o wirfod yr eneth, yna dont â hi i ddrws tu ei thad, ac y mae gwyr ei thref i'w lladwddion gelain a cherig, am iddi weithredyn ysgeler yn Israel. Trwy byteinio yn hyd ei thad, felly y byddai'n dileu'r drwg o chymysg. Os ceir dyn yn gorwedd gyda'r gwraig briod, mae'r ddau i farw, sef y dyn oedd yn gorwedd gyda'r wraig yn ogystal â'r wraig. Felly y byddai'n dileu'r drwg allan o Israel. Os bydd dyn yn taro yr eneth sy'n wirif ac wedi ei diweddio i ŵr ac yn gorwedd gyda hi o fewn y dref, yna dewch ar ddau allan at borth y dref a llybyddion gelain a cherig, yr eneth am nawyddodd a hithau yn y dref, a'r dyn am iddo dreisio gwraig ei gymydog. Felly bydd hi'n dileu'r drwg o chmysg. Ond os bydd y dyn wedi taro ar yr eneth a ddyweddiwyd allan yn y wlad, a'i threchu a gorwedd gyda hi, yna y dyn a orweddodd gyda hi yn unig sydd i farw. Nid wyt ti'n wneud dim i'r eneth, oherwydd ni wnaeth hi ddim i heiddi marw. Mae'r achos yma yr un fath a rhywun yn codi yn erbyn un arall ac yn ei lofruddio. Allan yn y wlad y trawodd y dyn arni, ac eryr eneth a ddyweddiwyd weiddi, doedd new i'w harbedd. Os bydd dyn yn taro ar wyddrif nad yw wedi diweddio ac yn gafael ynddi a gorwedd gyda hi, a chwythau'n cael ei dal, yna yma'r dyn a orweddodd gyda hi i roi hanner 100 sicl o arian i dad yr eneth, rhaid iddo i phriodi am iddo ei threisio, ni all ei hysgaru tra bydd byw. Nid yw dyn i briodi gwraig i'w dad, rhag iddo ddwyn gwarth ar ei dad.
Deuteronomy chapter 23. No one who has been emasculated by crushing or cutting may enter the assembly of the Lord. No one born of a forbidden marriage, nor any of their descendants, may enter the assembly of the Lord, not even in the 10th generation. No Ammonite or Moabite or any of their descendants may enter the assembly of the Lord, not even in the 10th generation. For they did not come to meet you with bread and water on your way when you came out of Egypt. And they hired Balaam, son of Beor, from Pethor in Aram, Naharaim, to pronounce a curse on you. However, the Lord your God would not listen to Balaam, but turned the curse into a blessing for you, because the Lord your God loves you. Do not seek a treaty of friendship with them as long as you live. Do not despise an Edomite, for the Edomites are related to you. Do not despise an Egyptian, because you resided as foreigners in their country. The 3rd generation of children born to them may enter the assembly of the Lord. When you set up a camp against your enemies, keep away from everything impure. If one of your men is unclean because of a nocturnal emission, he is to go outside the camp and stay there. But as evening approaches, he is to wash himself, and at sunset he may return to the camp. Designate a place outside the camp where you can go to relieve yourself. As part of your equipment, have something to dig with, and when you relieve yourself, dig a hole and cover up your excrement. For the Lord your God moves about in your camp to protect you and to deliver your enemies to you. Your camp must be holy, so that he will not see among you anything indecent and turn away from you. If a slave has taken refuge with you, do not hand them over to their master. Let them live among you wherever they like and in whatever town they choose. Do not oppress them. No Israelite, man or woman, is to become a shrine prostitute. You must not bring the earnings of a female prostitute or a male prostitute into the house of the Lord your God to pay any vow, because the Lord your God detests them both. Do not charge a fellow Israelite interest, whether on money or food or anything else that may earn interest. You may charge a foreigner interest, but not a fellow Israelite, so that the Lord your God may bless you in everything you put your hand to in the land you're entering to possess. If you make a vow to the Lord your God, do not be slow to pay it, for the Lord your God will certainly demand it of you, and you will be guilty of sin. But if you refrain from making a vow, you will not be guilty. Whatever your lips utter, you must be sure to do, because you made your vow freely to the Lord your God with your own mouth. If you enter your neighbour's vineyard, you may eat all the grapes you want, but do not put any in your basket. If you enter your neighbour's cornfield, you may pick the ears with your hands, but you must not put a sickle to their standing corn. Deuteronomy chapter 24. If a man marries a woman who becomes displeasing to him because he finds something indecent about her, and he writes her a certificate of divorce, gives it to her, and sends her from his house, and if after she leaves his house she becomes the wife of another man, and her second husband dislikes her and writes her a certificate of divorce, gives it to her, and sends her from his house, or if he dies, then her first husband, who divorced her, is not allowed to marry her again after she has been defiled. That would be detestable in the eyes of the Lord. Do not bring sin upon the land the Lord your God is giving you as an inheritance. If a man has recently married, he must not be sent to war or have any other duty laid on him. For 1 year he is to be free to stay at home and bring happiness to the wife he has married. Do not take a pair of millstones, not even the upper one, as security for a debt, because that would be taking a person's livelihood as security. If someone is caught kidnapping a fellow Israelite and treating or selling them as a slave, the kidnapper must die. You must purge the evil from among you. In cases of defiling skin diseases, be careful to do exactly as the Levitical priests instruct you. You must follow carefully what I have commanded them. Remember what the Lord your God did to Miriam along the way after you came out of Egypt. When you make a loan of any kind to your neighbour, do not go into their house to get what is offered to you as a pledge. Stay outside and let the neighbour to whom you are making the loan bring the pledge out to you. If the neighbour is poor, do not go to sleep with their pledge in your possession. Return their cloak by sunset so that your neighbour may sleep in it. They will thank you, and it will be regarded as a righteous act in the sight of the Lord your God. Do not take advantage of a hired worker who is poor and needy, whether that worker is a fellow Israelite or a foreigner residing in one of your towns. Pay them their wages each day before sunset, because they are poor and are counting on it. Otherwise they may cry to the Lord against you, and you will be guilty of sin. Parents are not to be put to death for their children, nor children put to death for their parents. Each will die for their own sin. Do not deprive the foreigner or the fatherless of justice, or take the cloak of the widow as a pledge. Remember that you were slaves in Egypt, and the Lord your God redeemed you from there. That is why I command you to do this. When you are harvesting in your fields and you overlook a sheaf, do not go back and get it. Leave it for the foreigner, the fatherless, and the widow, so that the Lord your God may bless you in all the work of your hands. When you beat the olives from your trees, do not go over the branches a second time. Leave what remains for the foreigner, the fatherless, the widow. When you harvest the grapes in your vineyard, do not go over the vines again. Leave what remains for the foreigner, the fatherless, and the widow. Remember that you were slaves in Egypt. That is why I command you to do this. Deuteronomy chapter 25. When people have a dispute, they are to take it to court, and the judges will decide the case, acquitting the innocent and condemning the guilty. If the guilty person deserves to be beaten, the judge shall make them lie down and have them flogged in his presence with the number of lashes the crime deserves. But the judge must not impose more than 40 lashes. If the guilty party is flogged more than that, your fellow Israelites will be degraded in your eyes. Do not muzzle an ox while it is treading out the grain. If brothers are living together and one of them dies without a son, his widow must not marry outside the family. Her husband's brother shall take her and marry her and fulfill the duty of a brother-in-law to her. The first son she bears shall carry on the name of the dead brother, so that his name will not be blotted out from Israel. However, if a man does not want to marry his brother's wife, she shall go to the elders at the town gate and say, "My husband's brother refuses to carry on his brother's name in Israel. He will not fulfill the duty of a brother-in-law to me." Then the elders of his town shall summon him and talk to him. If he persists in saying, "I do not want to marry her," his brother's widow shall go up to him in the presence of the elders, take off one of his sandals, spit in his face, and say, "This is what is done to the man who will not build up his brother's family line." That man's line shall be known in Israel as the family of the unsandaled. If two men are fighting, and the wife of one of them comes to rescue her husband from his assailant, and she reaches out and seizes him by his private parts, you shall cut off her hand. Show her no pity. Do not have two different weights in your bag, one heavy, one light. Do not have two different measures in your house, one large, one small. You must have accurate and honest weights and measures, so that you may live long in the land the Lord your God is giving you. For the Lord your God detests anyone who does these things, anyone who deals dishonestly. Remember what the Amalekites did went to you along the way when you came out of Egypt. When you were weary and worn out, they met you on your journey and attacked all who were lagging behind. They had no fear of the Lord. When the Lord your God gives you rest from all the enemies around you in the land he has given you to possess as an inheritance, you shall blot out the name of Abimelech from under heaven. Do not forget. Deuteronomy chapter 26. When you have entered the land that the Lord your God is giving you as an inheritance, and have taken possession of it and settled in it, take some of the first fruits of all that you produce from the soil of the land that the Lord your God is giving you, and put them in a basket. Then go to the place that the Lord your God will choose as a dwelling for his name, and say to the priest in office at the time, "I declare today to the Lord your God that I have come to the land the Lord swore to our ancestors to give us." The priest shall take the basket from your hands and set it down in front of the altar of the Lord your God. Then you shall declare before the Lord your God, "My father was a wandering Aramean, and he went down into Egypt with a few people and lived there and became a great nation, powerful and numerous. But the Egyptians ill-treated us and made us suffer, subjecting us to harsh labour. Then we cried out to the Lord, the God of our ancestors, and the Lord heard our voice and saw our misery toil and oppression. So the Lord brought us out of Egypt with a mighty hand and an outstretched arm, with great terror and with signs and wonders. He brought us to this place and gave us this land, a land flowing with milk and honey. And now I bring the first fruits of the soil that you, Lord, have given me. Place the basket before the Lord your God and bow down before him. Then you and the Levites and the foreigners residing among you shall rejoice in all the good things that the Lord your God has given to you and your household. When you have finished setting aside 1/10 of all your produce in the 3rd year, the year of the tithe, you shall give it to the Levite, the foreigner, the fatherless, and the widow, so that they may eat in your towns and be satisfied. Then say to the Lord your God, I have removed from my house the sacred portion and have given it to the Levite, the foreigner, the fatherless, and it. I have not turned aside from your commands, nor have I forgotten any of them. I have not eaten any of the sacred portion while I was in mourning, nor have I removed any of it while I was unclean, nor have I offered any of it to the dead. I have obeyed the Lord my God. I have done everything you commanded me. Look down from heaven, your holy dwelling place, and bless your people Israel and the land you have given us, as you promised on oath to our ancestors, a land flowing with milk and honey. The Lord your God commands you this day to follow these decrees and laws. Carefully observe them with all your heart and with all your soul. You have declared this day that the Lord is your God, and that you will walk in obedience to him, that you will keep his decrees, commands, and laws, that you will listen to him. And the Lord has declared this day that you are his people, his treasured possession, as he promised, and that you are to keep all his commands. He has declared that he will set you in praise, fame, and honour, high above all the nations he has made, and that you will be a people holy to the Lord your God, as he promised. Deuteronomy chapter 27. Moses and the elders of Israel commanded the people, keep all these commands that I give you today. When you have crossed the Jordan into the land the Lord your God is giving you, set up some large stones and coat them with plaster. Write on them all the words of this law when you have crossed over to enter the land the Lord your God is giving you, a land flowing with milk and honey, just as the Lord, the God of your ancestors, promised you. And when you have crossed the Jordan, set up these stones on Mount Abel, as I command you today, and coat them with plaster. Build there an altar to the Lord your God, an altar of stones. Do not use any iron tool on them. Build the altar of the Lord your God with stones from the field, and offer burnt offerings on it to the Lord your God. Sacrifice fellowship offerings there, eating them and rejoicing in the presence of the Lord your God. And you shall write very clearly all these words of this law on these stones you have set up. Then Moses and the Levitical priests said to all Israel, Be silent, Israel, listen. You have now become the people of the Lord your God. Obey the Lord your God and follow his commands and decrees that I give you today. On the same day, Moses commanded the people, When you have crossed the Jordan, these tribes shall stand on Mount Gerizim to bless the people: Simeon, Levi, Judah, Issachar, Joseph, and Benjamin. And these tribes shall stand on Mount Ebal to pronounce curses: Reuben, Gad, Asher, Zebulun, Dan, and Naphtali. The Levites shall recite the Levites shall recite to all the people of Israel in a loud voice. Cursed is anyone who makes an idol, a thing detestable to the Lord, the work of skilled hands, and sets it up in secret. Then all the people shall say, Amen. Cursed is anyone who dishonours their father or mother. Then all the people shall say, Amen. Cursed is anyone who moves their neighbour's boundary stone. Then all the people shall say, Amen. Cursed is anyone who leads the blind astray on the road. Then all the people shall say, Amen. Cursed is anyone who withholds justice from the foreigner, the fatherless, or the widow. Then all the people shall say, Amen. Cursed is anyone who sleeps with his father's wife, for he dishonours his father's bed. Then all the people shall say, Amen. Cursed is anyone who has sexual relations with any animal. Then all the people shall say, Amen. Cursed is anyone who sleeps with his sister, the daughter of his father or the daughter of his mother. Then all the people shall say, Amen. Cursed is anyone who sleeps with his mother-in-law. Then all the people shall say, Amen. Cursed is anyone who kills their neighbour secretly. Then all the people shall say, Amen. Cursed is anyone who accepts a bribe to kill an innocent person. Then all the people shall say, Amen. Cursed is anyone who does not uphold the words of this law by carrying them out. Then all the people shall say, Amen. Deuteronomy chapter 28. If you fully obey the Lord your God and carefully follow all his commands that I give you today, the Lord your God will set you high above all the nations on earth. All these blessings will come to you and accompany you if you obey the Lord your God. You will be blessed in the city and blessed in the country. The fruit of your womb will be blessed, and the crops of your land and the young of your livestock, the calves of your herds and the lambs of your flocks. Your baskets and your kneading trough will be blessed. You will be blessed when you come in and blessed when you go out. The Lord will grant that the enemies who rise up against you will be defeated before you. They will come at you from one direction, but flee from you in 7. The Lord will send a blessing on your barns and on everything you put your hand to. The Lord your God will bless you in the land he has given you. The Lord will establish you as his holy people, as he promised you on oath, if you keep the commands of the Lord your God and walk in obedience to him. Then all the peoples on earth will see that you are called by the name of the Lord, and they will fear you. The Lord will grant you abundant prosperity in the fruit of your womb and the young of your livestock and the crops of your ground in the land he swore to your ancestors to give you. The Lord will open the heavens and the storehouse of his bounty to send rain on your land in season and to bless all the works of your hand. You will lend to many nations, but will borrow from none. The Lord will make you the head, not the tail. If you pay attention to the commands of the Lord your God that I give you this day and carefully follow them, you will always be at the top, never at the bottom. Do not turn aside from any of the commands I give you today, to the right or to the left, following other gods and serving them. However, if you do not obey the Lord your God and do not carefully follow all his commands and decrees I am giving you today, all these curses will come on you and overtake you. You will be cursed in the city and cursed in the country. Your basket and your kneading trough will be cursed. The fruit of your womb will be cursed, the crops of your land and the calves of your herds and the lambs of your flocks. You will be cursed when you come in and cursed when you go out. The Lord will send on you curses, confusion, and rebuke in everything you put your hand to, until you are destroyed and come to sudden ruin because of the evil you have done in forsaking him. The Lord will plague you with diseases until he has destroyed you from the land you're entering to possess. The Lord will strike you with wasting disease, with fever and inflammation, with scorching heat and drought, with blight and mildew, which will plague you until you perish. The sky over your head will be bronze, the ground beneath you iron. The Lord will turn the rain of your country into dust and powder, and it will come down from the skies until you are destroyed. The Lord will cause you to be defeated before your enemies. You will come at them from one direction, but flee from them in 7, and you will become a thing of horror to all the kingdoms on earth. Your carcasses will be food for all the birds and wild animals, and there will be no one to frighten them away. The Lord will afflict you with the boils of Egypt, and with tumours, festering sores, and the itch from which you cannot be cured. The Lord will afflict you with madness, blindness, and confusion of mind. At midday you will grope about like a blind person in the dark. You will be unsuccessful in everything you do. Day after day you will be oppressed and robbed, with no one to rescue you. You will be pledged to be married to a woman, but another will take her and rape her. You will build a house, but you will not live in it. You will plant a vineyard, but you will not even begin to enjoy its fruit. Your ox will be slaughtered before your eyes, but you will eat none of it. Your donkey will be forcefully taken from you and will not be returned. Your sheep will be given to your enemies, and no one will rescue them. Your sons and daughters will be given to another nation, and you will wear out your eyes, watching for them day after day, powerless to lift a hand. A people that you do not know will eat what your land and labour produce, and you will have nothing but cruel oppression all your days. The sights you see will drive you mad. The Lord will afflict your knees and legs with painful boils that cannot be cured, spreading from the soles of your feet to the top of your head. The Lord will drive you and the king you set over you to a nation unknown to you or your ancestors. There you will worship other gods, gods of wood and stone, and you will become a thing of horror, a byword, and an object of ridicule among the peoples where the Lord will drive you. You will sow much seed in the fields, but you will harvest little, because the locusts will devour it. You will plant vineyards and cultivate them, but you will not drink the wine or gather the grapes, because the worms will eat them. You will have olive trees throughout your country, but you will not use the oil, because the olives will drop off. You will have sons and daughters, but you will not keep them, because they will go into captivity. Swarms of locusts will take over all your trees and the crops of your land. The foreigners who reside among you will rise above you higher and higher, but you will shrink lower and lower. They will lend to you, but you will not lend to them. They will be the head, but you will be the tail. All these curses will come on you. They will pursue you and overtake you until you are destroyed, because you did not obey the Lord your God and observe the commands and decrees he gave you. They will be a sign and a wonder to you and your descendants forever, because you did not serve the Lord your God joyfully and gladly in the time of prosperity. Therefore, in hunger and thirst, in nakedness and dire poverty, you will serve the enemies the Lord sends against you. He will put an iron yoke on your neck until he has destroyed you. The Lord will bring a nation against you from far away, from the ends of the earth, like an eagle swooping down, a nation whose language you will not understand, a fierce-looking nation, without respect for the old or pity for the young. They will devour the young of your livestock and the crops of your land until you are destroyed. They will leave you no corn, new wine or olive oil, nor any calves of your herds or lambs of your flocks until you are ruined. They will lay siege to all the cities throughout your land until the high fortified walls in which you trust fall down. They will besiege all the cities throughout the land the Lord your God is giving you. Because of the suffering your enemy will inflict on you during the siege, you will eat the fruit of the womb, the flesh of the sons and daughters the Lord has given you. Even the most gentle, sensitive man among you will have no compassion on his own brother or the wife he loves or his surviving children, and he will not give to one of them any of the flesh of his children that he's eaten. It will be all he has left because of the suffering that your enemy will inflict on you during the siege of all your cities. The most gentle and sensitive woman among you, so sensitive and gentle that she would not venture to touch the ground with the sole of her foot, will begrudge the husband she loves and her own son or daughter, the afterbirth from her womb, and the children she bears, for in her dire need she intends to eat them secretly because of the suffering your enemy will inflict on you during the siege of your cities. If you do not carefully follow all the words of this law, which are written in this book, and do not revere this glorious and awesome name, the Lord your God, the Lord will send fearful plagues on you and your descendants, harsh and prolonged disasters and severe lingering illness. He will bring on you all the diseases of Egypt that you dread, and they will cling to you. The Lord will also bring on you every kind of sickness and disaster not recorded in this book of the law, until you are destroyed. You who were as numerous as the stars in the sky will be left but few in number, because you did not obey the Lord your God. Just as it pleased the Lord to make you prosper and increase in number, so it will please him to ruin and destroy you. You will be uprooted from the land you are entering to possess. Then the Lord will scatter you among all the nations, from one end of the earth to the other. There you will worship other gods, gods of wood and stone, which neither you nor your ancestors have known. Among those nations you will find no repose, no resting place for the sole of your foot. There the Lord will give you an anxious mind, eyes weary with longing, and a despairing heart. You will live in constant suspense, filled with dread, both night and day, never sure of your life. In the morning you will say, if only it were evening, and in the evening, if only it were morning, because of the terror that will fill your hearts and the sights that your eyes will see. The Lord will send you back in ships to Egypt on a journey I said you should never make again. There you will offer yourselves for sale to your enemies as male and female slaves, but no one will buy you. To be continued tomorrow at 6 a.m.